Chapter 1: The Runaway Bride. Night fell and the stars were dotted. The Fan's manor at the beginning of the lantern seemed like a sparkling jewel set in the center of Hangzhou city. Inside the manor, a lavish and magnificent wedding banquet was being held. The fancy clothes were bright and colorful. At the entrance of the manor, 2 rows of attendants dressed in black uniforms respectfully greeted every guest. The guests took their seats one after another, and they had distinguished identities. Some of them were business tycoons, some of them were political dignitaries, and some of them were stars of the entertainment industry. It has been said that the height of the parents determines the starting point of the child. Some people are born in Rome, some are born as oxen and horses, and Fanny Ba is the one who was born in Rome. Today is the day of his engagement to Ji Ruxue, the first daughter of the Ji family. The wedding photos of the 2 of them were made into a painting exhibition and placed on the lawn. The entire lawn was beautifully decorated, as beautiful as a fairyland on earth. The groom Fanny Ba, handsome and elegant, he was wearing a straight customized suit, the deep blue like the stars in the night sky, both mysterious and fascinating, looks extraordinarily superior, his eyes glittering with joy. The bride, on the other hand, looked like a fairy descending to the earth. She wore a white wedding dress, the texture of which was as light as a feather, and the hem of which was flowing, as if it were a white cloud in full bloom, and even more like a snow lotus in the Tian Shan mountains. Her headdress was simple and delicate, a string of pearl necklace hanging gently around her neck, mirroring her wedding dress. Her makeup was light and natural, highlighting her eyes that were as clear as water, except that they seemed to be rather cold without any expectation or longing for her future married life. Guests of distinguished status gathered in 2s and 3s, admiring the photos of the couple while chatting idly. It's true that casting is a skill. Look at Fanny Ba, born with a golden key. His family has been rich since he was a child. And look at his fiancée. She's the most famous rich girl in Hangzhou, one of the 4 golden flowers in Hangzhou, and the dream girl in the eyes of countless people. We people, we work hard all our lives, but not as high as other people's starting point. Hey, I can't talk about it. It's all tears. Old Gao, you can't say that. You are now at least the president of a listed company with $10 billion in assets. From nothing to nowadays, it only took 20 years. Others Fan family has today, is 100 years of accumulation. Maybe 100 years later your descendants will exceed the Fan family is not necessarily Among the guests, many people were envious of Fanny Ba. They envied him for having a family with a strong family background, and even more so, they envied him for being about to marry the most beautiful woman in Hangzhou. However, there were also people who were lamenting the fact that the Fan family was thinly populated. Alright, you just accumulate some virtue in your mouth. The Fan family only has Fanny Ba left as the only seedling. Both parents are dead. No relatives, whether it's a blessing or a curse. The warmth of the cold knows itself. Well, or Mr. Lu is right. Mr. and Mrs. Fan Hongwen and Gu Yan have contributed a lot to the development of Hangzhou, and after they both left, they left behind this only son, so it's reasonable to say that we should also help out more. Mentioning Fanny Ba's parents, these guests were still a little sad. Unfortunately, the 2 of them left early and didn't have the chance to see their son get engaged. The Fan Hongwen in the mouths of the crowd had a reputation for being a good person for 100 lifetimes. It was the 2 of them who had pushed the Fan family to the throne of Hangzhou city's richest man, creating wealth and status that no one could match. At the same time, they are also charitable. Not a few help others. The guests present, many people have received the Fan family couple favor. Unfortunately, a bizarre car accident killed both husband and wife. For the couple's passing, after many years, the crowd was still incredibly sorry. But the good thing is, Mr. Hongwen has a successor. Right now, Yibo has also grown up. This child is good, courteous and young. It is the hobby is strange. Actually do not like business. The huge family business actually rely on an adopted daughter and Ji family management. This statement is wrong. The Fan family's adopted daughter, Xia Shallow, is loyal to the Fan family. After Mr. Hongwen passed away, if she hadn't stepped forward to take the lead, it's still not certain whether this manor is surnamed Fan or not. That's right. This adopted daughter Xia Shallow is a rare talent. Mr. Hongwen has a good eye. I just don't know why he chose the first daughter of the Ji family for his daughter-in-law. Pretty is pretty. It's just a bit high and ruthless. A bit too cold. Yes, over the years, the Ji family has gained a lot of benefits from Fanny Ba, and has developed so fast. Stop talking. The ceremony is about to start. The band that had been heavily paid for played a cheerful wedding march, and the guests stood up and applauded. The engagement ceremony officially began. As the main character of the night, Fanny Ba walked from the side of the stage to the center of the stage. Fanny Ba was tall and straight, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, revealing a confident and steady temperament. His skin was slightly bronzed by the sun, appearing healthy and energetic. A head of thick black hair, neatly combed at the back of his head, added a bit more heroic. His eyes were deep and bright, as if they contained endless wisdom and passion. The guests couldn't help but marvel as they looked at the imposing Fanny Ba on the stage. This child, Yibo, was born really handsome, one of the few handsome men in the entire Hangzhou. You don't think about it, Mr. Hongwen and Mrs. Gu Yan are both magnificent. Can a child born from their genes be bad? The two of them were the twin walls of Hangzhou back then. With all the guests applauding and welcoming, the groom Fanny Bu came out, but the bride Ji Ruxue was late. The MC was drumming up the atmosphere. Is the applause not warm enough? The bride can't hear. Come on, let's welcome our bride with warm applause again. The applause sounded again, but the bride was still missing. This? What's the matter? Where's the bride? Was the makeup delayed? How could it be? For tonight's engagement banquet, the Fan family spent a lot of money to hire the most professional team to design it. Every link is stuck on point, and the colorful rows have all gone 3 times. It's impossible for anything to go wrong. Then what's wrong? The bride won't run away from the wedding. Ha 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 ha. Some young people were joking. Of course they hoped that Ji Ruxue would run away from the wedding. They could watch a big show, and at the same time, it also meant that they had the opportunity to hold a beautiful woman. Everyone treated this as a joke. How could Ji Ruxue run away from marriage? Fanny Ba and she was betrothed since childhood. The two of them grew up together. 2 children, childhood sweethearts. Many people had watched the two of them grow up and knew that they had a good relationship. Unfortunately, these people didn't know that this was no joke. Tonight's heroine really skipped the wedding. Seeing that the bride is late, the guests can't help themselves. The band has already played the wedding march twice. The master of ceremonies is panicked. He hosted weddings for so many years, but this is the first time he has encountered this situation. The whole backstage is in chaos. The bridesmaids and groomsmen are looking for someone. The commotion gradually passed to the front stage. Now, the guests under the stage couldn't stand it anymore. Right below the stage was the most honorable group of guests tonight. The 5 great families of Hangzhou City were all present, and the Ji family was among them. The head of the Ji family, Ji Shangnan, a woman in her old age. The years had left deep traces on her body, but those traces were like jewels that had been sharpened over the years, radiating a unique luster. Tonight, her face was delicate and dignified, like a weathered painting, and usually, she was a dignified and kind grandmother. But right now, she had a chilly face, and the Ji family members sitting beside her didn't dare to breathe a breath. She looked at the center of the stage, the lone standing Fanny Ba, and it was as if needles had been stuck in her eyes. Not daring to look at her more than once, Ji Shangnan turned to look at the Ji family's door-to-door son-in-law Qin Hai, Ji Ruxue's father, and asked in a cold voice, "What's going on? Where's Schwerer?" Qin Hai was frightened and did not dare to raise his head. His status in the Ji family was very low, an idler, often outside the core circle of the Ji family. On major events, he never participated, and had little presence in the Ji family. If Ji Ruxue wasn't his daughter, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to enter the Fan clan's doors in his life. Facing Ji Shangnan, his mother-in-law, Qin Hai has always been very fearful. As a son-in-law, he did not dare to breathe a breath in the Ji family. Right now, Ji Shangnan asked about him, and it was about his daughter's engagement banquet. He could only answer with a stiff upper lip. "Mom, I'm not too sure. Wait a moment, I'll go ask what's going on." Ji Shangnan didn't want to look at this 100% useless door-to-door son-in-law more than once. She didn't know that she had gotten it wrong back then and would find Qin Hai a waste of space to be her door-to-door son-in-law. Why don't you go and get the person over here? Today is the big day for the Fan and Ji families. If anything goes wrong, the Ji family can't afford to lose this person. Okay, Mom, don't worry, I'll go now. Ji Shangnan looked at her coy son-in-law and impatiently urged, "What's the point of dilly-dallying? Hurry up and go." I. Okay. Qin Hai got up in a panic and headed for the stage. Qin Hai walked around backstage and didn't see Ji Ruxue, and didn't answer her phone. He looked for the bridesmaids and asked, "Where's Ruxue? Wasn't she here just now? How a moment gone? People are gone?" Bridesmaid Jean Meyer, as Ji Ruxue's best friend, she is clear, but right now, she stammered and refused to say anything. "Miss Jean, do you know where Ruxue went? If you know, then please tell me. It's getting urgent. Everyone is waiting for her. If she doesn't show up, something big will happen." Jean Meyer hesitated, but still didn't tell the truth. "Uncle Qin, I really don't know. Otherwise, why don't you ask Brother Yibo? He's the groom. He definitely knows." Jean Meyer hurriedly dumped the conundrum on the male lead. "Fanny Ba." Qin Hai helplessly glanced at Jean Meyer, sighed, and turned towards the center of the stage. Jean Meyer was the eldest miss of the Jean family in Hangzhou City. In Hang City, the Jean family was a bit stronger than the Ji family. Although Qin Hai was the eldest, he was only the door-to-door son-in-law of the Ji family, and in terms of status, he was not as good as Jean Mayer, a junior, so there was nothing Qin Hai could do if she was unwilling to speak. Chapter 2 Me and Him, Who Do You Choose? Fanny Ba on the stage stood alone for a full 5 minutes, letting the stage turn upside down. He stood steadily, with a breezy look on his face. Tonight's Fanny Ba is well dressed. His already handsome face looked extraordinary, almost like the hero of a real-life idol drama. His figure was straight and well-proportioned, but a rare poetic temperament permeated his robust physique. Only this time his eyes hid a wave of hatred and endless grief that was difficult for ordinary people to find. Underneath the customized gorgeous dress, wrapped in a slightly trembling body, he was trying his best to hide his anger. It was hard to imagine that under the light and breezy exterior, Fanny Ba's heart at the moment was incomparably tormented. No one knew that the Fanny Ba at this moment had an additional decade-long memory. As he stood on the stage, strong memories came like a tidal wave, and the experiences of the past 10 years flashed in front of his eyes like a walking tour. These memories played quickly in front of Fanny Ba's eyes like movie clips, each image clear and profound, as if things had happened yesterday. Fanny Ba gritted his teeth and said in his heart, I didn't expect that I would actually be reborn to this moment. This is asking me to try the feeling of being lynched to death all over again. That's right, Fanny Ba was reborn. He was also reborn at the engagement banquet, the most humiliating moment of all. In his previous life, at the engagement banquet, Ji Ruxue disappeared despite the crowd. She wore a bright engagement dress to the hospital to take care of another man, making him the joke of the entire Hangzhou. As for Fanny Ba, with no parents to back him up, no one can make a decision for him. Under the persuasion of the elders of the Ji family, he tearfully walks through the engagement ceremony alone. Afterwards, Ji Ruxue didn't even have a decent explanation. Fanny Ba still remembers her face of righteousness. Unfortunately, Fanny Ba loved Ji Ruxue miserably, who let her from childhood as a princess, and Fanny Ba is the knight who guards the princess. Princess can make mistakes, can be forgiven. The knight, on the other hand, does not even have the qualifications to make mistakes. His only responsibility is to guard the safety of the princess. In his last life, Fanny Ba treated his childhood child's words as holy orders until he died. Doing it all over again, Fanny Ba just wanted to say, screw it. Ji Ruxue the Qin Hai walked to the edge of the stage, apprehensive, with a bunch of bigwigs on stage. He didn't dare to walk to the center of the stage. He was at the edge of the stage, and called out softly, a fight, a fight. Do you know where Ruxue went? What responded to him was a pair of extremely bright eyes, as sharp as a falcon's, flashing with a gleaming light. Qin Hai was so startled by this look that his legs went weak and he almost fell on the stage. The grandmother of the Ji family under the stage, looking at such an unpleasant son-in-law, wanted to kill him on the spot. Unfortunately, her daughter died a few years ago. Ji Ruxue's siblings, just this one close relative. She really can't lay her hands on him. How did Fanny Ba get such a ruthless look in his eyes? What the hell is going on here? Qin Hai wondered on the stage. Fanny Ba withdrew his ice-like gaze and became extraordinarily gentle, as if the gaze that was about to kill just now wasn't his. He said mildly to Qin Hai, Mr. Qin, I also want to know, where did your daughter go? Why did she disappear during the engagement banquet? Due to his nervousness, Qin Hai didn't notice that Fanny Ba had changed his address. Ever since he was a child, Fanny Ba had always called Qin Hai uncle, and Fanny Ba had been waiting for today. He had long wanted to call Qin Hai dad. This. Qin Hai was dumbfounded by the question. I called her and she didn't pick up, or else you can give her a call. Fanny Ba replied dryly. Fine. After saying that, he had someone bring his cell phone and took the microphone from the MC on the side. Fanny Ba held the cell phone in one hand and the microphone to his mouth in the other, and said to the guests on the stage, I'm very sorry to make all of your esteemed friends and family wait for so long due to the temporary disappearance of the female lead. Now let's ask together to find out what kind of jacket Miss Ji Ruxue encountered to be able to disappear at her own engagement banquet. Fanny Ba's words were so calm that it was frightening. The bride ran away, and he was actually so calm that many people acted as if they were recognizing him for the first time. Fanny Boo then skillfully dialed the phone number that was carved into his bones. The first call. Ji Ruxue did not answer. The crowd on stage began to talk again, but no one was loud, just chattering in whispers. Undeterred, Fanny Ba continued to call again. This time, after the phone rang a few times, Ji Ruxue finally answered. However, Ji Ruxue seemed to be driving, as the sound of a car horn came from the other side of the phone. Through the microphone, the guests on stage could even hear the roar of the engine. Why is she driving out? What's the situation? This Ji family's eldest miss really skipped the wedding. Don't talk nonsense. It's possible that something happened and she rushed to deal with it. Miss Ji is soft and kind-hearted. She wouldn't do something like fleeing a marriage. Ji Ruxue, 24 years old this year, was a famous high and cold goddess in Hangzhou. She grew up beautiful. When she was studying, She was the deserved #1 school flower, the noble white swan. The men who wanted to marry her could form a reinforced division. After she grew up, she first entered the business world and turned into a stunningly beautiful female president, in charge of a business empire with a market value of $100 billion. And with this status, she had even more suitors. Her admirers were in the minority, and even when she was betrothed to Fanny Ba from a young age, she still had a steady stream of suitors. In Hangzhou, she had the title of the Ji family's ancient cold goddess, and was also one of Hangzhou's 4 golden flowers, the ice mountain snow lotus. Although there were quite a few people who embraced Ji Ruxue, there were also sensible people. What else could be so important that it could be more important than the engagement banquet? The company must be fine on a big night. If people, the Ji families young and old, are all here, even if the Ji family really has something going on, it's not her turn to go. Yeah, where are you? Fanny Ba calmly asked. Ji Ruxue on the other side of the phone was slow to answer. Where are you? Why did you leave? Fanny Ba asked again. Ji Ruxue said coldly, Yibo, I have something very important to deal with. We can make up the engagement banquet later. Ji Ruxue, as her name suggests, was noble and icy like a snowflake, and her tone and voice carried ice coldness and ruthlessness. This is not a discussion, she directly decided. When she left, she did not even say hello, and said to make up for it, simply do not put the Fan family in her eyes. Although he already knew the result, but reborn once again, he was still the same pain in the heart. Fanny Boo did not know what was so good about the Ji fans that he could make this iceberg snow lotus so enamored that he left his fiancée behind to find him in a dignified manner. At this point, Fanny Ba did not understand until his death why Ji Ruxue changed her heart, why she obviously loved that man, but still want to marry him. He put these questions to the back of his mind for now. He continued to ask, what is so important that it can be heavier than our engagement banquet? Not only did he want to know, the guests on stage were all curious. This melon was too big, enough for them to eat for a year. Ji Ruxue's tone was a bit irritated. A matter of human life. As I said, the engagement banquet will be made up later. I'm driving, let's not talk about it for now. She even wanted to hang up the phone. Fanny Ba bared her teeth. Human life is at stake? If he hadn't been reborn and knew all the ins and outs, he would have really thought it was something much bigger. In fact, it was just being hit by a battery car, and the person didn't have a single fart, making it look like they were rushing to the end of their lives. Fanny Ba cannot bear it. The first time to Ji Ruxue angry, he asked in a cold and hostile voice, you said to make up for it, you put the whole Hangzhou, Zhejiang province, and those guests who came from afar as what? What do you take my Fan family for? I've been preparing for this engagement banquet for half a year. Can you just say make it up and that's it? In the end, he even went so far as to ruin his reputation. Make up? With whom? Is the groom me? Ji Ruxue felt like she was being strangled, and the entire room became silent. Fanny Ba's outburst shocked Ji Ruxue so hard that she hesitated to say anything. She couldn't help but wonder, was this Fanny Ba? Ever since she was a child, Fanny Boo had never been this fierce to her, and all along, Fanny Boo had always responded to her requests and never asked for reasons. But now, Fanny Ba not only questioned her and made her embarrassed, but also asked who the first groom was? Does this even need to be asked? She had been arranged by her family as his bride since she was a child. How could she be insulted like this? Her anger exploded and she chided. Fanny Ba, what are you babbling about? What do you mean? Are you trying to repent your marriage? I'm afraid the one who wants to repent is not me. After all, I'm still at the wedding site, in front of a crowd of guests, waiting for you, the bride who fell out in the middle of the wedding. Fanny Ba, I've told you everything. I have to rush to the hospital now. There are people over there waiting for me to save their lives. Can you stop making a scene? If there's anything, wait for me to finish dealing with things over there and go back to talk to you. Fanny Ba laughed. Are you a doctor? You can save people if you go? Then you tell me. Who is the person lying in the hospital? What's wrong with him? Is he going to die soon? Can't wait a moment. You must leave during the ceremony. The people under the stage, even the Ji family was wondering. Now at this time, who else had this charm that could make the Ji family's eldest miss, who was known for her high spirits, leave at this time and personally drive to the hospital? Ji Ruxue said in a cold voice. My assistant, Yi Fan. Boom. The people on the stage made a scene. Who is Yi Fan? Yi Fan is Chief Ji's assistant. Chief Ji personally recruited him after she graduated. The person who was familiar with the inside story whispered to the people around him. In the end, he added one more sentence. It's a male assistant, rumored to look better than Panin, but delicate and weak, close to the Ji family's eldest miss, like a pair of bosom friends. What? How can there be a male best friend in a luxurious family? Now, Ji Shengnan couldn't sit still, not expecting such a scandal. She arranged for someone to go up and grab Fanny Ba's cell phone. Unfortunately, Fanny Ba had already made arrangements, and the Fan family's butler led the men to guard the stage. This was the Fan family. Who dares to cause trouble here? Fanny Ba, unsurprisingly, didn't change his expression much. He continued to ask, why? What happened to him again? This time it's a cold and fever. Or was he hit by a bicycle? I've always suspected the relationship between the two of you. Who exactly is the president of the Ji family? If he's just a tiny assistant, can you, Miss Ji family, abandon your fiancé and rush to the door to saddle up? Ji Ruxue drove to the hospital in a hurry. She would be anxious. The hospital called him and said that Yifan had a very serious car accident, and Yifan had no relatives in Hangzhou, only her as a friend. That's why the hospital called her and asked her to rush to the hospital to deal with it. Fanny Ba, can you stop talking sarcasm? Besides being my assistant, he is also my friend. If you don't respect him, you're disrespecting me. Yes, Fanny Ba thought to himself. I know the result of disrespecting this assistant, a broken home and a dead body on the spot. It was because of Yifan that he ended up dying young and breaking the roots of the Fan family. If he wanted to hate someone, Ji Ruxue was number 1, and Yifan was number 2, I guess, or these two were indistinguishable from each other. Just right now, he had no reason to do it directly. He wanted to let these two people live step by step, infamous and infamous for years to come. Making the two of them famous tonight was just the first step. It looks like this friend of yours is more important than this fiancé of mine. In that case, make a choice. Me and him, Fanny Ba and Yifan, who do you choose? Ji Ruxue didn't expect that Fanny Ba would actually say something like this, pushing her to this point. In her heart, she treated Yifan like a younger brother. The Ji family had 3 generations of daughters and not a single male. Ji Ruxue's father and even her grandfather were all door-to-door son-in-laws, and the 3rd generation of the Ji family actually still couldn't get rid of this spell. Still only had 2 daughters, older sister Ji Ruxue and younger sister Ji Ruyan. She really wanted to have a younger brother. If there was a younger brother, then she wouldn't have to bear the heavy responsibility of the Ji family. She wouldn't have to be nurtured as an heir from a young age and receive so much heavy training. Yifan's appearance had precisely made up for her regrets. What's more, this younger brother not only saved her life, but also treated her in every possible way, with words and actions that perfectly matched every bit of her heart's expectations. In just 1 year, Ji Ruxue treated Yifan as the most important relative in her life. Answer my question. Who do you choose? At this time, Fanny Ba was still being aggressive. Ji Ruxue secretly compared in her heart, and she realized that it seemed as if Yifan understood her more, and everything went her way. She blurted out, Yifan, I choose Yifan. Fanny Ba, I'm telling you, this time it's not that easy to get over. I won't forgive you. After saying that, she hurriedly hung up the phone, increased the speed of the car, and flew towards the hospital. Only, just after these words were said, she felt some inexplicable heartbreak in her heart. It was as if there was some vital person that had left her. This kind of feeling was only produced by her mother's passing away in a car accident 3 years ago. She instantly thought of Yifan. Yifan, it won't happen. You can't leave me. Wait for me. Tears could not help but drip down. She raised the speed of the car despite everything and drove to the hospital at breakneck speed. Ji Ruxue didn't know that this was the last chance that Fanny Ba gave her. Even though in her last life, Ji Ruxue wanted Fanny Ba's life, Fanny Ba still wanted to give Ji Ruxue a chance to choose again. Obviously, Ji Ruxue didn't cherish it. Then, Fanny Ba also had a reason to cut off the damn feelings. From now on, Ji Ruxue was no longer his lover, and he wanted to drive Ji Ruxue out of his heart. Chapter 3. I declare. The marriage contract is cancelled. I choose Yifan. Hearing Ji Ruxue say this, although Fanny Ba's heart was extremely hard, it felt like he had been stabbed hard, but he also had a feeling of relief. He was still really afraid that the wheels of history would change after being reborn, in case Ji Ruxue chose to return to the engagement site and continue the engagement. In that case, his revenge might still end without a trace, because there was no reason for him to flip out with Ji Ruxue when she returned. The people under the stage heard Ji Ruxue's choice with their own ears. Now, no one spoke well of Ji Ruxue, and the filter of the cold goddess shattered. I really didn't expect that Ji Ruxue was actually such a person, abandoning her fiancé to take care of another man at the engagement banquet. It's actually justified to make the choice. Sure enough, those gossips aren't just empty rumors. Ji Ruxue and his male assistant do have an ulterior motive. I really didn't expect that the Ji family, with their strict family teachings, would actually teach such children. I wonder if old Mrs. Ji will be infuriated to death. Indeed, in all her years of living, Ji Shengnan had never been as humiliated as she was today. She hated Ji Ruxue for not being competitive, and even more so, she complained that Fanny Ba was unforgiving. Why didn't she say such a thing behind closed doors, and actually made a big deal out of it in front of so many people? Now, the Ji family is not good. The Fan family is not the face of the light? Although Ji Shengnan didn't believe that her granddaughter would do something degrading to the family, the facts speak louder than words, and she heard them. She called aside a subordinate of the Ji family. You go, get this unfilial daughter back for me, immediately, immediately. If that Yi Fan is dead, forget it. If he's not dead, let him really get run over. Tonight, the face of the Ji family was really disgraced by Ji Ruxue. If Ji Ruxue knew that Fanny Ba made this call with a loudspeaker on the side, and that everyone at the scene knew her answer, she didn't know if she would be infuriated to death. This would be the time when she had already rushed to the hospital and directly parked her car at the front entrance of the hospital. She ignored the security guards and rushed directly into the hospital. Ji Ruxue was like a branch of snowy cold plum in the middle of winter, cold and noble. Her beauty, unlike the flowers in spring, was more like the crystals in the frozen snow, cold and dazzling. She was wearing a white wedding dress, as if the purest clouds in the sky gently landed on earth. The design of that gown is simple and elegant, and the hem of the skirt is as light and fluttering as a snowflake, swaying gently with her steps, like a fairy descending to the earth. No one had ever seen a bride in a gown in a hospital before. Everyone was guessing what was going on. Some of the love brain girls had already brainstormed a big drama. This beautiful woman's boyfriend must be very sick, suffering from a terminal illness. I'm afraid it's hard to get through the night, so his girlfriend is wearing a new wedding dress to see him off for the last time. Thinking of this, some girls couldn't wait to take out their cell phones and take pictures. Then they reworked what they thought of and posted it online. Ji Ruxue simply do not have the mood to care about these. Her mind is always thinking about Yi Fan's safety. She is very afraid. This is again in 3 years of that car accident. 3 years of car accidents took away her mother, and now is not going to take her recognized brother away. Thinking about it, the tears cannot stop flowing down. This time, more confirmed the suspicion of the bystanders. Ji Ruxue's skin is as white as snow, as if after the baptism of ice and snow, more crystal clear, tears flowing on the face. This Hyun want to cry. Simply I see the poor. Those boys are thinking, I would be good if the boy lying in the hospital bed. Her long hair poured down like a waterfall, each strand glistening with a crystal and luster, gently draped over her shoulders, adding a bit of femininity. She wore a string of pearls around her neck, complementing her clean white gown and making her look even more noble and elegant. Who wouldn't like such a goddess? Unfortunately, Fanny Bu didn't like it, or hated it. In his last life, it was because of the fermentation of public opinion on the internet, and when the identity of the person concerned was announced, he wore a green hat for the rest of his life. In the previous life, after Ji Ruxue escaped from marriage, although the Ji family severely chastised Ji Ruxue, and to deal with Yi Fan, but still, Ji Ruxue protected Yi Fan with her death, and Fanny Ba chose to forgive Ji Ruxue because of his deep love. But the people on the internet would not think so. Those keyboard warriors didn't know the truth. They described Fan Yibo as a dude who swept away his love, used his family's power to oppress the Ji family, and forced the Ji family to marry their daughter. It was Fanny Ba who broke up Ji Ruxue and Yi Fan was like the cool hero, tenacious living person, although the heart is not willing, but still loved Ji Ruxue, always guarding Ji Ruxue's side. In the eyes of the world, Fanny Ba is the most evil villain, and all of this, Ji Ruxue knew, but she never explained for Fanny Ba. She only knew how to defend Yi Fan's reputation and had no Fanny Ba in her eyes at all. Back to the engagement banquet site, Fanny Ba held the microphone and said fondly to the stage, since Miss Ji has made her choice, I will be a man of honor. Although Ji Shengnan didn't know what Fanny Ba was going to say, she felt uneasy. She vowed to stop Fanny Ba from continuing. Resting her pale body, she walked to the front of the stage and persuaded, don't, Yibo. If there's anything, let's talk about it as a family behind closed doors. Shuer is young and has lost her temper. We'll educate her. You come down and give me the microphone. Fanny Ba looked at Ji Shengnan in front of him, the person he had called grandmother for more than 20 years, and was in a trance. The Fan family was thinly populated. His grandparents had passed away before he was even born, and his father was the only child in the Fan family. His parents, again, died unexpectedly when he was in high school. The entire Fan family, there is only one left. He is the only child. It was the Ji family that took care of Fanny Ba when he was still growing up, giving him the warmth of a family. Ji Shengnan took care of him quite a bit, but unfortunately, Fanny Ba knew that everything the Ji family did was for a purpose. In these 6 years, the Ji family had gone from being on the verge of withdrawing from the 5 largest families in Hangzhou, with a market capitalization of only $60 billion, to now being firmly in 4th place, with a market capitalization that surpassed its peak at $100 billion. This is all the result of the Fan family sacrificing their own interests and giving blood to the Ji family. You know, before Fan Hongwen passed away, the Fan family is the entire Hangzhou, and even the entire Zhejiang province. The first family, the family company market value of hundreds of billions. But today, although the Fan family is still the first family, but the family wealth continues to shrink. The reason for this was the sudden death of Fan Hongwen, the person at the helm, and even more so, the reason for the concessions given to the Ji family. By the time Fan Yibo died, due to the marriage of Fan Yibo and Ji Ruxue, Fan Yibo handed over all of the Fan family's business to Ji Ruxue to take care of. In a few years, the entire Hangzhou, where there is still the Fan family's company, those original Fan family's industry, all were annexed by the Ji family. It is Fan Yibo single-handedly condoned, only to let the Ji family to complete the ant-eat elephant's feet, living his life over again. He would never let history repeat itself again. Ji family head, your last name is Ji, my last name is Fan, how can we be called a family? Fan Yibo's unflinching, ruthlessly slapped Ji Xingnan's face. How could Ji Xingnan not expect, just this moment, how did that filial and obedient granddaughter-in-law change into a different person? Speaking without mercy, turning the other cheek, she took out the majesty of an elder and tried to make Fan Yibo bow his head. Yibo, I'm your grandmother anyways, how can you talk to me like this? Come over here and obey. Sorry, since your granddaughter made her choice, your granddaughter-in-law is not me. His name is Yi Fan. As for me, I am now talking to you as the Fan family's head. Do you think it's appropriate for me to say this? Ji Ruxue made such a choice, abandoning her fiancé to take care of another man. Now it was no longer a personal issue. Ji Ruxue was completely throwing the dignity of the Fan family to the ground and trampling it viciously. It had risen to the level of the two families. The Fan family and the Ji family were originally close, each other as allies. The two families had joined forces to suppress the other three great families. Right now, the relationship had cracked. Ji Xingnan could no longer play the emotional card. She looked at the plump and handsome man on the stage in despair, as if the Fan Hongwen who had led an era back then had returned. Fan Yibo had an apologetic face. Sorry, everyone. Having everyone take time out of their busy schedules to attend my engagement banquet turned out to be a farce. Still, I'm willing to be a man of honor. Since Miss Ji's heart belongs to her, how can I take it away from her? Immediately after today, I, Fan Yibo, and Ji Ruxue dissolved their engagement relationship. From now on, the man will marry the woman, and each will be equal. Here, I would like to ask the Ji family to help me bring a message to Miss Ji. I once thought that our love could cross all barriers, but reality cruelly told me that there are some paths that are destined to be impossible to walk to the end together. With tears in my eyes, but with an unshakable heart, I have decided to break off our engagement and let you go find the happiness that belongs to you. I will take my time to bless you, so that you can live happily ever after with this blessing of mine. I declare, the marriage contract is cancelled. Chapter 4. I disagree. I disagree. I strongly disagree. Fan Yibo, you have no right to make such a decision. Fan Yibo's father-in-law. No, former father-in-law. Qin Hai. I don't know where he got the courage to directly rush onto the stage and viciously stop Fan Yibo from cancelling the engagement. Mr. Qin, what reason do you have to disagree? The two parties involved. Your daughter has already made her choice. She ran off to her love. What do you want me to do? Is it hard to send someone to capture your daughter and imprison her? Immoral and illegal things. My Fan family won't do, and my family's teachings won't allow it either. These words from Fan Yibo were simply slapping the Ji family in the face. It was clear that the Ji family had no family teachings and taught their daughter to be shameless. And although Ji Ruxue did not break the law, having a fiancé and still hooking up with other people's men outside was a violation of morality. Qin Hai continued. A fight. Ruxue must not know that the consequence of this choice is to cancel the engagement. If she knows, she will definitely come back. Just give her a chance in. Facing Qin Hai's pleading, Fan Yibo smiled contemptuously and slowly shook his head. Mr. Qin, how do you know I didn't give her a chance? She's the one who took the road to the end. He turned to the stage, the Fan family housekeeper, Uncle Lai, and said, Uncle Lai, there's an email in my cell phone that I received yesterday, and there are some photos in it, so please put them on the big screen behind me. What is this big melon again? Although they didn't know what it was, the guests were all excited, but the faces of the Ji family's crowd weren't as good. They knew that this must be a bigger bomb, the kind that was enough to destroy the Ji family. Ji Xingnan wanted to send someone to grab it, but the scene was filled with people from the Fan family, so how could they possibly grab it? Soon, on the big electronic screen behind Fan Yibo, what was originally a wedding photo of Fan Yibo and Ji Ruxue, suddenly, it turned into Ji Ruxue and Yi Fan. Ji Ruxue actually wearing a wedding dress in Yi Fan photo. The two people look so incomparably close. Many people have not seen Ji Ruxue smiled, but in the photo, Ji Ruxue smiled incomparably sweet, like a youthful and beautiful shy girlfriend, full of shyness in Yi Fan this fiancé photo. Comparing the two photos before and after, it is not difficult to find that Ji Ruxue was even happier when she took a photo with Yi Fan. and the corners of her mouth looked like they were smeared with honey. While Ji Ruxue was taking a picture with Fanny Ba, only Fanny Ba was smiling with a satisfied face, like she had married the most beautiful bride under the sky. Boom, boom, boom. This one photo might not say much. However, the next few photos directly put Ji Ruxue on the execution rack. Each photo had a time watermark. In the first one, which was fairly normal, Yi Fan walked alone to the door of the hotel room. In the second one, the door to the room was wide open, and the one who opened the door was actually Ji Ruxue, who pulled Yi Fan into the room with a smile on her face, and even took the initiative to close the door. This one photo already gave people unlimited reverie. In the third photo, it was Ji Ruxue sending Yi Fan out of the room. From the time Yi Fan entered the room to the time he left, there was an interval of more than an hour. Ji Ruxue had 2 sets of clothes before and after this hour. The first set was regular clothes and the second was actually a robe. The last photo of Ji Ruxue sending Yi Fan away. It was obvious that she had taken a bath. There were still drops of water in her hair, and her face was a jujube red color. Anyone who had been there knew what this meant. If there was no intimate relationship, who would leave a boy in the room and then go take a shower by themselves? The facts speak for themselves. Ji Ruxue cheated. She actually stole someone, still with her own assistant. Now it's true. The Ji family always has nothing to say. My god, where does this Yi Fan compare to Fanny Ba? Is Ji Ruxue having brain problems? Actually, it should be known that although Fanny Ba and Ji Ruxue only got engaged today, the marriage contract between the two families was set from the time they were born. Therefore, Ji Ruxue had always been Fanny Ba's fiancé. These few photos had nailed Ji Ruxue to the rack of shame. Xia Shanshan, who had been silent under the stage, fiercely smashed the wineglass in her hand on the ground. How can Ji Ruxue be like this? Send someone to find. Go and get Ji Ruxue back for me. Such a still wants to marry into the Fan family. What does she take the Fan family for? Xia Shanshan is 28 years old, 173 years old, with a pair of straight long legs that are even more unattainable. She was like a rose in the late fall. Although not ostentatious, she exuded an irresistible charm. Tall, elegant curves, wearing a well-cut black evening gown, skirt swaying gently with her steps, as if whispering the secrets of the night. The dress was inlaid with fine diamonds, glittering in the light, just like the wisdom and depth that sparkled in her eyes. Her face was delicate and flavorful, and her deep eyes were like black lakes, calm and deep, as if she could see into the hearts of people. The corners of her eyes were slightly upturned, revealing a bit of uninhibitedness and confidence. Her nose was high and straight, her lip line was elegant, and her lip color was as delicate as a rose, but with a few moments of introverted depth. Her hands and feet revealed a calmness and elegance. She gently fiddled with the hair around her ears. Every action seemed so natural and harmonious, calm and unhurried. If Ji Ruxue was an iceberg snow lotus, then Xia Shanshan was more like a black rose. Xia Shanshan's beauty was even more unique. That is a kind of calm and calmness after years of precipitation. Xia Shanshan is 3/4 years older than Fanny Ba, and not long after the Fan family adopted her, Gu Yan became pregnant with Fanny Ba. As a result, the Fan family treated Xia Shanshan as a lucky star. It was thought that it was her arrival that brought good luck. Although the Fan family had a first son, the Fan family did not dislike Xia Shanshan as an adopted daughter and still raised her as a first daughter. 6 years ago, she was only 22 years old when she took over the Fan family's hundreds of billions of dollars business empire. For so many years, the aura of superiority that she had cultivated was no worse than any of the big families in charge at the scene, and was even more intimidating. After Xia Shanshan finished speaking, she didn't seem to be relieved. She directly got up and led her men outside, wanting to personally go and arrest Ji Ruxue. When Fanny Ba on the stage saw this, he immediately stopped it. Sister, don't go, don't be impulsive. Xia Shanshan, who was going far away, heard it and asked excitedly, what did you call me? Fanny Ba knew what Xia Shanshan meant, and he fiercely shouted, sister, sister, sis, be obedient. I'll take care of it. This sis contained passion and even more endless apologies. When he thought about it, because Ji Ruxue didn't want Fanny Ba and Xia Shanshan to be too close, Fanny Ba intentionally or unintentionally stayed away from Xia Shanshan, and didn't call Xia Shanshan sister for years. Okay, I won't go. I'll listen to you. After saying this, Xia Shanshan with monstrous anger became calm again, and returned to her position, her eyes tearful as she looked at Fanny Ba on the stage. To be honest, this would make Xia Shanshan's heart incomparably happy and leaping. Although Ji Ruxue to Fanny Ba cuckold, let Fan family face lost face, but Fanny Ba from now on to get rid of Ji Ruxue, and back to her side. This is a big good thing. The two people's relationship again and restore the original. Just, cheap Ji Ruxue that. But Xia Shanshan will not let her go. Fanny Ba pacified Xia Shanshan. He pointed to the photo behind him and said to Qin, hi, Mr. Qin, It looks like your daughter has been with Yi Fan. You get the picture. There were some words that Fanny Ba was completely unable to say. After 10 years, the scars of this one incident were just as bloody. So, your objection, null and void. Your new son-in-law will still be lying in the hospital this time. I think, you'd better step in and show some concern. Oh right, Ji family head, is your third generation still looking for a door-to-door son-in-law? If that's the case, you should have said so earlier. I should have withdrawn in time and avoided such a big misunderstanding. The guests present, how could they not expect that Fanny Ba was actually so calm? His emotions did not fluctuate at all. Hangzhou's younger generation, who didn't know how much Fanny Bu loved Ji Ruxue, it was from childhood to adulthood, more than 20 years of affection. Fanny Ba, in order to make Ji Ruxue happy, hate to dig out the heart. Every year Ji Ruxue birthday, Fanny Ba will be carefully prepared. Last year, Fanny Ba personally traveled to the glacier snow plains, in the cold at the top of the extreme mountain, waiting half a month, finally found a budding iceberg snow lotus. Fanny Ba personally dug out this snow lotus, made an exquisite eternally frozen flower. It was given to Ji Ruxue on her birthday. For this trip, the time and energy spent not to mention, Fanny Ba returned to Hangzhou and fell ill. The coldness in his body seeped into his bones, recovered only after lying ill for many days. And this kind of thing, Fanny Ba did more than once. No one believes that Fanny Ba will not love Ji Ruxue, even Ji Ruxue herself does not believe. Then why in the world, Fanny Ba will choose to let go? Is it really fraternal selflessness? This is the highest level of true love. How could Qin Hai let such an excellent son-in-law run away? He still wanted to struggle. He walked over to Fanny Ba's side and said softly, Ba, that's how marriages in the mansion are like. You play your game, I'll play mine. Shuer has been with you for so many years. You can't just play it and then disown it. She is just confused for a moment. Just forgive her. You married her is equivalent to getting half of the Ji family estate. Not looking at the past love. Looking at all this wealth. The matter of canceling the marriage contract should be forgotten. Fanny Ba looked at this former old husband in front of him. He didn't know what kind of brain circuit this person had. Things had been made like this, and he still wanted him to endure the nausea and swallow this bitter fruit. Besides, he and Ji Ruxue were still clean and innocent so far. Apart from hugging and kissing, nothing else had been done. He had worn this cuckold once, but definitely would not wear it a second time. Money? My fan family has plenty of it. There's no need for you Ji family to give it to me. Just in time. I'm announcing the second thing now. After saying that, Fanny Bao re-picked up the microphone and said to the crowd on the stage, from today onwards, the Fan family will no longer act as a strategic partner of the Ji family, and will no longer sign new projects with the Ji family after the completion of existing projects. Chapter 5, The Luxury Night Banquet. What? No. Now. Not only was Qin Hai dumbfounded, Ji Shangnan was also so frightened that she couldn't stand still. Ji Ruxue's scandal could not be covered up now, and tomorrow, the stock prices of all the listed companies of the Ji family would definitely plummet. There was no doubt about it. But this kind of old family didn't really care about the company's stock price. Their real core was the physical business. As long as there were projects and the factory machines were still running, there was a constant stream of wealth generated. But now, Fanny Ba announced that he would no longer work with the Ji family. So who would the Ji family sell their orders to? This is simply the bottom of the kettle. In a fit of anger, Ji Shangnan directly fainted on the ground. Quickly, send the old lady to the hospital. The people from the Ji family hurriedly helped Ji Shangnan up and led her away from the scene. Seeing this, Qin Hai shook his head fiercely and followed suit. This time, all of the people from the Ji family left the Fan manor. Alright, guests, it's time for this farce to come to an end. Although the wedding banquet cannot be organized, the dinner party still continues. Please also be extraordinarily gracious and let's have dinner together. Uncle Lai, please order that all the congratulatory gifts sent by the guests be returned unchanged. My Fan family will offer another compensation gift. You see to the arrangements. The guests under the stage, looking at the courteous, elegant, decent and generous Fanny Ba, all praised. Today, perhaps the Fan family was disgraced, but Fanny Ba's performance was definitely praiseworthy. His fiancée cheated on him, and he didn't shrink his head back like a coward, nor did he act like a thug, shouting and fighting. On the contrary, emotional stability, humility and courtesy, honor and disgrace, cleanly dealt with this matter. Those big ladies under the stage. This will look at Fanny Ba is like looking at the supreme treasure, eyes bubbling with gold light. Ji Ruxue swooned. They didn't, before letting Ji Ruxue dominate Fanny Ba. This time, the two had no relationship. Everyone can compete fairly. Who does not want to marry into the Fan family? More money, fewer things, both parents. Married indirectly is the mother of the house. Not having to go through mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts. How many women dream of this life? Fanny Ba handed the microphone to the MC, turned around and walked off the stage to Xia Shanshan's side. Sister, these years I don't care about anything. Give the company to you to take care of. Hard work. Tomorrow I will go to work in the company. There are some assholes in the company. It's time to clean up. Xia Shanshan stepped on her long legs, her jade feet gently moving as she slowly walked in front of Fanny Ba. Her pair of Danfeng eyes, teary eyes, lips reddened. Yibo, have you really come to your senses? Aha! Yes, I should have recognized it long ago, but right now it's not too late. There's still room for remedy. Yes, compared to his last life, Fanny Ba had completed his engagement alone and married Ji Ruxue half a year later. In order to keep Ji Ruxue's heart, Fanny Ba transferred all his shares in the Fan family to Ji Ruxue. He also gave Ji Ruxue all the endless wealth that the Fan family had accumulated over the years over several generations. As a result, it was exchanged for Ji Ruxue's fatal blow, letting him 10 years later. He had nothing and died of illness in the Fan family's old mansion. Xia Shanshan nodded. Well, it's not too late. Your verbal engagement, cancel it, as long as you didn't get a marriage license. It's fine how it is. Alright, sis, we'll discuss this matter tomorrow when we go to the company. Right now you take me to get to know these guests. After this trip, it's already very rude. We can't afford to neglect the guests again. The band changed the music, and everything related to the engagement was quickly removed. Everyone seemed to forget what had just happened, and everyone was overflowing with bright and sincere smiles. There was a great deal of mingling and a great deal of noise. A luxurious night banquet unfolded. Fanny Ba held the wine cups, weaving in and out of the crowd, toasting and apologizing to everyone, giving the guests enough face. Yibo, a good man is a good man. Why would a great man not have a wife? You're so good. You deserve a better woman to follow you. Ha ha ha. The one who spoke was Jin Mingi, the patriarch of the Jin family among the 5 great families in Hangzhou. The Jin family's power was only below the Fan family, and it was also a business hegemon. Unfortunately, for so many years, it had been suppressed by the Fan family, the second of 10,000 years. His words weren't a relief to Fanny Bu. Everyone pretended it didn't happen. Only the Jin family dared to put this on their lips. It was clearly slapping the Fan family in the face. Fanny Ba knew it in his heart. Uncle Jin said it well. Thank you Uncle Jin for teaching me, but sometimes having more wives isn't a good thing. The family house is restless and there is more than just infighting, so beware of the trouble. After Fanny Ba finished speaking, he took a shallow sip of wine and walked elsewhere without looking back. Jin Mingi's face changed. His beard shook with anger. He knew that Fanny Ba was connoting that he had concubines. He was already over 70 this year. Then and Ji Shangnan were of the same generation. Thought then the Ji family and the Fan family is so sparsely populated. He Jin family is prosperous. His children and grandchildren dozens of people. On the surface there are 5 wives, 8 sons and 3 daughters. The oldest son is about to have a grandson, and he even let a woman give birth to a son a year ago. Now, these 5 houses of the Jin family grandchildren cannot be considered peaceful, are thinking of how to seek to seize the family property. In addition to the Fan, Jin, and Ji families in Hangzhou, there are also the Song and Wang families. These 5 families are the largest families in Hangzhou, but also the strongest forces in Zhejiang province. Fanny Ba would go to the Song family's side this time, wanting to look more polite on the Song family's side than the Jin family. The Song family's old man, Song Guoliang, with his granddaughter, Song Yunxian, cordially received Fanny Ba. Song Guoliang was a few years older than Ji Shangnan, with a head full of gray hair. His face was even more furrowed, and his body bones were slightly bent, but his spirit was very good. And his granddaughter, Song Yunxian, was one of the 4 golden flowers of Hangzhou. She was also a renowned beauty, with a beautiful face, a sunken fish and wild geese, and a graceful, curvaceous body. The line of men who pursued her, holding hands, could circle the West Lake 10 times. She is 1 year older than Fanny Ba, but is still unmarried. Facing elder Song, Fanny Ba respectfully toasted as a junior, then politely clinked glasses with Song Yunxian. Elder Song, for this matter of mine, I'm still bothering you to make a personal trip. It's really a shame to receive this. Song Guoliang smiled in relief. Yibo, don't say that. Your parents are both close friends of mine. How can I not come personally for your matter? When I go down for 100 years, where will I have the face to meet you guys? AI, today is really bad hospitality. Some other day I will personally come to the door and make amends to your old man. Going to the door is fine, after your parents passed away, but you rarely come to our Song family. Don't call me old master either. It's better to call me Grandpa Song. Fanny Ba was very sensible and obediently called out. Grandpa Song. Ha ha ha. Well, you go ahead and get busy. No need to entertain us. Okay, Grandpa Song, feel free to wander around. After Fanny Ba finished speaking, he nodded at Song Yunxian and turned to leave. After Fanny Ba walked away, Song Guoliang asked, Yun Xian, what do you think of this kid? Song Yun Xian, Grandpa. All I can say is that he has quite a deep city and is frighteningly calm. The Fan family is worthy of being the top of Hangzhou city, and the sons of the Fan family are no good. Ji Ruxue simply lost the watermelon and picked up the sesame. Song Guoliang was quite pleased. Ha 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 ha, it's great that you can think like this. When I thought about it, I was just one step too slow, letting the Ji family steal the show. Otherwise, where would Ji Ruxue have anything to do with it? And you'd be the future matriarch of the Fan family. But it's not too late now. Yun Xian, if I ask you to take down Fanny Ba, are you willing to do so? Song Yunxian didn't expect her grandfather to have such an idea. She slightly froze, then shyly lowered her head and didn't say anything, treating it all as a default. Chapter 6 The only one who can't live up to it. Time flew by, and at 8 or 9 p.m., the lights of Hangzhou city were dimmed in the distance. A deep blue-black color covered the sky like velvet. The stars twinkled with a faint but determined light, as if countless distant eyes were peering into the quiet universe. The moon rose quietly, its silvery white rays spilling onto the earth, covering everything with a faint silver veil. Fanny Ba and Xia Shanshan stood at the entrance of the Fan Manor, sending off every guest, and returned the congratulatory gifts with their own hands. After the people left, the clamor receded, and the Fan family returned to calm. But underneath this calmness, there are hidden waves. Fanny Ba and Xia Shanshan returned to the living room, the two of them drinking sober tea, silent. In the end, it was Xia Shanshan who broke the calm. Yibo, are you really going to let it go like this? Ji Ruxue that actually treats you like this? I really can't stand it. How can she let you down so much? Xia Shanshan said and cried out. Fanny Ba this will also no longer hold on and pretend to be indifferent. The whole person like collapsed, paralyzed in the chair, eyes godless, sadness, despair, helplessness, and incredulousness. Reborn until now, he did not believe that Ji Ruxue would do this to him. The humiliation brought to him by running away from marriage was just the tip of the iceberg. What he had endured was not just what he had endured today. Thinking about it then 10 years ago, Ji Ruxue in order to avenge Yifan, was to directly take Fanny Ba's life. In his last life, Fanny Ba endured today's humiliation, until he married Ji Ruxue. But in the wedding night, Yifan and out of the moth. The old tricks, drink too much horse urine lost his footing in the water. Ji Ruxue rushed over the night, in Yifan's home to accompany him for a whole night, until the next day, dusk, only to return to the wedding room. That night, Fanny Ba did not sleep all night. No one knew how bitter he was in his heart and how much he hated it. Just seeing Ji Ruxue's face, how many complaints he buried in his heart. After the wedding, Ji Ruxue was rarely at home, because she took over the Ji family and Fan family business. She has been out on business trips, every business trip with Yifan. The two are inseparable, simply more than husband and wife. Xia Shanshan because of these, not less in front of Fanny Ba crying, she begged Fanny Ba to take back the shares, divorce. But at that time, Fanny Ba was dead set on being with Ji Ruxue, no matter what the others said. He always believed in Ji Ruxue. He said, as long as he did not see, it is not cheating. Unfortunately, he still saw. After the 3rd year of marriage, he went home after drinking with some friends. He witnessed Ji Ruxue and Yifan embracing and kissing on the wedding bed in his matrimonial home. All of this, for Fanny Ba, was comparable to a heavenly collapse. He couldn't stand it. Ji Ruxue actually lied to him and treated him as a cutie. He directly rushed up, pulled the two apart, and gave Yifan a violent beating. Unexpectedly, Ji Ruxue actually used a vase to hit his head hard for the sake of Yifan. He fell in a pool of blood to the time. Saw Ji Ruxue incomparably concerned about looking at Yifan, afraid that he was injured, and he was left unattended until he passed out from blood loss. That day, Fanny Ba was hit in the head by Ji Ruxue, and because of excessive blood loss, became a vegetable. He could only lie in bed as a waste. He couldn't move. His body was like injected with cement, but his senses were still there. He could hear the outside world. He just couldn't express it. Since then, Ji Ruxue like disappeared. Fanny Ba anyway, did not hear Ji Ruxue's voice. Only Xia Shanshan came to see him every day and told him what was happening outside. And Ji Ruxue and Yifan, like a person like nothing, still out of the pair. Not long after, Ji Ruxue came back once, but this time, Ji Ruxue directly kicked Fanny Ba out of the wedding room. In this way, Fanny Ba was picked up and returned to the old Fan family house, and Xia Shanshan left her job and took care of him every day, expecting a miracle to happen and Fanny Ba to wake up. Unfortunately, no matter where the famous doctors came from, they did not wake up Fanny Ba. Desperate Xia Shanshan arranged for someone to beat Yifan into a vegetable as well, and Ji Ruxue, who knew about the murderer, brought people to kill Fan family and took Xia Shanshan away in front of Fanny Ba. After that, Fanny Ba never heard Xia Shanshan's voice again, and he didn't know where Ji Ruxue took Xia Shanshan. The Fan family has been controlled by the Ji family, and none of his former best friends have come to care about him, nor did they care about Xia Shalo's fate. In the 8th year, the Ji family came to take over the Fan family's old mansion, and he was sent to a nursing home by the Ji family, and since there was no one to take care of him carefully, his whole body rotted, and after 2 years of suffering, he died of illness in the nursing home. Thinking about these 10 years after his marriage and his last life, he couldn't wait to catch Ji Ruxue and Yifan and skin and bone them, but since heaven gave him a chance to start over, he wouldn't be so reckless. He owed Xia Shanshan too much, and he also owed the Fan family. He will not take this life to give those 2 burials. Fanny bore relieved, sister. Of course this matter will not end like this. Ji Ruxue is the next best thing, and I'm going to make the Ji family pay for her choices. What do you think is most important to a woman? Without waiting for Xia Shanshan to answer, Fanny Ba said, fame and honor, especially for a first daughter of a powerful family. I will directly publicize the photos of Ji Ruxue cheating today, although it kills 1,000 enemies and damages 800. But Ji Ruxue will never want to marry any rich male in her life, and the Ji family will never allow Ji Ruxue and Yifan to be together, without us having to make a move. The Ji family will naturally clean up the 2 of them. As for us, as long as we make a move against the Ji family, I will make the Ji family never recover. Fanny Ba said viciously as he pinched his teacup, his eyes revealing a violent, ferocious, murderous aura. Xia Shanshan had never seen such a Fanny Ba. She felt that Fanny Ba was simply like a different person. However, she thought about any man facing such a thing. Who else would be calm? It was already not easy for Yibo to endure until now. Proper anger is what makes a real man. Okay, Yibo, I will always support you. The Fan family is your backing. Together, let them repay tenfold. Xia Shanshan walked to Fanny Ba's side and reached out to touch his forehead, just like when he was a child. And Fanny Ba looked at this incomparably longing face. After he turned into a vegetable, Xia Shanshan came to take care of him every day, turning over and massaging him personally, speaking in his ear about what was happening outside, and finally, touching his head. Fanny Ba couldn't help but get up and hug Xia Shanshan. He didn't know where Xia Shanshan was taken by Ji Ruxue in his last life, and how she ended up. He regretted until his death why he fell in love with Ji Ruxue, and let her hurt his loved ones. Fanny Ba told himself, in this life, the only person who cannot fail is Xia Shanshan. He put his head in Xia Shanshan's neck, smelling the familiar flavor. This feeling of being lost and found made him break his defense and lost his voice. Xia Shanshan was suddenly hugged by Fanny Ba, and her delicate body froze. How many years? The 2 people grew up and never hugged again. To know, Fanny Ba can be said to be brought up by Xia Shanshan. He grew up following Xia Shanshan's ass, until he grew up and came into contact with Ji Ruxue. Because of Ji Ruxue, Fanny Ba stayed away from Xia Shanshan. Xia Shanshan heard Fanny Ba's crying, thought it was in dislike of Ji Ruxue. Her heart trembled, wrapped her arms around Fanny Ba, touched the back of Fanny Ba's head, like when he was a child. He comforted this brother who loved to cry. Fanny Ba cried a lot, venting out the pent-up resentment in his heart. The whole person was much better, with more anger. Sister, you rest early. Tomorrow we arrive at the company. There are still a lot of things to deal with. After Fanny Ba finished speaking, he headed out. Where are you going? It's so late. Why are you still going out? Xia Shanshan asked. Sister, I'm going to the bridal chamber. There are some things I want to get back. Those are mom and dad's relics. They can't be left to Ji Ruxue. Fanny Ba explained. Knowing that Fanny Ba wasn't regretting going to Ji Ruxue, Xia Shanshan didn't say anything more. She arranged for someone to send Fanny Ba away from the Fan family. When Fanny Ba left, Xia Shanshan snorted coldly. It's time for us to settle the score at the Ji family. Xia Shanshan was not a vase. The fact that she was able to support the Fan family at the age of 22 and keep the Fan family standing was enough to prove her ability. In her last life, if it wasn't for Fanny Ba's connivance and directly taking away Xia Shanshan's power, how could she have let the Ji family dominate the Fan family's family business, and also caused Xia Shanshan to be captured by Ji Ruxue? Chapter 7 Ji Ruxue Yifan Stinks. Tianhai Pavilion was a villa area developed by the Ji family, and Fanny Ba and Ji Ruxue's wedding room was located here. Fanny Ba opened the door to his room and walked straight into the villa. Looking at this familiar and unfamiliar room, Fanny Ba had mixed feelings of sadness. In fact, Fanny Ba was planning to live directly in the Fan family's old mansion after marriage, but Ji Ruxue disagreed. She did not like the decoration style of the old mansion. Jiangnan Garden, too old-fashioned. The garden is too big. It seems to be airy, no popularity, and this time coincided with the completion of the Ji family development of this neighborhood. Ji Ruxue led Fanny Ba by the wedding house here. No, one villa, the king of the floor of the Tianhai Pavilion, priced at $150 million. Also because of Fanny Ba's lead, the original atrophy of the real estate directly be revitalized. Fanny Ba's friends of those luxury family, one after another to buy a house here. After all, who do not want to be close to the Fan family? Later, Fanny Ba renovation spent another 50 million. Decoration style, all in accordance with Ji Ruxue's preferences. Renovation half a year, Fanny Ba hole in the supervision. This is, after all, the true future life of the place. He cannot tolerate a little flaws. But in the end, it is cheapy Fan. Fanny Ba vegetative paralyzed. Was Ji Ruxue sent back to the old mansion of the Fan family? And this place was given to Yifan by Ji Ruxue. Perhaps it was because Ji Ruxue wanted to give the matrimonial home to Yifan that she sent Fanny Ba away. Fanny Ba did not know that after he planted himself, his own bricks and mortar, carefully decorated wedding room, was not turned into Ji Ruxue and Yifan's love nest. Did the two people metamorphose in their own marriage bed? This is also the reason why Xia Shanshan exploded, bringing people to beat the door and paralyzing Yifan. This also brought Xia Shanshan the trouble of killing him. Thinking of all this, Fanny Ba's heart was like a knife. A mouthful of blood gushed out, and the bright red blood spilled on the clean white carpet in the living room, which was particularly blinding. He also fainted on the floor due to excessive grief. Hangzhou Central Hospital. At this time, Ji Ruxue did not know that she was about to become the center of public opinion in the entire Hang City. She was guarding in front of Yifan's hospital bed, grasping Yifan's hand with both hands, looking at Yifan who was lying on the hospital bed with a pale face, incomparably distressed. Fortunately, Yifan was fine, not a bloody mess like her mother. Yifan only bruised some skin, no internal injuries, but the person was knocked out and is still unconscious. Ji Ruxue has been in front of the hospital bed for more than 2 hours, without blinking an eye. She didn't even know what had happened in the Fan family's old mansion. Not to mention that she was already a celebrity in the whole Hangzhou city. Only this celebrity was not so honorable. Earlier, when she went into the hospital to look for Yifan, it was posted online, and the online public opinion was still praising the two of them for their singable love. Under the blogger's writing, Ji Ruxue was wearing a wedding dress to send her fiancé on his last journey, fulfill the fiancé's dream of getting married. And netizens praised Ji Ruxue's face value while praising their love till death do us part. This girl is so beautiful, she's really pretty, feels better than even Louis Fei. Whoever can become her husband, that's simply a blessing cultivated over 100 lifetimes. That's it, going to the hospital in new wedding clothes, they must be true love. This is running for love. I believe in love again. This is what it means to be faithful till death do us part. A lifetime together. Congratulatory messages from netizens in the Central Plains province. I wish the two newlyweds 100 years of goodwill and an early birth, and I look forward to the groom's speedy recovery. From Jiangnan province, wishing the couple 100 years of happiness, a son soon, and looking forward to the groom's speedy recovery. Congratulatory messages from netizens in the Magic City, wishing the two newlyweds 100 years of goodwill, and early birth, and looking forward to the groom's speedy recovery. Southwest province. This thing was quickly screened. The internet is full of netizens' blessings. Unfortunately, the matter was quickly reversed beforehand. The people who attended Fanny Ba's engagement banquet knew the truth of the matter, and they changed their words online. Yuck! What a messy, bull asterisk thing. It's not like that at all. The woman's name is Ji Ruxue, the eldest miss of the Ji family in Hangzhou, and the one in the hospital is her assistant, Yifan. Tonight is her engagement party with the Fan family's son. She abandoned her fiancé Fanny Ba at the wedding site, which is wearing a wedding gown, came to the hospital as to see their unseemly lover. Where is the boyfriend? Such a dog and man you actually still here to bless. I am simply blind. By you angry to vomit blood. Trouble to get the facts before congratulating. What the hell just like this. Simply snake heart. On this, Fanny Bu also did not scold Ji Ruxue. He chose to fulfill the love of Ji Ruxue and Yifan. This netizen posted Fanny Ba and Ji Ruxue, as well as Yifan's matter, originally online. He also posted photos of the engagement banquet scene online. On the photo was clearly Fanny Ba standing alone on the stage, his handsome face full of loss and despair. And on the display screen behind the stage was the photo of Ji Ruxue in her pajamas going out from Yifan. The logic is clear. The evidence is conclusive, confirming the fact that Ji Ruxue cheated on Yifan. Now, public opinion instantly flipped. And, after this netizen spoke, one after another, some people in the know broke the news online. Ji Ruxue and Fanny Ba are the pair. The two of them grew up as baby dolls. And tonight the engagement party. Fanny Ba is really in love with Ji Ruxue. Do you remember the fireworks show that went off all night the year before? That was young master Fanny Ba's birthday gift to Ji Ruxue. What? Who doesn't know about that fireworks show? It was right by the Qintang River. It went on all night long. The whole Hangzhou was moved by it, and still misses it. The whole sky was colorful, and the night was rendered into day. Who doesn't know about it in Hangzhou? I always thought it was organized by the government. I didn't realize it was the young master of the fan family. What kind of brain is this Ji Ruxue? Actually abandoning Fanny Ba who loves him so much. I just gave them my blessing. I want to rip my mouth off. I don't want to chop my fingers. What is this? Fanny Boo has done more for Ji Ruxue. I remember when Ji Ruxue was 18 years old and came of age. I think that in order to prepare for this rain of roses, Fanny Ba bought all the roses in the entire Hangzhou city. 18 helicopters were utilized to turn the entire birthday banquet into a sea of flowers. A man like this is simply unrivaled. Ji Ruxue can't even look at this and cuckolds Fanny Ba? Let me have Fanny Ba. He doesn't have to do anything. I'll just stick it to him. It's your turn. What are you thinking? Don't dream. Ji Ruxue this. How can you hurt the innocent Fanny Ba like this? Crusade against her. Southwest netizens, take back the previous blessing. Ji Ruxue Yifan. You pair of dogs and men go to hell together. Netizens in Mordor, take back your previous blessing. Ji Ruxue and Yifan. You pair of dogs go to hell together. Netizens in Jiangnan, take back your previous blessings. Ji Ruxue Yifan. You two dogs go to hell together. Zhongyuan netizen, take back the previous blessing. Ji Ruxue Yifan. You pair of dogs go to hell together. We, the people of Hangzhou, are here to announce that Ji Ruxue will be expelled from Hangzhou and her title of Hangzhou's 4 golden flowers will be withdrawn. Ji Ruxue didn't know that the internet had blown up, and after entering the hospital, she turned her cell phone off, because someone kept calling in. She was afraid of disturbing Yifan's rest. Another reason was that she didn't know how to explain to her family, and the fan family, so she simply turned off her phone and left it clean. In her opinion, Fanny Ba just couldn't accept it for a while, and when she went back and explained it in person, she would be able to appease Fanny Ba, and if Fanny Ba doesn't get angry and forgive her, the Ji family won't blame her. When she finds a time, she will let Fanny Ba apologize properly and let him propose once more. When she was happy, she would forgive Fanny Ba for being so aggressive today, and then just marry Fanny Ba. Oomph, he's actually letting me make a choice. This time I'll ignore him for a week. I'm going to give him a good lesson on the rules, daring to disobey this princess. However, I will still marry him. Let Yifan be the best man at that time. He. After I get married, I'll have 2 children, and I'll have a boy named Ji. Well, it's decided. She and Fanny Ba had been together for so many years, and it had always been like this. No matter how much she had gone overboard, as long as she stood in front of Fanny Ba would forgive her, who made her the honorable princess and Fanny Ba her guardian knight. A knight was so capable of being angry with a princess. This was Ji Ruxue's 100-fold arrogance. However, this time, it was clear that she had overthought it. Her knight was dead, killed by her own hands. Ji Ruxue was still fantasizing when the door to her room was suddenly slammed open. Ji Ruxue was startled, while Yifan on the bed was also startled, but still didn't wake up. Ji Ruxue was afraid that it was Fanny Ba who had come looking for her, and this time she was nervous and didn't notice Yifan's abnormality. The person who came was Qin Hai. He brought a few bodyguards with him and walked into the ward with a serious face. When Ji Ruxue saw that it was Qin Hai, she relaxed. Why are you here? Ji Ruxue's tone was cold, and her words did not show the slightest bit of respect for her father. And Qin Hai seemed to have gotten used to it a long time ago. He wasn't annoyed either and slowly said, Schwerer, your grandmother has been infuriated. This will be lying in the ward next to yours, so go and take a look. Hearing Qin Hai say this, Ji Ruxue hurriedly let go of Yifan's hand and stood up. What? How could grandma be angry and faint? Why didn't you say so earlier? What's wrong with Fanny Ba? He couldn't handle this matter well, and he even made grandma dizzy with anger. Doesn't he know to pacify grandma first? Where is he? Did he follow over? I'm going to ask him properly what to do about it. Ji Ruxue's stunningly beautiful face was chilled and her speech was full of complaints. She didn't even look at Qin Hai and left the ward straight away to find her grandmother. She put all the blame on Fanny Ba, not even thinking about the fact that it was her own temporary escape from the marriage that led to the problems that followed. Of course, she didn't know that Fanny Ba had already announced the annulment of the engagement after she made the choice of Yifan. Qin Hai didn't tell her either. He just looked faintly at Yifan on the hospital bed. With a contemptuous smile, he said, Don't pretend. All these tricks of yours are all left over from my games back then. Yifan was lying on the bed, motionless, as if he was really unconscious. Alright, you keep pretending. Qin Hai seemed to see something, but he didn't directly break it down. He said to the bodyguard, You two stay and watch him. Don't allow him to leave the room by half a step. Yes. After saying that, Qin Hai followed and walked out, and at this time, Yifan, who was lying on the bed, slightly moved his eyelids, as if he wanted to open them to see the situation outside. When he opened a slit, he saw 2 lanky black shadows, which scared him so much that he hurriedly continued to play dead. Chapter 8. Let the doctor check the body. Ji Ruxue came to the door, and sure enough, in front of the VIP ward next door stood their Ji family's bodyguard with a serious face. When she entered the ward, she saw her elderly grandmother lying on the hospital bed, unconscious. She was so scared that she cried out again. She hurriedly asked the personal servant beside her grandmother, "Wang Ma, what's wrong with my grandmother? How come?" Wang Ma wanted to say something. She had worked in the Ji family for more than 50 years and grew up following Ji Shengnan around. Ji Ruxue was the one she watched grow up. She didn't believe that Ji Ruxue would do such a bastard thing. But now, the facts were right in front of her. Her family's eldest young lady abandoned her fiancé and came to the hospital to see her assistant. Still at the engagement banquet, Wang Ma sighed and said softly, "AI, Missy, the head of the family is in a fit of pique and is dizzy. It's fine, he will wake up after a while." Without waiting for Ji Ruxue to continue asking, Ji Shengnan, who was lying on the bed, woke up after hearing the sound. Seeing this, Wang Ma hurriedly rushed to help old lady Ji get up. Ji Ruxue also followed to help. "Grandma, are you alright? How are you feeling? Where is Fanny Ba? You fainted. Didn't he follow you here?" Ji Ruxue didn't mention the fact that she had run away from the wedding, and that it was because of her that grandma had fainted. Instead, she rightfully thought that Fanny Ba hadn't taken care of her grandmother, and actually didn't even follow her to the hospital. But Ji Shengnan pushed Ji Ruxue away and said in disgust, "You stay away from me. I don't have a granddaughter like you." Now, Ji Ruxue knew that the matter was exposed, but she still had a disinterested look on her face. "Grandma, what are you talking about? It's just an engagement party. Can't we just make up for it later? I'll make it clear on Fanny Ba's side. I'll call right now and have him come over to apologize to you." After Ji Ruxue finished speaking, she took out her cell phone, turned it on, and then wanted to call Fanny Ba. But Ji Shengnan immediately stopped her, because Ji Shengnan knew that Ji Ruxue didn't know what was going on outside right now. Fanny Ba had already announced his withdrawal. If Ji Ruxue still had this tone and rashly called, she would only lose more than she gained and enrage Fanny Ba, and there would be no room for any reprieve at all at that time. "Don't you call first, listen to my wife finish her sentence." Ji Shengnan of course didn't dare to disobey her grandmother at this time, obediently putting her cell phone away. "Grandma, you say." Ji Shengnan leaned against the hospital bed, then let Wang Ma go out and closed the door behind her. After Wang Ma left, only Ji Shengnan and Ji Ruxue remained in the room. Ji Shengnan's face changed and she became furious, seriously scolding, "Do you know what you're doing? Ah, is it that you think I'm old and useless, so I can't control you, to actually do something so degrading to the family? The face of my Ji family has been disgraced by you." Ji Ruxue was so shocked that her delicate body trembled, and her aggrieved tears were even more like floodwaters flowing downwards from an open gate. She didn't know what had happened. Why was Grandma so angry? "Grandma, what did I do for you to scold me like this? How am I degrading the family? What's wrong with you? How dare you ask me? You tell me who's in the ward next door. What's his status? What qualifications does he have to lie in the VIP ward on the top floor?" The more Ji Shengnan spoke, the angrier she became. She was already taking care of Ji Ruxue's face. If she were anyone else, she would have already broken into a rage. Although Ji Ruxue and Fanny Ba were not married yet, the two had a marriage contract long ago. What Ji Ruxue is doing now is not abiding by the ways of women. In Ji Shengnan's time, such a woman should be thrown into the pigsty and sunk into the river. Ji Ruxue was directly dumbfounded by the question. Yi Fan's existence. She had never talked to her family, except for Fanny Ba. Everyone else only knew that Yi Fan was her assistant. Feeling betrayed, Ji Ruxue hurriedly asked, "Grandma, how do you know that Yi Fan is here? Did Fanny Ba tell you? How can he be like this person?" "It was all made clear to him that I have no other relationship with Yi Fan. Yi Fan is just my assistant. He is also too careful." Ji Shengnan was exasperated and laughed. "Assistant? What kind of assistant can make you leave halfway through an engagement banquet? And what kind of assistant is hospitalized that has the president come to stay with the bed? Is this your boss and assistant relationship? Who would believe it if you say it? You're treating everyone like cuties. Is that so?" Facing Ji Shengnan's pressing questions, Ji Ruxue was at a loss for words. She didn't know how to explain her relationship with Yi Fan to Ji Shengnan, but she was sure that it was definitely not a male love affair. She was more of a kinship to Yi Fan, a kinship without blood relationship. But if she said it, would Grandma believe it? Right now, the only one who could solve this problem was Fanny Ba. As long as he stood out to help explain himself, Grandma would believe it. She wanted to call Fanny Ba again and ask him to come over. When Ji Shengnan saw this, she stopped stopping it and just said blandly, "Don't bother. I guess Yibo won't answer your call right now." Ji Ruxue didn't believe it, and she called directly. But Fanny Ba really didn't answer the phone. In the past, this was something that could never happen. She called Fanny Ba, and in less than 3 seconds, she would get through. But today, Ji Ruxue called 3 times in a row, and there was no response on the other side of the phone. Hey, granddaughter I'll tell you the truth. Ji Shengnan was overwhelmed with emotion and told Ji Ruxue everything that happened after she left. Starting from Fanny Ba calling Ji Ruxue, to letting Ji Ruxue make a choice, and finally Fanny Ba announcing his withdrawal from Ji Ruxue. Just the photos of Ji Ruxue and Yifan in a room. This matter was not told. Ji Ruxue already could not accept it. When Ji Ruxue heard Fanny Ba announce the withdrawal of marriage in public, the whole person was dumbfounded. She had an unbelievable face. How can it be? He loves me so much. How can he cancel our marriage contract? No way. I'm going to find him. I'm going to ask him what he means. How dare he do such a thing? After saying that, Ji Ruxue was about to run outside. Come back. What's the use of you going now? Ji Shengnan looked at her granddaughter who couldn't even distinguish between right and wrong now, and she finally realized the failure of her education. In the whole matter, the one who was wrong was Ji Ruxue, and Fanny Ba just wasn't spoiling her this time. Schwerer, tell grandma honestly, what exactly is the relationship between you and that kid next door, and how far has it progressed now? Ji Ruxue was stunned by her grandmother's question. Her eyes had a few flickers. She paused, hesitated for a moment and said, Grandma, what are you talking about? What relationship can I have with Yifan? Believe me, we are really just co-workers, or friends. Don't listen to Fanny Ba's nonsense. When I said on the phone that I chose Yifan, I was only saying that I would come to the hospital. It's not that between Yifan and Fanny Ba, I chose Yifan. How could I give up Fanny Ba? It's impossible. Ji Ruxue's latter sentence was sort of truthful. She was more exasperated by Fanny Ba's aggressiveness at that time, and only then did she say the words of choosing Yifan without thinking. Now that she thought about it, this sentence was a bit wrong. Fanny Ba was obviously digging a hole for her to make Ji Ruxue jump in herself. Ji Shengnan didn't believe Ji Ruxue's bull ******. Knowing that Ji Ruxue wasn't telling the truth, Ji Shengnan was disappointed, and by this time, Ji Ruxue still had to weasel her way out of it, and she was so angry that her chest was paralyzed with pain. Ji Ruxue, you still don't tell the truth at this time. I don't even believe this explanation of yours, and all the guests present will believe it even less. You have to know that tonight's guests are all respectable people. Many of them are our family's partners and have business dealings. If you sit on the cheating matter, how much damage will it bring to our Ji family? Ji Ruxue was stunned and asked in surprise. Cheating? What cheating? Who did you hear say that I cheated? And without explaining, Ji Shengnan directly took out her own cell phone and sent her photos of her and Yifan. Ji Ruxue opened the photo and stared at it, wide-eyed and horrified. Where did you get this? Who took this photo? Don't you care where I got the photo? I'm telling you, whether or not anything happened between you two, that Yifan is dead. If the Fan family doesn't make a move, there's no way my Ji family will keep him. He's the biggest stain on your life path. Ji Ruxue was still recalling what happened in the photo when she heard Ji Shengnan want to kill Yifan. She hurriedly stopped it. No, you can't move him. I won't allow it. If you kill him, kill me first. When Ji Shengnan looked at her like this, she knew it was over. Ji Ruxue looked like this was really problematic. It was estimated that she and Yifan had been privately married for a long time. Ji Shengnan's whole body was paralyzed on the bed, too angry to speak. Ji Ruxue didn't care about her grandmother's look. She now desperately needed to figure out what was going on with this photo and why it appeared in her grandmother's hands. She asked in a panic, Grandma, how did you get this photo? Ha, what? Now you know to panic. Why don't you think about the consequences when you do these shameless things? Ji Ruxue was so anxious that she couldn't speak clearly. Grandma, no, how could I not think about the Ji family? No, I didn't even do shameless things. You have to believe me. The old lady was disappointed. Where would she still believe her? Grandma, listen to me explain. I remember. This is about Yifan and I traveling on business last week. That night, he went to my room because of work. We were just discussing company matters in the room and I ended up changing my clothes because he spilled coffee on me. You have to believe me. I was taught by you. How could I do those things? Hearing Ji Ruxue say this, Ji Shengnan was half convinced. Although these photos didn't capture what happened inside the room, but a lonely man and a widow, in the middle of the night, sharing a room, and in the end, Ji Ruxue even changed her robe to send Yifan out. How to look at this, how to think is not clear. Ji Ruxue's explanation was simply untenable. Ji Ruxue looked at her grandmother and still didn't believe her. She directly said, Grandma, if you still don't believe, we are now in the hospital. You now find a gynecologist to come in. We'll let her check. Let her see. I'm still not a true daughter. Hearing her granddaughter say this with conviction, Ji Shengnan believed a few more points, but she couldn't understand even more. Her granddaughter and Yifan weren't in a male-female relationship. So why would Ji Ruxue be so protective of Yifan? Could it be that the two are in love? Simply just platonic love, not yet developed to the physical step? Ji Ruxue knew that Yifan's matter could not be wrapped up. She could only say truthfully. It turns out that Yifan went to the Ji family company for an interview a year ago, and actually dared to break into Ji Ruxue's special elevator, and he just wanted to drive Yifan out, but the elevator suddenly stopped, and both she and Yifan were trapped in the elevator. Ji Ruxue has been afraid of the dark since she was a child, and is also somewhat claustrophobic. Yifan was her only saving grace at that time, and in those few minutes, it was Yifan who comforted her, constantly encouraging her and giving her a sense of security. After that, she knew that Yifan was coming to the company for an interview, so she directly transferred Yifan to her side as an assistant. And Yifan gave Ji Ruxue the feeling of being like a child who didn't know any better, often getting into trouble for her to wipe her ass. From time to time, he also contradicted her and broke her rules. Because of what happened in the elevator, Ji Ruxue had always held a good feeling towards Yifan, and had tolerated and endured it time and time again. Slowly, Ji Ruxue felt that Yifan was very special, compared to other suitors who were crazy about love, and Fannyba's meticulous care. Yifan is even more different. He will directly grab the lunchbox prepared by Fannyba for Ji Ruxue to eat, and even look for Ji Ruxue to ask for something. This feeling was like a disobedient little brother, and for 3 generations of women in the Ji family, there was no younger brother in the entire family. She had hoped to have a younger brother since she was a child, and Yifan's appearance had just fulfilled her request. This year down the line, Ji Ruxue was becoming more and more dependent on Yifan, and would even fulfill many of Yifan's unreasonable requests. For example, many times when she was on a date with Fannyba, she was called away by a phone call from Yifan. The gifts that Fannyba gave to Ji Ruxue, because Yifan likes, will not hesitate to give him, and so on. Things like that happened a lot. She and Fannyba also had many arguments because of Yifan's existence. Only every time, Fannyba would choose to back down. This also made Ji Ruxue bolder and bolder. Until this engagement banquet, because Ji Ruxue escaped the wedding, Fannyba announced that he was withdrawing from the wedding. Chapter 9 let Fannyba step in, open a conference, and share the fault. Ji Shengnan couldn't wait to give Ji Ruxue a slap in the face after hearing this. This is the younger brother? How can there be such a brother? No blood relationship. Close. Who would believe it if they said it out loud? Right? No. Except for Fannyba, that fool who was overwhelmed by love. But nowadays, people aren't stupid anymore. He's sober. No wonder Fannyba was so calm about this. He was accumulating too many disappointments until he was desperate, believing over and over again, in exchange for getting worse. That's why he announced his withdrawal in public. Ji Shengnan thumped his chest and wailed, "What kind of sins did my Ji family's ancestors create? How did they give birth to a granddaughter like you?" Hearing her grandmother's scolding, Ji Ruxue's heart was all aggravated. How was this her fault? "Grandma, how can you blame me for this? This is all Fannyba's fault. He is too petty." Yifan is his brother-in-law. He got angry with his brother-in-law and made such a big deal out of it. "Don't worry, I'll go to him now and ask him to hold a conference to make this clear." Ji Shengnan couldn't help but say, "You're still asking him to go and make this matter clear? Where would people give you this opportunity now?" He was disappointed through and through, desperate before announcing his withdrawal. "Ah, you think this is a small matter? Then let me ask you, why did you tell Fannyba and Xia Shanshan not to contact each other? Why are you doing this? People, Xia Shallow is Fannyba's sister. Ah, why are you jealous?" Ji Ruxue quickly said, "How can this be the same? It's not like they are related by blood. Xia Shallow is the Fan family's adopted daughter. It's inevitable that the two of them would have problems if they stayed for a long time. Take, you can ask Fannyba like this, then why don't you and Yifan keep your distance? You two are not related by blood either. This spreads out, who will believe that you are treating Yifan as your brother?" Ji Ruxue still wanted to argue, but she couldn't find a suitable reason at this point. She could only say, "I can guarantee that I definitely won't like Yifan. I don't have any male or female feelings for Yifan at all. It's just a sister-brother relationship." Ji Shengnan looked at Ji Ruxue, who was still sophomoric and telling crooked reasons even when she was dead. She was so angry that she didn't want to talk to her at all. And at this time, there came a sharp knock on the door. Qinhai asked outside the door, "Mom, I have something urgent to report to you. Come in." Qinhai quickly walked over to Ji Shengnan with the tablet. "Mom, Schwer's matter, it's gone to the internet. Public opinion is very unfavorable to us now. What should we do now?" Ji Shengnan is most displeased to see him in this panic. A bit of decisiveness is not the appearance. It is not as good as Fannyba, a 20-something-year-old child, to stabilize. Panic what? Look at your unproductive appearance. Being chided by Ji Shengnan, Qinhai became even more coy, while Ji Ruxue also revealed a look of contempt on the side. She disliked her father from the bottom of her heart. If it wasn't for the fact that the Ji family didn't have any male children, Her own mother wouldn't have found a man like this to be her door-to-door son-in-law. When it comes to things, it's not as calm as us women, and Qin Hai is useless. Actually did not bring a boy to the Ji family. Having children is determined by southern genes, haha, so don't blame women for not being able to give birth to boys. Of course, men and women are equal. All good. After his mother passed away, the Ji family became even more disliked by Qin Hai. Qin Hai had long gotten used to it, and he wasn't angry. Mom, you'd better take a look first. Ji Ruxue took the tablet and watched it with Ji Shangnan, but without looking at it for a long time. Ji Ruxue was trembling with anger, and Ji Shangnan even fainted directly. Once again, it turned out that this matter was intensifying online, and the word of mouth was polarized. More and more people sympathized with Fanny Ba. As more people in the know posted what Fanny Ba had done for Ji Ruxue over the years, some people published the breakdown of the bride price that the Fan family had given to the Ji family. When netizens took a look, this was simply trenchant. It could be called the most expensive bride price in China, because the list said, cash, $8, 8,888, 888, 000 888, 888, 000, antique jewelry, 8 pieces of Tang Dynasty antiques, ceramics, jades, paintings and calligraphy, etc. Each piece is a rare treasure of inestimable value. Real estate, 8 sets, each set is worth more than 100 million. The most expensive set is an old house located in the quiet coast of Magic City, worth more than 300 million. There are even bonds and stocks. These are not the most valuable. Fanny Ba directly took out 8% of the shares of Yibo Group as a bride price. You know, Yibo Group is the head office of the Fan family, holding all the branches. The market value of Yibo Group is as high as $400 billion. It's a hegemon in Hangzhou. 8% of the shares. That's tens of billions. Such an unprecedented bride price directly pulled up the Chinese marriage on the line, harming many men are afraid to get married. But it made a bunch of female netizens envious and chagrined why they weren't Ji Ruxue. They demanded online, Ji family hurry to return the bride price. Make a lot of noise, loud and clear. If the Ji family does not return, they will help Fanny Bu prosecution. As for Ji Ruxue's side, she has been plucked clean by the almighty netizens. More and more intimate photos of her and Yifan were found. Some were of her eating at a restaurant, Yifan feeding Ji Ruxue things. Some are in front of the hotel, Yifan holding Ji Ruxue in and out. Some are in the shopping mall, Ji Ruxue to buy things for Yifan, clothes and accessories. Yifan was like being maintained by Ji Ruxue. Now, Ji Ruxue is unable to argue, even if she admits that she and Yifan are brother and sister. Who will believe it? Even if she admitted that she and Yifan were brother and sister, who would believe it? Even if they were brother and sister, they weren't this close. Everyone is denouncing Ji Ruxue, implicating the Ji family as well. Some people are calling on the internet to never use any of the Ji family's products in the future. When the stock market opened tomorrow, those who had purchased Ji family stocks would all go and dump the stocks in their hands. It was obvious that tomorrow would be a nightmare for the Ji family. If this matter couldn't be resolved reasonably, the Ji family would find it difficult to turn around. And the stock price, which had only risen with the resources that they had managed to get from the Fan family's side over the years, would also fall rapidly. What to do? Grandma. What to do? Ji Ruxue finally tasted the bad consequences of what she had sown. Her own reputation stank, and the Ji family followed suit, teaching their daughter poorly. What to do? You're asking me what to do. How do I know what to do? When you made your choice in the first place, why didn't you think about whether there would be this day? Pa! Old Mrs. Ji couldn't help herself and fiercely slapped Ji Ruxue in the face. Ji Ruxue covered her face and cried out in pain and grief. Grandma, I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Will he really not want me in a single fight? No way. Grandma, I don't want to withdraw from the marriage. I love him. I didn't betray him. I didn't cheat on him. Ji Ruxue was no longer that iceberg goddess, plateau snow lotus. She would be like an abandoned pet. Pitiful. You know you're wrong now? It's too late. If you want to play by yourself, put your tail away. Being so high profile, I'm afraid everyone doesn't know you're keeping a man outside. Well now, you've played yourself to death and killed the Ji family. Looking at these comments, Ji Shangnan didn't believe that Ji Ruxue and Yifan were any kind of sibling relationship at all. The old lady also followed with tears. She could already think that the Ji family's 100 years of family business was about to be destroyed. She hated Ji Ruxue, and even more so, she hated Fanny Ba for making such a big deal out of it. The wedding site announced the withdrawal does not count, but also published rumors on the internet, causing public anger. If Fanny Ba knew that he had taken such a big pot of blame, he would probably be able to vomit blood in anger once more. Ji Shangnan said indignantly, "This Fanny Ba, I didn't expect it to be so heartless, and by bringing the matter to the internet, he is trying to put the Ji family to death." If I want my Ji family to perish, I won't let the Fan family feel good either. As Ji Shengnan thought about how to pull the Fan family to the same fate, Qin Hai spoke. Mom, this matter, it has nothing to do with the Fan family. It wasn't the Fan family that posted the matter online. It was Ruxue who wore her wedding dress to the hospital, was photographed and posted online, and made up a story to attract the attention of netizens. Qin Hai took the tablet and flipped to the top, giving them a clear account of the story. Pa! After hearing Qin Hai's words, Ji Shengnan couldn't help but slap Ji Ruxue again. She hated herself. How could she have chosen Ji Ruxue to be the heir? It was simply the scourge of the Ji family. Understanding the cause of the incident, Ji Ruxue directly collapsed and broke down. When she came to the hospital, she did see someone taking pictures, but at that time, she was only thinking about Yi Fan's safety, so where did she care about that? She didn't expect that just one piece of clothing would cause such a big deal. Ji Shengnan covered her chest and cursed, "You calamity, get lost, get lost." Ji Ruxue was pushed to the ground by Ji Shengnan. At this time, Qin Hai stood out. He protected Ji Ruxue and said to the old lady, "Mom, this is not the time to punish Ruxue, we have to deal with this first now. How else can we deal with it now?" Ji Shengnan didn't expect that just a moment ago. She was scolding Qin Hai for being flustered and unsteady, only to be slapped in the face so quickly. She actually begged to this door-to-door son-in-law. Qin Hai paused, thought, and then said, "Mom, it's a two-step process now. The first is to deal with the public opinion on the internet. Let's contact someone as soon as possible to block the news. Suppress this matter. Second step, go find Fanny Ba now and have him step in to hold a conference to share the fault." Ji Ruxue and Ji Shengnan looked at each other in dismay. Both steps were difficult. Knowing the method was one thing, how to solve it was the key, especially letting Fanny Ba step forward, but also letting him take the fault. What fault did he have in this matter? Ji Ruxue herself couldn't even find it. Chapter 10, Producing a Proof of Chu Nui. Qin Hai spelled out his idea while the Ji family's grandchildren were dumbfounded by what they heard. How could they not expect that a waste of a son-in-law and a weak and incompetent father could come up with such an idea? Qin Hai's two steps. First, regarding the public opinion on the internet, this was good to handle. Ji family has its own entertainment company. Find a few first-tier big names. Create some topics, such as a male star was arrested for whoring and drug use. A female star cheated on her husband within marriage. Even the child is not her husband's. The identity of the lover is unknown. Only know that it is a well-known director in the entertainment industry. Surname C. Get a few such hot news out. Definitely more exciting than Ji Ruxue's melon. The netizens' line of sight will soon shift. Secondly, about Yi Fan's identity. The Ji family simply really took him in and let Ji Shengnan step in and consider him as their god-grandson. In that case, Ji Ruxue and Yi Fan's identity would be fine. Nothing more than being close, but younger brother and older sister. Occasionally cuddling wasn't much of a big deal. As long as they weren't caught kissing and sleeping together, it wasn't a matter. Lastly, and the most crucial thing, Fanny Boo needed to be allowed to step forward. Letting him go and explain to the public was because he had gotten a little too jealous and was a little uptight, misunderstanding Yi Fan and Ji Ruxue's relationship and making a big deal out of it. The responsibility was on him. She always believed in Ji Ruxue and loved her deeply. Qin Hai said, "The first two things are good to do. Now it's Fanny Ba's side that doesn't necessarily cooperate." Ji Shengnan thought for a moment and immediately instructed, "Qin Hai, I'm appointing you as the vice president of Ji Group. You're fully responsible for handling this matter. As for Fanny Ba's side, Ruxue and I will figure it out. You go and guide public opinion overnight now." Qin Hai was waiting for this. He agreed with alacrity, took the tablet and headed out. As soon as Qin Hai left, Ji Shengnan asked seriously, "Ji Ruxue, tell me honestly, did you have a relationship with Yi Fan or not?" In fact, up to now, Ji Shengnan still didn't believe that Ji Ruxue and Yi Fan were just a simple sibling relationship. This brother that Ji Ruxue recognized was more like a lover, a love brother. Ji Ruxue was at a loss for words. She didn't expect that her grandmother, who loved her the most, wouldn't believe her now. "Grandma, what I said is true. If you don't believe me, I swear on my mother's spirit seat, I really didn't have sex with Yi Fan." Mentioning Ji Ruxue's mother, Ji Xingnan's complexion changed slightly and her eyes were a little unnatural. "Alright then, but just to be on the safe side, you'd better go for a checkup and take the proof to find Fanny Boo." "A checkup? What proof?" Ji Ruxue didn't understand what her grandmother was talking about. It wasn't until Ji Shengnan placed her gaze on her abdomen that she reacted. Grandma was talking about the Chu female membrane inspection. Half an hour later, Ji Ruxue's face turned red with shame as she headed to the Fan family's old mansion with the report. She made countless phone calls to Fanny Ba along the way. Fanny Ba didn't even pick up. Ji Ruxue didn't know if Fanny Ba was angry or asleep. Just as Ji Ruxue was traveling to Fan's house, Fanny Ba finally woke up. He had fainted on the ground earlier because he was too sad from vomiting blood. This mouthful of heart blood, consider it a remembrance, a farewell to the past. Ji Ruxue, I dug you out of my heart. Indeed, after spitting out blood, Fanny Ba felt much better about his entire being. His love for Ji Ruxue spat out with him, and the figure that was coiled in his heart disappeared. Fanny Ba looked at the brand new wedding room and muttered, "It's time to say goodbye to the past." He took out a bottle of red wine from the liquor cabinet and drank directly from the bottle. Filling a mouthful of wine, he violently smashed the bottle at the wedding photo. Pop! The wine bottle exploded and the wedding photo was destroyed. Then, Fanny Ba opened another bottle of wine, drank a few mouthfuls and went to the bedroom. He took off Ji Ruxue's wedding dress, pouring the wine on the wedding dress. He took out his lighter and lit it. This beautifully crafted wedding dress that took half a year and was inlaid with a large amount of expensive jewelry was directly set on fire. Thinking about it, when he was trying to give Ji Ruxue a grand wedding, even the wedding dress was made by him personally in Europe, looking for a palace master to customize it. But now, this wedding dress was not needed. Fanny Ba took the photo frames of the two of them as well, and threw them all into the fire, burning them together. The dazzling firelight quickly attracted the Fan family bodyguards at the door. They didn't dare to enter the house and asked loudly at the door, "Young master, how are you doing? Do you need us to come in?" Fanny Ba growled, "Scram! Without my order, none of you are allowed to come in." He drove the bodyguards away and continued to burn things. Many of the things he had given to Ji Ruxue were burned. However, since Ji Ruxue hadn't moved over yet, she didn't have many things here. A lot of them were given to Fanny Ba by Ji Ruxue. When the ones that should be burned were finished, Fanny Ba then called for someone to come in. "You guys pack up all my stuff, and then smash this place for me." Fanny Ba hated this matrimonial home. This was where he was seriously injured by Ji Ruxue and turned into a vegetable. And this place ended up becoming the place where Yi Fan and Ji Ruxue stole clean, and even passed into Yi Fan's hands. Fanny Ba looked diabolical. He wanted to destroy this place. A few bodyguards looked at each other, not daring to make a move. They had followed Fanny Ba for many years. Only this wedding house was decorated by Fanny Ba brick by brick. Fanny Ba looked at the hesitant bodyguards and asked, "What? You guys are going to betray me too?" A few brawny and strong men, scared like quails, shook their heads. "Don't dare, don't dare. We'll do it now." Fanny Ba ignored them. He took the bottle of wine, drank as he walked, and quickly left the place. The bodyguard in the lead, Lu Hong, didn't dare to stop Fanny Ba, and could only arrange for two people to follow Fanny Ba, protecting him from a distance. Fanny Ba sipped his wine. He didn't know where he was going. Although Hangzhou has his real estate everywhere, there is no place that is his home. The matrimonial home was where Ji Ruxue stole the clean. The old Fan family mansion was where Xia Shanshan was taken. As long as he went back, he would think of these, tormenting him to the point of pain. He walked down the street alone, like a wandering soul, lonely, forlorn, and silent. He wandered the roads like a homeless wild dog, until the early hours of the morning, when the sky was completely covered by a black curtain, and all the lights went out one by one. The bottle of wine in his hand was empty, and he was tired of walking, and it just so happened that there was a five-star hotel on the side of the road. He shook his head and walked towards the hotel. The bodyguard behind him was very sensible and immediately showed up and opened a presidential suite for him. After getting the room card, he walked into the elevator alone. Fanny Ba drank a lot today. He drank a lot at the engagement banquet, and then drank a few more bottles after arriving at the wedding room. He would feel like his entire body was light and a gust of wind could blow him over. The presidential suite was on the top floor, 66th floor, and the elevator stopped at over 50 floors. Soon, a disheveled and stumbling woman rushed into the elevator. She gets in the elevator and slams the door shut as fast as she can. It was as if there was some horror chasing her behind. Fanny Ba squinted and sized up the woman, who was not very old, like a freshly graduated college student, with a tall figure. 170 out of her head was rare in the south. Her jacket was missing and she was wearing a cream-colored tight long skirt, outlining the perfect curves of her body. Her face is delicate as a picture. Her skin is as delicate as jade, with a light peach color, as if gently kissed by the spring breeze. Those eyes, which were originally as clear as water, were now covered with a thin layer of mist, making people unable to resist wanting to explore. Her long hair was like a waterfall, gently swaying with her slightly drunken movements, emitting a faint scent of wine and a woman's unique fragrance, intertwining together to form an ineffable and charming aura. Her figure was exquisite, as if she was a blooming flower, gently swaying in the wind. Even if Fanny Ba had seen a lot and grown up in a heap of beauties, he had to say that the woman in front of him was a rare and stunning beauty on earth. Even compared to Ji Ruxue, she was comparable and had her own style. Fanny Ba just looked at a glance, and then retracted his gaze. He will drink too much is also very difficult. Urgent need to fall into bed to rest, but the woman who just came in seems to be more than she drank. The whole person is shaking. White as jade arm cannot grasp the handrail. The whole person to Fanny Ba tilted over. Fanny Ba instinctively reached out and held her up. At the moment of contact, Fanny Ba felt that he was embracing a Hatian white jade, with delicate and soft skin like luster. His heart fluttered with it. The woman leaned into his arms and murmured, "Save me, please, save me." Fanny Ba quickly realized that something was wrong. The woman's body temperature was extraordinarily high, and some abnormal red spots appeared on her snow-white skin. Before Fanny Ba could react, the woman in his arms tilted her head and kissed her. She wrapped her hands around Fanny Ba's neck and pulled down hard. Fanny Ba tried his best to control her, and as soon as the elevator arrived, he rushed out the door and carried her towards his room. Chapter 11 Dewdrop Love Affair. Upon arriving at the room, the woman in her arms became even more impatient as she desperately tore at her in Fanny Ba's clothes. Miss, you, don't talk, kiss me. Fanny Ba's mouth was blocked as he looked at the stunning beauty near him, those drunken eyes, as if the whole world was spinning in her pupils. The mesmerizing beauty was mesmerizing. Her skin was like a freshly peeled egg, fair and lustrous, so delicate that her pores were almost invisible. Fanny Ba almost got lost in it. Just as Fanny Ba was about to exert his strength to push the woman away, the woman in his arms seemed to have sensed it. She used to continue, "Please, save me." Her voice was like a yellow warbler crying on a branch in early spring, crisp and pleasant. Fanny Ba was already drunk to the top. Where could he resist such temptation? Closing his eyes, immersed in it, Fanny Ba in the hotel dry fire, and Ji Ruxue in the Fan family old mansion ate the door. In her painstakingly begged, the housekeeper Uncle Lai only told her, "Fanny Ba, this will go to the wedding room." Ji Ruxue knew, and then hoofed it to the wedding room. "Iba must have me in her heart. She is waiting for me in the wedding room." Ji Ruxue would be incomparable in her heart, and she was quite relaxed. The fact that Fanny Ba could go to the wedding room showed that he still couldn't let go of Ji Ruxue. "By the way, Iba and I made an appointment to go to the wedding room after the engagement banquet. He has a gift for me." Ji Ruxue guessed that Fanny Ba must have gone to prepare the gift. Indeed, Fanny Bu did prepare a gift, the wedding dress that was burned by Fanny Bu's own hands. When Ji Ruxue rushed to the wedding room, where is the figure of Fanny Ba? There were only a few bodyguards with their jackets off in the entire wedding room, and they were wielding baseball bats and smashing all the decorations. Ji Ruxue was almost so angry that her blood flowed backwards. "Stop, what are you doing? Who told you to smash? Get out of here right now." She rushed into the villa and berated the bodyguards. The few bodyguards of course knew who Ji Ruxue was. She almost became the mistress of this place. Fanny Ba told to smash it. Ji Ruxue stopped it, and they didn't know who to listen to. In case Fanny Ba and Ji Ruxue ended up together again, it was too difficult to know if they would be liquidated. Don't make me say it a second time. Get lost. Ji Ruxue's heart was dripping blood, although she wasn't particularly satisfied with this bridal suite either. But no matter what, this was also her and Fanny Nan's bridal suite. It was only because she wanted Fanny Nan to save the project that she tricked Fanny Nan into buying it in the first place. The few bodyguards could only drop their sticks when they saw this and walked outside. At this time, Ji Ruxue suddenly asked, "Wait, who told you guys to smash it? Who burned the things on the ground?" The bodyguard honestly said, It was the young master who told me to." What was burned on the ground was the wedding dress and photo frame. Receiving this answer, Ji Ruxue once again broke her defenses as she roared loudly, "Scram! Scram!" Once the people left, she sat paralyzed on the ground. This time, she really understood that Fanny Ba was serious. Fanny Ba wasn't playing with his temper. He really wanted to break up with her. She knew about the wedding dress. Fanny Ba had specially flown to Europe in the first place, lived there for a month, and personally inlaid the wedding dress with gems. His gift is this wedding dress. Right. Why? Why don't you even give me a chance to explain? Ji Ruxue slumped on the carpet in agony. Soon, she noticed the blood stains on the carpet. The bright red blood, sprayed on the white plush carpet, looked particularly blinding. He spat blood. It's Ichibo spitting blood. What the hell did I do? Can I make him angry like this? Ji Ruxue was at a loss for words as she lay on the ground crying in pain. At this moment, she was like a fallen leaf that had been mercilessly swept by the autumn wind, bleak and powerless. Her eyes were filled with despair and grief, and those eyes that were originally soulful and sparkling were at this moment like a pool of stagnant water, losing all their luster. In this cold night, any warmth seemed so unattainable. Inside the presidential suite, on the luxurious bed, Fanny Ba and the strange woman were still in a state of flirtation and entanglement. An hour later, Fanny Ba was the first to lose. So many things happened today, he was already exhausted. How can he have the energy to do this kind of thing? But this girl was drugged, and her body instinctively intertwined with Fanny Ba's body. Fanny Ba knew that this was because the effect of the drug in her body had not yet been fully released. In the spirit of saving people to the end and sending Buddha to the West, he gritted his teeth and continued to insist. After an hour, the girl's drug effect completely passed, and her entire body went limp on the bed, and Fanny Ba was also liberated. He leaned back to the sky, his body was weak, his legs were weak, and he said weakly, "Damn, don't, let me find out who drugged him. I'll have to kill him." After saying this, he rolled his eyes and fell asleep. Under the early morning sunlight, the girl was the first to wake up. She was like a blooming white lotus, pure and dazzling. Her beauty not only lies in the delicacy of her features, but also in the unique temperament that radiates from the inside out. The sunlight gently sprinkled on her skin, as if covering her with a layer of golden veil, making her look even more holy and noble. The slight blush that came through was like the scarlet on a shy young girl's face, adding a bit of delicacy and as if proving that she had changed from a young girl to a woman. Her eyes were like deep lakes, clear and bright. The long eyelashes fluttered gently, as if they were speaking of endless tenderness. Lu Mengyao was hysterical for a while before she realized that she was lying on an unfamiliar bed, and there was a man she didn't know on the bed. She subconsciously wanted to scream, but immediately covered her mouth with her hand. She was afraid of waking this man up and being defiled once more. At this time, she felt like her body had been hit by a car, and her whole body was about to fall apart, especially XX. It was hot and painful. A kind of humiliation and grief spread from the bottom of her heart, and the tears could not stop flowing. Am I still being taken back? It turned out that Lu Mengyao was the Magic City Opera Academy, a college student who was about to graduate. She signed a debut with Hongyi Film and Television before she graduated. Yesterday, she was invited by her senior, Lu Jie, to attend a performance in Hangzhou. After the show, Lu Jie brought her out to meet some investors. Before she came, Lu Jie hinted at her to let go a little tonight and make appropriate sacrifices. Unexpectedly, the so-called liberalization is pointed out to sell her body and use her body to please the gold master. Of course she did not agree. She was going to leave on the spot, but Lu Jie did not agree. In the end, Lu Jie took a step back and let her toast a glass of wine before leaving. She thought she would be fine after drinking the glass of wine, but she didn't realize that this was the beginning of the nightmare. There was something wrong with that glass of wine. She quickly became delirious and was sent to the suite to wait for the gold master to enjoy it. Luckily, she had a strong will, and when the gold master came in, she spit directly all over that man. It made the general bellied, balding man so angry that he cursed and went to take a shower. She then had the chance to rush out of the room, but the man soon realized it and was about to chase him out in his bathrobe. But I didn't expect that it would end up being cheaper for Fanny Ba. Lu Mengyao looked at Fanny Ba, who was huffing and puffing on the bed, and the memories of last night slowly surfaced. Was it me who pushed him down? Lu Mengyao finally remembered that she was the one who took the initiative to climb onto Fanny Ba's waist and ripped his clothes. Thinking back to last night, the incomparably ridiculous night, Lu Mengyao had a haze on her face. What should I do? What to do? She pulled over the quilt and wrapped it tightly around herself. Not knowing what to do, she glanced at Fanny Ba again, her lips as red as cherries, slightly upturned, and realized that the man who had taken her body was really good looking, with three-dimensional features and a robust body. Even if she was used to seeing handsome men in the movie and television industry, she was still attracted to Fanny Ba. Lu Mengyao gathered her gaze on Fanny Ba's face. She softly said, "Luckily it's you. Forget it, it's cheap. If it was that old man, I'd go to hell." Lu Mengyao got off the bed with bare feet. Her snow-white and delicate skin looked like a goddess from Greek mythology, except that there were more red hickeys and claw marks on her skin. If all this was known by those boys in her school, I wonder how many people would be heartbroken. Lu Mengyao appearance exceptionally outstanding. Face value online. Still in school has appeared in several film and television productions and commercials. Although not hot, also not the main character. Because she is really pretty. She is already famous in the entertainment industry and has many fans. She has always been an ice-clear jade girl image in the audience's mind, and her future development prospects are very promising, but she still can't escape the crushing of capital, and almost fell into the plaything of the gold master. She took a light step to carefully pick up the ground-broken clothes, haphazardly put on the body, but still cannot cover her body. She had no choice but to put Fanny Ba's suit jacket on her body. I slept with him and wore his clothes away. Isn't that a bit immoral? Lu Mengyao hesitated for a moment to remove the necklace from her neck and placed it on the bedside, also leaving a line. Finally, she smiled bitterly and said, "Do I count this as floating singing?" Lu Mengyao covered her face and cried and laughed. She used Fanny Ba's jacket and wrapped herself tightly before heading out, but just before she reached the door, she stopped and paused. She elegantly turned back and took a sly glance at Fanny Ba, who was sleeping like a pig, as if she wanted to carve this man's appearance deep in her heart. A moment later, she opened the door and left without hesitation. Fanny Ba didn't wake up from this sleep until 3 o'clock in the morning. Where is everyone? When he woke up, where was Lu Mengyao shadow? He searched several suites and no one was there. Then he realized that Lu Mengyao had left first. He returned to the bed and saw the necklace on the bed and the piece of paper, only to see it written on it. Dewey love. Don't miss it. Don't think about it. The jacket I wore away. The necklace as compensation. Fanny Ba held the necklace in his hand and placed it on his nose to gently smell it, feeling the unique flavor above that belonged to Lu Mengyao. Finally, he saw the red bloodstains on yesterday's bedsheet and revealed a meaningful look. I want to run after sleeping. No way. He looked at the scratches on his body. Some places were dripping with blood, enough to prove how fierce the battle was last night. He took out his phone and called his bodyguard. Lu Hong, someone came in my house last night. I want to know all her information in an hour. Also, go get me a set of clothes to come in. Without waiting for Lu Hao to answer, Fanny Ba hung up the phone and went to the bathroom to take a shower, while Lu Hao on the other side of the phone was scared half to death. What? Someone broke into young master's room yesterday? Quickly, go check the CCTV to see what kind of person entered the young master's room. Chapter 12 Taking Chinbo. Fanny Ba had just washed up when the bodyguard appeared at the door with a change of clothes and a piece of information. So fast. What have you all found out? Fanny Ba didn't bother to look at the information. He asked as he got dressed. Bodyguard Lu Hong said, Young master, we found out that this woman who went into the room with you last night is called Lu Mengyao, and is currently still a college student, attending the famous Magic City Opera Academy. She was invited to Hangzhou yesterday to attend a performance, and after finishing, she attended a wine banquet and was drugged. Where is she now? The high-speed train early in the morning. She's already in Magic City now. Lu Mengyao left Fanny Ba's room early in the morning and went back to the room she opened. After changing her clothes, she fled back to Mordor despite the soreness in her body. Fanny Ba asked, who was the invitee? We found out. It's Lu Jie, who also graduated from the theater school. Lu Mengyao's senior. So it was him who drugged Lu Mengyao? Lu Hong said with certainty. It should be. Even if it's not him, he's still an accomplice, responsible for pulling the strings. Fanny Bao snorted coldly with a murderous look on his face. A matchmaker, to put it bluntly, is a pimp. Whose bed is he going to send Lu Mengyao to? Lu Hong said awkwardly. This person you know, has a great relationship. Fanny Ba had just put his jacket on and looked very surprised when he heard Lu Hong say that he actually knew this person. What? I still know. Tell me instead. Who is it? I actually know such a scumbag. Fanny Ba thought that he was considered a clean rich kid, without the bad habits of those playboys, and the friends he interacted with were more people with the same interests and good character. No, which one is such a character? Lu Hong awkwardly glanced at Fanny Ba as he stammered. It's Third Master Qin? Third Master Qin? Who is Third Master Qin? Fanny Ba didn't think for a moment. Where did he know any Third Master Qin? Surname Qin? Wait. Fanny Ba thought of someone. This person fit. You're talking about Qin Bo? Qin Hai's younger brother? Yes, that's him. Mentioning this person, Fanny Ba also hated him with a passion. Qin Bo was greedy for money and sex, and he often used the Fan family's banner to make a fool of himself outside. He was originally working as a security guard in the company under the Ji family, and then Qin Hai came to find Fanny Ba and gave Qin Bo a certain request for an errand. In order to please Qin Hai's future husband, Fanny Ba directly arranged Qin Bo to the company's headquarters, giving him a logistics department head of the fat job. As a result, Qin Bo once gained power. The trend of Qin Jia old and young all arranged into the headquarters of the company. The Qin family, in the company Maverick, eat and take kickbacks, accept bribes, enrich themselves. The whole company made a mess. Fanny Ba did not expect that Qin Bo, who was a small security guard at the beginning, had actually developed into a big gold master, turning into an existence that could make movie and television companies send beautiful women to their doorsteps. It could be imagined that Qin Bo did not know how many benefits he had sought by borrowing the banner of the Fan family, before Xia Shanshan looked for him to sue. But Fanny Ba did not want to make things difficult for Qin Hai, but also to give face to Ji Ruxue, has been letting Xia Shanshan bear the blame. Unexpectedly, this Qin Bo actually hit the idea to Xia Shanshan. He blatantly molested Xia Shanshan, but of course he only dared to go through the motions. In his last life, Fanny Ba didn't clean him up. In this life, it would take him. Send me to the company. The Yibo building was the most famous skyscraper in Hangzhou. The building was more than 500 meters tall and had more than 100 floors. The entire building was owned by the Fan family. The headquarters of the Fan family group of companies was also in this building. Fanny Ba didn't let his bodyguards accompany him. He got off the car far away and walked towards the building alone. But soon, he was stopped by a cross-faced, fierce security guard who stopped Fanny Ba inside the lobby. His tone was rather impatient, as if Fanny Ba owed him $5 million. What are you doing? You dare to barge inside without even saying hello. know what this place is? This security guard was disheveled, and the buttons on his security uniform were either crooked or unbuttoned. Not even a hat. The building's security guards and greeters represented the facade of the entire building, and apparently, if this security guard was allowed to represent the Yibo building, the building could be closed before it was too late. Faniba, I know, Aba Mansion. I'm going to the headquarters of the fan style group. You're going when you say you're going. On what grounds? Do you have an appointment? Faniba laughed in exasperation. He didn't expect to go back to his own company. He still needed an appointment. Although he hadn't come to the company for a long time, it was the most basic requirement for company employees to recognize their own boss. Apparently, this security guard didn't even make it. Faniba, the entire building is mine. I can go wherever I want. You still can't control me. The security guard was amused by Faniba's words. Egu, holy, you little white boy are arrogant. You think you're Faniba? If you're Faniba, I'm his deadbeat old man. Fan Hongwon, how about that? Don't you hurry up and call your father. Faniba's eyes were filled with killing intent. Insulting him could be tolerated, but daring to insult his father, this person would surely die. Just as Faniba was about to call the bodyguards in, another security guard quickly ran over. He just glanced at Faniba and immediately saluted him respectfully. Young master, I'm sorry, I didn't know beforehand that you were coming over and didn't arrange for anyone to greet you. This new security guard was in his 40s, with a decent appearance, formal instrumentation, neat and standardized clothing, and not only did he wear a hat properly, he also had white gloves on his hands. In contrast, the previous security guard was simply scum. I go, old horse, what are you blindly forcing? That's your young master. You're bluffing me. The Fan family's young master can go out without 7 or 8 bodyguards. What kind of young master is he? The previous security guard said with a disdainful face. His mind was like mush. He didn't think about who would always pretend to be Faniba in the Fan family's company. Isn't this sending him to find death? Faniba didn't pay attention to him. He looked at this later security guard and coldly asked, "What's your name? How do you know me?" Ma Foreign returned, "Young master, my name is Ma Foreign. A few years ago you came to the company and I had the honor of meeting you once." The security guard with a cross-faced face heard Ma Foreign speak with a nose, not like he was joking. His brain finally turned around. What? No way. Is he really Faniba? He took a closer look at Faniba, and this time, he finally felt that innate nobility and steady temperament in Faniba, which would definitely not show up so naturally without a little bit of family heritage and long years of cultivation. However, even if he knew that the person in front of him was Faniba, this security guard still didn't have much fear. Instead, he walked up with a lewd face and directly went up and wrapped his arms around Faniba's neck, and pressed Faniba's head to his mouth. Faniba height 185, body robust and upright, and this security guard at most 170, short and fat wrong, do not know what the personnel is doing to eat. Such a person can be recruited to the company. Hey, brother-in-law finally see you in person for his Ji Ruxue's cousin Zhao Kai security team vice captain. We are family, ha ha ha, Zhao Kai said quietly in Faniba's ear. After saying that, he also held his obese belly and saluted unorthodoxly in front of Faniba. Zhao Kai, the daughter of Qin Hai's sister, because of fighting and brawling, was expelled before graduating from junior high school, mixing for many years without accomplishing anything. And I don't know when I was stuffed into the company. But, Faniba did not know when Zhao Kai became a company security guard. He is still the vice captain of the security team. Of course all of this has to do with his indulgence. Chapter 13, I want to hear the truth. Faniba was nauseated when Zhao Kai wrapped his arms around his neck. The smell of Han on Zhao Kai's body was extremely heavy, as if he hadn't bathed in 10 days and a half months. In addition to Zhao Kai's cigarette odor and bad breath, it was about to make Faniba vomit. Faniba couldn't bear it for a moment and hurriedly pushed him away. He quickly pushed him away and retreated to the side to get some fresh air. Zhao Kai was pushed away, also not annoyed. Smilingly stood on the side. He also used his eyes to provoke Ma Foreign on the side, as if to say again, "See, Faniba is my brother-in-law. We have a good relationship." Zhao Kai does not know what happened yesterday at the engagement party. He was in the office last night and a group of security guards playing cards all night, and then in the morning in the duty room slept for a long time, until just woke up. Zhao Kai did not know that Faniba diaphragmed him. He also licked his face and went forward and said, "Hey, brother-in-law brother, I lost a lot yesterday playing cards. You see, can you support me a little?" Faniba didn't know where he got the courage to dare to directly ask him for money, simply not putting him, the young master of the mansion, in his eyes, and it was directly asking for money, or because he lost in a card game, not even a loan. Faniba incredulously and confirming once, "What did you say, brother-in-law? You're so rich." The tip of your finger casually showing 3 melons and 2 dates is enough. When I see Rushue's sister next time, certainly in front of her to give you a good word. Fanny Ba, your sister? Ji Ruxue. It looks like you guys are not on good terms. How can it be? We have a good relationship. For mom is her real aunt. Watched her grow up since childhood. I'm her big brother. Ah. Fanny Ba smiled contemptuously. He and Ji Ruxue had been together for so many years. He had never heard her say anything about her relatives on the Qin family's side. Qin Hai was the door-to-door son-in-law of the Ji family, and the Ji family didn't even pay attention to Qin Hai, so how could they arrange jobs for these ragtag members of the Qin family? He was only giving Qin Hai face when he was nice to the Qin family before, although Ji Ruxue does not treat Qin Hai as a father, but no matter what, Qin Hai is Fanny Ba's old man. Fanny Ba face or to take care of Qin Hai. That's why the Qin family gang of 7 aunts and aunts to work in the company, giving high wages to support this bunch of waste things. Fanny Ba also just thought, give them some idle jobs, spend a little money to buy a peace of mind. I did not expect these people do not know what is good and bad, actually in the company to make trouble. Old Ma, go and call everyone in the security team over. Yes, although Ma Fu Ren didn't know what the young master was going to do, but as a qualified employee, just respond to the boss's request at the first time. And Zhao Kai would suddenly be a bit flustered this time. This Fanny Ba isn't as good as Uncle Qin Hai said. He still remembers Qin Hai saying in front of him, this Fanny Ba, can't live without my daughter in this life. And he's also respectful to me as his old husband, and responds to everything he asks for. You go to his company, as his own company, no need to be formal. Whenever you see Fanny Ba, identify yourselves and he will take care of you. At first, Zhao Kai was still a little apprehensive. After all, he, who hadn't even graduated from junior high school, had no diploma, hadn't been in the military, and was a street hustler. He didn't even have to attend the interview, and directly became a security guard with a monthly salary of tens of thousands of dollars in the top company in Hangzhou. After becoming a security guard, he was also honestly on the shift for a few days, but later, he saw the second Uncle Qin Bo in the front desk to molest the young lady. Actually no one tube. He then understood the weight of Qin Hai's words in the beginning. Not long after, his parents, and some of the village's 7 aunts and uncles all entered the company. Some were purchasing for the cafeteria, some were security guards, and some were in charge of the fleet. It can be said that the logistics of the entire Fan family company are controlled by the Qin family. Everyone knows that the Qin family from which a lot of money to eat, take card deductions, but no one tube, because the consequences of those who dare to tube are not very good. Xia Shanshan is a clear example. 2 minutes later, a wave of security guards trotted to the hall with neat steps. These dozen or so people neatly lined up in 2 lines under the leadership of Ma Fu Ren and stood in front of Fanny Ba. Fanny Ba gave an expressionless look and asked, have all the people arrived? When Fanny Ba suddenly asked this question, Ma Fu Ren didn't know how to answer, and he carefully swept a glance at Zhao Kai. Fanny Ba didn't realize that Zhao Kai's lustful authority in the security team was so great that Ma Fu Ren didn't even dare to tell the truth in front of him. He, the head of the Fan family, was actually no match for a punk in the company. Fanny Ba burst into a rage as he lashed out. I'm asking you, what are you looking at him for? How come this company is run by his family? Who the hell pays your salary? Actually, this was all Fanny Ba's fault. Who made him too indulgent to Ji Ruxue's family before? And Ji Ruxue is the future mistress of this place. With Fanny Ba's previous style of behavior, it is estimated that in the end the company will be handed over to Ji Ruxue to manage. How could Ma Fu Ren and these part-time workers dare to offend these relatives of the Empress? Ma Fu Ren was frightened and immediately straightened his attitude. I'm sorry, young master. I will always be a member of the Fan family. You can trust my loyalty. The entire security team, there are 45 people, 3 teams in total. Standing in front of you are the 15 people of the first team, and I am the captain of this team. What about the other 2 teams? Fanny Ba's words had just fallen. A dozen security guards came sparsely at the main entrance, and compared to the first team's elite, this wave of people were simply scattered soldiers, like routed soldiers who had lost a battle. These people in Zhao Kai are simply the same, standing without standing like, with the street black jerks. Fanny Ba looked at him with his blood churning. The richest man in Hangzhou. The security guards of Fan's company headquarters building were actually a bunch of street gangsters. He felt that his face was disgraced, and along with it, the entire Fan family was disgraced. Even if Fan Hongwen came back to life, he could still be infuriated once more. Fanny Ba hated his teeth, but these were the bitter fruits of his own seeding. Without his consent, how could these people waste into the Yibo group? Fanny Ba in a glance at the number of people present in a total of only more than 30 people. There are still 10 or so people did not arrive. He asked, are all the people here? This time, without waiting for Ma Fu Ren to answer, Zhao Kai grabbed the lead and said, Yibo, there are still a few relatives who got sick today and didn't come to the company. If you have any care, just tell us, I'll relay it to them later. Oh, yes? Aha, yes. Fanny Ba growled angrily. Did I ask you? Who told you to answer? Step aside. Ha! Zhao Kai swallowed a mouthful of water in shock, instantly losing his arrogance and hiding behind the crowd. You, Ma Fu Ren, come here. Fanny Ba pointed at Ma Fu Ren and told him to come forward. You come and tell me, what's the situation with the security team right now? Did the rest of them really take a leave of absence? What about their leave slips? Bring them to me. Finally, Fanny Ba added, I want to hear the truth. You answer truthfully. You don't have to be afraid of them retaliating against you. I'm cleaning up these black sheep today. Chapter 14, The Qin Family's Group of Assholes. Hearing Fanny Ba state his position in this manner, Ma Fu Ren's eyes lit up and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Ma Fu Ren, young master, currently the security team, except for the first team of mine, recruits retired soldiers. The other two teams are relatives and friends from the Qin family side. Those 30 people, most of them are jerks like Zhao Kai, who loiter in the company, not obeying the management at all or participating in security tasks, and spend most of their time nestled in the duty room playing cards. Hearing this, the anger in Fanny Ba's eyes was already about to spurt out. Outrageous! Did I pay a salary for them to come and play? Then where are some others? Where are they? Ma Fu Ren looked at Zhao Kai and gritted his teeth. Young master, there are still some people who haven't come to the company at all. It's said that those people are a bunch of old men who are just taking up slots to get their salary and 5 insurance premiums for nothing. Actually taking empty paychecks. Ma Fu Ren directly went out on a limb. He choked and said, Young master, if it's just greed for money that's fine. After this group of people came to the company, they simply treated this place as their own home, flaunting their power all day long. A number of our old colleagues were forced out by them. They drove those elite team members away and then stuffed their own family members into the team. Those who were able to stay, either their families had been favored by the Fan family, or they were persuaded down by General Manager Xia's bitter words. To tell you the truth, I was the chief of the security team before, but after the Qin family came, they directly ousted me and made Zhao Kai's father the chief. But after he took the position, he almost never came to the company. Fanny Ba's face became even more gloomy. This is the headquarters of the Fan family. The security force actually turned out to be like this. How can the safety of the employees inside and the company's confidential materials be guaranteed? Young master, there are still some things. I don't know if I should speak or not. Speak. You can say anything, even if it's to scold me. I don't dare to. Young master, I'm going out on a limb today. Big deal. I'm quitting. Fanny Ba knew that this was because he had gone too far before, causing an old man of the Fan family like Ma Fu Ren to have no confidence. Old Ma, you don't have to worry. This is me being serious. I know that I indulged too much before, causing the company to become like this. Now I'm trying to set things right. Say whatever you know. If there's evidence, it's best, and let all these people get lost at that time. And you dutiful employees, I will compensate. Fanny Ba said these words, not only to Ma Fu Ren, but also to inspire the security guards of the first team. And the people on the Qin family's side instantly panicked when they heard these words. What's the situation? Who is he? Why does it feel like he's going to find us in trouble? Who dares to find trouble with us? This company is all owned by our family. Who dares to control us? This 1 and 2 were even more arrogant than Zhao Kai. No wonder he could force away so many people. Even old men like Old Ma dared to be angry. Old Ma, you don't need to mind them. You continue. Okay, young master. These people don't just cheat and don't work seriously. They also molested the female employees in the company and even approached the company's clients to ask for favors in person. It's a shock when you don't hear it. These people were actually bold enough to dare to break the law, molesting the company's female employees not to mention. They also dare to bring those outside the lost women into the company, visit the company's building, in the building lounge to mess around. Total disregard for the company's security regulations. The company is home. Treatment of some small customers is even more arrogant. They privately charge a high parking fee. Do not give will not be allowed to enter the company to do business. Forced these people have no choice but to obediently give money. Fanny Ba heard. Angry words cannot say. This has simply not put him in the eyes. He is the sinner of the Fan family. Now, he could understand more about Xia Shanshan's lack of ease. With such a group of people dragging their feet, she still managed to make the Fan family proud in this Hangzhou city. In the end, Fanny Ba gently patted Ma Fu Ren's shoulder. Old Ma, it's been hard on you guys. It's all my fault. It's my indulgence in condoning the traitors that caused such a situation today. It almost destroyed the foundation that my Fan family had worked so hard for so many generations to build. Hearing Fanny Ba say this, Ma Fu Ren was so excited that he almost shed tears. He was an old man who followed Fan Hongwen and had worked in the Fan family for more than 20 years, so he had feelings for the Fan family. Otherwise, with his experience and ability, he would have long gone to another company. Where else would he have stayed here and suffered from this nonsense? Young master, it's good that you can understand. It's not too late. It's not too late. Fanny Ba understood what he meant by that. Ma Fu Ren had been waiting for him to repent but it occurred to him that in his last life, weren't there many old Fan family members like old Ma waiting for him to regain control of the company, sweep away this garbage, and return a clean slate to the Fan family. Unfortunately, these people were disappointed in the end, and he surrendered the Fan family to Ji Ruxue, and the Fan family became the property of the Ji family, and Fanny Ba ended up in a tragic death in a nursing home. For the sake of the woman whose employees didn't love him, he destroyed the Fan family and broke so many people's hearts. Ba, why don't you go up even though you came to the company? Xia Shanshan, with some assistant secretaries, appeared behind Fanny Ba. She, like a bright star, elegant and calm, slowly walked to Fanny Ba's side, her eyes spitting out intimacy and care. Today, Xia Shanshan was wearing a professional suit with a black customized suit. The fabric was exquisite. The cut fit, showing her tall and delicate figure. Every line on the suit seemed to be carefully sculpted, showing her majesty as the president while not losing her feminine softness. Her shirt was pure white, pure and flawless, forming a sharp contrast with the suit, making her even more elegant. Seeing Xia Shanshan again, Fanny Ba's nose was slightly sour, and his eyes were instantly a little red. What? You are aggrieved. Are these security guards bullying you? Xia Shanshan thought that these security guards didn't give face to Fanny Ba, making Fanny Ba embarrassed. She knew the scoundrels of these security guards. One by one they were all hooligans. If it wasn't for Fanny Ba not allowing it before, she would have already cleaned these people up. No. In Xia Shanshan's eyes, Fanny Ba had always been like a child, never growing up. Sister, I'm wrong. It's me who can't distinguish between good and bad, causing you so much trouble. Xia Shanshan glanced at old Ma, who gave Xia Shanshan an affirmative look that Xia Shanshan instantly understood. Yibo, you are my closest family member. Whatever choice you make, sister will support you. Sister. Fanny Ba was moved to tears by Xia Shanshan's words. Xia Shanshan's words were not just words. In his last life, Fanny Ba just gave her a phone call. Xia Shanshan handed over the power of the company without any resistance at all, and was truly unconditionally supportive of Fanny Ba's choice. In the end, when Fanny Ba was beaten into a vegetable, it was also Xia Shanshan who took good care of him. Fanny Ba secretly vowed in his heart, sister, in my last life, I failed you. I have not protected you. In this life I will live up to my expectations. Chapter 15, 25% of the Fan family shares. Pa, these assholes, call the legal department over, then go to the police and arrest all these people. Make them spit out all the money they swallowed. Fanny Ba was fuming in the chairman's office. He looked at the information that Xia Shanshan provided up and slapped the table in anger. It turned out that Xia Shanshan was not idle. Although she couldn't control it, every illegal and disorderly thing that these people did was recorded by the people she arranged, just waiting for the day when Fanny Ba wakes up. In his last life he had not read these reporting materials. In this life it was finally sent to him. After reading the materials he realized, Qin family, this gang, in the end how excessive. Work idleness, eating empty pay is already considered conscientious. Cafeteria procurement side, Ji Ruxue's aunt, Qin Xiaojio, when the procurement supervisor, she misrepresented. Substandard, charge high rebates, a few years actually swallowed a few million more, and Ji Ruxue's third uncle, Qin Bo, is even more abominable. He is the entire company logistics boss. Any purchase of the company have to go through his hands, large to computer tables and chairs, small to toilet paper napkins. All suppliers have to give him a gift, not to mention, but also to give him kickbacks. For years down, he bought 7 or 8 houses in Hangzhou, a villa, cars have 4 or 5, no one car less than 600,000 yuan. Even if the vice president's annual salary is $1 million, he can't afford to buy this many houses and cars. Moreover, he had raised several women outside, including female college students. Sis, what kind of people are these? How could I do such a stupid thing? You hit me. To relieve your anger. Fanny Ba saw the back and couldn't wait to slap himself. Qin Bo molested female employees in the company, moved his hands and often sexually harassed them. After Xia Shanshan knew about it, she specifically looked for Qin Bo to talk, but it turned out that Qin Bo was actually not afraid. He simply looked down on Xia Shanshan as his adopted daughter, and dared to hit her with his ideas. Xia Shanshan was infuriated. She looked for Fanny Ba, said this thing, but at that time Fanny Ba eyes only Ji Ruxue, simply did not put this matter on the heart. After Qin Bo knew about it, he intensified his efforts and often harassed Xia Shanshan. If it wasn't for the fact that Xia Shanshan had some old Fan family members around her to protect her, it's not likely that Qin Bo could really get his hands on her. Okay, sister, this is not nothing. It's all in the past. Now that you can wake up is the best thing. Sister has no more anger whatsoever. Xia Shanshan stroked Fanny Ba's hair, not mentioning those unpleasant experiences back then. She laughed those things off. By the way, are you really going to send these people to the police station? Well, of course, not only will I make them spit out all their money, I'm going to make them go to jail. It's best to spend the rest of their lives in jail. How could Fanny Ba let them go? Especially that Qin Bo. He wanted to make Qin Bo regret coming to this world. Good. It's fine if you have this attitude. I'll arrange for someone to take care of the things behind. After Xia Shanshan finished speaking, she took this evidence and went to find someone to call the police. Not long after Xia Shanshan left, the general manager of the company's legal department, Wang Jin, a serious, even a little archaic woman, she knocked on the door of the chairman's office. Chairman, I am Wang Jin, general manager of the group company's legal department. You are looking for me. Wang Jin spoke stiffly and ruthlessly like an ice-cold machine. Her attitude towards Fanny Ba was even somewhat distant and disliked. Fanny Ba didn't know where he had offended her, and he didn't even recognize this Wang Jin. Wang Jin wore heavy glasses, and her short, capable hair was draped over her shoulders. Her features were exquisite, only her face was rather thin, and overall, although she couldn't compare to Xia Shanshan, she was still considered a rare high-scoring beauty. Fanny Ba, Manager Wang, I want to find you to help me draft an equity transfer agreement. Wang Jin was a bit surprised. Didn't Xia Shanshan say that this little cutie had come to her senses? How come there was still a need to transfer equity? Could it be because Fanny Ba wanted to arrest the Qin family's relatives, and he was afraid that Ji Ruxue would get angry, so he wanted to add some shares on top of the original bride price? This really was throwing away a lot of money to win a beauty smile. Wang Jin thought that Fanny Ba was transferring the shares to Ji Ruxue. What? 8% equity isn't enough? How many more points do you want to add? Wang Jin was talking about the 8% of fans' equity that was given to Ji Ruxue in the bride price. According to the engagement ceremony arrangement, after the exchange of engagement rings, there was the signing ceremony. Wang Jin personally drew up the equity transfer agreement and the real estate transfer agreement. Out of this agreement, Wang Jin was furious for days, scolding Fanny Ba for being a loser while writing it. She and Xia Shanshan are bosom friends and have been urging Xia Shanshan to resign and leave the Fan family. She knew how hard it was for Xia Shanshan to keep the Fan family business, but Fanny Ba took the money Xia Shanshan earned and gave it to the Ji family for nothing. It made Wang Jin so angry that she had a heart attack. Fanny Ba asked in a puzzled manner, what 8% equity? What is all this? You're not transferring it to Ji Ruxue? Of course not. I have withdrawn from marriage with her, but also give her equity for what? Really think I am a little cute? Give her a few tens of billions as a congratulatory gift. It's not like I'm the man in the cave. Wang Jin finally felt relieved when she heard him say this. Fanny Ba slapped his thighs violently. He had just been reborn and actually forgot about the bride price. Right, you reminded me. The shares and properties were not given to the Ji family, but the $8 billion bride price and 8 precious antique treasures were sent over in advance. You go back and send a notice to the Ji family to send the money and things back. Wang Jin acted as if she didn't recognize Fanny Ba. Was this still the innocent man she had heard about? Then if you don't give it to Ji Ruxue, who are you going to transfer this share to? You're looking at that family's girl again. Wang Jin was overwhelmed with emotion. Fanny Ba, this is considered to be a wake-up call. If you don't give it away in the West, give it away in the East. Is this share hot? It must be sent out. If you can't, you give it to me. Fanny Ba smiled slightly. He came to Wang Jin's ear and said 3 words. Wang Jin looked like she was shocked and delighted, but she agreed to him with incomparable alacrity this time. Okay, no problem. I'll draft it now, right away. Wang Jin hurriedly got up and went back to the legal department, without any steadiness at all. What's your hurry? Are you afraid I'll back out? Wang Jin paused. She was really afraid that Fanny Ba would regret it, and wanted to hurry to get the transfer agreement out and signed. Do you know how many shares to transfer? Oh, right. Then how much do you want to transfer? 25%. How much? 25% of the shares. Wang Jin was stunned. Paradigm Group's market capitalization was $400 billion. 25% was $100 billion. This was equivalent to the wealth of a Ji family. When it was given to Ji Ruxue, it was only 8%. Wang Jin was afraid that Fanny Ba was just talking, and it wasn't until Fanny Ba gave him an affirmative look that she realized that Fanny Ba was for real this time. She turned around, her face full of determination, her steps light and unhurried. Chapter 16, Xin Hai finds the door. Ever since Fan Hongwen passed the position of chairman to Fanny Ba, this chairman's office has been idle for many years, except for the first few months when Fanny Ba came over to sign some agreements. He rarely came over. Fanny Ba carefully surveyed this room. The layout is still exactly the same as 6 years, without the slightest change. The Yibo mansion was the tallest building in Hangzhou. He stood at the top of the building and looked down on the entire Hangzhou city. The pedestrians and vehicles on the road were like ants. At this moment, He finally understood why so many people were pursuing fame and wealth. This kind of feeling of being on top of the world, with a view of the mountains, really makes people crazy. Every time he comes here, Fannyba can recall the appearance of his father's office here, will encounter problems and troubles, also because of the success of the project and joy. After his parents passed away, Fannyba expended all his energy on pleasing Ji Ruxue, and it was as if he was using this way to dilute the sadness within him. The chairman's office, which never opens its doors to welcome guests, is very lively today. Soon the front desk called Qin Hai's door to ask for an audience. Qin Hai did have some level. He only used one night to turn the public's attention to the big melon in the entertainment industry. Last night, several paparazzi broke the news at the same time. It made 3 first-tier superstars instantly collapse their houses. Among them, there is also a couple. The 2 families play each other and know each other. Originally they were fine with each other and even worked together on screen. The audience was fooled and envied their love. Now, it's been exposed and the whole internet is cursing them both. The other head is not small. The stick country to return to school, the top stream of the entertainment industry. As a result, he was reported for drug use and whoring, and was caught on the spot by the police. These 2 national news, directly Ji Ruxue and Yifan this point things drown. In addition to a few net there is still discussing, there is no longer any attention. So, this morning, although the Ji family stock market fell hard, it was not as horrible as imagined. But, this thing must be dealt with cleanly. The internet is a memory, not likely to be turned out someday. Once a big deal, there are not so many stars to come out to carry the thunder. Therefore, the Ji family arranged for Qin Hai to come over and negotiate with Fannyba, allowing Fannyba to issue a statement that he misunderstood Ji Ruxue. The 2 have also made up. Originally, Ji Ruxue was allowed to personally come over to apologize, but since Ji Ruxue left last night, the Ji family had been unable to contact her. There was no choice but to let Qin Hai step in. After all, Fannyba had still given Qin Hai face before. To be able to place so many losers from the Qin family in the company. Qin Hai just arrived at the downstairs of the Yibo building. He saw his younger brother and sister, as well as nieces and nephews, hair children, were taken by the police to the police car. The police deployed several large trucks before the dozens of people all arrested. Qin Hai was dumbfounded. What is this situation? He hurriedly ran forward with several bodyguards and stopped them. Sister, Lao San, what's the situation? How did you guys get arrested? Qin Bo's face was dejected. He saw Qin Hai like he saw a savior. Brother, save me. Go talk to Fannyba and ask him to be magnanimous and spare me. Zhao Kai and the others followed suit and called out. Big uncle, save me. Fannyba has gone crazy. He's flipped out. He had that foster daughter call the police to arrest us all. You quickly get him to release us, or else let Sister Ruxue not marry him. Brother Hai, you're the one who said that this is your own company. Let us take whatever we want. I'll really just take whatever I want. Why did you call the police to arrest me? You quickly talk to your son-in-law and release us all. Brother, Xiao Hai, all kinds of people were looking for Qin Hai's help. Qin Hai now understood why. It looked like Fannyba was still angry. This was taking his Qin Hai's relatives to task. He immediately said to the police, you guys wait, I'm going to find Fannyba right now. I'll go right now. You guys will be fine. But this time the police will not care about him. Hard and hard. Put the person into the car. The alarm pulled and whistled away from Qin Hai. Qin Hai was so angry that he almost cursed, but he didn't have time to worry about his family's safety, and rushed into the building with his men at a moment's notice. Immediately, however, he was blocked again by Ma Fu Run. It wasn't until Fannyba gave his permission that Qin Hai went upstairs alone. After Qin Hai saw Fannyba, he still held his frame and had the posture of an old man. Iba, this is your fault. Those are your elder relatives. Even if they did something wrong, you tell me I'll deal with it. Why are you still bothering the police? Is it that Xia Shanshan instigated? I'm telling you, after you and Shuer get married, those relatives are all your relatives, and your future children will still have blood ties with them, but that adopted daughter is different. After all, she is an outsider. Different clan, different tribe, not even the same surname. How can you favor her? If Shuer finds out, she'll be angry. You quickly give the police a call. Let them hurry to put in. At that time, I will go to set up a few tables. You go to make a toast and apologize, and this matter will be forgotten. Fannyba sneered and watched him perform. He would like to see how this Qin Hai was able to talk about the dead as if they were alive. After half a day of Qin Hai's babbling, he finally realized that something was wrong. How is it that he is the only one who is comparing? Fannyba doesn't answer a single word. Iba, why don't you make a statement? A little thing is not to dance around. Oh, a little thing? Fanny Boo was furious. This Qin Hai is really able to confuse people. Last life was also like this. He always took Ji Ruxue to pressure him, because he was afraid of Ji Ruxue's anger. No matter what Qin Hai's request was, he agreed. That's what got the company into this state. Those relatives of yours, united to embezzle hundreds of millions of public money from the company. You call that a small matter? Gathering a crowd of people in the company and causing a mess is also a small matter? Molesting my staff in public, moving their hands and feet, the CCTV has recorded it. You also say it's a small matter? Snap. Finally, Fanny Ba slammed the table and fiercely got up to fiercely glare at Qin Hai. In fact, these are not the reasons why Fanny Ba got angry. Tracing the root of it, or Qin Bo actually hit Xia Shanshan's idea. In this life, Xia Shanshan was his life, his scales. Qin Hai was startled by Fanny Ba's sudden outburst and hesitated to know how to reply. All along, Fanny Ba had always been well-behaved and obedient in front of him, filial and understanding. Where would she throw her face at him like this? Like this? These I don't know. Hey, you should have said to me earlier. I warned them in advance. They wouldn't dare this. Or Qin Hai didn't know that the money Qin Bo embezzled, the big head of the filial piety to him, he was the one who earned the most, and he didn't have to show his face. Fanny Ba heard that this Qin Hai was still blaming him. Oh, Mr. Qin is saying this. Is he blaming me for not giving you a clear explanation of the company's rules in advance? Are they 3 years old? They still don't know what to do and what not to do. Qin Hai, no, how could I blame you? These things are indeed their fault. Look at it this way, can you give me face and release them? I guarantee that they will never do it again in the future. Fanny Ba simply didn't want to continue babbling about this matter with him. The Qin family's relatives. He was fixed, especially Qin Bo. This life will stay in prison. Fanny Ba said decisively. Mr. Qin, you don't have to bother anymore. I won't let these people go. I'm letting you go upstairs because there's something that needs to be done by your Ji family. If it's not done well, I'll sue even your Ji family. Qin Hai was not stupid. He would have sensed that Fanny Ba's tone was simply to the deaf. In his heart, Ji Ruxue quickly cursed to death. Good reason to raise what white boy? Their own good marriage for no. And now even the Qin family relatives have been her harm. Chapter 17, Returning the $8 billion dowry. Yibo, you say, although uncle doesn't have any status in the Ji family, but I will definitely support the request you made and help you bring the word to the table. The 8 billion plus dowry I gave to the Ji family earlier, as well as the 8 pieces of jewelry and paintings. When will your Ji family return it? Qin Hai didn't expect it to be this matter. He thought it was about Ji Ruxue and Yi Fan, demanding an explanation from the Ji family. He also fantasized that as long as the Ji family handled this matter beautifully, and Fanny Boo had this breath smoothed out, his marriage contract with Ji Ruxue could be renewed. And wouldn't the Qin family's relatives be saved? Yibo, listen to uncle, that Yi Fan and Shuer really don't have a relationship. It's all a misunderstanding. We already criticized Shuer after we found her yesterday, and she explained, she really treats the Ji Fan as her brother. You also know the situation of the Ji family. Shuer only has a younger sister. The family doesn't have any male children. It just so happens that Yi Fan saved her. That's why she recognizes Yi Fan as her younger brother. The two of you grew up together. Shuer loves you so much. How could she possibly do something to wrong you? Qin Hai didn't talk about Yi Fan and Ji Ruxue was fine. As soon as he talked about the two of them, Fanny Bo would remember that night. Ji Ruxue and Yi Fan were in his bridal chamber in a deadly embrace and passionate kiss. And in the end, Ji Ruxue ruthlessly gave him a fatal blow in order to save Yi Fan. When he thought of these, his already dead heart was added to the fire and burned with 1,000 holes. Shut up, do you think I'm blind? Who does she love in the end? Would I not be clear? Now you go and ask. Who will believe your bull **********. Qin Hai, I found that you are not a waste. Empty words, dead can be said by you to come alive. You are a little ability in the body. Otherwise the Ji family's bowl of soft rice. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to serve it on the table. Qin Hai had never been insulted by Fanny Ba like this before. This was simply a facepalm attack. He stood up and pointed at Fanny Ba, his fingers shaking with anger. You! Fanny Ba ignored it. The current Qin Hai could no longer be a threat to him. If you don't want me to find someone to break your fingers, hurry up and take your hand back. Qin Hai sensed Fanny Ba's ruthlessness. He silently put his fingers down and then sat down in his position. He said, Yibo, I can understand this feeling. A man lives for a face, and now that his face is being stepped on and beaten by others, anger is inevitable. If you want to take the edge off, I'll call Shuer over, hand her over to you, punish her as you wish. My Ji family will never say anything. Fanny Ba wondered in his heart, how could Qin Hai understand this kind of feeling? Could it be that he was also a person who had come over? Did Ji Ruxue's mom give Qin Hai a cuckold as well? Fanny Ba shook his head. I think you still didn't understand. Ji Ruxue and we already broke off our engagement last night. Who he likes and who he wants to be with has nothing to do with me. However, what belongs to my fan family? The Ji family must return it as is. Alright, I've finished my words. You can leave now. Qinhai had known Fanny Ba for so many years, and this was the first time he had a conversation where he was led by Fanny Ba the entire time. He didn't catch any dominance at all. So much so that the main human service that came here was going to be blown away before he even opened his mouth. Qinhai was still planning to struggle a bit, wanting to talk to Fanny Ba about the launch. As a result, at this time, Wang Jin rushed in with the transfer agreement. She didn't even look at Qinhai and ran to Fanny Ba's side in a rush, saying, "Chairman, you reconfirm the transfer agreement for 25% of the shares of the Fan Style Group. If there's no problem, you should hurry up and sign it." Fanny Ba hadn't said anything yet. Qinhai, who heard this, couldn't sit still. He snatched the share transfer note and browsed it quickly. "What? You want to transfer 25% of the shares to Xia Shanshan without compensation? No way. Absolutely no. I don't agree. Resolutely disagree." Qinhai finished speaking and tore up the agreement with one hand. Fanny Ba was stunned by his words and maneuvers, and Wang Jin realized that there were other people in the room, and she suddenly regretted a little bit that she had just taken the risk of revealing all the company secrets. The main reason was also that this matter was so unbelievable that Wang Jin was like a dream until now. She spent only 10 minutes drafting this equity letter for the sake of her good girlfriend, thinking to strike while the iron is hot to finalize this matter. She was too excited, also happy for Xia Shanshan. She hadn't even had time to talk to Xia Shanshan about this matter. Wang Jin knew Qinhai, knew that he was Ji Ruxue's father, and guessed the purpose of his visit. Wang Jin knew all about what happened last night. She already disliked Ji Ruxue, and after knowing that she cheated on her husband, she was even more disgusted with her. Therefore, to Ji Ruxue's father, Wang Jin was also disgusted. "What business is there for you here? Is it your turn to disagree? Hurry up and get out. Get out." Wang Jin was furious. It was so hard to promise to come out, and she had to go and print a copy again. What if Fanny Ba backed out in the meantime? This was $100 billion. Qinhai, Iba 25% of the shares. Not a small amount. You'd better think again. If Schwer finds out, it'll be even more impossible for you too. Qinhai had a look of considering for Fanny Ba, but he was actually considering for himself. Fanny Ba touched his brow and held back his fire as he first asked Wang Jin to go out and print out an equity transfer agreement in. "Mr. Qin, Ji Ruxue and I were already impossible. What do I care about her for? It's hard to believe that you still want me to offer that raggedy up as the mistress of my fan family. Yibo, if you dislike Ji Ruxue, I still have a daughter. How about Ji Ruyan, Schwer's younger sister? She liked you since she was a child. Do you remember? Ruyan, this child is gentler than Schwer. Her character is better. The two of them are more beautiful than each other. You haven't seen her in the past few years since she's been out of the country, but now that she's grown up, she's a beautiful woman. No worse than her sister. And I know she hasn't had a boyfriend in all these years. She studied in a European girls' school and there wasn't even a male around. She's absolutely clean. How about I betroth her to you?" How could Fanny Ba not expect that Qinhai would actually come up with such an idea? Speaking of Ji Ruyan, of course he knew. When they were young, the three of them often played together. Only later Fanny Bu only had Ji Ruxue in his eyes. Ji Ruyan then went abroad. In his last life, when he and Ji Ruxue got married, Ji Ruyan came back once, and after the wedding, she flew back to Europe. The last time he saw her, no, the last time he heard her voice, Fanny Ba had become a vegetable. He still remembers that Ji Ruyan jumped on her and cried her heart out. At that time, Fanny Ba realized that Ji Ruyan actually liked him too, and she left the country because she couldn't stand the fact that Fanny Ba was deeply in love with Ji Ruxue and showed her love every day. After learning that he was paralyzed, Ji Ruyan returned home and Ji Ruxue had a big fight, and even hid Ji Ruxue. Ji Ruyan wanted to take Fanny Ba out of the country for treatment, but was stopped by Ji Ruxue, and Ji Ruxue forbade Ji Ruyan to come back to see Fanny Ba. In the end, it seems that Ji Ruyan was sent out of the country again by Ji Ruxue. Since then, there has been no news of Ji Ruyan. If Fanny Ba still has a trace of affection for the Ji family, it is because of Ji Ruyan. Fanny Ba did not expect Qinhai to actually judge his own daughter as goods. This behavior is simply no wonder Ji Ruxue will become like this. All because there is such a pro-father. Are you a pimp? Take your daughter as what? Say give it away. Scram. Get out of here right now. Although he was scolded by Fanny Ba, Qinhai still insisted on his idea. Iba. Think about it. It's a win-win situation for both the Fan and Ji families. Fanny Ba picked up the landline and called the secretary's office. Call the security guards up here and blast this guy out of here. In the end, Qinhai was racked out. Chapter 18, Newly Rising 100 Billionaire Woman. Qinhai had just left when Xia Shanshan arrived at the news. Brother, why are you so angry? Don't get angry. A lot of anger hurts your body. Fanny Ba sighed helplessly. Sis, You don't know how angry that Qin Hai guy is when he talks. He's simply not a thing. I kind of know why Ji Ruxue can't tell right from wrong. It turns out that the upper beams are all crooked. Xia Shanshan walked behind Fanny Ba, her slender jade hand placed on his shoulder, gently massaging him. Fanny Ba also remembered that back then, his mother was also like this. Whenever his father was angry, his mother would walk behind him to give him a massage, and under his mother's appeasement, his father was soon out of breath. I didn't realize that now. Time had changed and it was both of their turns. She said, alright, just get rid of the people. It's not like we'll have any dealings with the Ji family in the future. If we can't see each other, we won't be angry. Well, I understand. Thank you sis. By the way, the company's things arranged how? Qin family side of the people are dealt with it. Xia Shanshan, what should be dealt with have been dealt with. I let the legal side of the people in the follow-up of this matter. The company knows that this batch of scum was arrested, and they can't wait to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Fanny Ba heard this and was overcome with emotion. He held his sister's hand. Sister, this is all my fault. Running a muddled business, letting the company up and down suffer along with me, especially you, causing you to almost be bullied. It's okay, it's all in the past, as long as you're good. Sister is willing to do whatever. Fanny Ba couldn't stand Xia Shanshan being gentle like this the most. She was the majestic and ruthless black rose in front of others, and in front of Fanny Ba, she was always like a well-behaved and obedient little daughter-in-law. Sister, I'm going to give everyone in the headquarter company a 25% salary increase and another month's bonus, right as compensation for them. What do you think? Xia Shanshan didn't even think about it. She nodded her head straight. Of course it's fine. You're new to the company. You cleared out the black sheep, and you gave them a promotion and a pay raise, grace and prestige. It couldn't be better. Receiving Xia Shanshan's praise, Fanny Ba revealed a broad smile. Sister, I have one more thing that you must agree to. Brother, I'll support you in everything in the company. Don't worry. Sister, you promised me. Keep your word. Xia Shanshan nodded. Of course, I, Xia Shanshan, have always been true to my word, especially the things I promised you. Fanny Ba revealed a conspiratorial smile. Ha ha ha, that's good. Not long after, Wang Jin came in again with the share transfer agreement. This time, she didn't say much, but just smiled and gave Xia Shanshan a wink, as if she had a good thing going. Fanny Ba took the agreement, looked at it roughly, and then signed without hesitation. After signing, he handed the pen to Xia Shanshan, covering the contents on it, and asked Xia Shanshan to sign as well. Although Xia Shanshan was puzzled, she believed that her brother and best friend would never join forces to harm her. She cleanly left her big name. When all the dust settled, Wang Jin breathed a sigh of relief. She excitedly ran to Xia Shanshan. Congratulations, Shanshan, you are now the richest woman in Zhejiang province. Ha 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 ha. Wang Jin was as happy as if she had won $100 billion, and Xia Shanshan was still puzzled. She hurriedly opened the agreement, and on the cover it was clearly written, Equity Transfer Agreement, and the shares were actually 25%, or 25% of the Fan Group. As the actual operator of the Fan family company, she was too aware of the gold content of these 25% shares. This is not only the richest woman in Zhejiang province, it is estimated that in the entire country of China she can be ranked, and it is still the top 3 kind. She looked at Fanny Ba in confusion. Ba, what are you doing? Why are you giving me the shares? Fanny Ba smiled and said, Sis, you promised me that you would support all my decisions, but it's extremely unfavorable for you to give me the shares. The Fan family was in charge of 85% of the shares of the group company, with the remaining 10% in the stock market and 5% in the hands of other shareholders. If Fanny Ba gave 25%, then Xia Shanshan directly became the second largest shareholder of Yibo Group. In the future, who would dare to look down on Xia Shanshan? Who would dare to say that Xia Shanshan was the Fan family's adopted daughter? With 25% of the shares, Xia Shanshan was already the most honorable woman in the entire Hangzhou city. Fanny Ba's face changed, and he said very formally, Sister, I'm giving you my shares on a condition. Wang Jin was shocked by Fanny Ba's transformation. What? What are you going to do? You're not going to marry your sister, are you? In the end, the shares will still go back to your Fan family's pocket. You're swapping left and right hands here. Xia Shanshan heard Wang Jin say this. She also thought that Fanny Ba was planning to do this, but she didn't show a hard face. Instead, she looked forward to it a bit. Fanny Ba was exasperated by Wang Jin and couldn't pretend anymore. What are you thinking? I'm that kind of person. Then what's your condition? The kind that doesn't give a name? You're too bad. Cough cough cough. Fanny Ba was scared by Wang Jin's words and coughed violently. Xia Shanshan hurriedly caught water and fed it to Fanny Ba. Wang Jin looked at Xia Shanshan's anxiousness. Come on. This silly girl looks like she's quite happy about it. She probably has had this in mind for a long time. Maybe your Fan family raised her as a child bride back then. Wang Jin said this to Xia Shanshan's heart. In fact, Xia Shanshan was the Fan family's child bride, Fanny Ba's mother. Gu Yan had mentioned it to Xia Shanshan back then. Only Fan Hongwen did not agree. He scolded Gu Yan for her old-fashioned thinking and feudal remnants, not even considering Xia Shanshan's thoughts. But Xia Shanshan is actually willing. Just at that time she is also small, do not know how to express. Later, Fan Hongwen and Ji Shengnan turned their heads and fixed a child marriage between Fanny Ba and Ji Ruxue, making Gu Yan furious. When the words child bride came out, Fanny Ba coughed even harder. Xia Shanshan looked heartbroken and chided. Wang Jin, what are you babbling about? Quickly stop talking. Wang Jin covered her heart and pretended that she couldn't stand it. Oops, it's over. Our black rose has turned into a red rose. This putrid odor of love. It's going to smoke me to death. I have to leave in a hurry. I won't disturb you two anymore. Wang Jin was about to go out after saying that. Fanny Ba immediately stopped coughing when he saw this. He said, Manager Wang, wait, I have something I haven't finished yet. You have to be present. Xia Shanshan and Wang Jin looked at each other, knowing that this matter should not be trivial. Fanny Ba said, in addition to this 25% of the shares, I also want to appoint Xia Shanshan to be the general manager of the company, in charge of all the things up and down the company. Business development and personnel appointments will be decided by Xia Shanshan. No need to ask for instructions from me to report. Fanny Ba is planning to hand over all of the company's management power to Xia Shanshan, while he will be an idle chairman. Wang Jin heard this and gave Fanny Ba an approving expression. It should have been like this a long time ago. Shallow One has been managing the company, but as a result, she is only a vice president in name. Doing anything is inconvenient. So many opportunities in front of you. Just because you have to look for you to approve before you can execute. Missed in vain. This is a wise move on your part. Xia Shanshan didn't expect Fanny Ba to arrive at the company today to clear all the hurdles for her, give her shares, and give her all the big power. She was moved to tears. Wang Jin knew that Xia Shanshan must have something intimate to say to Fanny Ba. She hurriedly found an excuse to bail out. That you guys continue to chat. I'm going to go out the appointment notice right now. I'll release this appointment in the name of the group's head office in a while. Chairman, you'll wait for your signature, huh? Okay, sure enough, the one who understands a woman the most is not necessarily her husband. It could be a bosom friend, but it's best to never be a male bosom friend. After Wang Jin left, Xia Shanshan directly jumped onto Fanny Ba, tears streaming down her face. Fanny Ba smoothly wrapped his arm around Xia Shanshan's waist. The two people were tightly stuck together. 1,000 words, but there is no way to say. At this time, no words are better than 1,000 words. Fanny Ba was only hating the shortness of paper. He had so much to say to Xia Shanshan, but didn't know how to say it. As for Xia Shanshan, she was filled with the joy of being lost and found. In her heart, she was very thankful to Ji Ruxue, thanking her for not knowing what to do and being too complacent. Xia Shanshan calmly asked, Brother, giving me the shares, aren't you afraid that I will marry someone else in the future? Fanny Ba stroked Xia Shanshan's hair with his hand, hung the green silk on his fingertips and twisted it, and said in the most sincere tone, Not afraid. If I give it to you, it is yours, and if you want to marry someone else in the future, then this 100 billion shares will be counted as your dowry. Xia Shanshan was a little angry. She ruthlessly pinched the soft flesh around Fanny Ba's waist and said in a pouty voice, Fine, then I will go find a man to marry. Don't you regret it? Fanny Ba bared his teeth in pain. Second oh, ouch, 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 ouch ah. Sister, I'm wrong. No more dowry for you. Xia Shanshan's hands became even harder. What did you say? Say it again. No one could have imagined that Hangzhou's famous black rose, rumored to exist with a ruthless heart, actually had such a small woman's posture. When it was rumored, it was estimated that no one would believe it. After being pinched several times in a row, both sides of his waist were pinched purple. This time Fanny Ba finally knew where he was wrong. He cried and said, Sister, don't marry. You'll always be a member of my fan family. This life is, the next life is also. We are dependent on each other. You will always take care of me and raise me for the rest of my life. When Xia Shanshan heard mutually dependent on each other, she directly fell on Fanny Ba and cried out loudly. She waited for this moment, waited for too long, so long that she almost gave up. Xia Shanshan again Fanny Ba bad, choked and said, Good, we will always be together, never separate. Fanny Ba incomparably serious, Sister, you talk, don't lie to me, I can't afford another betrayal. Xia Shanshan's body lurched. She could feel how sour Fanny Ba's heart was when these words were spoken. That kind of pain, across the flesh and soul, she could feel it. It hurt to the core. Xia Shanshan didn't know how to comfort Fanny Ba. She tilted her head and blocked Fanny Ba's mouth with her mouth. Chapter 19 Ji Ruxue was scolded on the hot search again. Ji Ruxue didn't know how she fell asleep. She didn't know how long she cried last night. She personally cleaned the room, cleaning up the destroyed things one by one. Finally, she used her hands to sort out the tattered wedding dress from the ashes. Holding the wedding dress in her arms, she cried with remorse. Until she fainted. When Ji Ruxue woke up, it was already noon the next day, and when she took out her cell phone and wanted to call Fanny Ba, it was just as Yi Fan's call came in. On the other side of the phone, Yi Fan cried out, "Sister Xue Xue, come to the hospital. Someone is trying to kill me." After saying that, the phone was hung up. Ji Ruxue, hello, Yi Fan, what's going on? How are you? Say something. When Ji Ruxue realized that the other party had hung up, she rushed out with her car keys. She was still wearing that white engagement dress, and once again, she threw Fanny Boo to the back of her mind for Yi Fan. When Ji Ruxue rushed to the hospital, Yi Fan was unharmed, just kneeling on the ground shaking. Opposite Yi Fan sat the old lady of the Ji family. Ji Ruxue walked to Ji Shangnan, heartbroken. She said urgently, "Grandma, what are you doing? Why are you making things difficult for Yi Fan? He just had a car accident. His body hasn't recovered yet." Ji Shangnan was like looking at a little cutie, like looking at Ji Ruxue. How is this granddaughter a love brain? Where does Yi Fan look like he had a car accident? The car that hit him is probably a bumper car. The old lady pointed to Yi Fan. Asked Ji Ruxue, "You give me a look. Where on his body have serious injuries? Just rubbed a little skin. The wind blew. Wounds are healed. The hospital do not have to enter. You actually skipped the wedding for such a thing, making my Ji family and the Fan family turn against each other. I really can't wait to beat you both to death." When Ji Ruxue heard her grandmother say this, it was unbelievable. She went up and looked at Yi Fan. Indeed, there was just a little abrasion on her face and hands. It was just that the iodine vapors were applied more. She was so worried last night that she didn't look at it seriously. Today, the color of iodine ambrosia is lighter. The wound is very obvious. In fact, there is no wound at all. The most serious place is just a little broken skin. Ji Ruxue instantly thought of the blood that Fanny Ba spat out in the wedding room. How disappointed, sad and disheartened she was before she was so angry that she spat out blood. And now, because of a phone call from Yi Fan, she rushed to save him. She had planned to go to Fanny Ba to apologize. What was she doing? At this moment, she herself was wondering if she had really moved on, and that it wasn't Fanny Ba that she loved, but Yi Fan. However, very quickly, she kicked Yi Fan out of her mind, because she had no urge to face Yi Fan, no male love, and could not raise her desire. Therefore, her body told her that Fanny Ba was her man. However, the feeling that Yi Fan gave her was still special. Although this time, Yi Fan lied to her and caused her so much harm, she still believed that Yi Fan had a bitter heart. She would not allow her grandmother to hurt Yi Fan. Ji Ruxue went forward and helped Yi Fan, whose knees were already sore from kneeling, up, and she said to her grandmother, "Grandmother, I will naturally deal with the Fan family's side of things. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Yi Fan is my person. I won't allow anyone to harm him." After she finished speaking, she helped Yi Fan to walk out, and at this time, Qin Hai suddenly came in. He had just come out of the first fight group and rushed back to the hospital when he saw Ji Ruxue trying to leave with Yi Fan. He looked at Ji Ruxue and a trace of disgust came through his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a naive and honest look again. He said to Ji Ruxue, "Fanny Ba is really angry this time. You're still getting so close to this guy. You won't stand a chance when the time comes." Ji Ruxue ignored Qin Hai and acted as if he didn't exist. Helping Yi Fan, she left the hospital room. Qin Hai walked to Ji Xingnan's side and said with a guilty face, "Mom, I'm sorry. Things didn't work out on Fanny Ba's side. This time he really wants to back out of the marriage, and Yibo even asked us to return the bride price." He then briefly told Ji Shangnan what had happened in the Yibo group. Only the Qin family's matter was concealed by him. Ji Shangnan seemed to have known this outcome and she wasn't surprised. "I know you've done your best with what happened online. You're not to blame for what happened on the Fan family's side." Just before Ji Ruxue came to the hospital, the Ji family had already sent out an affirmation that Yi Fan was the adopted foster son of the Ji family, and that he and Ji Ruxue were siblings. It was just that the two of them had deeper feelings. Then Ji family bought a lot of water army. They brought the rhythm on the internet. Except for a few people who knew the truth and were still holding on, there were already some people who were no longer paying attention to this matter. AI, this child, Yibo, has known things since he was a child, and I really like him. It's a pity. The Fan family's dowry should be returned to them. Our Ji family's reputation has already been stigmatized. We can't leave behind a reputation of coveting people's dowry. Looking at Ji Shangnan with some regret, Qin Hai said at this time, "Mom, we don't only have Ji Ruxue as a first daughter. You forgot that we still have Ru Yan." Ji Shangnan looked fiercely at Qin Hai, and she realized that Qin Hai's mind was turning particularly fast in dealing with this matter. There was absolutely no trace of his previous coy, naive and honest appearance. Ji Shangnan looked like she was recognizing Qin Hai for the first time. On Ji Ruxue's side, she helped Yifan out of the hospital room and then pushed him to the floor. Tell me, why did you lie to me? Do you know how much trouble I caused because I came to the hospital to save you? I'm going to be killed by you. Ji Ruxue was about to cry out as she spoke. In just one day, so many changes had happened, all because of Yifan's lies, and she had endured so much alone. Fanny Ba's withdrawal, years of relationship ruined, the Ji family's reputation was damaged, and the company faced a huge crisis. Worse still, the internet called her a shameless and all sorts of slurs on her, while Yifan, the culprit, was well protected by her sister Schwerer. Yifan looked like he had been wronged by the heavens, huffing and puffing and unable to speak. Ji Ruxue looked at him like this, a little heartbroken, and her tone became soft. Why are you crying? I haven't even cried yet. Yifan saw that Ji Ruxue wasn't that angry. He was incredibly aggrieved. Sister Schwerer, I know that you got engaged last night, because brother Yibo didn't like me and didn't let me go. I then drank too much at the bar alone, and was hit by a battery car on the way home. Or a passerby called 120 for me and sent me to the hospital. It was also the nurse who called you. I didn't want to ruin your engagement party. I was just sad, drank a few more cups, woke up not knowing what happened. How can you say I lied to you? After Yifan explained, Ji Ruxue thought about it. It was indeed not Yifan who called her last night. It means that Yifan didn't lie to her. It was the nurse who couldn't contact Yifan's relatives. And in the phone book, only Ji Ruxue docketed as her sister. So the nurse chose to call her and asked her to come to the hospital to sign, because Yifan was an orphan. His only friend in Hangzhou was Ji Ruxue. Thinking about this, Ji Ruxue's resentment towards Yifan had pretty much dissipated. Okay, this matter is not your fault. It's me who misunderstood you. When this matter passes, I will bring Yibo over to apologize to you and we will treat you to dinner. Ji Ruxue fantasized. Good. There's no need for brother Yibo to apologize to me, as long as he's not angry with me. Yifan had a happy look on his face, as if he admired Fanny Ba and was looking forward to meeting him. Ji Ruxue affectionately touched the abrasion on Yifan's face. I'm very happy that you can think like this. Go back quickly, rest for 2 days, and go back to work at the company when your injuries are healed. Sister, I'm fine, a small injury. Where are you going now? I'll accompany you. This little assistant of mine should definitely follow you in the saddle. No need. I'm going home now, change my clothes, and then go find Fanny Ba. I'm going to explain things clearly to him, and when he's demoralized, this matter will be over. That's all the more reason for me to accompany you. I'm going to apologize to brother Yibo face to face, so that he doesn't misunderstand you. I'll help you explain clearly, so that you two can make up. Ji Ruxue thought about it. Indeed, taking Yifan over there and letting him explain himself would be more convincing than her saying it alone. Ji Ruxue nodded and said, alright, then you come home with me, but you stay in the car for a while first. I will go up and change a set of clothes first. However, Yifan didn't agree. He said, Sister, I broke this set of clothes yesterday. I didn't have a set of clothes to put in your home before. I'll follow up to change a set of clothes. Otherwise it's really a bit impolite to go to see brother Yibo in this manner. Ji Ruxue was a bit hesitant. She thought of that photo, because Yifan had entered her room. The internet exploded. These things were thought of by Yifan in advance. He explained, Sis, we are siblings. If we avoid suspicion because someone suspects us, that doesn't mean we have a ghost in our hearts. We are just being generous, so that other people won't suspect us. Ji Ruxue felt that there was some truth to it, but she was still a little worried. However, Yifan didn't give her a chance at all, pulling her hand and walking forward. Half an hour later, the two of them returned to a large flat that Ji Ruxue had bought outside, hand in hand. Another hour later, both Yifan and Ji Ruxue changed their clothes and came out from Ji Ruxue's house. At the same time, a set of photos of Ji Ruxue and Yifan once again hit the internet. The almighty netizens took photos of Ji Ruxue and Yifan. First, the two of them were in the hospital, hugging and cuddling, and Ji Ruxue even caressed Yifan's injured face with love in her eyes. Some misplaced photos look like the two are kissing. Then it is Yifan pulling Ji Ruxue's hand, the two holding hands as if no one else walking in the hospital corridor. Finally, Ji Ruxue drove Yifan to her home outside. Then both of them changed their clothes and went out hand in hand. From a distance, Yifan and Ji Ruxue actually look a little bit alike, especially between the eyebrows. Very similar. If they didn't know the truth, they really looked like a pair of siblings. This look is a couple as sweet as a honeypot. Where is what sister and brother? Role-playing just. Bull ***** blood relations are not. Who would believe that there is no blood relationship of pure sister and brother relationship? The two are living together. All netizens feel on their own IQ was held down on the ground hard rubbing. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one. And you'll be able to do it. The first thing you need to do is to recognize that you can't do it. Anyway, people Fanny Boo have made you all complete. Will you two please lock up? Don't come out to show off. Showing love is a fast way to die. I'm just curious, did the Ji family return the dowry? That's right, when you return the dowry, please show us another explanation. $8 billion. I want to count how many zeros there are. I also want to see. I've never seen that kind of money. Send up the screenshot of the payment. Payment screenshot sent up. Send up the screenshot of the payment. In his time, there was a powerful force that shorted the Ji family's stock price on the stock market. Along with this wave of public opinion, re-enraged netizens began to sell Ji family stock. For a time, Ji family stock plummeted off a cliff. Chapter 20, 10 years later, seeing Ji Ruxue again. All of this, Ji Ruxue and Yifan didn't know. Yifan was because he didn't look at his cell phone, while Ji Ruxue was because she was driving. It was funny to say that Yifan, the assistant, was more like a president, while Ji Ruxue was like his secretary. The two of them quickly arrived at the downstairs of Fanny Ba's company. This time, no one in the company dared to stop Ji Ruxue, because she was a regular customer here. And the business of the Ji family and the Fan family, all of them were Ji Ruxue in charge of docking. After all, when asking for a price, Ji Ruxue was the one who could gain more benefits. And that chairman's office of Fanny Ba is sometimes Ji Ruxue's office. She has long been ready to take over the fan family industry now. Ji Ruxue had a smooth journey, but the employees in the company didn't give her a good face, especially since she had brought Yifan with her. They all cursed in the private WeChat group. Xiaowang, this is really thick-skinned, and she dares to bring her young lover to our company. Is she really not afraid that Chairman Fan will kill them both in a fit of anger? Xiaoli, I just think that the chairman is too kind. Are like this, but also adult. If it is me, I would have sent someone to do them. Xiao Huang, the male castrated, the female stayed. Treat, after all, the best color on earth, can't be wasted. Everyone at Small Yellow, or you dare to think. Support, at Small Yellow, support, at Small Yellow, support, support the wool. You look at the microwave. Ji Ruxue was scolded on the hot search again. Xia Shallow's secretary, Lu Qingqing, blocked at the door. You can't go in. The chairman and general manager are inside talking about things. Go away. Do you know who this is? Even the chairman's fiancé dares to stop. How dare you? Yifan would transform into an assistant this time, as he pushed Lu Qingqing away and made way for Ji Ruxue. Fanny bought this chairman's office. Not only Ji Ruxue is familiar with it, Yifan is also familiar with it. The two of them have been here many times, but this was the first time they came here to see Fanny Ba. Yifan treated this place as if it was his own home, and opened the door directly without even knocking. At this time, Fanny Ba was sitting on the boss chair, and Xia Shanshan was lying in Fanny Ba's arms. Ji Ruxue entered the door and saw such a scene previously. You guys, how can you be like this? You are siblings, cuddling and hugging. What is the behavior? Xia Shallow, you still don't get up quickly. Ji Ruxue's face was purple with anger. Her lips trembled, her eyes instantly turned red. Seeing this, Xia Shanshan just wanted to get up, but she was pulled down by Fanny Ba. Her slender thighs and rounded fat buttocks pressed against Fanny Ba's legs. Fanny Ba encircled Xia Shanshan's slender waist with one hand and crouched on the table with his hand. His eyes revealed monstrous hatred. Ji Ruxue, Yi Fan. This pair of dogs had tortured him to death in his previous life. It had been 10 years, and this was the three of them meeting again. But today, Fanny Ba was no longer that humble devotee. Without love in his heart, he is naturally not afraid of being hurt by others again. Hate in the heart, naturally not afraid of soft hands cannot cut the knife. Fanny Ba said seriously, who let you in? Out. Before Ji Ruxue could say anything, Yifan jumped ahead and said, Brother Ba, Sister Schwer came here specifically to apologize. This is all a misunderstanding. How can you mess around with another woman in front of Sister Schwer? Fanny Ba was disgusted when he heard Yifan speak. Physically and psychologically disgusted. A boy pretending to be soft and weak, speaking in a twisted way. A sissy. Fanny Ba did not know why Ji Ruxue would like such a man. Could it be that a weak and vulnerable little boy can stir up her protective desire? Indeed, Ji Ruxue is 170 tall, wearing high heels, 175 or more. And Yifan had some boy-girl looks, and although his looks were also handsome, it was not that kind of sunny and cheerful feeling, but more of a feminine beauty. His height was just above the passing line for boys, and from a distance, he didn't seem as tall as Ji Ruxue. Ji Ruxue was more like the boss, while Yifan was the delicate little secretary. Fanny Ba had a stern face and said in a cold voice, if you don't want me to call the security guards to blow you out, you'd better obediently walk out by yourselves and learn to knock before you come in. This time, Ji Ruxue also cannot end. He did not expect to see a knight. Fanny Ba's temperament changed greatly. Actually dared to talk to her like this. She said aggrievely, Fanny Ba, do you know what you are saying? You dare to let me out so much. You should let her out. You forgot. You promised me that you would keep your distance from Xia Shanshan. Xia Shanshan seemed to be a little scared. She was afraid that Fanny Ba would resurrect his feelings for Ji Ruxue and push her away with one hand. In order to save some face for herself, she took the initiative to get up. However, she was still pressed to death on her thighs by Fanny Ba. Fanny Ba thundered, get out! Yi Fan looked out of place as he hurriedly pulled Ji Ruxue back to the door. At this time, Xia Shanshan's secretary, Lu Qingqing, said with an apology, I'm sorry, Chairman and General Manager. I can stop them. Fanny Ba, this is the first and last time. You go out and make it clear to the security team and the front desk that from now on, without my permission, Ji Ruxue and the dogs around her are not allowed to enter the building. Yes, Chairman. I'll notify down here. Lu Qingqing turned around and went out, still bringing the door with her. She also glared at Ji Ruxue and Yi Fan at the door, her eyes filled with contempt and hatred. In the end, it was only after Yi Fan knocked on the door and received permission that Ji Ruxue entered the office. When she thought about it, it was so casual for her to enter this room. But now, she actually needed to knock on the door to get permission. This huge shift made it difficult for her to accept for a while. After entering the room, Xia Shanshan was no longer sitting on Fanny Ba's lap. She stood behind Fanny Ba in a good manner, like a personal maid, pinching Fanny Ba's shoulders. This scene pierced every nerve of Ji Ruxue. This time, however, she wasn't as aggressive, and she said gently, Ba, I know that I did wrong last night, and I'm here to apologize. At that time, I was too nervous. Yi Fan was knocked unconscious, and when the hospital called me, they said that Yi Fan was seriously injured. Talking about this, Fanny Ba was a bit interested. Oh, then who is this glowing, lively person behind you? Yi Fan would be just like a normal person, and even went to Ji Ruxue's house specifically to take a bath and change a set of clothes. Ji Ruxue was Fanny Ba teasing eyes look a little weak. She will be as if Yi Fan really sick lying in the hospital. Rather than follow her to the company, she regretted to bring Yi Fan over. Fanny Ba continued, I'm just wondering, are all the doctors in this central hospital quacks? How can they call you and say that the injury is serious when there is nothing wrong with it? And Yi Fan was knocked unconscious. How did that hospital get your contact number? Ji Ruxue couldn't answer at all. She was only worried before and didn't even think about it. Now being asked by Fanny Ba like this, Ji Ruxue suddenly came to a realization. Yes, Yi Fan, you're obviously fine. So why did the doctor call me and say that you were hit very badly? Also, how did the doctor have my personal phone number when you were knocked unconscious? How would Yi Fan know all this? He was only responsible for acting. He wasn't the one who arranged the call. His eyes flickered. Looking left and right, he swallowed and thought for half a day. I was really knocked unconscious. I guess it was after arriving at the hospital. I remembered. When I was unconscious, I kept reciting to Sister Schwer's name. It must be because I memorized your phone number. I recited it to the doctor, and the doctor called you. Sister. Yi Fan was about to be conquered by his own cleverness to come up with such a perfect reason. Fanny Ba looked at Ji Ruxue. This silly woman. She actually really believed it, and was touched because Yi Fan deeply missed her. Such a poor excuse. Ji Ruxue actually believed it. The first time Xia Shanshan saw Yi Fan, she felt that he was very fake. If he was a female, in the green tea world, it was estimated that he could mix to the third-rate level. Xia Shanshan asked, it looks like Ji Ruxue really has an unusual status in your heart. Yi Fan nodded. That's true. Sister Schwer is the only relative I have in this world. However, I really don't believe that you can memorize her phone number. Can you perform it for me live? Let me also see how deep your relationship is. Ji Ruxue already had a problem with Xia Shanshan, and when she saw that Xia Shanshan actually didn't believe that Yi Fan was attached to her, she hurriedly said to Yi Fan, just memorize her and listen to it, so that she can see what true feelings are. Yi Fan on the other hand was scared into a cold sweat. This time he finally understood what is called one lie needs countless lies to cover it up. He pretended to think, but he couldn't say a number in half a day, and his forehead started sweating. Chapter 21 You explained, but the misunderstanding was instead deeper. Xia Shanshan asked, what? Suddenly forgot again? Ji Ruxue couldn't look at Xia Shanshan's look of contemptuous sarcasm. She raised her willow eyebrows and said angrily, what are you in a hurry for? Yi Fan was hit by a car yesterday, so I guess he was a bit in a trance for a while. Just wait in the wait. Fanny Ba looked at Ji Ruxue defending Yi Fan so much. His chest tingled, even breathing hurt. However, he had already announced that the two had broken off their engagement, and today to make this matter clear with Ji Ruxue, and see each other again in the future is not a friend, but just an enemy. Ji Ruxue defended Yi Fan. Then of course he had to protect Xia Shanshan. Fanny Ba disdainfully glanced at Ji Ruxue and Yifan, and teasingly asked, "Otherwise, let me remind you, the beginning is a 1. Right, it's 1. Yifan seemed to remember, but after saying 1, he didn't know the number behind it. There was no following after a long time of uttering. Now, Ji Ruxue also understood that Yifan was simply not remembering her phone number, but she would not lose this in front of Xia Shanshan. She could only help Yifan find an excuse. It's the aftermath of being hit by a car. He hasn't recovered yet. Besides, who memorizes other people's phone numbers these days? I can't even remember my own phone number." Fanny Ba smiled bashfully. "Is that so? Why would I remember it so clearly?" He casually said. 138. 3838. Identity number, XXXXXX. 438. Fanny Bu directly memorized Ji Ruxue's phone number and ID number. In fact, not only these, Fanny Ba also remembered all the important dates of Ji Ruxue, her birthday, her great and time, and remembered the account secrets of all the software and bank cards of Ji Ruxue. Every time Ji Ruxue forgets something, do not need to recall, she just make a phone call to ask Fanny Ba. He can always be the first time to tell Ji Ruxue accurate information. Ji Ruxue looked at Fanny Ba with a cloudy face. She didn't even know that Fanny Ba actually memorized her phone number and ID number. If there are not other people in, Ji Ruxue will definitely rush up and kiss Fanny Ba hard on the face a few times. Ji Ruxue is touched bad. She knew Fanny Ba still love her. All her things, Fanny Ba remember clearly. And Xia Shanshan was furious. Look, it turns out that a person is not really care about a person. Some carving knife to the bone things, is how to never forget. Xia Shanshan's words were a double entendre. It hit Ji Ruxue and Yifan in the face, and also expressed her intense jealousy, that intense jealousy spreading throughout the room. How could Fanny Ba not understand that this was digging a hole for himself? He couldn't wait to give himself 2 slaps and then hold the soil and bury himself. "Sister, I'm wrong, I don't know what's going on. The body's memory, I also control it. I promise that this is the last time, and I will never do it again." Fanny Ba's attitude of admitting his mistake was extremely sincere, and he couldn't wait to kneel down. "Humph, come on Les, I'll clean you up after the outsiders leave." Ha. Well, sis, I'll listen to you all, as long as you can get over it. Ji Ruxue was about to explode with anger. This iceberg snow lotus was about to turn into dried flower petals. She looked at Fanny Ba and Xia Shanshan flirting like nobody's business, especially since Xia Shanshan actually said she was an outsider and Fanny Ba hadn't even retorted. She no longer pretended to be virtuous and dignified, and directly sprinted over to Xia Shanshan, pulling her up with one hand. "You lowly adopted daughter, how dare you seduce my fiancé? Get the hell out of here." Pa! Fanny Ba. Unexpectedly, after Xia Shanshan was scolded by Ji Ruxue, Fanny Ba would get up and violently give Ji Ruxue a slap. Ji Ruxue didn't expect it, and Xia Shanshan and Yifan also looked dumbfounded. How could they not understand why Fanny Ba changed so quickly? Was it really because of this one thing that Ji Ruxue escaped the wedding? How could they know that this slap contained the hatred of Fanny Ba's 2 lifetimes? Every time he thought of the misery of his last life, Ji Ruxue's cold-bloodedness, ruthlessness, treachery, trampling his most selfless love to the ground. There was also Yifan, this man, who actually desecrated the woman he loved the most in his last life. If there was not a reasonable reason, Fanny Ba hated to kill both Ji Ruxue and Yifan. It was just that the consequences of doing it were too serious. The Ji family would not let him go, and the law would pursue him to the end, so there was no need for him to sacrifice himself. Looking at the brightly colored 5-finger prints on Ji Ruxue's white and smooth face, Fanny Ba actually felt some heartache. Decades of love still entangled Fanny Ba. Ji Ruxue was always the woman he once loved the most. Although she didn't love him and betrayed him, Ji Ruxue was beaten silly. She forgot about the pain. She had never been beaten in her life. In the Ji family she was the unique Rapunzel. Since she was a child, she was well protected. Besides her family, Fanny Ba, the guardian knight, was her biggest dependence. And, now, this most loyal knight had beaten her for another woman. She couldn't believe it. Yifan thought that Ji Ruxue had been beaten silly. He hurriedly walked to Ji Ruxue's side and reached out to assist her. "Schwerer, are you alright? Ouch. Brothery Ba, how could you hit so hard? Your face is swollen. It hurts me to death." Fanny Ba's eyes were bubbling with cold light. Yifan was really challenging his patience all the time. However, this kind of villain, the more you ignored him, the more he got on his face. If it wasn't for Ji Ruxue, Yifan would never have had the chance to meet and talk to Fanny Ba in his life. In Fanny Ba's opinion, he is a maggot in the pit. Even if you use your feet to trample him to death, you will end up dirtying your own feet. Fanny Ba warned Ji Ruxue. "Ji Ruxue, listen to me clearly, Xia Shanshan is not some adopted daughter with a humble status. I've already given her 25% of the shares, and she's now the second largest shareholder of Yibo Group. At the same time, she is also the general manager of the group. Her status is no worse than you, the president of the Ji family. Fanny Ba's words were like a knife, deeply piercing into her heart. Xia Shanshan did not expect Fanny Ba to defend her so well. Gazing at Fanny Ba with eyes full of love and affection, Ji Ruxue slowed down for a long time. Fanny Ba, you actually beat me for her. You said you would always love and take care of me. Have you forgotten? Fanny Ba, I didn't forget my promise. It was you who chose him between me and Yi Fan. You abandoned our love. What reason do you have to blame me? No, I don't. It's you I've always loved. How could I abandon you? Ji Ruxue felt like she had been wronged to death. She felt to herself that the person she loved in her heart was still Fanny Ba. You misunderstood me. I have nothing to do with Yi Fan. He's just the brother I recognized. It's impossible for us to have an affair. You shouldn't be misled by those photos on the internet. They have a purpose to break up the two of us. When Yi Fan heard Ji Ruxue say this, he felt that Ji Ruxue still had some intelligence and wisdom, but unfortunately this bit of intelligence was not much. He quietly skimmed his mouth and blankly glanced at Ji Ruxue with a look of contempt. Ha, brother? Yeah, he saved me. I told you that. He's like a child. That's why I took some care of him. You misunderstood us. You have to apologize to us. Yi Fan suddenly said at this time. Yes, brother Ba, Shuer and I really don't have anything. She has some regrets because she doesn't have a boy in her family. That's why she recognized me as her brother. Although we opened a room, but we didn't do anything, and I didn't sneak a look at my sister's bath. I am sincere to Shuer. I carried her home when she was drunk and spit all over me. I didn't care. Yi Fan said and also pointed to the clothes on his body. Oh, yes, this set of clothes is the last time my sister got drunk. I took off at her house to change, and just went to Shuer's house today to wear back. Brother Ba, don't think too much. Ji Ruxue looked at Yi Fan dumbfounded. Is that the explanation? Although what you said is the truth, why does it sound so much ambiguous? After Yi Fan finished, he also looked at Ji Ruxue with a deep look on his face, as if he was inviting credit. Sister, I explained it right. It's all true. Ji Ruxue wanted to say, there's nothing wrong with your explanation, but please stop saying it. It all sounds a little green to me. But she actually ghostly nodded. Yes, Shuer, that was a really affectionate thing to call her. If it was before, Fanny Ba would probably have already punched over. Now, Ji Ruxue and Fanny Ba had nothing to do with each other anymore, and he couldn't care less what others called her. Chapter 22, You are the most important person in my heart. Fanny Ba laughed in anger at the conversation between these two. He didn't know how he was able to do such a stupid thing, loving a woman who didn't know what was important like this, and loving her for so many years. Fanny Ba nodded and said with a smile, Ji Ruxue, as you said, this guy is your brother. It doesn't matter if you get a little close to her. It's not a big deal. Ji Ruxue thought that Fanny Ba finally understood her relationship with Yi Fan. Yes, you finally understand? You and him are siblings. Then why did you ask me not to meet with Xia Shallow in the first place? We are also siblings. And more than this so-called sibling relationship of yours, Xia Shallow and I are siblings that we all know in our hearts and are open and honest. This is different. Xia Shallow has ulterior motives for you. She figures you as a person, and the Fan family fortune. Oh, do you have evidence? Bring it to me. Ji Ruxue was speechless for a moment. Me? I'm just feeling it. I don't have any evidence yet. Fanny Ba, good one is just a feeling. Then what makes you think that this Yi Fan beside you, he doesn't have any other thoughts about you? That he doesn't want your person? Doesn't want your money? Yi Fan is not that kind of person. You don't slander him, no matter what he thinks. I have absolutely no second thoughts about you. You are the most important one in my heart. Fanny Ba didn't know where Ji Ruxue got such a thick skin and actually dared to say this. Absolutely no second thoughts? The most important person? Ji Ruxue, of course. Ha 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 ha. Absolutely no second thoughts that you would open the door to another man in the middle of the night, alone in a room with a man and a woman. Absolutely no second thoughts. You would bring him to your home? You know, I haven't even been inside that house of yours until now. And he, casually, went in, and washed and stayed in it. He's more of your man than even I am. I'm the most important man to you? I'm afraid you don't believe that statement yourself. In the end, who is the most important person in your heart? You know it clearly in your heart. You abandoned your fiancé at the engagement banquet and went to the hospital to take care of someone who didn't give a. How dare you say I'm the most important person in your heart? At your birthday party, the roses I carefully prepared for you rained down on you and you didn't give a damn. The cake made for you with your own hands was pushed over by you, just because it blocked you from seeing Yi Fan, who was just having a common cold. Ji Ruxue had done too many things that hurt Fanny Ba because of Yi Fan, and this was just the tip of the iceberg. Moreover, The things in his previous life, he was not yet able to say. Fanny Ba continued after a pause. What is absolutely no second thoughts? You a sentence to let me and Xia Shanshan not contact. I moved out of the old mansion overnight. A few years do not meet with her. Even the company I do not come. I cleaned myself up for you. Never struck up a conversation with strange women. And I haven't even tasted a woman yet at the age of 25. Fanny Boo selectively forgot about the shameless thing last night, and the passionate kiss with Xia Shallow in the office just now. What is the most important person? My passenger seat is always reserved for you alone, and I don't even have a female nanny at home. And you? Taking Yifan to stroll all over your house. Your private space Yifan has been there, right? And I, the real boyfriend, haven't even stepped foot in your house until now, just because you said that you want to keep the mystery of your highness. These, still, were things that Fanny Ba knew. He believed that Ji Ruxue and Yifan definitely had more intimate moves, and there was no chance that Yifan would have put Ji Ruxue to sleep by now. Fanny Ba's words, Ji Ruxue didn't know how to refute. She fell to the ground with a desperate face and cried silently. Yifan felt that Fanny Ba misunderstood. He suddenly said, Brother Ba, you misunderstood. I didn't stay over that night. I changed Shuer's clothes. Ji Ruxue thought that Yifan was trying to explain something, but he didn't realize that he was going to expose a bigger secret. You shut up. Don't say anything. The corner of Fanny Ba's mouth revealed a smile that was surely so. What? Isn't it too revealing? Boudoir secrets can't be said to us outsiders. Although Fanny Ba's appearance was now cloudy, his heart was dripping blood at this time. Ji Ruxue had no time to think about why Yifan was able to make up for it accurately every time. She knelt on the ground and grabbed Fanny Boo's pants leg, begging, Yibo, don't listen to his nonsense. I was drunk that day and he sent me home. I threw up all over myself and he wanted to change my clothes, but I stopped him and I kicked him out. You have to believe me, we really didn't have anything happen? At this time, Ji Ruxue, where was the appearance of a high cool goddess? Fanny Ba yanked back on his pants leg. You don't have to explain, and I don't care what did or didn't happen with you guys. From the time you chose him and left the engagement party, we were already over. Our engagement is cancelled. You remember to return the bride price. The $8, 8 billion bride price. I've sent someone to the Ji family to ask for it, but the 8 treasures are the ones you took away. I'll give you 3 days to return them to me as is. Ji Ruxue was like a fairy who was knocked down to the mortal world, crying with pear blossoms. No, I don't agree. I love you. You can't do this. Fanny Ba looked disgusted. Where did you get the courage to dare to say that the person you love is me? Ji Ruxue calmly said, Ba, I have proof. You believe me. You let them out. I'll prove to you that I'm innocent. She did still have the killer weapon. Originally thought she couldn't use it, but didn't think she would have to take it out so soon. Using a report to prove her innocence. For an iceberg goddess like her, it was indeed a trampling on her dignity. Fanny Ba did not promise her. You bring people. If you want to go out, go out. While my sister is the person I trust the most, she does not go out. No, they all have to go out. Xia Shanshan saw that Ji Ruxue was so insistent. She actually wanted to give Ji Ruxue a chance. Ba, she might really have something hard to say, or else you can listen to it. There's still some things on my side. I'll go out first. She didn't wait for Fanny Ba to agree or not. She just faintly glanced at Ji Ruxue before leaving the door. Xia Shanshan left, but Yifan still wanted to stay in the office. Yifan said curtly, Sister Shui, I don't have to go out. What else is there on your side that I don't know about? Fanny Ba was dying of nausea. This Yifan always said ambiguous words, right and wrong, making people suspicious. Fanny Ba asked curiously, what do you mean you know everything? What do you know all about? Where did Ji Ruxue want to dare Yifan to speak? Yifan, stop it. These things have nothing to do with you. Get out. She kept giving Yifan a wink, but Yifan pretended not to see. Sister, how can you say that this thing has nothing to do with me? I am at least one of the victims. Look at the internet what we have said. Fanny Ba, yes, this thing, he is the main actor. Or Brother Ba know what's right. Sister, you and Brother Ba things I know. You have not told me? Fanny Ba glanced at Ji Ruxue indifferently. He wanted to know that Ji Ruxue told those things to Yifan. Say, you continue to say. Yifan, Brother Ba, I blame you for this matter. You're good at everything, but you're just too sticky. A little bit of free space is not given to Shuer, and sometimes those high-profile displays of affection from you make Shuer feel suffocated. No wonder she hesitates to marry you. Ji Ruxue was stunned. She suspected that Yifan was not intentionally cross with her. How come he had to tear down the stage every time? Fanny Ba didn't expect Ji Ruxue to have said such a thing, or to say it to Yifan. Ji Ruxue, I didn't expect you to think like this. I'm too clingy? My behavior suffocates you? Ha ha ha. I didn't think that you wouldn't like it after all my efforts and half of my life. Then you should have said so. You should have said you didn't like me and I would have left you. It's not like I don't have to be you. Fanny Ba thought of that snowplane trip last year. He had gone to great lengths to fight against the cold for more than half a month, and almost fell into an ice crevice, and almost died of illness because of the cold invading his internal organs. And he did all this, all because Ji Ruxue said she wanted to see the real Tianshan snow lotus. Just because of her this sentence, Fanny Ba personally went to the Tianshan snowplane. Now, Ji Ruxue actually said she didn't like it. Fanny Ba felt like he had fed a piece of his heart to a dog. Yi Fan, you go out. What are you babbling about? Yibo, don't listen to his nonsense. What he said isn't true. That's not what I said. I didn't say that. Ji Ruxue was crushed by Yi Fan. She regretted to death how she brought Yi Fan. She was simply a piggyback. She hugged Fan for a while and begged bitterly. Today, Yi Fan was very disobedient to Ji Ruxue's words. He continued to make up for it. Sis, I'm the most honest. I'm telling the truth. Last month, Brother Reborn's birthday, it turned out that I was weak and sick. You came to my house to take care of me, and although I was happy, I didn't want to disturb your date with Brother Reborn. I asked you to go back to accompany him. You were the one who said that Brother Reborn was too clingy, and you just happened to come out for a breath of fresh air. And then we had a few drinks together, and within a few drinks, you complained about the gifts that Brother Reborn gave you, and that each time, they moved too much and were too high profile, which didn't fit with your high-strung persona. Chapter 23 Pig Teammates. Excavation technology which is strong. Do not need to Shandong to find Lanshang. Hangzhou Yifan has a hand. Definitely a pig teammate. Ji Ruxue had caved in now. All her image in front of Fanny Ba was destroyed. She didn't know if Yifan was really honest or cunning. Fanny Ba didn't realize that Ji Ruxue had lied to him again. On my birthday last month, we had a candlelight dinner date, and I made a table full of dishes waiting for you to come back for dinner. As a result, you told me you had to work overtime? So this is what you said, you had to work overtime. It was to work overtime at Yifan's house and drink together. Ha 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 ha. Well, Ji Ruxue, you actually fooled me. There's nothing more to say. Get lost. I will never forgive you in this life. Ji Ruxue, no, that's not what happened. Fanny Ba no longer had the heart to talk to Ji Ruxue, and if he said more, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back his hand and kill these two people. Come on people, call in the security guards and drive these two people out. Order. From now on, I don't want to see anyone from the Ji family. Also, stop all projects that are still in progress with the Ji family. In the end, due to Yifan's pig teammates' assist, Ji Ruxue still didn't bring out her bottom card. When she was expelled from the first fight group, Ji Ruxue doubted Yifan for the first time, and she felt that this brother was incomparably strange. Although Yifan was usually naughty, but when faced with business, he had never been like this. Yifan, I need an explanation. Why are you doing this to me? What good is it to you if I break up with Fanny Ba? Ji Ruxue turned into that high and cold goddess again. Her pair of ice-like eyes stared viciously at Yifan. If he didn't give her a reasonable explanation today, she would not let Yifan go, even if he was her favorite godbrother. At this time, Yifan actually didn't panic. He looked at Ji Ruxue incomparably seriously and said in the gentlest tone, Schwerer, I can't pretend anymore. That's right, I did it on purpose. What? Why did you harm me? Ji Ruxue was shocked. Schwerer, I love you. I love you. My heart followed you from the first moment I saw you. I know this is wrong. I tried to call my heart back, but no matter how much I persuaded myself, I couldn't let go of you. I love you. I love you defiantly. I love you to the bone. Ji Ruxue was stunned by Yifan's sudden confession. She had always thought that Yifan was like her, treating each other as relatives. She didn't realize that Yifan was trying to develop her into a lover. So you sabotaged my relationship with Yibo. So you deliberately had an accident at my engagement banquet because you didn't want me to get engaged to Fanny Ba. You just kept interjecting and twisting the facts to make Fanny Ba misunderstand our relationship. Yifan also broke at this time, and he admitted with a big smile. That's right, Schwerer, Fanny Ba is not a good match for you. I am the one who loves you the most. I don't know how Yifan dared to say such words. Fanny Ba worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Ji Ruxue is more in the palm of the hand in the mouth. And Yifan is relying on Ji Ruxue to be able to get a foothold in Hangzhou. Food and clothing, all the money given by Ji Ruxue. He is just a pheasant university, nursing major college students. Let him go to the Ji family as a trainee is to lift him up. Was Ji Ruxue enrollment, as her personal assistant has offended a lot of people. What answered Yifan was a loud slap. Slap, you still dare to say you love me the most. You lied to me that you memorized my phone number, but it turns out that you can't even memorize the beginning one. You still have the face to say love here. Your love is to spend my money and sing at the bar night after night, to swipe my card and buy limited edition bags for the escorts. Your love is using my account to swipe carnivals for beautiful women online. The most disgusting thing is that you also bring women to the house I gave you. You made it like this, and you still dare to speak loudly about loving me. It wasn't that Ji Ruxue didn't know what Ji Fan did. The reason why she tolerated him was because she really didn't like him. It was just treating him as her younger brother, and that was the reason why she had the backbone in front of Fanny Ba. But right now, she really couldn't wash herself even if she jumped into the Yellow River. The photos on the internet, and the words Yi Fan said when he blew himself up, directly nailed Ji Ruxue to the death rack. Yi Fan didn't expect Ji Ruxue to actually know everything. He had always thought that Ji Ruxue was just wearing the cloak of a high-flying goddess, but in actuality, she was a silly, white sweet, rich girl with a lot of money. A pretty female cutie who was spoiled by Fanny Ba. Yi Fan was confused. You know everything. Why would you still let me be by your side? Ji Ruxue said without thinking. Because you look like me. Because I want a younger brother. Get lost. I don't want to see you in the last few days. When I take care of this matter, you can go back to work again. Although Ji Ruxue was disappointed and angry with Yi Fan, but she still had no intention of separating from Yi Fan. After Ji Ruxue finished speaking, she drove herself away from Yibo group. Right now, Fanny Ba was furious. Not only did he want her to return the bride price, he also wanted to terminate all cooperation with the Ji family. She had to hurry back to her grandmother to discuss a plan. Fanny Ba can't get angry in his office in time because another wave of people come to see him. What's the situation? How did they all get wind of this? Who told them that I'm at the company? The ones that should have come. The ones that shouldn't have come all came. At the Song family, Song Yunxian, the famous beauty, was brought in by her secretary. She was wearing a girdle waist white long dress today. Her body was tall and voluptuous. A head of black hair was shoulder length. Her head was slightly raised. Her breasts were plump under her gooseneck. Her strapless dress was extraordinarily slim, outlining her perfect curves of the body, and her arms were moist as white jade. This was the first time Fanny Ba had looked at Song Yunxian so seriously, as if he was admiring a perfect work of art. Song Yunxian had a standard peach blossom face, and compared to Ji Ruxue's cold face, Fanny Ba felt that Song Yunxian's pretty face was softer. Song Yunxian noticed the afterglow of Fanny Ba's eyes rolling up and down. A hint of disdain was revealed in her clear, soulful almond eyes that was hard for others to detect, but it was quickly covered up by a mesmerizing smile. Her slightly thin and rosy lips lightly opened, her voice clear and cold. Mr. Fan, do you intend to let me stand and chat? Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. MS. Song, please take a seat. After Fanny Ba finished speaking, he personally got up and invited Song Yunxian to take a seat in the parlor area. What would you like to drink? No need to be polite. Just give me a glass of water. Fanny Ba personally took a bottle of water and even thoughtfully unscrewed the cap. He asked, I don't know what Miss Song came over for this time? Song Yunxian took the bottle of water, and a tingling sensation touched Song Yunxian's heart as their fingers inevitably came into contact in the air. She shyly glanced at Fanny Ba and pretended to be angry. What? I can't come over to you if I have nothing to do? No, of course I don't mean that. You personally made a visit to my Yibo group. Of course our company is welcome. Fluffy. Song Yunxian smiled mischievously. Oh, it's just the company that welcomes me, don't you? Fanny Ba was flabbergasted by the question. Ah, cough. The water he just drank into his mouth was choked out. Luckily, the two of them were a bit far apart, and the water didn't touch Song Yunxian. Sorry, didn't hold back. It's okay, I forgive you. Song Yunxian found Fanny Ba very amusing. All of 5 years old and still acting like a beginner. Just a few random words could tease him to the core. How could she know that in this life and the last, he had never flirted with a woman, and his love affair with Ji Ruxue was even more of a watered-down affair, just a parental order. Chapter 24 Municipal Building Demolition Plan. Song Yunxian said formally, alright, no more joking with you. I have a mission this time. Oh. Fanny Ba stopped coughing. Aha, go ahead. You should have gotten wind of it. The Hangzhou city government is relocating. The old municipal building is going to be demolished, and it is said that it is going to be relocated to the southern new city to promote the southern development of Hangzhou city. I wonder if First Fight Group is interested in getting a piece of the action. After Song Yunxian reminded him of this, Fanny Ba suddenly remembered the matter of the municipal building relocation. In his previous life, the Yibo Group real estate company did participate in this matter. Everyone thought that the development of the southern new city was the nail in the coffin, and the relocation of the municipal government to the southern new city was also an indisputable fact, because nowadays, many cities across the country are doing this. The old city, too old, traffic congestion, not conducive to urban development. Developing the southern new city was imperative. Yibo Real Estate and Ji family cooperated, and the two companies spent a huge amount of money to take land in the south and develop new buildings. As a result, when the city government's demolition program officially came out, everyone was shocked. The municipal building complex was not relocated to the southern new town. although a government building was also constructed in the south. But, the Hangzhou City Department. Only a few functional departments such as the police department and labor union were moved there. The core departments and main leaders were still working at the original address. As soon as this plan was announced, the stocks of several companies that took land in the south in the first place plummeted. The Fan and Ji families were among them. Many real estate companies were cheated. They spent huge sums of money to take land in the southern new city, and as a result, the main officials didn't move over. So who would they build houses for? This trick made many of the wrongly chosen companies lose a lot of money, and some of the smaller companies even ended up going bankrupt and liquidated. Although the Fan family was a large family, and real estate was only one of the industries, it had a hard time because of this for a long time. Although Fannyba hadn't been involved in this project, he still knew something about something this big. Fannyba thought about it, and at that time, it seemed that the Song family did not seek cooperation from the Fan family, and the Song family was the last party to profit from this big gamble, making a fortune. It was said that the Song family and the Wang family, one of the 5 great families, had a close relationship, and although the Wang family was the most inconspicuous of the 5 great families, the Wang family was the existence that could not be messed with. The old man of the Wang family had served in Kyoto back then, holding a high position with great power. Although he has now retired and returned to Hangzhou for convalescence, no one dares to despise him. There are still 3,000 nails in a broken boat, and each nail can crush some small families. It's not surprising that the Wang family was able to obtain the government program in advance. It's not likely that it's still the Wang family that influenced the entire program. As Fannyba thought about all this, he was even more surprised at the purpose of the Song family's visit this time. After all, the Song family wasn't short of money, and their connections went straight to the heavenly court, so there was no need for them to be involved with the Fan family. Fannyba couldn't guess Song Yunchuan's thoughts, so he could only keep trying. Government demolition, such a big thing. Of course I've heard about it. Yibo Real Estate does have plans to participate in it. Song Yunxian continued to ask. Oh, then I wonder where Yibo Group plans to take land. Where to take land? Yes, there's a land trade auction next week. I wonder if Mr. Fan is interested. There are plots of land for auction in both the southern new city and the old city land. Oh, Fannyba was puzzled. Song Yunxian was clearly hinting at something. It was well known that for next week's land auction, although there were plots for sale in both the old and new city areas, but 90% of the companies are choosing the southern new town, which is sparsely populated, all barren land, and cheap. As for the old city, it is either factories or old residential areas. It is time-consuming and laborious to demolish and relocate, and the land is still expensive. Is it hard to choose? But Song Yunxian asked Fannyba. Fannyba somewhat understood her thoughts. It looks like a mess. Song is interested in those plots of land in the old city center. It was Song Yunchuan's turn to be dumbfounded. She didn't expect Fannyba to have guessed. She suspected that the news had been leaked, and her face changed drastically. Mr. Fan, you've already received the news? Song Yunxian didn't intend to play dumb. She directly asked, how did Mr. Fan know that our Song family was going to take the land in the old city center? Who told you? The plans of the Song family and the Wang family were only known to the heads of the 2 families, and her, the final plan executor. Everyone assumed that the Song family was also aiming for the land over in the new city. After all, the Song family had already sent people to the site to check it out. Fannyba could only play dumb. Ah, the Song family really wants to buy the land in the old city. Ah, I guessed blindly. Where would anyone tell me about this kind of thing? Song Yunxian obviously didn't believe it, but if Fanny Bu didn't say anything, she couldn't force him. She could only guess that the Fan family had their hands full. After all, they were the #1 family in Hangzhou. Song Yunxian knew that she had lost her temper, and she became at ease again. Ha ha ha, I'm joking. Mr. Fan, don't mind. That's right, my Song family is planning to take the land in the old city center. I wonder if the Fan family is interested in getting a piece of the pie. There was no reason not to eat the fat meat delivered to your mouth. Wouldn't it be a waste? No matter what conspiracy the Song family had, facing Fannyba, a reborn person, he could know the direction of development in the next 10 years. Ah, Fannyba agreed without hesitation. It's just right. Our company also intends to take land in the old city. The cooperation between the 2 families couldn't be better. Fannyba's quickness and cleanliness made Song Yunxian even more surprised. In her heart, she thought, didn't she say that Fannyba had no desire to do business and indulged in pleasing Ji Ruxue every day? How come he's so difficult to deal with in person? Doesn't show his face? And it's completely unknown what he's thinking. Song Yunxian was a little hesitant. Her purpose of coming to the Fan family this time was indeed to seek cooperation from the Fan family. However, she was trying to gain the initiative to cooperate between the 2 families by virtue of the core information, to seize the first opportunity. Unexpectedly, Fannyba did not follow the routine at all and actually guessed the Song family's plan. Now, the tricks behind her couldn't come out at all. As a business wizard, for the first time in her life, she encountered such a situation, and she felt suffocated in the face of what looked like an old fox sitting there. Mr. Fan, can you tell me why you are willing to cooperate with the Song family? Could it be that you don't think highly of Southern Newtown? To be honest, I do not look favorably on Southern Newtown. I'm a strange person. I never join in the fun, even if I rush in. I'm just a spectator. How can it be as refreshing as setting up your own stage and singing the show yourself? Song Yunxian didn't expect Fanny Ba to think this way. Indeed, the southern new city looked very tempting, and real estate developers in Hangzhou and even other provinces had their eyes on this piece of meat. Even if one person took a bite, how big could the profit be? As for the old city, this piece of rotten meat, there was no one to grab it at all. Where did other people know that this piece of meat was only bad on the surface, and its fundamentals were still fresh? As long as the matter of demolition and relocation was handled properly, the profit from such a large piece of land would be enough for the Fan and Song families to work for 5 years, no matter how Song Yunxian tried to trap her. Fanny Ba never told Song Yunxian why he would buy the land in the old city. Instead, Song Yunxian was tricked into revealing a lot of information, including the cooperation with the Wang family. In the end, Fan, Song and Wang, the three big families, jointly funded a new real estate company, and the three families cooperated to develop the old city. The Fan family contributed 30 billion, accounting for 50% of the shares, the Song family contributed 20 billion, accounting for 30% of the shares, and the Wang family actually contributed 5 billion. Its internal news counted as 5 billion, a total of 10 billion, accounting for 20% of the shares, a total of 60 billion in cash. Intends to take out this time the old city land all round. Chapter 25, Going Home. After Song Yunxian left, Fanny Ba called Xia Shanshan in. After he showed Xia Shanshan this cooperation proposal, he didn't expect Xia Shanshan to be very supportive. Sister, aren't you going to ask why? Fanny Ba didn't believe that Xia Shanshan had no knowledge of the real estate company's plan. Previously, the company's plan was to cooperate with the Ji family to take land and build buildings in the south. And everyone thought that the government was going to shift the center of the city and abandon the old city that was aging badly, and that the new city in the south in the future would be the only city center of Hangzhou. And whoever took land in the south first and the more they took, would be the future overlord of Hangzhou. Xia Shanshan looked like an old planner. She said, in fact, I have been hesitating, the south and the north of the old city to choose that. My intuition tells me that the southern new city is a trap, but the northern old city is a mess of difficult mud. Cannot choose. I originally intended to give up this land auction. After all, the real estate industry in the Fan family is not the core industry, but you insisted on cooperating with the Ji family. I couldn't say anything more. I could only obey your orders. Now, with the Song and Wang families secretly favoring the old city, I knew that I guessed correctly before. The southern new city is a front. The government is trying to get rid of the barren land and get money to remodel the old city. Fanny Ba was deeply impressed by Xia Shanshan's vision. It's really a business genius. No wonder his father gave the company to Xia Shanshan to manage before he passed away. On this insightful vision, Fanny Ba can't catch up with it even if he claps his horse. Fanny Ba was praising Xia Shanshan, but he didn't expect Xia Shanshan to worship Fanny Ba even more. Ba, I didn't expect you to never ask about the company's affairs for so many years, but you were actually able to find the problems at a glance. This business talent, it really hasn't lived up to mom and dad's genes. Fanny Ba was a little sweaty. Where did he have any business sense? It was just all about prophetic ability. However, in order to keep it a secret, he could only tearfully accept the identity of this business wizard. Ahem, where? I just think that everyone's company is opened in the old city. Work consumption habits are over here. Hangzhou is a big tourist city. It's impossible to abandon the old city and build a brand new one which people back to move over. That's right. The fact is also true. In the next 10 years, China's major cities are promoting the new city program. But in the end, the new city into a ghost city. During the day, new buildings were erected, and the skyscrapers were all over the place. At night, with the ban on streets, the whole city is dead. Fanny Ba think today is not suitable for work. There are too many things. He was afraid that someone else would come to the company in a while, and he directly became a shirker. Leave the rest of the matter of docking with the Song family to Xia Shanshan, and he drove home. He felt that last night, the body energy was emptied. Both legs are still soft until now, like running 100,000 meters cross-country, until now has not recovered. He wants to go home to continue to rest. Not far from the first fight mansion, inside the Song family's company, Song Yunxian went straight to see her grandfather, the head of the Song family, Song Guoliang. When she returned, she told him about the conversation she had with Fanny Ba today. Song Guoliang was silent for a long time after hearing this. I thought that although Fanny Ba wasn't a playboy, he definitely wasn't a business genius either. I didn't realize that I still underestimated Fan Hongwen's genes. Fanny Ba was overwhelmed by love before. Now that he's sobered up, we'll have another strong opponent in the mall. Xian, whether we're enemies or friends with the Fan family, it all depends on your destiny. Don't worry, Grandpa. Although today was a bit of an accident, Fanny Ba and I have finally taken the first step. With your granddaughter's face value, I believe that it won't be long before Fanny Ba falls under my stone skirt. Song Yunxian was very confident. When she left the Yibo group, Fanny Ba personally escorted her out the door. At the door, she had asked for Fanny Ba's personal phone number, and both of them had changed their names. From now on, she would call him Yibo and he would call her Yunxian. This was a historic step. Before Ji Ruxue, Fanny Ba never left his private phone number for other women. She wasn't Ji Ruxue, that vase, who had a beautiful face for nothing but didn't grow a brain and lost a golden treasure like Fanny Ba. It turns out that yesterday, after the engagement banquet, Fanny Ba announced his withdrawal. The Song family grandparents and grandchildren were hitting on Fanny Ba's idea. With the Fan family, the Ji family had been on the verge of surpassing the Song family over the years. And now, the Fan family and the Ji family had flipped. This was the perfect opportunity. As long as Song Yunxian and Fanny Ba came together, their Song family would be the next Ji family. Soaring to greatness was just around the corner. Song Guoliang smiled happily, but he still reminded, "Granddaughter, your beauty is one of the best in the entire Hang City. I certainly believe this. It's just that you mustn't go and learn from Ji Ruxue. If you choose to fight with Fanny Fu, you'll have to be single-minded. My Song family can't afford to carry the stigma of being unclean." Song Yunxuan's gaze flickered slightly, but she quickly nodded and said seriously, "Grandpa, don't worry, I know the weight, and for the sake of the Song family, I will take down Fanny Ba as soon as possible." "Good granddaughter, Grandpa won't harm you. Fanny Ba is a good man, even if it's not for the Song family. For your own sake, he's worth entrusting." Hearing her grandfather say this, Song Yunxuan's mind immediately conjured up Fanny Ba's appearance. Handsome and intelligent, courageous and knowledgeable, and devoted to his love. If Fanny Ba could forget about Ji Ruxue, he would indeed be considered as the best husband and son-in-law. Ever since Fanny Ba announced that he was single, there were a few clans that thought the same way as the Song family. It's just that they didn't do it as fast as the Song family, and were able to use tens of billions of dollars in profits to make a knock on the door. Ji Ruxue didn't know that Fanny Ba was now the meat and potatoes of all the major families. Many clans were already selecting marriageable women with the intention of sending them to the Fan family for Fanny Ba to pick. When Ji Ruxue returned to the company, she was faced with a bunch of anxious things. The first thing was the company's stock price plummeting. At the same time, news had already come back from the shopping malls that the Ji family's clothing store was being boycotted by many netizens. Today's sales were dismal. Ji family's most core business was clothing, and Ji family's clothing brand was considered a first-tier brand in China. It has thousands of stores. If the clothes don't sell, it will be a devastating blow. Meanwhile, the Fan family's side of the debt collectors had already come to the door. They demanded that the Ji family return the 8 billion dowry given by the Fan family. But the Ji family got the money and spent it, using it to build their own factories and some other investment projects. Now there was only $2 to $3 billion in cash on the books, so how could they have the money to return it to the Fan family? Not only that, the Fan family synchronized to pass the project termination agreement. All of the previously signed cooperation projects were cancelled. In this situation, how could Ji Shangnan stay in the hospital? She hurriedly returned to the company to preside over the big picture. "Ji Ruxue, what did I tell you? Letting you ask for Fanny Ba's forgiveness even if you were on your knees. As a result, you just left the house on the front foot, and the scandal came in the back foot. How big is your heart? How dare you bring Yifan home? This behavior of yours is simply bringing the Ji family to death." This time, Ji Ruxue didn't dare to refute the old lady. On her way back, she already knew that she had been scolded on the hot search again. Qin Hai had already blown himself up by blowing up the 2 big cards of his entertainment company yesterday in order to settle her matter. Now, even if she used this trick again, no one would believe it. Ji Ruxue knew that she had done something stupid again, and she was too scolded to say anything. Ji Shangnan scolded as well, but scolding her didn't help. Now she had to find a solution to the problem, or else the Ji family would be finished. "Your proof report, did you show it to Fanny Ba?" Ji Shangnan asked. "Nope, haven't gotten around to it yet. It really hadn't come in time." Ji Ruxue hadn't even taken it out before she was blasted out by the security guards. Ji Shangnan was infuriated. Such an important matter. She actually didn't show it to Fanny Ba. "You stupid bastard. This is the only possibility of flipping ah. You actually didn't give it to him." In Ji Xingnan's original plan, Ji Ruxue went to see Fanny Ba this time, showed the Chu female report to Fanny Ba on the spot. and then showed up at the company to let Fanny Ba directly inspect the goods. As long as Ji Ruxue prove their innocence, with the 2 years of feelings, it is possible that Fanny Ba will forgive Ji Ruxue. But now, Ji Ruxue had messed things up. Grandma, Yibo is still angry. I didn't have a chance to give him the stuff today. Tonight I'll go directly to his house. I'll show him the report face to face. If he still doesn't believe me, I'll just... Ji Ruxue also thought of this solution, but Ji Shangnan was already disappointed in her. No need. This is something you should leave alone. During this period of time, you go back to the old mansion and live there. Don't fool around outside. As for Fanny Ba's side, I'll have Ru Yen come back and let her talk to Fanny Ba in the future. After Ji Shangnan finished speaking, she also confiscated Ji Ruxue's cell phone, allowing her to cut off contact with the outside world. Ji Ruyan was Ji Ruxue's younger sister, 22 years old this year. She was just as pretty and beautiful as Ji Ruxue, and even younger than Ji Ruxue. Ji Ruxue understood what her grandmother meant by this. Her grandmother was trying to betroth Ji Ruyan to Fanny Ba to take her place. What? No, Fanny Ba is my fiancé. You can't do this. Ji Shangnan did not spoil her. You still have the face to say that it was you who lost Fanny Ba. Having an affair with a guy. What makes you think that Fanny Ba would endure such humiliation? Also, why did you bring Yifan to see Fanny Ba today? What kind of brain are you? It's hard to believe that you thought that the two of them would live in peace, with two men serving one wife, stepping on two boats and going so overboard. It's me who can't even endure it. I'm already thankful that he, Fanny Ba, didn't kill you on the spot. Ji Ruxue didn't expect her own grandmother to look at her like this, which made her freeze, as if struck by lightning, her soul trembling. Chapter 26 Traveling to the Magic City. Fanny Ba returned home and fell into bed. At this time, he felt more and more the importance of having a strong body. Fanny Ba's home was neither an old mansion nor a matrimonial home. Instead, it was a large flat in the same neighborhood and on the same floor as Ji Ruxue, just above Ji Ruxue's house. It is no wonder that Ji Ruxue feels that Fanny Ba is too sticky. Fanny Ba the sleep to the moon and stars. He slept from the afternoon to the evening, which was when he felt that his body had recovered a lot. So hungry. At this time, he realized that he hadn't eaten for a day. He went to the kitchen and casually made some food to sacrifice his organs. Before he could take 2 bites, he was startled by a duck call. Looking down, it was a pet duck. Rice bowl. You're not dead, are you? No, you're dead. Luckily, the duck didn't understand human language and didn't bother with him in general. I'm sorry, in my last life, I even dragged you along to suffer. Fanny Ba leaned over and held the rice bowl in his arms, rubbing it fiercely. The rice bowl was Fanny Ba's pet, a coal duck that he had raised for several years. Snow white in color. It was a gift from his parents before they passed away. Fanny Ba has always raised this duck as his son. After his parents passed away, this coal duck accompanied him through many difficult nights. The lifespan of a coal duck was only more than 10 years, and this duck, already an old man, in his last life, Yifan had seen the rice tank once. After that, he got sick once and told Ji Ruxue that he wanted to eat old duck soup. Other ducks didn't work, so he wanted this coal duck. In the end, Ji Ruxue hid the rice bowl from Fanny Ba and carried it away to stew it for Yifan to replenish his body. When Fanny Ba arrived, there was only one duck rack left in the rice bowl. The past is too much to look back on. Saying too much is a tear. In this life, Fanny Ba will never let anyone hurt anything he cares about. He will let the rice bowl end its life. Just woke up. Fanny Nan is not sleepy anymore. He hugged the rice bowl and sat on the living room sofa to think about life. The old duck didn't seem to be able to stay up all night, and it nodded its head as it lay dozing in Fanny Ba's arms. Look at this. Almost Fanny Ba adorable. Also do not know how Ji Ruxue is under the hand. Dare to kill such a lovely duck. The gods and Buddhas have given me this opportunity. If it's only used for revenge, it's too much of a waste. I will take the Fan family and continue to climb upwards until I reach the peak of the world, and I will serve my motherland and regain the glory of the 10,000 kingdoms. It was on this uneventful late night that Fanny Ba made his grand wish. Early the next morning, Fanny Ba, who had completely recovered, took a few bodyguards and traveled to Magic City. This trip to Magic City was about his first step in bringing the Fan family to rise. Moreover, there is still a beautiful schoolgirl waiting for her to save her in Magic City. Fanny Ba's group of 4 people drove a modified Lincoln with 2 bodyguards sitting in front. Beside him was the bodyguard captain Lu Hong. With nothing to do, Fanny Ba wanted to ask Lu Hong if he had any ways to strengthen his body. After all, the feeling of being deflated was not pleasant. He didn't want to be a limp noodle anymore. Lu Hong, it is said that you have good hands. Is there any kung fu in your body? Young master, how can I have any kung fu? I'm just a retired soldier who has been in the army for a few years. Lu Hong was a bit modest. This retired soldier of his wasn't simple. He was the champion of several consecutive grand competitions, and had also been the bodyguard of the head of the government. He was recruited by Fan Hongwen with great difficulty and was Fan Hongwen's bodyguard before. When Fan Hongwen was involved in a car accident, he happened to be away on vacation, or else Fan Hongwen wouldn't necessarily have been killed. Lu Hong continued to stay in the Fan family. In fact, it was more because of guilt. If he didn't take a leave of absence at that time, the old family head wouldn't necessarily be in trouble. Fanny Ba was a little disappointed. Oh, so, although Lu Hong didn't know why Fanny Ba asked this, he didn't want to disappoint Fanny Ba. Young master, do you want to exercise? Yeah, I've always felt a bit overwhelmed lately, and I want to find a way to exercise my body. Overwhelmed? Lu Hong carefully looks at Fanny Ba. How old is this? So young to say that he is overwhelmed. Lu Hong thought of the way Fanny Ba came out of the hotel yesterday holding onto the wall. He was a little worried about the quality of the third generation of the Fan family. Young master, this matter, you can actually find Uncle Li and ask him. He's the one who owns the kung fu amongst us. Maybe he can help you solve the problem. Uncle Li? In his previous life, Uncle Lai was driven away by him. Just because Uncle Lai had spoken ill of Ji Ruxue in front of him, he swept Uncle Lai away. Unexpectedly, Uncle Lai was actually a hidden supreme expert. He had already thought about it. After he went home this time, he would move to the old Fan family mansion and learn kung fu from Uncle Lai, just to make his body strong. In the future, he might have to face more than one person. There were thousands of enemies, and he only had one man and one gun. 2 hours later, Fanny Ba arrived at the headquarters of Huachi Bank in Magic City. Because he was a supreme VIP, he was brought to the VIP room by the bank manager. The receptionist for Fanny Ba was a typical Western beauty. Her figure was tall and well-proportioned, wearing a fashionable wraparound dress. Her hot body was on full display, and she possessed that elegant and charming temperament of Western women. Her waist was slender and as soft as a willow, making people want to look at her more. A pair of snow-white straight long legs were even more demanding, and Fanny Ba, who had tasted the sweetness, couldn't help but be a bit flamboyant. Her green eyes, though embedded in a reserved face, were tumultuous, making the whole person look witty and overflowing with life. Hello, Mr. Fan. My name is Ningna, and I am honored to serve you. She spoke Mandarin well, Mandarin with a little bit of Wunong soft flavor. If not for this face, Fanny Ba even thought that the person in front of him was a native of Mordor. Fanny Ba couldn't help but marvel. Ningna, your Mandarin is very good. It's okay. If I have the opportunity, one hope to find Mr. Fan to learn more. Fanny Ba didn't expect that he had just casually complimented her and it had developed into teaching a foreign language. Good, let's talk about it when we have the chance. Please give me a copy of the list of my parents' belongings that are stored in your bank. I need to check them. That's right, this was the main purpose of Fanny Ba's visit to Magic City. The Fan family had been in business for 100 years, and the wealth accumulated over several generations was all here. Checking the finances was one aspect. In addition, he wanted to transfer this money to a state-owned bank. Then, use this money to go abroad to make money. A few minutes later, Ning Na returned to the house with a document. Mr. Fan, look, this is the list of old Mr. Hongwen's finances that exist in this bank. Please take a look. Fanny Bao turned out the list and quickly skimmed through it. In his previous life, he knew that his parents had left him a large sum of cash, but he had transferred it all to Ji Ruxue without even looking at it. In the end, this money became the Ji family's weapon to kill in a big way. $35 billion, 30 tons of gold. In fact, it's more than that. There are collections worth tens of billions of dollars, antique paintings and drawings and so on. On top of that, there are some original shares of international companies. That's how the old Chinese ancestors liked it. Bide their time, be cunning, don't put your eggs in one basket. These are all the family businesses that Fan Hongwen, or rather the Fan family, has accumulated bit by bit over the past 100 years. As for why the money in a foreign bank, it starts from the generation of Fanny Ba's grandfather. They all came from the era of speculation and were scared. Originally, these things were reserved for the Fan family's children and grandchildren to use in case of emergencies, if the family industry encountered a crisis, or if the investment failed and the company went bankrupt. If the family industry encounters a crisis, or investment fails, and the company goes bankrupt, the money in Huachi Bank is the capital for the Fan family to make a comeback. Unfortunately, the treasures left behind by generations of frugal ancestors have all been packaged by Fanny Ba and given to Ji Ruxue. Thinking of this, Fanny Ba could not wait to travel back to his wedding day and give himself a few hard slaps. Chapter 27, I'm going to transfer all this money. All of it. What? You're going to transfer all this money to another bank? Mr. Fan, what did I do wrong? Why would you make such a shocking choice? Ning Na was scared to death by Fanny Ba's words. She had just received Fanny Ba, and Fanny Ba was about to transfer the money. What could Fanny Ba say? Could he tell this beautiful woman that because your bank announced its withdrawal from the Chinese market not long after? Eventually, It was on the verge of bankruptcy. Once the world's largest financial empire, Huachi Bank, encompassing banking, insurance, securities, trust and other all-powerful and global financial holding group, the asset size of 2 trillion US dollars of the giant, it will eventually come to a fall. Moreover, the assets of the Huachi people are the least safe to be placed in the beautiful country. Just not long before Fanny Ba's death, he heard the caretaker say that the First Republican Bank of the beautiful country had gone bankrupt, and tens of thousands of Chinese rich businessmen's money existed in this bank, with combined assets of hundreds of billions of dollars. And in the end, they all paid out for this bank to be reduced to nothing. I don't know if it's so much. The data are all made up. Where else would Fanny Ba dare to put his money in a foreign bank? Therefore, he couldn't wait to come over the next day after he was reborn to transfer the money away, lest he end up losing all this money. Ningna's advice is ineffective and Fanny Ba insists on transferring all his assets to a state-owned bank. Finally, William, the president of Huachi Bank in China, arrives on the scene. Over the years, the business conducted by Flower K Bank in China had been in a state of loss, and the Fan family was the one with the most deposits amongst the many VIPs of Flower K Bank. So if the Fan family were to transfer away the money, then he, the president, could simply announce that he was stepping down. Esteemed Mr. Fan, is there something we at Huachi Bank have done wrong that has offended you? Fanny Ba didn't want to nag them. He had already contacted the First Bank of China, the head of the head office in Mordor, and in a moment, he would bring people over to assist Fanny Ba's people in transferring the money to the First Bank's safe. Seeing this, Wei Lang didn't show any gentlemanly demeanor. This decision of yours is beyond ridiculous. You should know that our Huachi Bank is the #1 bank in the world, with branches all over the globe. The only way for your company to do business overseas is to choose our bank as the safest and most convenient. With these words, William was clearly threatening Fanny Ba. If Fanny Ba was going to transfer the money, then he would curb Ba Group's business overseas through the influence of Huachi Bank. You see, this is the beautiful country, and the beautiful country's bank, the children and grandchildren of robbers, with malignant genes passed down in their blood, don't become gentlemen just because they wear a suit. Can I understand that you are threatening me? Of course Fanny Ba wasn't afraid. It's not like he had any assets abroad. Besides, wouldn't you eat pork away from Butcher Zhang? The words of a Chinese president of Huachi Bank couldn't even threaten Fanny Ba at this time. And besides, Fanny Ba was already planning to take Citibank to the cleaners, shorting the stock of Huachi Bank. This should be a very interesting thing to do. I didn't. Mr. Fan, don't slander me. But if Mr. Fan wants to interpret it that way, I can't help it. William spread his hands and pretended to look puzzled, extraordinarily beaten. But Fanny Ba was not enraged. He was waiting for someone from the First Bank of China. The speed of the country's people did not disappoint Fanny Ba. Half an hour after he made the call, the First Bank of China, the chief banker of Magic City, personally led people to the scene. This was something that Fanny Ba did not expect. He had thought that it would be good to have a business executive, but he did not expect that it would be the head of the Chinese bank himself. Zhang Guofan, a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a standard Chinese character face and thick glasses, walked quickly to Fanny Ba. He stretched out his hands and said excitedly, "Thank you, Mr. Fan. It's our honor to choose our bank. Don't worry, leave the next thing to us. We'll transfer your assets within the Huachi Bank as fast as we can. $35 billion, equivalent to over 200 billion Chinese currency, half of the Fan family's assets. That wasn't even counting the gold and those priceless treasures. This was the largest asset transfer project Zhang Guofan had ever taken over in so many years, and it was a transfer from a foreign bank to a state-owned bank. All along, he has seen Chinese businessmen through a variety of ways to transfer money to foreign banks, and then in the transfer of foreign countries. It was rare to see someone do the opposite. How could he not come personally to such a businessman, whose favor with Fanny Ba was at its peak? In China, the governor of a Chinese bank represented not only a business identity, but also an official position. Although Fanny Ba had $100 billion, he didn't dare to be arrogant. Governor Zhang, you're welcome. It's me who should be thanking you. I didn't expect you to come personally for such a small matter. The two men made a polite conversation in the VIP room, leaving William on the side with his eyes burning with anger. He didn't expect Fanny Ba to move so fast, and had already contacted the local bank in China, which showed that Fanny Ba was determined in his heart, and that this huge asset, for sure, couldn't be kept. He didn't have time to be angry here. He had to hurry and contact the headquarters to take his responsibility in picking clean. Fanny Ba signed an authorization that his assets in Huachi Bank would be transferred by Governor Zhang's people. All he had to do was wait for the final go-ahead to confirm it. This transfer process would take half a month, as the inventory of the gold and antiques alone would take a long time. Inventorying these assets required hiring a lot of experts, and the experts' appearance fees weren't low, calculated by the hour. It was estimated that the money would be as high as millions. And this cost was all taken care of by Fanny Ba. After dealing with this matter, Governor Zhang invited Fanny Ba to have lunch. Of course, Fanny Ba would not refuse. The two of them had a simple lunch at a hotel right next to Huachi Bank. Fanny Ba was familiar with the development trend of the next 10 years, and could pick up on anything, and it was particularly informative. Zhang Guofan was amazed and called him a genius. A meal down, can be said to hate each other? Zhang Guofan hate and Fanny Ba worship. Fanny Ba's side is happy, while Ningna's side is about to collapse. William this put all the blame on her and let her go out to top the thunder, because it really can't be justified. Fanny Ba has never contacted Huachi Bank. The first time to come to have to transfer the assets. The ghost knows why. Cannot be William to be responsible for it. He does not want to retire. In the flowery world of China, he has not yet enjoyed enough. In the end, Ningna took full responsibility and was fired. In fact, Ningna is not to be fired. Fanny Ba this thing is just one of the reasons. The main reason was because Ningna was too beautiful. William had been drooling over her for a long time, but Ningna swore that she wouldn't comply. Originally, Ningna is a senior investment advisor of Huachi Bank, with an annual salary of $1 million, and is a famous flower in the financial circle of Magic City. Not only is William eyeing her, many investors also coveted her beauty before handing over the funds to her operation, but she received the money. People do not from, so many investors are very angry. William took the opportunity to suppress her and turned her into a ballet to receive guests, and Ningna gritted her teeth and insisted on it because she didn't want to give up this high-paying position. As a result, she was still cleaned up by William this time. Ningna took her personal belongings and forlornly left the Huachi Bank building. She walked down the street in a daze. She really didn't know what to do in this familiar yet unfamiliar country. Ningna was in fact half Chinese. Her mother was an authentic young lady. More than 20 years ago, there was a wave of students studying abroad in China. Her mother, Ning Rong, was one of them. When Ning Rong arrived in the beautiful country, she quickly fell in love. The man was a handsome blonde foreigner who looked like a young little Li Zi. She is willing to cut ties with her family for this fake little Li Zi because her family does not approve of her marrying a foreigner. She was engaged to a young master of a big family in Magic City long before she left the country, but she abandoned her fiancé in order to breathe the free air of the beautiful country. Ning Rong was hopelessly in love and ended up getting pregnant out of wedlock. Sadly, Ning Rong's love was let down in the end, and the fake young lord just saw her money. After learning that she had cut ties with her family, the fake Xiao Li Zi disappeared without a trace, taking her last savings with him. Ning Rong gave birth to Ning Na by selling her jewelry, and raised Ning Na by working and studying at the same time. The poor people will have their own hatred. Ning Rong paid for her impulsiveness in the end. Now retired, Ning Rong's biggest wish is to go back to her home country, beg for her family's forgiveness, and offer incense in front of her parents' mausoleum. Her parents were disappointed that they didn't even inform Ning Rong to return to China to wear mourning when they were dying. In order to fulfill her mother's dream, Ning Na returned to China alone after graduation. Ning Na had been to the Ning family many times, but unfortunately, because of this Western face, she had never even entered the gate of the Ning family. She stayed in Magic City because she wanted to make a career to impress the Ning family and finally accept her and her mother. Chapter 28, You're responsible for me. Ning Na hugged the cardboard box and walked down the street forlornly. She suddenly saw the culprit who caused her to lose her job. Fanny Ba, who had just separated from Zhang Guofan after dinner. She directly threw the carton away, not wanting anything else, and ran to Fanny Ba's car in her high-heeled women's shoes, blocking his way. Stop, you can't leave. You're responsible for me. Ning Na opened her arms and stood in front of the car, saying loudly. Her words were heard by the entire street. The surrounding people were stunned. What's the situation? Is this not being responsible after playing? Such a beautiful beauty, looking like an elf in a Western mythological story, with fair and translucent skin and long-to-death legs. Countless LSPs are screaming in their hearts. In my place, even if there is a baby in my belly, I'll put up with it. And some grandparents idly began to point at Fanny Ba for starting a mess. These rich people really aren't a thing. Such a beautiful girl. Say you don't want it. That's right. It's all because of these rich boys who don't do anything. They play with one after the other. And in the end, they're not responsible for it. My grandson is still single after more than 30 years. If this girl is introduced to my grandson, how nice it would be. You think so? Others have luxury cars and bodyguards. What else does your grandson have besides that fat body? Humph. My grandson has a true heart. Money is outside the body. What do you know? That's right. Nowadays all the pretty girls are brainwashed by the money of the rich people. Raising the grips. All blame these rich people. Go up and scold him to death. With that said, there were a few old men walking towards Fanny Ba's side. Where did Fanny Ba dare to stay when he saw this? He pulled Ning Na's delicate hand, and the two of them quickly climbed into the car. Drive. Drive, Fanny Ba urged. Lu Hong was a bit puzzled. The young master was too timid. Young master is just a few old men. What are you afraid of? We can protect you. Fanny Ba was like looking at a little cutie. Like, brother Hong, in the Jianghu, they say women and children are the worst to mess with, but I think there's one more to add, and that's the elderly. Look at these old men and women. They can't be scolded or beaten. Do you still want to go and reason with them? The person to the angry, he to the ground a lie, can sue you to lose all your money. Audi becomes Alto, BMW becomes Baojun. Lu Hong instantly thought of that news about the old man knocking over to help or not. The car quickly left the street. Fanny Ba looked at this foreign beauty beside him. Although she looked really pretty, but this heart was too bad. He was just changing his money to a different bank. She actually wanted to falsely accuse him of molestation. Good thing he wasn't the only one in the VIP room. MS. Ning, is this as far as you go? A job. You don't have to work so hard, do you? Ning Na blankly glanced at him, this disdainful expression, but it had a flavorful feel to it. Fanny Ba felt his heart get electrified. She said, work? Just because of your words, I lost my job. I don't have a job even if I want to spell it out now. The more Ning Na thought about it, the more aggrieved she became. Coming to China for the past half year, there wasn't a single thing that went well. At work, there was an LSP who kept hitting on her, and so did the customers, who could not wait to strip her in the office. At home, she doesn't have a home in Magic City. The Ning family doesn't recognize her at all, and treats her as a bad seed. The return to the Ning family was still a long way off. As for her mother, who was far away across the ocean, due to being overworked in her youth, her health was not good now, and she was getting worse by the day. Thinking of her mother, Ning Na was suddenly homesick, and she sat in Fanny Ba's car and cried loudly. Woo woo, seeing Ning Na crying, instead of comforting her, Fanny Ba was thankful that he had just run away quickly. If he didn't run away just now, he estimated that someone would definitely call the police to arrest him. Ning Na cried for half a day, but she didn't see Fanny Ba paying attention to her. Instead, there was a bodyguard in the front row who kept looking at her through the rearview mirror, and he was so anxious that he wanted to hand her tissues, but was afraid that Fanny Ba would get angry. Fanny Ba also saw. He couldn't help but sigh. Really red face. No wonder there are often bodyguards in the movie. By the beauty of the bodyguard confused assassination of the master of the bridge. This bodyguard should not be. He teasingly laughed. What? Heartbroken? Are you also blaming me for making her cry? Although Fanny Ba was laughing, those who were familiar with him knew that this was a sign of danger. I'm sorry. The little bodyguard was startled by Fanny Ba and immediately sat up straight, sitting upright and staring straight ahead. Compared to beauty and work, he still knew that work was more important. After all, the beauty was not his, while the work was his. Fanny Ba ignored this bodyguard. He felt that this bodyguard was addicted to beauty and love, and would betray him sooner or later. Fanny Ba gave Lu Hong a look and the two of them looked at each other without words. Ning Na also stopped crying. She stopped her tears and looked at Fanny Ba accusingly. Her pair of azure-colored eyes were like clear, transparent blue lakes, and her charming eyelashes flickered with tears. Fanny Ba suddenly realized if he had been too harsh on that bodyguard, he also had the feeling of a heartbeat. Alas, don't look at me. It's not just a matter of a job. I'll find a way for you. Fan's family also had companies in Magic City. He planned to arrange this Western beauty in and hurry to get rid of her. Otherwise his army would be disorganized. You arrange for me? What kind of job can you arrange? Ning Na asked curiously. Your old job. Let's have you go to the front desk of our company. Fanny Ba said rightfully. He felt that Ning Na was working at the bank as a receptionist for VIPs, so working as a receptionist would definitely be appropriate. Who knew that just after Fanny Ba finished speaking, Ning Na was like a furry kitten. Who told you that my old profession is front desk? I'm not going to work as a receptionist. You don't work at the front desk? Look at you dejected. In my company do front desk. Monthly salary of 8,000. Not worse than the average white collar. Indeed, Fan's company staff salary level is much higher than the average. 10 years ago in the Magic City, 8,000 is already a high salary. Is considered to be the conscience of the industry enterprises. 8,000? Who are you looking down on? I was at least earning $1 million a year before. 8K is just paying off a call girl. Ning Na knew that Fanny Ba didn't believe it. She took out her cell phone, opened her resume and threw it to him. Fanny Ba took it with confidence, but soon he was shocked. You're actually a beautiful country. Harvard Masters in Economics. You also have an International Financial Planner, CFP, certificate, and a Financial Analyst, CFA. Fanny Ba was shocked by Ning Na's resume. These certificates are especially and particularly popular in China. Even after 10 years, there are not many people in the country who can have these certificates. Not to mention that Ning Na was so young. getting these certificates in her 20s. The average annual salary of a financial talent with dual certificates is more than $150,000. In that case, it seemed that Ning Na wasn't lying when she said she was earning $1 million a year. If you're as young and beautiful as you are, and as senior financier, how could you be placed in the VIP room as a general receptionist? Could it be that your Huachi bank is blind? Fanny Ba felt incredulous. If he had such a talent, he wouldn't quickly offer it up. How could he let her go? That's not being blind. Ning Na had a stomach full of anger when she thought of William. William's wife and child were in the beautiful country, and he actually wanted to set up a home in China and let Ning Na go as his mistress. You once manipulated hundreds of millions of dollars? The annualized return was as high as 25%? Fanny Ba asked with great surprise. Speaking of which, Ning Na was very proud. This was her old job. That's certainly. What? You don't believe I have the strength? Although she was very young and hadn't been working for a few years, she had been exposed to the financial market since she was a child, and her eyes weren't normally wide open. Unfortunately, she was victimized by her beauty, and although she brought high earnings to her clients and the bank, many people mistakenly thought that she relied on her body for business information, and that the high earnings were all obtained by selling her sex. Because the Western culture on sex is already very open, many people think she is also very open. In fact, her mother, because of their own personal experience, her discipline is very strict. Study is not allowed to fall in love. No cohabitation before marriage. And Ning Na, because of that, never met the father. Has always been on the male or not good face. Can even say some aversion to men. Looking at Ning Na's resume, Fanny Ba suddenly had a good idea. Good. I'll be responsible for you. Chapter 29, Surrender. An hour later, the Four Seasons Hotel on the Bund in Magic City. Fanny Ba called in the head of the Fan family's company in Magic City, Su Mingjiang. Mr. Su, let me introduce you. This is Miss Ning Na. In the future, she will be in charge of our company's strategic investment department, with a tentative position of vice president, an annual salary of $1.5 million, plus commission, and will be directly responsible to me. Fanny Ba introduced Ning Na to Su Mingjiang and announced her posting arrangement. Su Mingjiang was slightly attracted by Ning Na's beauty, but quickly averted his eyes. The young master's woman. He didn't dare to look at her too much. It would kill him. After so many years of being a leader, if he didn't have that kind of eyesight, he could get out of class while he still could. Su Mingjiang first greeted Ning Na politely, not daring to extend his hand. However, he quickly reacted. Where did the company have any strategic investment department? He asked blankly. Young master, our company doesn't have this department? Fanny Ba said indifferently. It wasn't there before, but it was there after MS. Ning Na came. Oh, good. I'll go back and arrange for an office area and equip it with office supplies. Su Mingjiang lamented that young master Fan was still so bold. The technique of picking up girls is just superb, and in order to win the smile of a redhead, he opened a new business division. It is also called Strategic Investment Department, and I do not know what to invest in the future. I hope not to lose all the pants left. Called Su Mingjiang over. In fact, this thing, Su Mingjiang, get the latest instructions, immediately go back to arrange. Fanny Ba, leisurely lying on the sofa, asked, how is it? I'm still satisfied with this arrangement, right? How can Ning Na not be satisfied? The annual salary increased by 50%, not to add the commission. If you add the commission, the final hand of 2 million easy. Position, she is the vice president of the company. Before that, small senior investment advisor. Simply a heaven and a hell. Satisfied. Of course satisfied. But what about the things I specifically need to be responsible for? With such high treatment, Ning Na couldn't wait to go to work. In the future, you will mainly be responsible for the company's investment and wealth management business. To put it bluntly, you will be taking money to speculate on stocks, futures, treasury bonds and other financial behaviors. These are your old skills. I believe no one is more familiar with them than you. But my high salary package is not that good. You have to give me a pitch. Talking about this, Fanny Ba looked at the time, as if it was going to be too late. He hurriedly got up and undressed. Ning Na was still comprehending what a pitch meant when she saw Fanny Ba take off his jacket. 3 words instantly flashed through her mind: subterfuge. Unexpectedly, after going around and around, Fanny Ba was still looking at her body. Ning Na had a feeling of despair. Was there no one who simply appreciated her talent? Looking pretty was the original sin. If she couldn't escape it in the end, Ning Na felt that giving her body to Fanny Ba wasn't such a hard thing to accept. Only, she would have to negotiate a good price for herself. Thinking of this, Ning Na followed suit and got up to take off her long skirt. When Fanny Ba turned around, she saw Ning Na standing in front of him in her tight inner wear. That devilish figure, enchanting posture, and elf-like face, looked at Fanny Ba's brain and blood boiled. His nose itched, a nosebleed sprayed out. He rushed into the bathroom as if fleeing for his life and quickly closed the door. What are you doing? Quickly put your clothes on. Someone will come in later and will be even more confused. Fanny Ba's irritated voice came from the bathroom. Ning Na was at a loss for words as she covered her chest and stood dumbfounded in the living room. What does he mean? Isn't that what the pitch means? Then why is he taking off his clothes? Ning Na was puzzled, but of course she was happy to not have to offer her body. She quickly picked up the clothes on the floor and put them on her body. Wearing it, Ning Na was a bit sad, blushing and saying in a petulant manner, I was almost naked, and he actually ran away. Is he still not a man? Fanny Ba took a cool shower in the bathroom and waited for the desire to dissipate before daring to come out. Fanny Ba changed into a set of simple casual clothes. He also took off the wristwatch on his hand that cost millions of dollars. He sat on the sofa in a regimented manner, without slanting his eyes. Ning Na, opposite him, was shy and coy. The two people were unspoken, and the misunderstanding just now was never mentioned. Ahem. The pitch means you have to prove your ability. I will arrange to give you 1 billion investment authority in a while. I want to see the return within 1 month. If the return is higher than 15%, the investment department will directly set up a new company and I will make you the general manager. Before Fanny Ba could finish his sentence, Ning Na took a stance. If it doesn't reach 15%, you don't have to say anything, I'll just roll up my sleeves and leave. Fanny Ba asked horrified, are you sure? 15%, but 150 million, I only give you a month's time? Ning Na patted her full and erect chest. Sure, I will definitely do it. However, if I do it, you have to give me 10% as a commission. Fanny Ba laughed, I'll give you 20% and keep increasing the amount of investment. You know, I just transferred $35 billion from Huachi Bank, and all of this money, I plan to put into the stock market. That's right, Fanny Ba was going to use this money to go and make a killing in the international financial market. With so much money, putting it in the bank was going to get moldy. He had the memories of the next 10 years. As long as he found a professional trader, doubling the principal a few times was an easy thing. And this 1 billion is the touchstone. Ning Na was shocked by Fanny Ba's large sum of money. Such a large sum of money. 20% of the profit, that must be how much money. It wouldn't even be a problem to buy out the Ning family at that time. Although the Ning family was a big family, it didn't have much money, not even $10 billion. As long as she goes all out, it's not a dream for her to be worth more than the Ning family in the future. Her mother can also return home in style. She was so excited that she directly jumped onto Fanny Ba, and her rosy lips were a few mouthfuls to Fanny Ba's face. Fanny Ba was startled. After 3 days, he was almost pushed down once again. Ning Na's hot body, pressed against Fanny Ba's body, a pair of towering mountains, massive in size, with a waist as slender as a willow leaf. He felt like he had to go take a cool shower again in a while. Properly, Ning Na quickly recovered. She blushed and returned to her seat. Boss, don't worry, I'll work hard. Just wait for me to hand in my pitch. I guarantee that I'll let you marry a few more boss ladies. Cough, cough, cough. Fanny Ba was frightened by Ning Na's tigerish words and coughed violently. Honestly speaking, he already had 2 women now. One was Lu Mangyao, who escaped after pushing him down, and the other was Xia Shanshan, who he owed too much in his past life. And just now, he almost wanted to take Ning Na. Fanny Ba felt like his peach blossom luck had exploded after he retired his marriage with Ji Ruxue. Fanny Ba was afraid of rubbing his nose in it, and he hurriedly told Ning Na to report to the Magic City Company so that she could prepare for the establishment of a new business department. He, on the other hand, comes in disguise to a bar near the Bund, where Lu Mangyao is now. Chapter 30. Can I sing a song? A touch of sorrow, a few touches of sadness, sunset and dusk. The sky was colored scarlet by the setting sun, and the peach-colored clouds reflected on the river, making the Huangpu River look like it was on fire. Gorgeous night 1998, a bar located in the Bund Alley. There weren't many people in the bar at this time of the day, with a few tables sparsely seated. Those who came to the bar at this hour were definitely loyal fans of the bar. As soon as I walked into the bar, a mixture of various alcohol, smoke and wooden furniture came to my face, making people feel both familiar and mysterious. The bar's decor is full of vintage and modern intertwined styles. Dark red leather sofas were scattered in all corners, their soft texture as if whispering stories of the past. Some vintage vinyl records and black and white photos are hung on the walls, showing the history and characteristics of the bar. Behind the bar, rows and rows of crystal-clear bottles of wine are neatly arranged, glittering under the light with an attractive luster. Looking toward the stage, a woman with beautiful appearance and picturesque eyes was singing with deep emotion. Her voice was so beautiful that it flowed out like a clear spring, gently hitting people's heartstrings. Fanny Ba felt that she was even more beautiful now, a light woman's fragrance, elegance since the fragrance. The woman on the stage was Lu Mangyao, the woman who escaped after taking Fanny Ba's blood. However, she wasn't doing very well right now. From her singing voice, One could feel her sorrow, distress, and grief. Across the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, I try to keep my eyes in the distance, through the white smoke, and no one to say they're sorry. How can you change your heart just like that? How can love be allowed to interfere? How can you tell the heartache, it's over or it's over? Who should declare it? The song Dinner for Three was sung so well that Fanny Ba was completely subbed in. He thought of himself, Ji Ruxue, and Yi Fan, and how there was once a dinner for three. That was also the only time. It was Fanny Ba's first birthday after his marriage, and he made dinner at home and waited for Ji Ruxue to come home. But until late at night, there was no sign of Ji Ruxue. The phone cannot be reached. Until the bodyguard to check, only to realize that Ji Ruxue accompanied Ji Fan in eating candlelight dinner. Enraged, he drove directly to kill. He witnessed Ji Ruxue and Yi Fan feeding each other steaks. The way Ji Ruxue opened her face and laughed was something Fanny Ba hadn't seen in years. It seemed like Ji Ruxue hadn't smiled at Fanny Ba since that engagement party. The sound of shattering came to Fanny Ba's ears, the sound of his heart breaking. When Ji Ruxue saw him, her eyes flashed with uneasiness and guilt, but it was quickly suppressed by annoyance because Fanny Ba's arrival had disturbed her from having dinner with Yi Fan. From that day on, Fanny Ba stopped pleasing Ji Ruxue. He wanted to take over the company again, but unfortunately it was too late. Xia Shanshan was kicked out of the company by him, and the power fell away. The Ji family has completely taken control of the entire Fan family, and he is now only the nominal chairman of the board, but he has no real power or shares at all, because on the wedding day, Fanny Ba gave all the shares and savings of the Fan family to Ji Ruxue to prove his loyalty to love. Unfortunately, what was entrusted to the wrong person. Ji Ruxue's eyes do not have him. Lu Mengyao's song ended, and a warm applause came from the stage. It looked like there were quite a few people who shared the same story and resonated with Fanny Ba. Lu Mengyao was wearing a floral dress, like a dancing fairy as she bent down to give her thanks. Thank you everyone. I'm a bit tired after singing several songs. I wonder if there's anyone on stage who wants to come up and give it a try. Her voice was still melodious, rattling Fanny Ba's heartstrings. Unfortunately, no one on stage answered. The scene was a bit awkward, and it was instantly cold. By some miracle, Fanny Ba actually stood up. He looked towards the stage and said loudly, "Can I sing a song?" Lu Mengyao's gaze turned to Fanny Ba. She was shocked when this face appeared in front of her again, thinking that this life would not be a bad time to meet each other. She didn't expect that it was only the third day that the man would come to her door. She couldn't help but ask herself, is this fate? Fanny Ba didn't wait for Lu Mengyao to answer. He walked directly onto the stage, picked up the microphone, and asked for another guitar. Settling down next to Lu Mengyao, "Hello everyone, I have a song that I want to sing for everyone to hear. Please forgive me if it's not good." After saying that, Fanny Ba started plucking the strings. Once the prelude sounded, the inexplicable sadness and anger infected everyone. Before singing, Fanny Ba's mind was full of Ji Ruxue, their former alliance, those sweet pasts. He had dispersed his family's wealth for the sake of Ji Ruxue, with all his heart, but Ji Ruxue trampled on his love, trampled his dignity underfoot, and ravaged it with impunity. He sang, "Squandering love with impunity, my heart is broken. What else do you care? Whatever you want, I'll let you take it all. If you think freedom is joy, love is a mistake made in weakness. Why care what others think, what they say? Too many excuses, too many reasons. For the sake of love, I've betrayed everything. If you want to leave me, don't be afraid anymore. Too many excuses, too many reasons. Don't ask me what I'll do when I'm sad. Maybe I'll live well or disappear without a trace." In this love between him and Ji Ruxue, he is indeed too weak. When the break, always think to please dedication can make Ji Ruxue back to the heart. But the cruel reality to Fanny Ba came to a resounding blow. Fanny Ba betrayed all. Family, career, relatives, all the expectations, he completely ignored. Bent on pleasing Ji Ruxue, but Ji Ruxue still left him, turned around and took all his resources and threw herself into Yi Fan's arms. Fanny Ba paused slightly and continued to sing. "What do you care? If you think freedom is joy, love is making the mistake of weak accomplishments. And why do you care what to think, what to say? Too many excuses, too many reasons. For the sake of love, I've betrayed everything. If you want to leave me, don't be afraid anymore. Too many excuses, too many reasons. Don't ask me what I'll do when I'm sad. Maybe I'll live well or disappear without a trace." What Fanny Ba is most puzzled about is why Ji Ruxue, who obviously loves Yi Fan, is hesitant to divorce Fanny Ba after she got all the Fan family's properties. After the song was sung, Fanny Ba's heart was somewhat relieved. The song too much spoke of Fanny Ba's heartache and sorrow, making him almost unable to hold back his tears. Without waiting for the stage to give him a reaction, Fanny Ba got up and whispered in Lu Mengyao's ear, "I'll wait for you under the stage. This time you won't be able to escape." After saying that, he left the stage. Lu Mengyao was stunned by Fanny Bao's words. She was still recalling Fanny Bao's song. Although it wasn't that melodious and didn't have much skill, the deep emotion made her moved by it. Through the song, she knew that Fanny Bao was a man with a story, and the one who was hurt. As a result, she had just gotten back to it when Fanny Boo appeared in front of him and viciously admonished her not to run. She instantly panicked, her heart in turmoil. Next, Lu Mengyao sang a few more songs. This time, her singing voice was obviously not as melodious as before, as her heart was in turmoil and she couldn't catch the feelings in the songs. Fanny Bao ordered himself a beer and sipped it while watching Lu Mengyao sing. He felt that the faster Lu Mengyao sang, the better she looked. An ancient poem came to his mind. There is no perfect color in 1,000 autumns. Pleasing to the eye is a beautiful woman, a country that pours out its looks, astonishing to the world. Compared to Ning Na, Lu Mengyao was a traditional oriental beauty. In Lu Mengyao, besides being serene and elegant, there was a kind of classical beauty, like Diao Cicada, also like Shi Shi. He suddenly lamented. It's not impossible to be pushed down by someone like this. It's just that one seems to be a bit less. Chapter 31, Another Heroic Rescue. Watching Lu Mengyao singing on the stage, Fanny Bao was so engrossed that he couldn't help himself. He even had the feeling that from now on, the king didn't have a morning court. But at this time, there was someone who was uninterested and disturbed his excitement. Where's your boss? Let him come out. What is all this singing? It's hard to hear. That's right. Get the hell off me. Stop singing. The clear bar suddenly walked in a few punks, dyed colorful hair, covered in cheap tattoos and strange clothes. They entered the door with their front feet and dared to say that Lu Mengyao's singing was bad before they could even listen much. They were intentionally here to find trouble. Only, I don't know if they were looking for trouble with Lu Mengyao or the owner of the clear bar. However, looking at Lu Mengyao's appearance, it was probably to find her, because this was already the second time she had seen these people. Yesterday, she was also working part-time at another bar, and it was also this group of people who came in and drove all the guests away, hogging a table by themselves and not consuming anything, just sitting there like this. In the end, the bar owner rushed in, said nothing, fired her, and didn't pay her appearance fee for that day. She thought she would be fine if she hid away. Little did she realize that the group followed her again. Turn off the stereo. It's too hard to hear. I told you to shut up. Did you hear me? This group of people were very arrogant and directly rushed onto the stage, about to grab the microphone in Lu Mengyao's hand. There was a young man under the stage who saw this and hurriedly got up, but under the sharp eyes of a few hooligans, he sat back down disheveled. Lu Mengyao didn't count on anyone else. She loudly scolded. I'll call the police if you guys keep this up. Her warning was as light as a goose feather in the eyes of the group. They didn't care at all. Fine. Go ahead and sue. Even if the police come, what can we do? We didn't do anything. Can't you say that you're singing badly? The leader of a golden-furred lion king arrogantly said. Just this, you guys still dare to say it doesn't sound good? Then it must be that you guys have problems with your ears. I advise you guys, hurry up and go to the ear, nose and throat department to take a look, lest you really get deaf and tinnitus at that time. Unknown when, Fanny Ba had already walked onto the stage, and he stopped Lu Mengyao behind him. Alone, he faced a few punks. Lu Mengyao had fantasized that someone would come forward to protect her, but she didn't think it would actually be Fanny Ba. She had thought that Fanny Ba was here to find her trouble. After all, she had forced him and taken his clothes. Kid, you're arrogant, daring to talk to me like that. The yellow hairs surrounded them. Some of them even picked up bottles. I call this arrogant? I'm not learning from you guys. Just tell the truth. You can't have a problem and not let me say it. Fanny Bao now learns, using Yellow Hair's words, to block his mouth. Yellow Hair got angry. He felt that his big brother's majesty was provoked. Damn it, brothers, give me a beating. Let him know that some people are not to be messed with. Some things are not to be managed. Without waiting for Fanny Ba to react, the few punks started to make their moves. Seeing them waving their bottles down towards Fanny Ba, his first time was actually not to dodge, but to turn around and protect Lu Mengyao in his arms. In a flash, the bottle smashed on his back. He felt like his spine was broken, and his back was hot and painful. Lu Mengyao was touched badly. How could there be such a stupid man? For the first time in her life, she knew what it meant to be defiant. She just wanted to break away from Fanny Ba's embrace and face the raging storm by herself. When she was grabbed by Fanny Ba, and the two of them flew out. When she got off the stage, she turned to look, and the stage was already a mess. 3 black-clothed men who came from nowhere were twisting and fighting with a few punks, accompanied by a few deep wails of pain. The punks were beaten to the ground. Without waiting for her to ask questions, Fanny Ba quickly took Lu Mengyao away from the scene. On the banks of the riverside river, brilliant and colorful lights were lit up like stars, reflecting on the sparkling river surface as if it was a winding golden ribbon. Fanny Ba escaped all the way to the riverside with Lu Mengyao. The two sat on a bench by the river and admired the bustle of the city on the opposite bank. The skyscrapers in the distance towered into the clouds, their silhouettes especially striking in the night sky. Although the two had been honest with each other, they were like strangers, as Lu Mengyao didn't know Fanny Ba's name until now. She looked at Fanny Ba enduring the pain and sweating profusely. Her heart was incomparably guilty. She asked in a caring manner, "How are you doing? Are you alright? Let's go to the hospital." Honestly, that bottle hit down really hurt. Right at that moment, Fanny Ba was afraid whether he would be killed or not. It was not easy to be reborn once. His ambition has not yet unfolded. He really does not want to die like this. But fortunately, these punks down a little bit of proportion. Not like Ji Ruxue as directly hit the head. Otherwise Fanny Ba this will have to lie in the hospital again. Fortunately, this pain I can still endure. Fanny Ba didn't want to lose face in front of Lu Mengyao. He wanted to prove that he could do it. He wasn't that weak. But when he looked at Lu Mengyao, he couldn't help but think of the night before. That incomparably ridiculous night where he was almost drained and his legs were weak. It seems like, he's really weak. This time when I go back, I'll go to Uncle Lai to practice martial arts. I'll definitely get back in the game. Lu Mengyao didn't know if Fanny Ba was lying to her, but she was in real pain. She had run all the way in a pair of high heels, and just now, on her way to escape, she had even wrenched herself a bit. Earlier, due to the adrenaline, she didn't feel the pain. This would calm her down a bit. She realized that the neck of her foot had started to redden and swell, a burst of drilling pain to the bone. She couldn't help but frown tightly, a thin layer of sweat beads oozing out from her white forehead. Fanny Ba realized that Lu Mengyao was not right, and only then did he see that her feet were already red and swollen. He was heartbroken as he asked, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were hurt? Was it because I just pulled you and ran too fast?" Fanny Ba was guiltily bad because he wanted to be cool, based on the principle of doing things in a high profile and keeping a low profile. He didn't want Lu Mengyao to know that he had a few bodyguards with him. Therefore, after he hinted at Lu Hong and the others to make a move, he left the scene with Lu Mengyao, thinking that it would be this perfect ending. He didn't expect that. Instead, Lu Mengyao nursed an injury. Lu Mengyao didn't want Fanny Ba to think too much. She gritted a mouthful of jade teeth, endured the pain and said, "I'm fine, just go back and apply some safflower oil and massage it." "No way, you're all swollen. What if you hurt your bones? Follow me to the hospital." Fanny Ba didn't wait for Lu Mengyao to refuse. He directly carried her on his back and walked outside. Without taking a few steps, Fanny Ba felt a fiery pain in his back, which was caused by the sweat flowing over the wound and then after sufficient friction. At this time, Fanny Ba didn't have the heart to feel Lu Mengyao's delicate skin. It only focused on the pain. But even so, he didn't put Lu Mengyao down anymore. All of this, Lu Mengyao watched and ached in her heart. She suddenly realized that after so many years, she actually had something to rely on. Lu Hong and the three of them followed behind Fanny Ba at some point, and the bodyguard, Xiao Wang, was the one staring at Ning Na. He foolishly asked, "Brother Hong, young master looks as if the pain is too much to bear. Should we go help him?" Lu Hong didn't have the good sense to shine a light on his head and gave him a hard smack. "Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Young master is playing the bitter trick. How else can he gain the girl's heart?" Xiao Wang looked as if he had come to a realization, and his admiration for the young master was a step higher. "But they don't know. Fanny Ba, this is really can't hold on any longer. Relying on a manly spirit to hold on. It's not easy to walk to the side of the road." The two of them take a taxi to the hospital together. Chapter 32 Lu Mengyao's past. The two of them went to the hospital and tossed around for more than an hour, confirming that neither of them had any injuries before taking a taxi home. Lu Mengyao rented a house in Pudong Shanlin town. This is a set of the 1980s old ragged is small. Household type is very small, only 35 square feet. One room, one hall, one bathroom. The kitchen is shared with the neighbors, but it was just right for a woman living alone like Lu Mengyao. Fortunately, the floor where Lu Mengyao lives is not high. It's on the second floor, or else Fanny Ba really can't carry it up. Lu Mengyao's room was very tidy. Things were arranged in a regular manner, and the floor was clean. Fanny Ba put Lu Mengyao on the sofa. He turned around and opened the shoe cabinet. Very satisfied. There was only one pair of lady slippers. He brought the slippers over and then squatted down to help Lu Mengyao take off her high heels. Lu Mengyao's feet were very pretty, crystal clear, and her toes were born extraordinarily beautiful. Her toes were slender and elongated, like carefully carved jade sculptures. Every detail looked so perfect. Her instep lines were elegant and smooth, and her skin was as white as jade, delicate and lustrous, as if it could overflow with a light wipe. Unfortunately, there was a big red swollen bag on such a beautiful foot, bulging as big as half an egg. Fanny Ba was heartbroken. He gently blew and asked, "Does it still hurt?" "When I was a kid, every time I got hurt, my mom blew on it for me, saying that it wouldn't hurt if I blew on it." Lu Mengyao didn't realize that Fanny Ba had such a cute side. She pretended to cooperate. "Well, it works. It doesn't hurt anymore. Auntie's method works. Thinking of this, Fanny Ba looked despondent. Unfortunately, my mom can't blow me anymore. The 2 lifetimes added up to 16 years. His parents had already left him for so long, but he still felt like they were right next to him. Lu Mengyao was surprised. Why? Fanny Ba spoke in his usual tone. They've both passed away. Passed away. They? Lu Mengyao didn't understand what they meant, but he could feel the sadness in Fanny Ba. Lu Mengyao didn't go to comfort Fanny Ba. She recounted her story. It's okay, I'm an orphan. I haven't seen my parents since I was a child. It was the dean's grandma who raised me, and now, the dean's grandma is also sick. I want to get her to Mordor to see a doctor, but she's not willing to do so. Fanny Ba didn't expect Lu Mengyao to be an orphan. He did have Lu Mengyao's information, but the information only recorded her work in school. More information, he didn't check. Fanny Ba quickly explained. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Just now I just had a feeling. I didn't think it would make you think of sad things. It's fine. What's wrong with that? It's not like orphans are unseen. Lu Mengyao was not amused. This topic was too heavy, and both of them fell silent. Fanny Ba could only treat the injury on Lu Mengyao's foot first. He first went to get an ice pack over and iced it. Then he went to prepare the spray and ointment. These were all medicines taken from the hospital. Fanny Ba said as he put the medicine on her. The doctor said that this isn't a serious case for you. You need to rest at home for 2 to 3 days. So don't go out for these few days. Rest well at home. No way. I can't rest. Grandma gave birth and needs money. The orphanage hasn't received sponsorship for a long time. There are still many younger siblings waiting for me. I need to go earn money. Lu Mengyao shook her head and said firmly. Fanny Ba was suddenly speechless. He just wanted to say to Lu Mengyao, I have money. I'll help you. Then he was scared by the rest of Lu Mengyao's words and didn't dare to say anything. Lu Mengyao said, it's all because of that Fanny Ba. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been snowed under, much less suppressed. Don't let me see him. See if I don't kick him to death. Right. I haven't asked you your name yet. What's your name? This is the first time that Fanny Ba didn't dare to say his name. He didn't know why Lu Mengyao hated him, just to be on the safe side. He occupied his son's name. Oh, my name is Rice Tank. Fan Cylinder? Lu Mengyao was a bit unbelievable. Fanny Ba's looks and talk didn't look like a person with no family education. His parents should be cultured. How did they give him such an unpleasant name? Well, yes, fan of model, just now. Oh, like this. That's not bad. Lu Mengyao nodded. Fanny Ba pretended to be calm. You still haven't said why you hate Fanny Ba so much. Speaking of this, Lu Mengyao got angry. She slapped her thighs and said, it wasn't because of that night. She was a little short of breath. The biggest beneficiary of that night was in front of her. Lu Mengyao blushed scarlet and shyly said, well, I wasn't drugged that night. The person who drugged me was Fanny Ba. Fanny Ba was dumbfounded. How was he the one who drugged him? Although he was the one who ended up getting things done, the drug really wasn't from him. What? Are you sure? Lu Mengyao asked in surprise. You know Fanny Ba? She felt that Fan Gang was a bit strange. He was fine just now, but when he mentioned Fanny Ba, Fan Gang was a bit unnatural. Don't know. Of course I don't know him. A rich son with money like him. How could I possibly know him? Lu Mengyao felt that Fan Gang hadn't lied to her. Fanny Ba was worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and it was rumored that a dog by his side was wearing gold and silver. If Fan Gang knew him, he must have already chickened out. How could he be so plain? Lu Mengyao nodded and continued. I'm sure it's Fanny Ba, the old man. Fanny Ba's heart breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to be scared to death. Thought it was someone who was getting things done under his banner. It's a good thing that although Fanny Ba does things in a high-profile way, he does things in a low-key way. And there are very few pictures of him on the internet. The photos that were spread out on the day of the engagement party were deleted by the people he arranged. Network search Fanny Ba words, Baidu words or when he was very small and parents of a photo. But now Fanny Ba even more dare not say his real name. In case Lu Mengyao misunderstanding is he arranged for people to drug. And finally he came to the hero to save the beauty. This thing will not be explained clearly. Fanny Ba remembered Qin Hai and Qin Bo, the two brothers, and when he returned to Hangzhou, he would arrange for someone to go to prison to properly entertain Qin Bo this, since the person who drugged you to try to harm you was his old husband. Why do you hate Fanny Ba? Lu Mengyao said. Of course I want to hate him. If it is not him, his old father-in-law that how to come to the bottom dare to bully men and women in broad daylight. Lu Mengyao's entire body was indignant when she talked about Fanny Ba. If she knew that this Fan Gang in front of her was Fanny Ba, she didn't know if she would kick him to death. Fanny Ba was so frightened that he was trembling. Next, the story was pretty cliché, because Lu Mengyao escaped. Qin Bo was very angry and threatened to have Fanny Ba suppress the Hongyi Film and Media Company that Lu Mengyao worked for. If the company wants to get Qin Bo's forgiveness, of course they have to find a way to make Lu Mengyao bow down. the boss of Hongyi directly announced that Lu Mengyao will be frozen, and will not give her any resources from now on, and even cut off the way for her to go out and look for work. It's a very cruel thing to do. Lu Mengyao hasn't graduated yet, and all her previous savings have been taken to her grandmother to support the orphanage's operation. If there is no more income, Lu Mengyao plans to quit the rent and go back to school as a student. After Fanny Ba knew about this situation, he lamented, "I thought a star like you would be living in abundance, but I didn't realize that it's so difficult for you." Lu Mengyao took the opportunity to say, "I'm poor, an orphan, and in a whole lot of trouble. There's a very sick grandmother and an orphanage that I need to support. I don't have time to talk about love. Do you understand?" Fanny Ba understood that Lu Mengyao was trying to get him to back off. This world was like this. In the eyes of the rich, nothing was a problem, because 99% of the problems can be solved with money. The remaining 1% can't be solved, not because you don't work hard enough, just because you're not rich enough. And Fanny Ba was the one who could solve even 1% of the problems. Therefore, none of Lu Mengyao's problems were problems. Chapter 33, Let Me Give You Medicine. Lu Mengyao was Fanny Ba's first woman, and although Fanny Ba was not currently in love with her, Lu Mengyao's kindness, purity and adherence to principles deeply impressed Fanny Ba. Coming from a poor background, but not forgetting her beginnings, she worked hard to earn money to feed her grandmother who adopted her and the orphanage. This is a lot of people do not have the quality of this society in the impetuous. So much so that many people buy the fame and fortune to cover their eyes, when turning back to realize that the parents who raised their own parents are no longer in the world. At that time, then to cry in front of the tombstone, just pretending to the living people. Fanny Ba decides to help Lu Mengyao and also plans to take her down completely. Fanny Ba looked at Lu Mengyao seriously. "I have money. All this money is the inheritance left to me after my parents passed away. Compared to you, I feel ashamed of what I have received. For so many years I didn't do my filial piety in front of my parents. Instead I added a lot of trouble to them. Even after they died, they still left enough wealth for me to squander. From today onwards, I will learn from you and earn my own living. This money, I intend to donate it. You tell me the name and address of the orphanage. I'll arrange to call the money over now." Lu Mengyao didn't expect Fanny Ba to do this. No. How can I use the inheritance your parents left you?" Lu Mengyao's head shook like a rattle. "If you don't want it, I'll still donate it all the same. This money is hot in my hands now." Fanny Ba thought of how when his parents were alive, he only had Ji Ruxue in his heart and didn't even ask about their health. Mother was originally in advanced maternal age, when the doctor did not recommend carrying him, but her mother insisted on leaving the Fan family a queen. After the birth of Fanny Ba, Guyan's body is not as good as one day, and he was so focused on pleasing Ji Ruxue that he even forgot his parents' birthdays. Thinking about all this, for the first time, he felt that he hadn't died unjustly in his last life. Lu Mengyao realized that Fanny Ba wasn't joking, and that she really needed money urgently now. Grandma's treatment fee has been delayed again and again, and her siblings in the orphanage have already gone out on the street to collect garbage to raise money. Lu Mengyao is not a one-dimensional white lotus, otherwise she would have been eaten without any hair left. The two added WeChat, and Lu Mengyao sent the orphanage's donation account and her grandmother's personal information to Fanny Ba. Lu Mengyao's hometown is a mountain city, famous as the capital of hot pot. Fanny Ba got the information and made a trip out. A few minutes later, he re-entered his room. Soon, Lu Mengyao's phone rang, and it was a call from the teacher of the orphanage. Yao, Grandma is saved. Our orphanage is saved too. Just now there was a kind person, who gave us $50 million in our account. 50 million. Lu Mengyao was dumbfounded by this figure. The inheritance Fanny Ba said was actually as high as 50 million. She had never seen so much money in her life. Teacher Li continued to ask, Yao, are you listening? Do you know who donated so much money to the orphanage? At this point, Fanny Bu shook his head decisively. He felt that this matter was insignificant and didn't need to let so many people know about it. Under Fanny Ba's hint, Lu Mengyao said, Teacher, I'm not sure. It might be some big benefactor. Lu Mengyao's eyes never left Fanny Ba, and she was incredibly grateful in her heart. Fanny Ba had saved her twice in a row, suffering from injuries, still gritting his teeth and insisting on carrying her up the stairs, and now he actually donated all the inheritance left to him by his parents just because of one of her stories. Indeed, Fanny Ba trusted Lu Mengyao so much that when he went out to arrange this, he didn't think that Lu Mengyao would lie to him, and didn't even arrange for anyone to investigate the truth of the matter. Lu Mengyao continued to give 2 more instructions, then hurriedly hung up the phone. Ignoring the injuries on her feet, she went up and wrapped her arms around Fanny Ba's waist, buried her head in Fanny Ba's arms, and hugged him as she let out a sob. In the last 2 days, Lu Mengyao was under too much pressure. Her job was not going well, she had bad news from her hometown, and she was facing graduation. She was on the verge of collapse, and even thought of giving in at one point. A schoolmate once said to her, It's just a body. Just wash it and it's clean. It doesn't lose a piece of meat. If it wasn't for Fanny Ba, she was going to fall tonight. Lu Mengyao hugged Fanny Ba. Her mouth kept saying, thank you, really thank you. Fan Gang, come on. Fanny Ba really did become an unsung hero for once, and the only person who knew what he was thanking was still the duck in the rice bowl. Lu Mengyao's tears quickly soaked Fanny Ba's shirt, and Fanny Ba didn't mind. With a silly smile, he was really happy to be able to help Lu Mengyao. 50 million only. It was less than half of what was spent on Ji Ruxue's birthday. Fanny Ba took time and effort, and even if he spent hundreds of millions of dollars, he wouldn't be able to exchange a thank you from Ji Ruxue. It was the first time that Fanny Ba had ever felt the feeling of having feedback and affirmation after paying. However, soon Fanny Ba couldn't be happy anymore because Lu Mengyao was too hard and the wound on his back couldn't take it anymore. Ouch. Sister, please be gentle. Fanny Ba cried. You take off your clothes. Huh? What? I said you take off your clothes. I'm going to give you medicine. Fanny Ba felt that Lu Mengyao had a bad habit of always saying half of what she said. The remaining half left people to guess, and Fanny Ba thought that taking off his clothes was what he was doing. It turned out to be to medicate him. Fanny Ba was a little embarrassed. He really rarely went bare-chested in front of girls, and he hadn't even taken it off in front of Ji Ruxue. It was really rare to see such a powerful son. Lu Mengyao see him squirming angry, and not seen. Pretend what pure love Chumail. She went straight to Fanny Ba's shirt. Now, Fanny Ba's wound was exposed in front of Lu Mengyao's eyes. The place that was smashed, black and blue. The serious place has black and purple. Although it did not break the skin, but also hurt not light. Lu Mengyao was heartbroken. She touched Fanny Ba's wound with her finger and suddenly blew into the wound. A tingling sensation came from his back, and Fanny Ba's entire body jolted. You remember what I said? Fanny Ba asked. Aha! I'll blow on you. Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Lu Mengyao took the ointment and put it on Fanny Ba. She suddenly realized that besides this wound on Fanny Ba's back, there were also a lot of scratches that had been scratched out by his fingernails. In a flash, Lu Mengyao thought of something. She looked at her fingers and instantly realized that these were the marks she scratched out. Her face instantly turned red like an apple. It was beautiful, but it was a pity that Fanny Ba couldn't see it. When Lu Mengyao finished medicating Fanny Ba, the night was already late, and she was tired after a long day. Seeing that she was dozing off, Fanny Ba asked, why don't I carry you to bed? Lu Mengyao thought that he was going to sleep with her, and immediately shyly buried her head in her chest. No, not. Don't misunderstand. I'm just afraid that you have trouble moving around. I'll put you in bed and I'll leave. I don't have that idea. Fanny Ba waved his hands to explain. Lu Mengyao, I didn't misunderstand. It's so late. Don't leave. Just sleep on the sofa. Her voice was very soft, like a mosquito's cry. If it wasn't for the quietness of the room, Fanny Ba would definitely not be able to hear what she was saying. Fanny Ba carried Lu Mengyao into the house, and also thoughtfully prepared a cup of warm water. He went back to the living room and lay down on the sofa to sleep with his clothes on, and soon entered dreamland, and Lu Mengyao in the house was slow to sleep. Today's events were like a dream to her. She had thought that she would not live up to meeting each other in this life, but she had not expected to meet up with Fan Gang so soon. He had once again helped her out, and even saved her grandmother and the orphanage. She couldn't sleep. She kept thinking about Fan Gang, thinking about that night. She also kept waiting for Fan Gang to enter the house. She knew the door was unlocked. If Fan Gang had come in, she would not have refused, but she waited until her eyelids were fighting, and she didn't wait until Fan Gang pushed open the door to her room. Chapter 34, Stay at my house. The next morning, Fanny Ba and Lu Mengyao were both still sound asleep. Suddenly there came a fierce knock on the door. Dang dang dang. Miss Lu, are you there? Dang dang dang. Fanny Ba was quickly awakened, and inside the house, Lu Mengyao also got up. She endured the pain and got up. She listened. It was the voice of the landlord. Auntie Wang. It's okay, it's the landlord Auntie Wang. Just why did she come over so early? This house Lu Mengyao had only rented it for a short while, and she didn't owe any rent. It was only logical that Auntie Wang wouldn't come to disturb her. She was puzzled and invited Auntie Wang in. Auntie Wang was a bit surprised when she saw that there was one more person in the house violently. Auntie Wang's face was a bit ugly, like she was embarrassed. Fanny Ba felt that this matter was not that simple. Sure enough, Auntie Wang said, Xiao Lu, I really have no choice. You see, my son is going to study abroad. This tuition fee is not enough. I can only sell this house. The buyer has already given the money and wants me to hand over the house. She paused and continued. Xiao Lu, can you help Auntie and move out today? Lu Mengyao couldn't understand. Auntie Wang, the house is yours. I have no right to ask if you want to sell the house, but you want us to move out today. This is too difficult for people. Generally speaking, even if a house is to be sold, the landlord has to discuss with the tenants 1 month in advance. These are written into the rental contract. Now Auntie Wang's approach. She hadn't thought about Lu Mengyao at all. This, alas, little Lu Ah. I'll be honest with you. I'm also forced to do this. You've offended someone yourself. They're threatening me with my son's study abroad quota. I can't do anything about it. If you don't move out today, my son won't be able to study abroad. Please do me a favor and help me. After Auntie Wang finished speaking, she kept bowing to Lu Mengyao and begged for forgiveness. Lu Mengyao understood. This is the company's trick again. She has reported her address to the company. She had reported her address to the company. It was not a problem to find the landlord. Auntie Wang, this is also an unwarranted disaster. Lu Mengyao could only agree with tears in her eyes. Auntie Wang, I understand. It's not your fault. I'll pack up and move out later. Auntie Wang laughed. She returned all the rent to Lu Mengyao, but Lu Mengyao only needed the deposit back, and the remaining 2 months of rent. With 1 deposit and 3 payments, she was equivalent to renting for a month. Lu Mengyao limped and started packing. She didn't have much stuff. She hadn't moved here for a long time, and she had been acting outside, so she didn't have any personal belongings except for some clothes. Fanny Ba of course wouldn't let Lu Mengyao do it herself. He went up and took the clothes in Lu Mengyao's hands, and pressed her down on the sofa. Let me do it. Your feet haven't recovered yet. Fanny Ba was very gentle. He was a little heartbroken for this kind girl. Even if people threw her out, she didn't take advantage of others. Lu Mengyao didn't refuse. After all, she was still waiting for Fanny Ba to enter her bedroom last night. Letting him help pack a few clothes was nothing. Fanny Ba moves very quickly, because he simply will not fold clothes. He will Lu Mengyao's clothes randomly rubbed, no matter how expensive, good or bad, all stuffed into the box. He traveled to others to help him pack clothes. This is the first time to help girls pack luggage. Lu Mengyao watched from the side and was heartbroken. Alright, don't mess it up. You bring me the suitcase and clothes. I'll sit on the sofa and pack. Get it like you did. I won't even wear these clothes. Several of Lu Mengyao's most expensive dresses were wrinkled by Fanny Ba, and she still had to iron them before she could wear them out. Fanny Ba still didn't care. What's wrong with that? I'll buy you a new one, or else I won't want all these clothes. Fanny Ba has long not wanted to pack. Lu Mengyao, these clothes add up to not as expensive as his watch. As a result, Lu Mengyao gave him a blank stare and asked, what is the relationship between the two of us? What makes you send me clothes? Fanny Ba asked cautiously. This. Well, it's considered a close friendship, right? Lu Mengyao didn't answer him. She felt that Fanny Ba had the heart of a thief but not the guts. What should have happened or not shouldn't have happened? 2 people have already done it. What kind of relationship do you call this? The room suddenly became silent. Fanny Ba didn't know if he had said the wrong thing again and was too scared to say anything. Lu Mengyao was thinking that Fanny Ba wasn't brave enough. Confessing something like this, couldn't let her be the one girl to say it. The two of them worked well together, and in no time Lu Mengyao's things were packed up. Fanny Ba asked, where are you planning to move to? Going to look for a house now? Lu Mengyao was a bit sullen. Hey, where else can I go? How can I find a place to live in a short time? Let's go back to the school dormitory first. She didn't want to go back to the dormitory. Pretty girls attract people's favor and also attract people's jealousy. Her roommate was jealous of her, always saying bad things about her, making up stories about her using her body for resources, not knowing how many people she had slept with. Directors, screenwriters, producers and so on, said a nose and eyes. As a result, the whole school knows. Those boys who pursued her, also with the idea of destruction if you can't get it, followed the rumor. She was really unable to stay, which is why she moved out from the dormitory. Fanny Ba said, I happen to have a house in the neighborhood, or else you can move to my house. Lu Mengyao didn't expect that Fanny Ba would directly invite her to cohabitate, and in a flash, her cheeks blushed. This is not good. The two of us. Lu Mengyao was trying to say that the two of them hadn't confirmed their relationship. She wanted Fanny Ba to take the initiative to confess. As a result, Fanny Ba thought that Lu Mengyao was afraid that he was also living inside and was planning to plot against him. He wanted to be a decent person, lest Lu Mengyao misunderstand that he had already made some attempts when she realized that he was Fanny Ba. He quickly explained, don't get me wrong. I came to Mordor on business. I'll go back to Hangzhou after I'm done. That house has been vacant. I usually don't live in it. Lu Mengyao didn't know whether to be happy or lost. She once lost confidence in her own beauty, but Fanny Ba helped her so much, not to figure out her body. Why? Fanny Ba saw that Lu Mengyao was hesitating, and continued, besides, you're injured. There's no one to take care of you back in the dormitory. What if you fall and get hurt again? She thought about it. The bed in the dormitory was a bed on a bed with a table underneath. She couldn't even climb up the bed now. Besides, she was not on good terms with her roommate. No one would help her with washing and bringing food. What could she do when she went back? Lu Mengyao didn't refuse. Alright then, I'll go to your house. but the house counts as mine to rent. I'll give you the rent. Let's talk about this when the time comes. I'll go down to buy a breakfast first. You go and wash up. We'll go after dinner. Fanny Ba said and went out the door. Fanny Ba had just arrived downstairs when the godly Lu Hong quickly appeared beside him. Lu Hong had a bad smile on his face. Young master, did you rest well last night? Fanny Ba was a little embarrassed. Asterisk 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 off. I didn't do anything last night. He was still a bit vain, afraid that Lu Mengyao would see them from the window, and hurriedly pulled Lu Hong to the corner. Fanny Ba said quietly, I remember I have several houses in Magic City. Go and find the smallest one, but it should be easily accessible, have a good environment, and be safe. Now go and clean the house and get all the living supplies. Go quickly. I'll only give you 1 hour. We're moving there in a while. Fanny Ba was very serious, feeling even more serious than when he transferred tens of billions of dollars in assets yesterday. Lu Hongming by this is the rhythm of hiding a golden house. He immediately arranged it. After Lu Hong left, Fanny Ba milled around for half an hour. Lu Mengyao had long since washed up and changed into a set of clothes. She was wearing a loose sweater with bright colors and unique patterns. Her lower body was paired with a pair of athletic shorts, showing off her slender legs and energetic temperament. On her feet she wore a pair of white sneakers and colorful socks, giving her a relaxed and happy feeling. Her hair was casually tied in a ponytail, with the broken hair on her forehead flowing in the wind. Her makeup was simple and natural, with only a light lipstick and sunscreen. The whole gave off an energetic, sunny and healthy feeling. Compared to yesterday's quiet elegance, today there was more youthful vigor, which brightened up Fanny Ba's eyes. Seeing that Fanny Ba took so long to come back, she asked, why did you go for so long? Were you unfamiliar with the place and didn't find a breakfast spot? Lu Mengyao was very sweet as she helped Fanny Ba with all his excuses. Fanny Ba, hey, yes, come eat while it's hot, he said and put his breakfast on the dining table. Lu Mengyao took a look. Why did you buy so much? It's too much of a waste if you can't finish this. You also bought my favorite Xiaolong Bao. How did you know I like to eat their buns? Lu Mengyao was very happy. She felt that Fanny Ba and her tastes were very similar. In fact, these were not bought by Fanny Ba. Lu Hong left a bodyguard for Fanny Ba before he left, and these were for him to buy. Where did Fanny Ba know what the bodyguard was thinking, and bought 4 whole servings? Hey, by mistake. I also like eating buns, but I like to eat big buns, the white and tender kind. Chapter 35, Coming to Catch a Girl Who Stole Her Heart. Breakfast for 4 people. In the end, 3 portions were eaten into Fanny Ba's stomach. Originally, Fanny Ba wanted to throw them away, but Lu Mengyao thought it would be too bad to throw them away. She grew up not having enough to eat, and she especially loved food. Fanny Ba could only eat the remaining 2 portions all by himself. He planned to thank the bodyguard properly later. When Fanny Ba finished eating, Lu Mengyao was about to go downstairs. She urged, let's go. Let's hurry and go out, or else it'll be hard to get a taxi in the morning rush hour. Fanny Ba didn't want to take a taxi. Yesterday's cab almost shook him to vomit. Besides, Fanny Ba is a bit of a clean freak. The cab smells of sweat and soot. He can't stand it a bit. There's no need to rush. Just now when I was downstairs buying breakfast, I arranged the car. Lu Mengyao didn't expect Fanny Ba to think so carefully, helping her with everything. She thought that Fanny Ba was afraid that she couldn't stand for a long time. That's why she beat the car in advance. She revealed a sweet smile and said, you're so nice. Fanny Ba understood that Lu Mengyao was misunderstanding something again, but he didn't dare to explain. Instead he expected that this kind of misunderstanding better come a few more times. When he went downstairs, Fanny Ba carried 2 big boxes and went downstairs first. Then he went upstairs to carry Lu Mengyao. When Lu Mengyao saw the cab, her eyes revealed a hint of doubt. Fan Gang, are you sure this is a cab? In front of Lu Mengyao was a Lincoln Cross Country. The whole car was very atmospheric and beautiful. How could such a car be a cab? Fanny Ba could only make up something in order not to expose his identity. Oh, this is a black car, taking private jobs. I usually contact him when I go to Magic City on business. Lu Mengyao asked. Oh, well, it's expensive to call such a car once, right? Fanny Ba didn't know the price. It's okay. I'm all about monthly settlement, long-term cooperation. There are discounts that aren't expensive. It's about the same as a cab. The bodyguard saw Fanny Ba come down. Where can he still sit down? He hurriedly got out of the car and opened the door for Fanny Ba. One hand still on the door. Very professional. Lu Mengyao looked at the driver wearing a suit uniform and gloves. The service was very attentive. It just seemed like he had seen it somewhere before. Fan Gang, this driver's service is really good. Give me a phone number. I'll contact him even after traveling. Fanny Ba didn't expect to actually dig another hole for himself. He said with a taut face, fine. I'll send you the phone number when I arrive home in a while. Gotta. Let's give Lu Mengyao a full-time driver plus bodyguard in the future. But this matter made Fanny Ba discover a business opportunity. After 10 years, travel where to wait for a cab, directly cell phone to make a net taxi downstairs and so on. The future of the online car market. The head of the travel company is a large group of hundreds of billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars in annual revenue. Now, the online car market is still growing, or a blue ocean. At this time, it is the perfect time for Fanny Ba to seize the market. He intends to return to Hangzhou this time to set up a project for the online car project and give it to Xia Shanshan to realize. Half an hour later, the car drove to Suwei District, Qianjiang Mansion, the smallest of Fanny Ba's many properties in Magic City. Lu Mengyao saw the gate of this neighborhood from the car, and she knew that she wouldn't necessarily be able to afford this rent. According to reason, she is at least a third-tier star now. Her income is not worse than the average executive, but her savings are all posted to the orphanage. The money in her hand was still the rent that the landlord had returned to her in the morning, but that was only about 2,000, which probably wasn't enough to pay a month's rent here. She could only hope that Fanny Ba's house wasn't too big, or she really couldn't afford the rent. Lu Mengyao guessed right. She really can't afford the rent. This house is the first-line Riverview house, or the king of the whole neighborhood, located on the top floor, more than 180 square feet, 3 rooms and 2 halls. The smallest bedroom is bigger than Lu Mengyao's previous whole house. Lu Mengyao was a little apprehensive when she entered the neighborhood. She hadn't lived in such a good house. In fact, Fanny Ba was no better than her. Because of this place, he hadn't even been here himself. When he came to Magic City before, he either stayed in a hotel or went to Jing'an's old Ocean House Garden Villa. This house was also not bought, because this property was developed by their family company. After handing over the house, the company left this set of house type with the best environment to him. Originally, it was put on the appreciation, not much use. I did not expect to use it now. Fanny Ba do not know how Lu Hong with people cleaned up. He was secretly anxious, but do not fall off the chain. Life is always like this, cannot get carried away. Sometimes what you are afraid of is what comes. Fanny Ba helped Lu Mengyao. The driver helped push the suitcase. The 3 went to the elevator. Out of the elevator, Fanny Ba saw Lu Hong sweating in the elevator entrance. Fortunately, Lu Hong was smart and pretended not to recognize Fanny Ba. However, Lu Mengyao looked at Lu Hong and felt that he had seen him somewhere, but he just couldn't recall. The driver sent the luggage to the door and left with Lu Hong, waiting for the elevator to go down. Lu Mengyao muttered, "So strange, why do I feel like I've seen both of these people somewhere?" Fanny Ba was startled. He was almost confused. He had thought that Lu Mengyao hadn't seen them yesterday when Lu Hong and the others made their move, but he hadn't expected that Lu Mengyao actually had an impression of them. At this time, Fanny Ba had already begun to calculate whether or not he should change a batch of bodyguards. I don't know if Lu Hong would cry his eyes out if he knew what was in his mind. He had run his legs off in order to clean Fanny Ba's room and procure household items. As a result, Fanny Ba still wanted to replace them. Fanny Ba opened the door and carried Lu Mengyao inside. Stepping into the room, what met his eyes was the thick and soft furry carpet. It was like a pure cloud that gently floated down under the feet, bringing a kind of down-to-earth warmth. Under the reflection of the light, the carpet's fluffy hair was slightly glowing, exuding a low-key luxury. On one side of the room, there was a huge floor-to-ceiling window. It was like a huge scroll, taking in the river view. From afar, the river shimmered as if the entire universe had been packed into this room. Sunlight pours in through the window, illuminating the entire room with warmth and vigor. The layout of the room is simple and atmospheric, and every place reveals the designer's ingenuity. The smooth and elegant lines of the furniture echo perfectly with the carpet and the floor-to-ceiling windows. Several modern art paintings hang on the wall, adding a bit of artistic flavor to the room. And in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, a comfortable recliner and a small coffee table were placed. Such a room, Lu Mengyao had still seen it from a TV show, but the one in the TV wasn't as good-looking as this house of Fanny Ba. The view of the river was so beautiful. Fanny Ba sensed that she enjoyed looking at the river view, so he directly carried her to the recliner, letting her lie down comfortably and slowly look at it. Lu Mengyao realized that Fanny Ba really understood her. There were some things that she didn't need to say. Fanny Ba would naturally help her think of them. She couldn't help but think that if she married Fanny Ba and had 2 more babies, it would be nice to live in this room and be peaceful. But she does not know Fanny Ba very well, only know that he is Hangzhou people, and do not know what he traveled to do, when to go back. Thinking about this, she was suddenly afraid of separating from Fanny Ba. She asked with some loss, "Fan Gang, when will you go back to Hangzhou City? Will you come back to Magic City again?" This time, Fanny Ba heard the longing and reluctance in her words. "Fanny Ba, there's no rush to go back. There are still some things that haven't been dealt with on the Magic City side." "What things are?" "There is a girl who stole my heart. I came over to catch her." "Did you catch her?" "I caught her, but she still wanted to run away, so I had to lock her up." "How do you know she still wants to run?" Humph, big fool. Lu Mengyao didn't know if this was considered a confession, but her heart was about to melt. It turned out that Fanny Ba had specifically come to Magic City to look for her. His arrival made Lu Mengyao's entire sky light up. Chapter 36, The Years Are Quiet. Lu Hong is really a very sweet bodyguard. Within 1 hour, he actually cleaned up the whole room. Living supplies, as well as fruits and vegetables have been helped to buy. Since Lu Mengyao's leg injury wasn't healed, she had trouble moving. Fanny Ba took care of Lu Mengyao like a sister-in-law, bringing all the food and drinks to her, although the two did not break the window paper. But the words and behavior are quite close. While Fanny Ba's side of the family is in a sweet spot, the Ji family is having a hard time. Although Ji Ruxue was grounded, but the bad influence she caused continues to ferment. The internet scolding. Those shareholders of the Ji family's company took the opportunity to cause trouble, letting the Ji family give an explanation. Ji Shangnan, no matter how much she apologized, was useless. The only thing that can save the Ji family is Fanny Ba. But Fanny Ba is not in Hangzhou. No one knows where he went. The phone does not answer. Ji Shangnan personally went to Yibo group to find Fanny Ba, but the one who received her was Xia Shanshan, and she was even less likely to help the Ji family. Just at this time, Ji family little princess, Ji Ruxue, returned to Hangzhou from Europe. Ji Ruxue also graduated this year, at the age of 22, looking sweet and lovely, standing tall. She has a pair of bright eyes like the brightest stars in the night sky, so clear and transparent, flashing with the light of innocence. Her eyebrows were curved naturally, like a delicate willow curved knife, and her nose was high and elegant, forming a perfect match with her eyes and mouth. Her lips were rosy and delicate, like a tantalizing red cherry, making people want to kiss them. Her hair was dark and shiny, pouring down like a waterfall, sparkling with a silky luster. When she gently raised her head, the hair fluttered with the wind, like a black elf dancing. Her body was tall, with a perfect height of 168, as if she was a standing willow, elegant and upright. Ji Shangnan was very satisfied when she saw Ji Ruxue. The pair of 1,000 golds of the Ji family were both exceptional beauties picked out of 10,000. She had confidence in Ji Ruxue. As long as she could meet Fanny Ba, with her years of affection and Ji Ruxue's beauty, she would definitely be able to take Ji Ruxue down. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for Fanny Ba to show up. Ji Ruxue went to see Ji Ruxue as soon as she got off the plane, and the sisters just met, and Ji Ruxue gave Ji Ruxue a hard slap. What right do you have to treat him like this? If you don't want him, tell me earlier. I want. Ji Ruxue was dumbfounded. She was on the verge of breaking down in the past few days. Everyone was cursing her. She was suspended. Fanny Ba could not be contacted, and there was no news from Yifan. Her days were like years. Every day she was locked up in her house in a state of confusion. Her own sister hadn't seen her for a long time, and she was beaten just after meeting her. She was infuriated. Why should I let you have it? I'm telling you, Ji Ruxue, you can never replace me. I won't let go even if I die. Ji Ruxue looked at her coldly, her eyes filled with remorse. Had she known that she wouldn't have left the country in the first place, she had given Fanny Ba away, and had thought that Ji Ruxue and Fanny Ba would be in love for the rest of their lives. As a result, Ji Ruxue actually betrayed Fanny Ba and did such a shameful thing, and when she got the news, she rushed back as soon as she could. She was going to find Fanny Ba and comfort him. Ji Ruxue couldn't wait to leave. Ji Ruxue was grounded. She could only shout behind Ji Ruxue, "He's your brother-in-law. Ji Ruxue, you can't love him." It wasn't just the Ji family. The Song family was also looking for Fanny Ba. The cooperation program between the Song family and the Fan family had just begun, and Song Yunxian wanted to take the opportunity to meet with Fanny Ba more often. But Fanny Ba actually disappeared, and the Fan family's side of the lead became Xia Shanshan. This made Song Yunxian very angry. Magic City, River View Room. At the beginning of the lights, the river view outside the window is flowing. The river water is sparkling, reflecting the neon of the city. The beauty of this view was breathtaking. Fanny Ba wore an apron and walked over to Lu Mengyao's side, asking softly, "What do you want to eat tonight?" Lu Mengyao was nestled in the recliner, exquisitely like a porcelain doll. She asked, "You can cook?" "Will. Then feel free to do it. I'm not picky. Just don't put scallions in the dishes." She is jealous of scallions. Do not like the texture of scallions. Okay, got it. Half an hour later, dinner. Fanny Ba left in a huff. Lu Mengyao didn't believe that Fanny Ba would cook. She had seen Fanny Ba clean up his clothes, and it looked like someone who couldn't do housework. She felt that Fanny Ba must be the young master of a rich family. Exactly how rich she wasn't sure, but with a $50 million inheritance and this valuable house, it was beyond her imagination. Half an hour later, Fanny Ba carried Lu Mengyao to the dining table. 4 dishes and 1 soup: mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, boiled sliced pork, hand-torn cabbage, and a purple vegetable and egg flour soup. The colors and flavors were all there. "Did you make this?" Lu Mengyao suspected that Fanny Ba had hidden a chef in the kitchen. Either that or Fanny Ba had brought the dishes back from outside. She couldn't believe that Fanny Ba could really cook. Of course I did. You try it while it's hot. Fanny Ba looked like he was waiting for a compliment. Lu Mengyao picked up her chopsticks and tasted it. Did you really make this? Lu Mengyao felt unbelievable. And the flavor was too good. The authentic Sichuan and Chongqing flavor, spicy and fresh, made her feel like she was returning to her hometown in Mountain City. Fanny Ba smiled and nodded. The flavor is okay, right? Aha, it's so delicious. Receiving Lu Mengyao's affirmation, Fanny Ba was happy in his heart. The reason why Fanny Ba could cook was still because of Ji Ruxue. In her last life, Ji Ruxue had a stressful job and was often so busy that she forgot to eat, and she also lost her appetite. Fanny Ba specializes in finding chefs. Learning this craft, the 8 major cuisines he will be some. Only the Sichuan cuisine is the most skilled, because he found that only spicy flavor can let Ji Ruxue have an appetite. After eating, Fanny Ba cleaned up the table and went to wash the dishes. Lu Mengyao quietly stood up and limped to the kitchen door. She leaned against the door and quietly watched Fanny Ba busy in the kitchen. This scene made her feel like the years were still and she really seemed to live like this forever. She had gone to the orphanage before she could remember. The life in the orphanage was very hard. It was the grandmother in charge who raised her. Her grandmother's selflessness and greatness deeply infected her, and she was motivated to excel and earn a lot of money to give her grandmother medical care and improve the lives of her siblings in the orphanage. That's why she enrolled in film and television school, because she knew that beauty was her greatest capital. Going for stardom was the fastest way she could make money, but the path was not as good as she had imagined. She had suffered a lot. Why are you walking over by yourself? Is it to eat fruit? You called me. Fanny Ba turned around before seeing Lu Mengyao standing stupidly in the doorway. He thought Lu Mengyao was in need of something. No, I'm not eating. Fan gang, come here. Fanny Ba was unsure, but he honestly walked over to Lu Mengyao. Come over a little more. Fanny Ba took 2 more steps forward until their 4 eyes were facing each other, and Fanny Ba's nose could smell the scent from Lu Mengyao's hair. The two were just 1 step apart. Finally, Lu Mengyao she took the initiative to take this step. She took this step slowly, but it was full of determination and resolve. When approaching Fanny Ba, she stretched out those slender but powerful arms and tightly encircled Fanny Ba's waist. Her fingers trembled slightly, yet they were gentle against his back, as if she wanted to imprint the warmth of this moment in her heart forever. Lu Mengyao's head gently leaned against his chest. Listening to the sound of his heartbeat, she closed her eyes, letting the tears quietly slide down at the corners of her eyes. They were tears of emotion and happiness. Fan gang, don't lie to me. I only loved this once in my life. Fanny Ba still didn't know what was happening. He didn't understand why Lu Mengyao suddenly hugged him. His body stiffened slightly as her hug came up. But, after hearing this deep confession from Lu Mengyao, he quickly relaxed, and his hands gently wrapped around her shoulders. They embraced quietly like this, as if the entire world had stood still and only the two of them existed. In this moment, they didn't need words. Just this deep embrace was enough to express the emotions in each other's hearts. Chapter 37, 5 million signing fee. Time passed day by day, and both Fanny Ba and Lu Mengyao were intoxicated in the good life. 2 or 3 days later, Lu Mengyao's feet had almost recovered, and she had no problem walking on the ground by herself, but she still wanted Fanny Ba to carry her. Every morning, she carried him to the recliner. At dinner, she carried her to the dining chair, and at night, she wanted him to carry her to bed. However, although the two had broken the last layer of window paper, they still slept in separate beds, with Lu Mengyao sleeping in the master bedroom and Fanny Ba sleeping in the second bedroom. This morning, Lu Mengyao was on the recliner looking at books on how to improve her acting skills, while Fanny Ba fed her grapes on the side. The two people lived through the years, smiling peacefully. Fanny Ba asked, "Do you like being a star a lot?" Nah. Why do you want to be a star?" "Because I want to be famous." As for why she wanted to be famous, Lu Mengyao didn't tell Fanny Ba. The biggest reason why Lu Mengyao became a star was because she wanted to make money for her grandmother and the orphanage. There was also another reason. She wanted to let a person know that she was doing well through this. Therefore, she didn't even change her name and directly used her real name as her stage name. Fanny Ba smiled and said, "I'm sure you'll make your dream come true." For Fanny Ba's support, Lu Mengyao was actually not hopeful anymore. Now that the company was snowing her, and she had signed a 5-year contract with a default fee of tens of millions of dollars, she already understood that she was out of her league. Still, she smiled and thanked Fanny Ba. "Thank you, fan gang." Now that she had Fanny Ba, she felt that her life was complete, and even if she was snowed in, she didn't care. Thinking of her future life with Fanny Ba, she smiled sweetly and beautifully. Fanny Ba heartily marveled. "Mengyao, you are so beautiful, so pretty." Lu Mengyao, fan gang, big handsome pot. "You're not bad either." The two of them were one handsome and the other sunken in and close to the moon. Fanny Ba, I think our future child will definitely be beautiful. Lu Mengyao, who told you we'd have a girl? In case it's a boy. Fanny Ba, then let's have two. One boy and one girl. Just right. Lu Mengyao, you're too good to be true. Now we only let one child be born. Fanny Ba wants to tell Lu Mengyao that the country will open up the second child in a short time. And it's not just a fine. He can afford to have several children. Lu Mengyao suddenly thought of something funny. She couldn't stop smiling. Right, if it's a boy, it's called Fan Bucket. If it's a girl, it's called Fan Tuan. It's a good match with your name. After saying that, she laughed even more arrogantly. Ha 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 ha. Good you dare to make fun of my name. See how I clean you up. Fanny Bao directly went to work, and the two fought in the living room. Suddenly, Lu Mengyao's phone rang. Why is the company calling me? Lu Mengyao picked up her cell phone, not daring to answer it. She was afraid that the company would come up with some scheme to count on her again. It's okay, pick it up, just in case it's a good thing. Fanny Boo persuaded on the side. With Fanny Ba's encouragement, Lu Mengyao picked up the phone. The other side of the phone was the first to greet her. Hello, is this MS? Lu, I'm the general manager of Hong Yi Film and TV Company. My name is Chen Dongsheng. It was an unfamiliar man on the other side of the phone. Lu Mengyao had not heard of him, but this phone was indeed the company's internal phone, the landline of the general manager's office. Lu Mengyao had the number saved. Lu Mengyao asked suspiciously, isn't the general manager of the company surnamed Wang? Lu Mengyao had seen the general manager, a fat head and ears fat man with a treacherous smile. By no means was this surnamed Chen. You said that Wang Chang before? He has already been arrested for violating the law and discipline. I am the general manager of Run. I already know about those unjust treatments you suffered in our company. I'm calling you today because I want to talk to you about resigning. We intend to sign an A-class contract with you. Signing fee, $5 million for 3 years. What do you think? Lu Mengyao never dreamed that such a good thing would actually come to her. It was just like a dream, but she was afraid that this was a scam, tricking her into the company and then plotting against her. If it's convenient for you, we can send someone to your door to talk to you. Lu Mengyao was a bit hesitant. She was afraid. Fanny Ba said on the side, it's fine, let them come over. The security of the property in this neighborhood is very tight. They wouldn't dare to mess around. In the end, Lu Mengyao told Mr. Chen the address of the house. Half an hour later, the door of the room was knocked. The old boss of Hongyi Media, with 2 ladies, personally boarded the door. Chen Dongsheng came in with a respectful face and wanted to shake hands with Fanny Ba, but was stopped by a look from Fanny Ba. After he received the signal, he hurriedly greeted Lu Mengyao. Hello, MS. Lu, as the name suggests, you are indeed a great beauty. Mr. Chen came up with a fierce compliment, praising Lu Mengyao almost to the sky. After the business mutual admiration ended, Chen Dongsheng served the main course. He took the contract to Lu Mengyao. Lu Mengyao carefully read it article by article. After reading it, she looked confused. Is this contract really for me? Lu Mengyao was not a rookie in the entertainment industry. She debuted in her junior year. Her previous contract was a D-grade contract, and the signing fee was even only 100,000. And she debuted because of this 100,000, as the orphanage was already almost unable to uncover the pot at that time. Now, the company was still the same company, but with a new boss. She was given an A-level contract, which was already considered a first-tier stars contract, 5 million signing fee, 2 film and TV drama lead role opportunities per year, as well as advertisement share, etc. How could this kind of contract be given to a small role like her? The most bizarre thing was the liquidated damages. It was actually only 5 million. She had taken 100,000 before, and in the end, the liquidated damages were as high as 10 million. And this situation was not a minority, because some companies were getting rich on liquidated damages. Lu Mengyao had an unreal feeling. Mr. Chen, that's for sure. In the future you'll be the company's first sister. I'll use all my resources to promote you. MS. Lu, how are you considering this? Let's sign if there's no problem. In the end, Lu Mengyao really couldn't find any problems, so she signed the words. Mr. Chen put away the contract and introduced Lu Mengyao. Let me introduce you. This is Zhang Yuan, your future agent, and this is Xiao Tao, your assistant. You'll communicate with them if there's anything in the future, and the company will let them notify you if there's an arrangement. Lu Mengyao shook hands and greeted them one by one. She was flattered. Before, not to mention assistants, she didn't even have an agent. Then Miss Lu, I'll go back and prepare for the publicity first. We'll put the image material you shot before online to raise a wave of popularity for you. Then after that, we'll publicize the signing. Of course Lu Mengyao didn't have a problem with this. It would only benefit her. Chapter 38, Suddenly Hearing Bad News. After Qin Dongxing several people left, Lu Mengyao was still like a dream. Alright, now you should be relieved. I told you that you will definitely be famous. Fanny Ba smiled. He looked at Lu Mengyao with extra doting eyes. That's right, this Mr. Chen was his man. And although he was at home these 2 days, he wasn't idle either. He arranged for people to directly acquire the company that Lu Mengyao signed up with, and also sent a few leaders to jail and cleaned up the entire company. Then he arranged for them to re-sign with Lu Mengyao and made a detailed plan to promote Lu Mengyao. Since Lu Mengyao wants to be a star, then he will go all out to help her get through this avenue of stars. Lu Mengyao's hair reflex arc seemed to be a bit long, and she only reacted now. I'm too excited. The company is going to promote me. I'm going to be famous. So happy. Fan gang, I'm going to eat hot pot today. I'm going to eat tripe, and I'm going to eat yellow throat, and I'm going to eat duck intestines. Consider it a final indulgence. I'll definitely have to control my diet and protect my voice from now on. Fanny Ba, okay, I'll listen to you. Lu Mengyao was happy. So was Fanny Ba. His smile was full of love and affection. Lu Mengyao changed her decadence. She didn't nestle in the recliner anymore and practiced yoga in the living room. Her body gently swayed with the rhythm of her breathing. Every movement was smooth and natural, as if she was dancing a silent dance. Her body was as flexible as a ribbon, as light as a feather, and every bend and stretch was full of strength and beauty. After a few moves, Fanny Ba saw the flexibility of Lu Mengyao's body. However, he felt that the living room was a bit small and not convenient for Lu Mengyao to exercise. With a large amplitude, it was inevitable to bump and bruise. Mengyao, do you know how to dance? Yes, if you like it, I'll pick it for you now. Lu Mengyao was about to perform her dancing skills with gusto, but Fanny Ba immediately stopped her. The injury on your leg hasn't healed yet. Besides, it's not convenient to dance here. The place is too small. Lu Mengyao, it's still small. A 180 square meter house with a 50 plus square meter living room. It's bigger than my previous home. Although Lu Mengyao said this, Fanny Ba still didn't let him dance. Come what may, they had plenty of time. Fanny Ba said, the place is not suitable. This house also has a study room. I'll find someone to decorate it into a practice room, and buy some more musical instruments, so you'll have a proper place to practice dancing in the future. Lu Mengyao, don't waste your money. Didn't you donate all your money? At this time, Lu Mengyao suddenly felt a little heartbroken. If she had known that she would come together with Fanny Ba, she would have let him donate less. Thinking that she was still a bit aggrieved, she opened her hands and looked for Fanny Ba to beg for hugs and comfort. The two of them quickly got tired of each other. Ha, Teacher Li is calling again. I guess it's about Grandma. Lu Mengyao's phone rang. It was Teacher Li from the orphanage. What? Don't worry, Teacher Li, I'll rush back immediately. Lu Mengyao took the phone and cried without saying 2 sentences. Oh, looking at Lu Mengyao crying in pain, Fanny Ba was also anxious. What's wrong? What happened to Grandma? Lu Mengyao incomparably choked. Teacher Li, she said, Grandma's condition has worsened, and the hospital has given up on the treatment, asking me to go back to see Grandma one last time. Fanny Ba guessed the general idea. He calmly said, don't panic, I'll go and make arrangements now. We'll book the fastest flight. After saying that, Fanny Ba walked to the side and made a phone call. He made several calls in a row. After arranging things, he returned to Lu Mengyao's side, put her in his arms and softly comforted. Mengyao, it's okay, you have me. Lu Mengyao was still crying. She thought of her grandmother's life. It was really hard, childless, raising so many orphans to grow up. As a result, she also suffered from stomach cancer. She choked and said, Fan gang, why don't good people always live long lives? Isn't it true that good people have good rewards? But why did Grandma, such a good person, get cancer? Fanny Ba said in relief, Grandma will be fine. I've already contacted my friends and asked them to find the best doctors. We'll definitely get Grandma back. 4 hours later, the plane landed at Mountain City Airport. The two of them took a taxi and rushed directly to the hospital. Lu Mengyao's hometown was a small remote county below Mountain City, in the northern part of Mountain City in the mountains. Even by car, it would take another 2 hours. By the time she got to the hospital, it was already dusk. As soon as the car stopped, Lu Mengyao dashed and rushed into the hospital. She was so anxious that she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see her grandmother for the last time. At this time, Fanny Ba arranged the doctors to the hospital first. They arrived at the hospital, found that the grandmother's condition has worsened. It is already urgent. Directly into the grandmother into the operating room, so Lu Mengyao this will still not see the Dean grandmother. The Teacher Li, and a few children from the orphanage are still in front of the operating room. When Fanny Ba arrived, he saw Lu Mengyao hugging several children and crying. Teacher Li was also red-eyed at the side. Hey, what's going on here? It's not easy for someone to donate such a large sum of money to the orphanage, and it looks like a good day is coming. I didn't expect the dean to. Teacher Li couldn't say any more and turned to the wall, crying silently. Fanny Ba listened. His heart is also not good. He expects that this invited doctor is highly skilled in medicine, can bring back the dead. Fanny Ba did not bother Lu Mengyao and others. He looked for the corner to call, ready to change the hospital. Because the hospitals in this small county are not hygienic and have good medical equipment, he plans to arrange for the grandmother to go to a hospital in the mountainous city when her surgery is done and she recovers better. When he made the contact, Lu Mengyao also appeared behind him. Lu Mengyao directly jumped into his arms. Fan gang, I'm scared. What should I do? Fanny Ba, it's okay, since we can still go into the operating room. That means there's still a chance of survival. We have to believe in Grandma, and we also have to believe in the doctors. Aha! Grandma is so strong, she's definitely fine. At this time, Teacher Li also walked over. She looked at Lu Mengyao holding an unfamiliar man and scanned Fanny Ba with a curious gaze. Fanny Ba had the feeling of being scrutinized by his mother-in-law and was uncomfortable as he hurriedly let go of Lu Mengyao. Teacher Li's full name was Li Huachun. He was in his 50s, and had been helping with cooking and cleaning at the orphanage. Only then did Lu Mengyao see Mr. Li. She immediately blushed. Mr. Li, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Fan Gang. Fan Gang, she's the Teacher Li I've been talking about. Perhaps because of an acquaintance? Lu Mengyao was embarrassed and didn't introduce Fanny Ba as her boyfriend. Although Fanny Ba was a little bit unhappy, he didn't show it and just took it as Lu Mengyao being too shy. Teacher Li had a gossipy face. I get it. Boyfriend, right? The young man is really good looking. He's quite a good match for our family. Yao Yao. Wait for the dean to come out. You bring it to the dean to see. She has been worrying about is you. You have a homecoming she even if it is gone. But also rest assured. As soon as the dean's grandmother was mentioned, everyone was quiet again. Chapter 39. Someone's eyeing a $50 million donation. This time the surgery was long. The grandmother of the dean had already been in for an hour and hadn't come out yet. Teacher Li let those kids go back first. It was just her, Fanny Ba and Lu Mengyao guarding the door. At this time, Teacher Li suddenly said, Yao Yao, you still remember what I told you a few days ago about someone donating $50 million to our orphanage, right? Lu Mengyao glanced at Fanny Ba beside her. Her eyes filled with gratitude. Aha, I remember. What's wrong, Mr. Li? Teacher Li's face didn't look too good, and he sighed deeply. I don't know what's going on. The county knows that our orphanage received 50 million, and now a lot of people are looking for us to ask for this money. They saw that we didn't hand it over, and directly had the bank freeze our account. The dean was just pissed off by this. Right now, we can't use the money even if we have it, and the children are almost out of food. Yao, do you have any money left now? Buy some food for the children first, otherwise they'll have to go out and pick up scraps again tomorrow. After Lu Mengyao heard about this, her white cheeks turned purple with anger. How can this be? This money was donated to us by others. Why should they take it away? Is there any king's law here? Fanny Ba frowned tightly on the side. $50 million was nothing to him, but someone actually dared to hit this $50 million. He would never allow it. Teacher Li continued. Hey, who says otherwise? Our orphanage is not public. Is the director of her old man set up? So many years, all rely on her own money to support the operation of the orphanage. Many times we can't hold on anymore. We went to the county to help solve the problem. They pushed back. So inaction, did not allocate a penny. Right now, we received donations on our own, and they dared to ask for it away. The dean just couldn't take it anymore. That's why she fell ill. Lu Mengyao was trembling with anger. She violently stood up and wanted to rush outside. Teacher Li grabbed her and said, Child, it's useless. People are off duty now. It's useless for you to go to them. Fanny Ba stood up, pulled Lu Mengyao and whispered in her ear. Don't worry, I'm here. Lu Mengyao didn't know what method Fanny Ba had. After all, he was an official. They were just small people. The common people and the officials always lose. But she believed in Fanny Ba, because he could always bring her surprises. Fanny Ba gave Lu Mengyao a nod as he walked to the side and dialed a number. After 3 rings, the phone connected. A brash voice came from the phone. Have you arrived in Mountain City yet? The doctor you asked me to find. I've already arranged for him to go over. That one is an apricot grove sage. Don't worry about it. Uncle Zhao, you are still not at ease. I'm calling you because I want to thank you on the one hand. On the other hand, I also want to report one thing to you. Then, Fanny Ba told the other party about the $50 million in detail. Yibo, this matter is Uncle's fault. I was ineffective in my administration. Don't worry, I'll call now to handle it and give you an explanation soon. The two were communicating a few sentences before the phone hung up. The person that Fanny Ba had contacted was the second in command of Shan City, Zhao Zhizhong, a former parent official of Hang City, who was later transferred to Shan City. The two families were quite close. Fanny Ba hung up the phone and returned to Lu Mengyao's side, giving her a reassuring look. Lu Mengyao didn't expect him to take care of things in just a few minutes. She was still a bit in disbelief. Teacher Li didn't know what the two of them had said. She comforted Lu Mengyao. Yao Yao, don't be anxious. I haven't finished talking yet. This matter there is a turnaround. Someone has already helped us figure it out. Teacher Li's words carried a hint of joy from a long goodbye. Lu Mengyao asked in surprise. Who is it? Lu Mengyao knew that their orphanage had always been obscure in this small county and had no existence at all. The grandmother of the director was just an ordinary retired teacher and didn't have any connections either. Wouldn't know anyone who could speak up in the county. 50 million may not be a big deal in a big city like Magic City, but in this small city on the mainland, that is a huge sum of money. The official is not red, as long as the operation is appropriate. This money is easy to enter their pockets. The sordid things in it, Lu Mengyao was not unaware of it. Speaking of this, Ms. Li was rarely happy. She smiled mysteriously. This person, you also know? Oh. After saying this, she also looked at Fanny Ba with a bit of regret in her eyes. Fanny Ba didn't understand what this look meant. What was Ms. Li lamenting about? And what did it have to do with him? Lu Mengyao was very puzzled. Her big eyes blinked in confusion. I know, there was only one rich person she knew, and that was Fanny Ba. The others, even if they were rich and powerful, but their relationship was less than this, it was impossible for them to help her. Teacher Li pointed behind them and said, Here, speak of the devil. Isn't he here then? Lu Mengyao looked back and a tall, thin and handsome figure appeared in the hospital's corridor. Although she couldn't see the face in the dim light, Lu Mengyao always felt that this person was very familiar to her, like he had appeared before, in her life, and had accompanied her for a long, long time. The silhouette came closer until it stood in front of her. Lu Mengyao scrutinized it for a moment, and in a flash, she reddened her eyes. The visitor gently greeted, Long time no see, Yao Yao, how have you been? Hearing him speak, Lu Mengyao immediately covered her mouth and her tears could not stop flowing. The visitor gently stroked the corners of Lu Mengyao's eyes and wiped the tears away. Don't cry, haven't seen you in so many years, you're still the same crybaby girl. Lu Mengyao cried for a while before she stopped. She called out affectionately, Brother Wang Hao, is it really you? Fan Hao, like Lu Mengyao, had been adopted by the dean's nanny since he was a child, only that he was lucky enough to be adopted away when he was in his teens. This time, he was gone for more than 10 years without any news, and Lu Mengyao was still sad for this for a long time. Lu Mengyao and Wang Hao hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years, and Lu Mengyao was able to recognize him at a glance, so it was obvious that the two of them had deep feelings. Ms. Li had watched the two of them grow up, and Wang Hao had also lived with her for more than 10 years, so she was happy to be reunited with the two of them, and she was also happy to shed tears. Out of the 4 people, 3 were reminiscing about the past, crying and laughing. Fanny Ba felt a bit redundant on the side. It wasn't until Wang Hao took the initiative and asked, Who is this? Only then did Lu Mengyao react. She had forgotten Fanny Ba. Brother Hao, this is a friend I met in Magic City. Fan Gang. Wang Hao extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Fan. Yao Yao has troubled you in Magic City. Fanny Ba looked at Lu Mengyao and Wang Hao closely next to each other, standing together, feeling as if they were the pair. Moreover, once again, Lu Mengyao was hiding the relationship between the two of them. That's why. Fanny Ba's face was a bit ugly, but he still reached out to shake Wang Hao's hand. Hospitably, he said, They are all friends. They should be. Lu Mengyao just introduced this sentence before putting her eyes on Wang Hao again. She asked blearily, Brother Hao, for so many years, where have you been? Wang Hao, after I left the orphanage back then, I was taken to the south by my foster parents, and after a few years, my foster parents immigrated abroad, so I followed them. I only came back recently. This is why. As soon as I came back, I came to the orphanage to look for you guys. Don't worry, my adoptive parents are good to me. They are doing great business abroad. Now, they specifically asked me to return to China and develop the domestic market. Lu Mengyao knew that he had been doing well all these years and was young and talented, and she was also relieved to follow him. Wang Hao was her best friend when she was young, considered a childhood friend. At that time, there were always kids outside bullying the kids in their orphanage, and Wang Hao always stood in front of them. After Wang Hao left, she was like losing her backbone, and she was depressed for a long time. Teacher Li smiled at this time and said, Yao Yao, I also have to tell you a good news. You'll never guess it. Lu Mengyao asked, What good news? Teacher Li pretended to be mysterious. Do you know who donated that 50 million to the orphanage? Lu Mengyao and Fanny Ba glanced at each other. The two of them thought that Teacher Li was already aware that the money was donated by Fanny Ba. As a result, Mr. Li pointed at Wang Hao and said, It's Wang Hao. You didn't expect it. He actually gave us such a big surprise. Yeah, what a big surprise. Chapter 40, Who on earth donated the money? Lu Mengyao was shocked, and Fanny Ba wasn't much better. He was frowning tightly, not understanding what went wrong. Lu Mengyao looked at Fanny Ba, wanting to get the truth of the matter from his eyes. But at this point, Fanny Ba was all confused. He was sure that 50 million was donated by him. So where did this 50 million that Teacher Li said Wang Hao donated come from? Lu Mengyao didn't understand what was going on either. And she reconfirmed, Teacher Li, are you talking about the 50 million that you called me that night and received? Well, yeah, it's only this 50 million in total. Where are the other 50 million? Are you sure it was donated by Brother Hao? Yes, Wang Hao showed me the vouchers. And it's right. He's the one who donated the 50 million. After Mr. Li's affirmative answer again and again, Lu Mengyao felt that her beliefs collapsed. And at this time, Wang Hao said with a sparse face, I was raised by the orphanage. If it wasn't the orphanage back then, and the Dean grandmother took me in, I might have starved to death outside. Now that I have the ability, of course I want to repay the orphanage. Originally, I wasn't going to admit it, but now that someone is eyeing this money, I definitely need to step in and solve it. After all, I'm the one who caused the trouble. Wang Hao's words were so seamless that if Fanny Bao wasn't the one involved, he believed them. On the other hand, Lu Mengyao was like a lightning strike. Her eyes were lost in thought and she looked at Fanny Bao with a puzzled face. After a moment of hesitation, she asked with extreme indifference, Fan Gang, where are your donation vouchers? Take it out. Let's take a look. This extremely cold look of Lu Mengyao's was very familiar to Fanny Bao. Ji Ruxue had looked at him like this back then. This familiar feeling made him sick inside. Lu Mengyao was suspecting him? Fanny Ba's hands and feet went numb. He slowly opened his mouth and said in a hoarse accent, You're doubting me? Lu Mengyao didn't answer. She just reached out her hand to see the proof of payment. Lu Mengyao's belief finally collapsed when she saw that he was slow to take the proof of payment. She was disappointed to the core. Honestly, I really doubted it. There is that bank in the middle of the night that can transfer 50 million so quickly. But I always thought that what you said was true. What about the inheritance from the death of your parents? What about you receiving it? It's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Why did you lie to me? The money was obviously donated by Brother Hao. Is it because he doesn't return to China? You'll always hog someone else's honor. Every word of Lu Mengyao's was like a sharp knife, deeply piercing into Fanny Bao. His heart ached to the point that he couldn't breathe. It was hard for him to just let go of Ji Ruxue's betrayal, and now he was stabbed again by Lu Mengyao. Fanny Bao still wanted to hang on for dear life as he asked once again, If I take out the vouchers, will you believe me? Only then did Teacher Li and Wang Hao realize that Fan had just told Lu Mengyao that the 50 million was donated by him. Teacher Li was the first to hold back. So you were lying to Yao Yao? How can you be so shameless as a person? It was obviously our family Hauer who donated the money, and he's been circling around with the government and people with banks all day. How can you even lie about something like that? You go away and don't bother our family Yao Yao from now on. After Ms. Li finished speaking, she came to push Fanny Ba, and Fanny Ba didn't move a muscle, waiting for Lu Mengyao's answer. Wang Hao went forward at this time, and put his arm around Lu Mengyao's shoulder. He comforted Lu Mengyao. Yao Yao, it's better to see this kind of person clearly before it's too late. I've seen a lot of such people in foreign countries. It's called fake charity, obviously no donations, and finally standing on the appreciation stage, accepting everyone's praise with peace of mind. Lu Mengyao had no doubt about Wang Hao's words. Wang Hao was her big brother. Both of them knew each other since childhood. Besides, he went out from the orphanage. There was no reason for him to take this donation fraudulently. Lu Mengyao's silence was like a death sentence for Fanny Bao. He wanted to bring out the evidence of the donation. But so what? In the same situation where he didn't see the evidence, Lu Mengyao didn't hesitate to believe in Wang Hao. This showed that Wang Hao was more important in Lu Mengyao's heart. What's more, Fanny Bao had originally lied to Lu Mengyao. He was hiding his real identity and dating Lu Mengyao. And in the end, he was the one who was wrong. Fanny Bao had a feeling that he was all in a daze. It was as if he had pitched himself into a corner. He was annoyed for a while in his heart. And at this time, Ms. Li was also impatient. She violently retreated Fanny Bao. Fanny Bao instinctively raised his hand to block, but ended up pushing Li Laoshi to the ground. He was just about to go and help Teacher Li up when he heard Lu Mengyao's furious chiding. Fan Gang, how dare you? Pa! Fanny Bao was slapped hard. It was Lu Mengyao who hit him. Fanny Bao was a bit surprised, and Lu Mengyao was at a loss for words. She didn't know why she hit Fanny Bao. She wanted to go up and say sorry to Fanny Bao, but it was like her feet were filled with lead. She wanted to move but couldn't. Ha! A good hit. I really should have hit. I shouldn't have been so self-righteous that I had to move for real when it was obvious that things could be solved by smashing money. Fanny Ba's heart broke for the second time. He left the hospital in a state of disorientation and walked down the street in a daze, just like he did at the engagement party that day. In the hospital, ever since Fanny Ba left, Lu Mengyao wrapped her head and cried bitterly. Her reason told her that Fanny Ba didn't lie to her. The money was donated by him, but the facts are in front of her again. Fanny Ba really can't get the vouchers. But why did she see from Fanny Ba eyes aggrieved? That expression is definitely not acting, because she is the actor. True or false she can distinguish. In her head, the sky is at war. Fanny Ba and Wang Hao's figures are standing on the right side. She is still hesitating who to believe in the end? Teacher Li said, "Alright, Yao Yao, don't cry. It's good for us to recognize this kind of person early. He's gone and won't bother you in the future." Wang Hao followed. "Yao Yao, I'm back. I'll be by your side to protect you in the future. You don't need to be afraid anymore." Lu Mengyao looked up at Wang Hao blankly. She really wanted to ask again. "The money, did you really donate it?" But she didn't have the courage to open her mouth. Not long after, the operating room door opened. The dean's grandmother was pushed out by the nurse. Lu Mengyao and the others immediately gathered around. The doctor said, "The surgery was successful. The cancer cells in the patient's body were removed very cleanly, but whether there are still residues or not, we have to wait for further observation." "Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, doctor." The doctor waved his hand. "Don't thank me, I still have to thank you. I didn't expect your family to be so capable, to be able to invite the renowned god doctor of Shan City to lead the operation, and to let those of us have this opportunity to learn. We are blessed in 3 lifetimes." The doctor thanked him again and left with a satisfied face. Grandma was pushed to the intensive care ward, where she was the only patient. Teacher Li said, "Ah Hao, you're still great, helping us solve such a problem as soon as you came. It cost a lot of money to invite this divine doctor over, right?" Lu Mengyao asked. "Brother Hao, did you invite this divine doctor too?" Wang Hao didn't answer, and Mr. Li said it for him. "That's not true. People are brought here by Wang Hao. In fact, it was the doctor who asked for directions, asked Wang Hao, and Wang Hao showed the way. In the end, they realized that they all came to see the dean, and Mr. Li mistakenly thought that the divine doctor was invited by Wang Hao. Wang Hao didn't explain and took it as a default. Lu Mengyao was even more disappointed. She didn't expect Fanny Ba to even lie to her about this. Teacher Li asked, "By the way, Ah Hao, how are you handling our $50 million? Mentioning this, Wang Hao was a bit embarrassed. "This matter, it's a bit troublesome. The other party has a big appetite. They want this amount." Wang Hao even stretched out 4 fingers as he said this. "They want 4 million? Lu Mengyao's heart was relieved. Fortunately, the appetite was not very big. 4 million was acceptable. But, Wang Hao shook his head as he continued. "No, they want 40 million. "What?" Lu Mengyao and Teacher Li were stunned. 50 million? They want to take 40 million. This was not a naked robbery. Chapter 41. Send me home. Wang Hao said, "Hey, there's no way. This society is like this. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. If we take on them, we're just touching stones with eggs." Lu Mengyao didn't agree. She didn't believe that there was no justice in this society. "We're not afraid. I'll go to the city tomorrow to file a lawsuit. I'm going to sue these corrupt officials." Wang Hao was anxious. He hurriedly stopped. Don't go." Lu Mengyao asked in confusion. "Why, Brother Hao? We're not afraid of them. I'm at least a public figure. I'll send out a microblog overnight. As long as we make a big deal out of it, they'll be scared." "Hey, Yao Yao, you don't understand. I'm returning to China this time to do business. You've offended them. How else can I open a company in Mountain City?" Wang Hao saw Lu Mengyao faltering. He then said, "Forget it. This money was originally counted as my donation. At worst, I'll donate some to the orphanage later." Lu Mengyao heard that he, the person in question, had said so of course she didn't dare to sue. Lu Mengyao nodded helplessly. "That's the way it has to be. But 10 million is already a lot. Enough for the orphanage to spend for a long time. You don't need to be giving it, Brother Hao. You just returned to China. The company is not yet profitable. Wait until you make money later." Of course Wang Hao agreed, but he was still moping. Lu Mengyao asked strangely, "What's wrong, Brother Hao? Do they have other demands?" Yes, this is something I entrusted a friend to do. You know, this kind of thing, those who are G's won't come out at all. My client, he made a request. He wants money too? Yes, he wants 3 million, and he wants to receive the money before he goes to help operate this thing, because it costs money to make connections. Otherwise the bank won't unfreeze our orphanage's account, in which case the money still won't come out. Lu Mengyao felt her blood burning. These people really had an inch. 3 million? Where do we have $3 million? Wang Hao said abruptly. "Didn't you just sign a contract? 5 million signing fee." Lu Mengyao asked in shock. "Brother Hao, how do you know?" Didn't your company make an announcement about this? I just saw it. Lu Mengyao had been worried about her grandmother. She didn't even look at her phone. When Mr. Chen went back, he started to increase publicity for Lu Mengyao, and by noon, Lu Mengyao's information had already started to spread online. The company described Lu Mengyao as an independent, strong and autonomous woman who grew up in an orphanage and actually rose to the occasion in such a harsh environment to get into one of the top art universities in the country. These were all Lu Mengyao's personal experiences and were impeccable. Such a touching origin, coupled with her stunning looks, all of a sudden, sucked in millions of fans. The netizens' comments on Lu Mengyao were all positive, and many were touched by her hard work and strength. Lu Mengyao wasn't sure if the company had paid her the 5 million signing fee, and she wasn't interested in checking it at this point. I don't know if the company has called the money. I'll ask tomorrow. If it arrives, I'll transfer 3 million to you. Once Wang Hao heard that there was a deal, he brightened up and looked much more natural, hastily nodding his head. No rush, no rush. Lu Mengyao had been observing her grandmother on the bed, who had lost a lot of weight. At this time, Teacher Li had to go back. There were still more than 20 children in the orphanage. It was indeed unsafe without adults. After Mr. Li left, Lu Mengyao and Wang Hao were left in the house. Wang Hao walked behind Lu Mengyao and hugged her. Lu Mengyao was so scared that she almost screamed out, and she instinctively wanted to push Wang Hao away, but she was afraid of disturbing the dean's grandmother, so she could only reject it softly to, "Brother Hao, what are you doing? Let go of me." Wang Hao pushed Lu Mengyao against the wall of the doorway, and he said softly, "Yao Yao, didn't you say when you were little that you would marry me when you grew up? Now, we've both grown up, when are you going to marry me?" Lu Mengyao's heart resisted a million times. She did say this, but that was all when she was a few years old. Saying it for fun. Who hasn't playing house ah? Brother Hao, don't be like this. Lu Mengyao was thinking how to politely reject Wang Hao. Wang Hao, on the other hand, thought that Lu Mengyao still had him in her heart, and was at a loss for words because of her shyness. "What? You're still shy? Ha ha ha, I know, you became a star just for me, isn't it?" Indeed, when Lu Mengyao chose to debut and wanted to be famous even more, it was to let Wang Hao know that she was doing well. This was also the agreement back then, when they were separated. At that time, the two of them were still young. They didn't have any contact information with each other, and Lu Mengyao didn't know where Wang Hao had been adopted to. They promised each other that if they broke contact in the future, they would go become stars and become the most dazzling one. That way they would be able to see each other again. Lu Mengyao replied with certainty, "Yes, Brother Hao, it's because of you that I debuted." After Lu Mengyao replied, a suppressed sound of vomiting blood came from outside the door. This sound was faintly inaudible, but Lu Mengyao seemed to sense it, and she violently pushed Wang Hao away, quickly opening the door and looking around. There was not a single silhouette. Lu Mengyao didn't know if she was hallucinating, but she really heard someone making a noise at the door just now. Strange, I clearly heard someone at the door? Wang Hao also followed out. He looked and said, "Where is someone? You are too nervous. Don't scare yourself. The atmosphere is all ruined by you." After saying that, he closed the door again. No one noticed that in the stairwell just around the corner from the hospital room, Yibo was sitting on the floor in a disheveled and helpless state. He desperately suppressed his gasps, not letting anyone notice his vulnerability at this moment. Moonlight spilled through the sparse clouds and fell on that Yibo, reflecting his pale and distorted face. His eyes were tightly closed and his brows were locked, as if he was suffering the heaviest pain in the world. Suddenly, a strand of bright red spilled out from the corner of his mouth, sliding down noiselessly, appearing blinding in the moonlight. He heard it, all of it. Lu Mengyao and Wang Hao were childhood sweethearts. The two of them had been in a relationship since they were young and had agreed to get married. Lu Mengyao came out for Wang Hao. What a great love. No wonder Lu Mengyao never recognized their relationship when she returned home. That's the ultimate reason, right? Yibo originally wanted to leave Mountain City directly and go back to Hangzhou, but he wanted to give himself a chance. He didn't want to be misunderstood by Lu Mengyao just like that. He came back to Lu Mengyao and wanted to tell her that the money was donated by him, because he was Yibo, not Fan Gang. That's why he didn't dare to admit his identity. As for whether Lu Mengyao forgave him in the end, he no longer considered it. He didn't want to leave with regrets. But just as he reached the door, he saw Lu Mengyao and Wang Hao hugging through the window. That scene was déjà vu, and he was once again deeply struck. He thought Lu Mengyao would refuse, but Lu Mengyao acquiesced, until he heard the conversation between the two. It turned out that he was the clown. He almost became the second Yi fan. Yibo didn't know what was holding him up as he left the hospital with a staggering gait. Lu Hong drove his car and waited for him at the hospital gate. Yibo got into the car and said, "Take me to the orphanage to check it out." Lu Hong, young master, it's so late. Let's go tomorrow. No, go now. 10 minutes later, Fanny Ba arrived at the orphanage, which was a small, isolated compound with a small 3-story building and a not-so-big yard. Fanny Ba walked alone to the iron gate. He stood just outside the iron gate, looking inward forlornly. Is this where they grew up? Lu Hong asked. Who are you talking about? Young master? Miss Lu? Fanny Ba didn't answer. He just looked faintly as he watched from the doorway for a long time. Only after an hour, with Lu Hong's persuasion, did Fanny Ba return to the car. Fanny Ba, old Lu, send me home. In this way, Fanny Ba returned to Hangzhou overnight. He came in a pair, but went back alone. Chapter 42. The doctor is not hired by you. In the hospital, Lu Mengyao was in a bad mood. She didn't know where the emotion came from and directly kicked Wang Hao out of the ward. At this moment, she sat on the escort bed, holding her cell phone in a daze. On the cell phone interface was Fanny Ba's phone number, and Lu Mengyao's note was, Rice Tank. It's obvious that he lied to me. Why did I even take the initiative to call him? Lu Mengyao was still angry. She didn't know why Fanny Ba lied to her. Even if he didn't have any money and didn't donate money to the orphanage, she wouldn't look down on him. What she cared about wasn't money, but trust. What Lu Mengyao couldn't figure out was that Fanny Ba didn't look like a liar. He was obviously very rich. That house by the river was worth a lot of money, at least tens of millions. Could it be that the house is not his? Is it true that he rented the house? Thinking of this, Lu Mengyao was even more infuriated. Just how many things has he lied to me? In the end, Lu Mengyao went into dreamland with anger. The next morning, Wang Hao and Teacher Li came to the hospital with breakfast early in the morning. Wang Hao brought Lu Mengyao her favorite tofu brain. He brought the breakfast to Lu Mengyao like a treasure. Come on, Yao Yao, try it. The one we loved to eat when we were kids closed down. I've changed it to another one. See how it tastes. Does it have the flavor of when we were kids? Lu Mengyao didn't fall asleep until 2 to 3 a.m. last night. Her mental state wasn't good, and she really didn't have an appetite. However, she didn't want to disappoint Wang Hao and reluctantly took the tofu brain and casually ate a few bites. To be honest, the flavor was average. However, she still pretended that it was delicious. It tastes good. Thank you, Brother Hao. Seeing that Lu Mengyao was satisfied, Wang Hao was happy. Teacher Li carefully observed the dean who hadn't come to her senses yet. Finding that her face was much better than yesterday, it meant that the surgery was still successful. Teacher Li took Wang Hao's hand and thanked him. Ah Hao, it's lucky that you came back in time. The doctor you hired is really skillful, and the dean looks like she's recovering quite well. This life, has finally been saved. We all have to thank you. Wang Hao, you mustn't say that. The dean is my own grandmother. Without her, I wouldn't be where I am now. These are all things I should do. Lu Mengyao also looked at Wang Hao with a grateful face. At this moment she felt that Wang Hao was extraordinarily great. Still that big brother who always protected them when they were little. Wang Hao was complimented smugly, especially the way Lu Mengyao looked at him. He felt that his heart was going to melt, and the whole person was extraordinarily swollen. He didn't expect that crybaby little black girl back then to actually look so good after growing up. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been invisible all these years. If he came to play with Lu Mengyao more often, he might have already taken her down. But now is not too late. Look at this way, Lu Mengyao sooner or later is his bag. Outside the door came the nurse's voice. Family member. Doctor checking in. Is it convenient now? Lu Mengyao hurriedly welcomed the doctor's group in. Among the crowd was a middle-aged male doctor with glasses and thinness. Wang Hao's eyes dodged a bit when he saw him, and he suddenly took a few steps backward, standing towards a position closer to the door. The doctor went up to check his grandmother's condition and recorded some data on the instrument. He turned his head and said, the recovery is okay, but now there is no guarantee that the cancer cells have not metastasized. Further observation is needed. However, the medical conditions over here are average. My suggestion is to wait for the elderly to stabilize before transferring to the hospital. The city side has already made arrangements to receive the patient at any time. When we wait over there, we'll do further examination and treatment, and completely removing the cancer cells by then won't be a problem. Hearing the doctor say this, Lu Mengyao's hanging heart was put in her stomach. She went forward and pulled the doctor's hand, hastily saying words of thanks. Teacher Li also said on the side, thank you, doctor. I really don't know how to repay you, she said and bent down to bow to the doctor. How dare the doctor accept it? He hurriedly helped Ms. Li up and said, you don't need to thank me. I am also entrusted by someone. If you want to thank, you should go and thank him. The doctor's surname is Zhong, and he arrived at the county hospital on orders received yesterday afternoon. As soon as he arrived at the hospital, he began to resuscitate the patient, and was busy in the operating room nonstop for 4 hours before he was able to bring the dean's grandmother's condition under control. With his status, ordinary people really can't invite him. But who let the call be from the second in command of the municipal party committee? Teacher Li thought that Dr. Zhang was asking her to thank Wang Hao. She pulled Wang Hao to the doctor. How? When the dean recovers, I'll make sure she invites you and Dr. Zhong to a casual dinner. If you didn't invite Dr. Zhong, I'm afraid that the old dean would have left last night. Speaking of this, Mr. Li couldn't help the tears from flowing. But Wang Hao had a very strange expression at this time, and his palms were starting to sweat. Lu Mengyao was a bit puzzled. What is Wang Hao panicking about? At this time, Dr. Zhong suddenly asked, why did you invite him to have dinner with me? I'm not invited by him. What? Teacher Li and Lu Mengyao dropped their jaws. The divine doctor was not invited by Wang Hao? Teacher Li, wasn't it Wang Hao who brought you to the dean yesterday? Dr. Zhong, it's not true that he brought me here, but we just met at the entrance of the hospital, and when I asked for directions, it just so happened that he was also looking for the old dean, so we just stopped by. The person who invited me over was never surnamed Wang. Now, Ms. Li was completely dumbfounded. She had made a big mess. Yesterday, the old dean had a seizure, and Dr. Zhong had just entered the room to find the dean's grandmother in critical condition. He immediately contacted the hospital's people to arrange the operating room to rescue her, and had no time to talk to Ms. Li. While Ms. Li was watching Wang Hao and Dr. Zhong enter the house together, she logically thought that Dr. Zhong was invited by Wang Hao, but the question was, why didn't Wang Hao deny it? Teacher Li was surprised and asked, how? Why would you say that you hired Dr. Zhong? Lu Mengyao looked fiercely at Wang Hao, her eyes full of incredulity. You didn't hire the doctor? Facing the two people's questioning, Wang Hao didn't panic. He revealed an expression that was even more puzzled than Teacher Li's. Teacher Li, I didn't say that I invited it. I thought that when you said invite, you meant bring it here, so I misunderstood, right? Wang Hao didn't feel that there was much of a problem with this matter. Instead, he threw the blame on Teacher Li. At this time, Lu Mengyao thought of something. She hurriedly asked, Dr. Zhong, is the person who invited you over surnamed Fan? Dr. Zhong nodded. Yes, surnamed Fan, but I don't know exactly what his name is. Surnamed Fan, it's really him. Lu Mengyao was a bit devastated. She actually drove away her grandmother's real lifesaver and even slapped him. Dr. Zhong would have understood by now, so it turned out that this group of people were still unclear about who to thank until now. He shook his head helplessly and turned around to leave the ward. When the doctor left, Lu Mengyao dropped down to sit by the companion bed. Her head hung low, her long eyelashes casting a shadow under her eyelids, as if she carried all the heaviness and remorse. Wang Hao gently patted her shoulder and comforted. Yao, the surname Fan isn't necessarily that crook Fan gang. It might be some orphan that grandma took in back then, and he's helping behind the scenes. You don't need to blame yourself. Teacher Li didn't have time to care about why Wang Hao didn't deny the matter. Both she and Wang Hao came to comfort Lu Mengyao, but where did Lu Mengyao listen? She was 100% sure in her heart that Fan gang had found the doctor, because that phone call was made in front of her. Last night, Wang Hao clearly defaulted that the doctor was hired by him, but today, Wang Hao denied it and dumped the responsibility on Ms. Li. The Wang Hao in front of her eyes made Lu Mengyao feel incomparably strange. Now, Lu Mengyao began to suspect that the $50 million was really donated by Fan gang. Chapter 43. The money wasn't donated by you either. The ward had just been quiet for a while. Another group of people came knocking on the door. This batch of people is even more important. All of them are from the ZF and the county. After some introductions, Lu Mengyao realized that several major LDs from the county had come. One of them first made a sincere self-criticism. Several comrades. Very sorry, let you suffer. I just took office not long ago. I actually didn't know that there was such a great benefactor in our county, and almost made her old man cry foul. Speaking here, he bowed deeply to the old dean's hospital bed, and the people behind him immediately followed the pace. He continued, I also know about this $15 million matter. I have already handed over all of the relevant few people involved to the judicial authorities. This is simply extortion. Our county will definitely not condone it. Lu Mengyao didn't understand why things turned out like this in one night. Wasn't it said that the county was going to take $40 million? How come in one night, the people who wanted the money were arrested? She looked at Wang Hao, thinking that it was because Wang Hao had figured it out after he went back last night, and he went to the county to complain. But Wang Hao's eyes told her that he was even more confused than her, and his expression even had a hint of fear. At this time, Lu Mengyao thought of Fan gang again. He made a phone call before he left. Could it be because of that phone call? But, instead, Lu Mengyao hoped that it wasn't Fan gang, because if it was really him, what face would she have to meet him? LD continued, I've also notified the bank side. Your account will be unfrozen soon. This money, you can dispose of it as you please. Our county will not intervene. When Ms. Li heard this, her eyes instantly lit up. She was so excited that she was trembling. Really? 50 million is all ours? Big sister. Yes, the 50 million is all yours. You orphanages can use it as much as you want. With my guarantee, absolutely no one will dare to reach out again. Teacher Lee was too happy. Those hungry children could finally have a full meal. But she was still uneasy, and tentatively asked, LD, then we still have to give 3 million to the committee. Ms. Lee, before Mr. Lee could finish, Wang Hao excitedly interrupted Mr. Lee, old teacher, people with such a big LD have promised, so you don't need to ask anymore. He desperately gave Teacher Lee a wink to stop her from continuing to ask. LD, it's fine, we were wrong about this matter. If there's anything else you guys don't understand, just ask for clarification. Big sister, you just said 3 million. What 3 million? With LD's encouragement, Ms. Lee was much bolder. She directly said, our family Aha came back last night and said that there was a middleman. He wanted $3 million in favor. Now that this matter has been resolved, I just want to know if this favor fee can be withheld. This was a shocking statement from Mr. Lee. The people on ZF's side were embarrassed, while Wang Hao was even more shocked and sweating. LD swept his scrutinizing eyes to the secretary beside him, who gently muttered a few words in his ear. After getting an affirmative reply, the leader said of, Big sister, we confirmed that there is no middleman, and there is no such thing as 3 million. Are you mistaken? Ms. Lee was sure she wasn't mistaken. I'm not mistaken. How? You talked to the leader. Is it true that they want 40 million and a 300 favor fee? Seeing that things were being dismantled, how could Wang Hao still have the courage to open his mouth? He could not wait to jump from the window now. The person behind the leader suddenly stood out and said loudly, what 40 million? Obviously just want 20 million, which is also to be used for other schools. Our county is poor. Not only your orphanage is in a state of disrepair, but the other countryside elementary schools are all becoming dangerous buildings. This money is also intended to be used for the children. It's just that the few assholes who handled it wanted to benefit from it, and that's what caused the trouble. But there's no such thing as $40 million, and there's no such thing as $3 million in favor. The whole thing was completely exposed, and Wang Hao was directly scared to the point that his legs went weak and he sat on the ground with his butt. Now, even if Lu Mengyao was stupid, she could see it. Wang Hao didn't have good intentions, and he was actually the one who hid this money. Moreover, Wang Hao actually wanted to cheat her 5 million signature fee as well. This person's heart is too hard. The ZF people came quickly and left quickly, and before they left, they also gave the dean's grandmother a nomination, one of the top 10 people of the year who moved the mountain city. Unexpectedly, the grandmother dean was blessed with this honor. In the hospital room, the dean's grandmother had not yet awakened. Lu Mengyao held the phone and frantically called Fanny Ba, but the phone had long been turned off. This cell phone number of Fanny Ba was originally opened for Lu Mengyao. Now that Fanny Ba was planning to say goodbye to Lu Mengyao, he naturally wouldn't use this phone anymore. Teacher Lee was in pain. She was fooled by Wang Hao. Wang Hao, how can you cheat me? You were brought up by me. It's only been a few years since I saw you. Why do you look like a different person? Wang Hao sat on the ground, silent, letting Teacher Lee vent. Lu Mengyao was desperate. Fanny Ba's phone had been turned off. She knew that she must have misunderstood him, and Fanny Ba was angry. In her heart, she had no place to vent her 10,000 regrets. Her red eyes, staring at Wang Hao, said in a cold voice, 50 million is not what you donated. No, the proof of payment is my P's. 40 million is also fake. 3 million is also fake? Well, they only wanted 20 million. The remaining 20 million was what I wanted. I know you signed up for 5 million, so since it was already irreparable, Wang Hao had a clear conscience and told the whole story one by one. It turned out that Lu Mengyao's wish came true. Wang Hao just saw Lu Mengyao's famed story from the internet, and recognized that this big beauty was actually that heel from the orphanage at the beginning. When he knew that Lu Mengyao had $5 million, he started to use his brain. In fact, he didn't go abroad at all, and all his experiences were made up by him. Not long after he was adopted, his foster mom gave birth to a son. From then on, he was the one who was superfluous, not fed or clothed, and when he turned 18, he was kicked out of his home. After that, he fought alone in society and suffered a lot, and finally he was tricked into a pyramid scheme, honed a good mouth. Over the years he made a lot of money by practicing deception, but he didn't think about donating this money to the orphanage. Instead he took it all to gamble. He couldn't wait to find Lu Mengyao because he owed a bunch of gambling debts. Originally, he wanted to get Lu Mengyao's contact information through the orphanage, but as soon as he arrived at the orphanage, he learned about the $50 million. It just so happened that the dean collapsed, and Mr. Lee didn't know anything about the world, so he volunteered to step forward to fix it. It was also with the idea of coveting a fortune. Pa! Lu Mengyao fiercely slapped Wang Hao. This slap is for Fan Gang. You actually caused me to misunderstand him. You really deserve to die. Lu Mengyao collapsed. Fanny Ba had helped her so much, she actually didn't trust him, and misunderstood him, beat him. How sad Fanny Ba must be in his heart. Lu Mengyao asked incredulously, Wang Hao, how did you become like this? Didn't you say you want to be a hero when you grow up? Wang Hao looked despondent. Hero? Oh, I want to, but my fate is bad. What can I do? I thought I could live a normal life after leaving the orphanage, but who knows that even if you have a home, that's not where you belong. I regret. If I had known I would have stayed in the orphanage. Maybe I could be like you and go to college and have a career. Speaking here, Wang Hao suddenly exploded. His face was gloomy and scary. It's all you, Lu Mengyao. You're the one who caused me to be adopted away. It's you they were originally attracted to. You're the one who should be living my life. I'm the one who got into college. If I hadn't been adopted, the $50 million would have been mine, he said and got up from the ground, walking towards Lu Mengyao with his teeth and claws open. Lu Mengyao was stunned. She didn't expect Wang Hao to lay his hands on her, and she didn't even think that Wang Hao actually blamed her for his failure. Teacherly protected herself in front of Lu Mengyao. She shouted loudly towards the outside, Don't come over, come to the people, quickly come someone. In the end, Wang Hao was arrested by the police, and his previous deception was investigated. He faced the possibility of many years in jail. Not long after Wang Hao was arrested, the dean's grandmother woke up. Lu Mengyao jumped into her grandmother's arms and cried helplessly. She had missed out on a man who could love her for the rest of her life because of a liar. Chapter 44, Fanny Ba's Change. Fanny Ba's return to Hangzhou hadn't caused much of a stir, as everyone was kept in the dark except for very few individuals who knew about it. In the past few days, Fanny Ba had been living in deep seclusion, at the company and at home, 2 points in one line. When he returned to the company, he proposed 2 projects, net car, bicycle sharing. Everyone felt that Fanny Ba had changed. He never asked about the company's development, but he took the initiative to propose new business and personally led the team. He has always been polite and courteous. He became temperamental, and often lost his temper because of a small matter. Have I ever said that the driver's personal information should be reviewed before entering the platform? You guys take my words as a whisper. Do you still want to work? If you don't want to work, get lost. You can't even figure out such a small thing. The employee retorted, Mr. Fan, we've reviewed the driver information. This is what you call an audit. Name, place of birth, ID number, phone number. What do I need this basic information for? No criminal record. Will someone register with other people's information and impersonate them? Have you considered these? Go out and rewrite this plan, especially the risk plan. A new young girl was directly scolded by Fanny Ba and cried. This serious atmosphere caused the employees on the entire floor to tighten their strings, and they were scared to go to work every day. After the door to the chairman's office closed, the employees in the hall breathed a sigh of relief. What kind of blow did Mr. Fan take? Why did he turn into a workplace tyrant in a few days? Egu. It's not because of his fiancée's affair. Being cuckolded, can he have a good temper? No after the accident those 2 days. I see that Mr. Fan has nothing to do Sini also smiled. No one knows that Fanny Ba this is hurt twice, especially the second blow. Let him decide to put a true heart closed up. No one to see, but there is always someone who is an exception. Xia Shanshan was magnificent, and her status as president made her even more extraordinary. A few days ago, she became more noble and elegant. Today, she chose a black lace dress, the skirt body using a slim cut, showing her delicate figure. The lace fabric was embellished with delicate patterns, adding a bit of elegance and mystery. She paired it with a pair of nude-colored high heels that elongated her legs and made her look taller. She wore a pair of small pearl earrings on her ears, simple but not too flashy. She walked behind Fanny Ba and gently massaged his temples. Still angry? Alright, how big of a deal is it that can make you so angry? Fanny Ba held Xia Shanshan's jade hand. Sister, they are also too careless. The driver's identity should definitely be vetted clearly. We have to ensure passenger safety. In his last life, when online dating cars were just launched, chaos was rampant, and due to the platform's poor monitoring, the personal and property safety of passengers suffered a huge blow. Now, he had jumped ahead of those companies to develop the net taxi platform, and since there was an earlier history lesson, he would definitely not let the tragedy repeat itself. Xia Shanshan pulled her hand back as she said angrily, Who's talking to you about work matters? Not company matters. What else is there? I don't know why Fanny Ba suddenly felt a little weak. Xia Shanshan punched Fanny Ba on the shoulder. Still pretending in front of me. You think I don't know about you and that little star? All followed to the person's hometown. Fanny Ba's heart was shocked. This thing he thought he hid it very well. He didn't expect Xia Shanshan still knew about it, and knew his whereabouts like the back of his hand. His eyes became sharp. Xia Shanshan knew that Fanny Ba was angry. No one would like the feeling of being watched. Yibo, if you don't like this, I won't let anyone ask about you in the future. Alright, sis. I know you're doing this for my own good. I won't blame them or you. Xia Shanshan asked doubtfully. You trust me that much? Fanny Ba did not hesitate. Of course he believed Xia Shanshan. Xia Shanshan was the one who would never lie to him, and the only one who would never betray him. If Xia Shanshan had something else in mind, she could have continued to conceal knowing his whereabouts. But Xia Shanshan couldn't see Fanny Ba unhappy. It was a direct showdown. Knowing that Fanny Ba believed her, Xia Shanshao had made the right bet. If Xia Shanshao wanted to be the Fan family's main mother, Fanny Ba would not refuse. After all, when Xia Shanshao was a child, she was considered his child bride. But if Xia Shanshao wants to get to the top, and why is she so tolerant? Does she not love him either? Or is her love just affection, not love? Fanny Ba was confused. Xia Shanshan, honestly, the heart will be uncomfortable. But you and I don't have a marriage contract and we haven't established a relationship. You have the right to choose. What I want to tell you is that no matter what harm you suffer outside, I am your last harbor, and I will always wait for you to return. Xia Shanshan's deep confession made Fanny Ba ashamed of himself and sweating. He was like a child who did something wrong, bowing his head and admitting his mistake. Because of the love injury he suffered outside, he returned to the company to lose his temper and rage, and in the end, he let Xia Shanshan comfort him. Fanny Ba felt that he was simply a scum. He couldn't help but think that this matter, if Ji Ruxue knew about it, it was expected that the entire building would blow up. Not only would Fanny Ba be out of luck, but Lu Mangyao would also be hurt along with him. It wasn't that Ji Ruxue had a bad temper, because every woman was like that. Unless that woman is just greedy for money and doesn't love you at all. And Fanny Ba was sure that Xia Shanshan definitely had him in her heart and was the most important person. Xia Shanshan left the office after calming down Fanny Ba. Her secretary Lu Qingqing whispered in her ear and asked, General Manager Xia, should we find someone to teach that Lu Mangyao a lesson? That's right, Lu Qingqing also knew about this matter. In fact, she was the first to know about it, because Fanny Ba's whereabouts were first reported to her, and she related to Xia Shanshan. Xia Shanshan's figure lurched, her gaze slightly cold. I'm warning you that you'd better not have such thoughts. The young master's matters, we can only listen. We can't intervene, unless he's in danger. Lu Qingqing didn't understand why Xia Shanshan didn't pose as a proper lady. Did she not want to rise to the top? She voiced out the doubts in her heart. General Manager Xia, you are also too lenient with General Manager Fan, aren't you? If it was me, I would definitely look at him to death. The corner of Xia Shanshan's mouth rose slightly. You don't understand. Men can't be tethered. Sometimes the tighter you control him, the more rebellious he is. The less you care, the more he will remember your goodness. What's more, I won't be the head mother of the Fan family after all. There's no need to fight for the moment. Lu Qingqing didn't understand, but Xia Shanshan didn't continue to explain. The reason why she couldn't become the Fan family mistress was because she had promised her adoptive father. Before Fan Hongwen died, he met Xia Shanshan alone. At that time, he only had one breath left, and Fan Hongwen knew that Fanny Bao didn't like business and was too young to take over the helm of the group. Therefore, he entrusted the company to Xia Shanshan. At that time, Fanny Ba and Ji Ruxue were very close, and he also knew that Xia Shanshan liked her younger brother who was 3 years younger than her. Fan Hongwen was afraid that Xia Shanshan's strength would increase after she took charge of the company, and in case something happened with Fanny Ba, it would affect the relationship between the Fan and Ji families. He makes Xia Shanshan swear that she will only be Fanny Ba's behind-the-scenes supporter in this life, and will never be his woman. Faced with her adoptive father's dying wish, Xia Shanshan could only nod her head and agree. In fact, after Fanny Ba withdraws from the marriage, Xia Shanshan is the one who is the most suitable next. But she doesn't seem to want to get Fanny Ba this way, and she's still following the oath she promised her adoptive father. Chapter 45 The entire Ji family. I'll give you face. In Fanny Ba's office, Fanny Ba was busy looking at the data while Lu Hong stood straight in front of him, a bit like when he was a child and fought with his classmates, was caught by the teacher and brought to the office. Waiting for his parents to come, Lu Hong was apprehensive. He already knew that things were falling apart, and he hadn't gone through Fanny Ba's permission to privately report his whereabouts to Xia Shanshan. Therefore, he didn't wait for Fanny Ba to find him, so he took the initiative to send him to the door. But Fanny Ba neither listened to his explanation nor got angry, and for a while he didn't know what to do. This feeling of waiting for the death sentence to be pronounced was really hard. Lu Hong was on the verge of holding back his tears. The secretary suddenly knocked on the door and came in. Mr. Fan, the front desk called, saying that a young lady surnamed Ji is looking for you. Fanny Ba was upset. He thought it was Ji Ruxue, and directly refused. Ji Ruxue still dares to come? Not to be seen. Let him go. The secretary was a bit hesitant, not knowing whether to say anything or not, but she still asked, Mr. Fan, That young lady downstairs said her name was Ji Ruxue. The pen in Fanny Ba's hand lurched, and he hurriedly said, quickly, ask her to come up. Then he glanced at Lu Hong and instantly felt that he was an eyesore. What are you still staying here for? Go clean the car if you have nothing to do. When Fanny Ba said this, Lu Hong smiled. He knew that Fanny Ba was forgiving him. Being able to keep his job was too happy. After all, it was hard to find a job now, and to be a bodyguard for the Fan family, the salary is notoriously high. A bodyguard captain like him earns up to $1 million a year. No worse than an ordinary company boss. Alright, young master, I'll go wash the car now. Go right away. He turned to leave and was called out before he even opened the door. Be smart in the future. You should know what to say and what not to say. Okay, young master. Lu Hong knew that Fanny Ba didn't want him to be duplicitous. Knock knock knock. Chairman, Miss Ji is here. The little secretary moved her body out of the way, revealing Ji Ruxue behind her. Fanny Ba looked up and saw an exquisitely dressed urban beauty standing playfully in the doorway. The other party was wearing a black and white patterned pleated skirt. The upper half of her body was a white chiffon blouse, and her long black high-heeled boots showed off her already sexy figure to the fullest. Clear and bright pupils, curved willow eyebrows, long eyelashes fluttering slightly from excitement, white flawless skin through the light red powder, thin lips such as rose petals delicate. Ji Ruxue and Ji Ruxue looked a little bit similar, especially the kind of cool and reserved between her eyebrows. They were practically identical. Although the appearance of high cold is high cold, Ji Ruxue's cold is the same. Maybe on Yifan piggyback tenderness, but Ji Ruxue left the cold to other people. The tenderness are left to Fanny Ba. Although the two of them had only not seen each other for several years, it was as if they had already crossed several centuries. Both of them didn't say anything, but just gazed at each other with deep affection. The little secretary on the side of the embarrassed dare not raise her head. She left also not stay even more wrong. In the end, it was Fanny Ba who lost, because the love in Ji Ruxue's eyes was about to overflow the screen. Fanny Ba softly asked, when did you come back? Ji Ruxue said with a bit of playfulness and joy. I've been back for a few days, but I haven't been able to contact you. This is not it. Knowing that you have returned to the company, I came directly to find you in person. How? You don't welcome me? Ji Ruxue suddenly tensed her face, with the look that if you don't welcome me, I'm going to cry. How come? Of course I welcome you. Ji Ruxue threw a blank stare, mesmerizing the little secretary at the side. She said shyly, you welcome me, but you still don't invite me in to have a seat. Fanny Ba came to a realization. He hurriedly got up and personally led Ji Ruxue into the house. Sorry, looked stunned. Come on in. Then, he gave a look to the small secretary standing at the door. The secretary understood and hurriedly closed the door and went out. She had long wanted to spread this explosive gossip. Ji Ruxue was trying to replace Ji Ruxue on the throne. Seeing that Fanny Ba was so nervous about her, Ji Ruxue's eyes flashed with joy. The two sat down together on the sofa, and when their eyes met, the atmosphere became ambiguous. Ji Ruxue actually liked Fanny Ba since she was a child, and every time Fanny Ba gave gifts to Ji Ruxue, there would be a share for her. Moreover, Ji Ruxue and Ji Ruxue received different education since childhood. Ji Ruxue was trained as an heir, Ji Ruxue was raised as a pig, and the Ji family had no requirements for Ji Ruxue at all. Every time Ji Ruxue goes to the training class, Ji Ruxue can only look on with bated breath. Whenever this time Fanny Ba will appear in time, he took Ji Ruxue to play games, or took her out to eat snacks. Thinking of the days of her childhood, Ji Ruxue had a sweet smile in the corner of her eye. Fanny Ba didn't understand what Ji Ruxue was smiling about. What good thing are you thinking about? So happy. Ji Ruxue's dexterous nose is slightly raised. Brother Ba doesn't even answer my calls. I won't tell you. Fanny Ba is a little embarrassed. Oh, this you listen to my sophistry. Nope, it's an explanation. At the very beginning, he changed his cell phone because he didn't want to take Ji Ruxue's call. Anyway, he didn't have to manage the company. He was an idle person. Later on, because of Lu Mengyao, he closed himself off and didn't contact anyone, living like a primitive man. Brother Ba, you don't need to explain. I know it's because of the love injury, because of my sister. You must have been hurt by her. Fanny Ba smiled awkwardly. You really guessed right, but not because of your sister. It's other women. But he didn't dare to explain. This is going to say it out. Isn't it looking for a fight? It's okay, Ruxue. I've already walked out. Fanny Ba did walk out, but he was caught in another relationship. How could Ji Ruxue believe that she left the country in anger just because she couldn't stand the way Fanny Ba and her sister got along? In Ji Ruxue's eyes, Fanny Ba has always been bullied by Ji Ruxue, and Fanny Ba is not competitive, being treated like a cow and still willing to suffer. This makes unrequited love Ji Ruxue how to suffer. Ji Ruxue wanted to go forward and hug Fanny Ba, but the status was inappropriate. Fanny Ba is really already indifferent, but he also does not want to talk about Ji Ruxue. He digresses. Ruyan, did you come to find me for something? After Fanny Ba reminded her, Ji Ruyan only thought of it. She still had business to attend to. She was now shouldering the heavy responsibility of the Ji family's survival. But this matter, she didn't know how to open her mouth. After all, Fanny Ba was the victim, and she also wanted him to help rescue the Ji family. How could she say it was a bit unreasonable? Fanny Ba looked at Ji Ruyan's uncertainty. He had almost guessed the reason. He took the initiative to say, is it because of those interrupted projects of the Ji family? Ji Ruyan was a bit surprised. Her eyes widened as she looked at Fanny Ba incredulously. Fanny Ba smiled and nodded. If it's because of this matter, I can promise you that in a moment. I'll arrange for someone to contact the Ji family and restore all the projects and orders. However, in the future, if there are any new projects, then they will be treated equally, and there will be no more preferential treatment for the Ji family. Fanny Ba was completely looking at Ji Ruyan's face. Just for the sake of his last life, Ji Ruyan immediately returned to China after knowing that he had become a vegetable, and also flipped out with Ji Ruxue because of him. It was also at that time that he realized that Ji Ruyan actually loved him deeply. Ji Ruyan looked at Fanny Ba actually took the initiative to talk about this matter, but also agreed quickly. She was happy like a child. However, she was only happy for a short while, and then quickly became sullen again. Fanny Ba asked, what? There's something else? Ji Ruyan nodded. Well, there's another thing that needs your help. You say, as long as you ask, I promise you. Really? A gentleman's word is his bond. But why are you so good to me? Fanny Ba reached out and gently scraped on Ji Ruyan's coquettish nose. Because you were nice to me first. The entire Ji family, I only give you face. Ji Ruyan's face instantly turned red as drunkenness. Her heart was instantly messed up because of Fanny Ba's words, like there was a deer fluttering around inside. It's that 8 billion dowry thing. The Ji family has already taken the money and used it, and can't afford to pay back this money for a while. Can you forgive for a while? Fanny Ba nodded. The money matter is fine. I can promise you, but so much money is not something that comes with the wind. How about this? You go back and talk to your grandmother. Let her the Ji family assets as collateral. If it's overdue and not yet returned, use that part of the assets to offset it. What do you think of this approach? Will it be difficult for you? Ji Ruyan's head shook like a rattledrum. Of course not. This method is very good. I'll go back and talk to Grandma. Fanny Ba suddenly thought of those antique treasures. He then said, the money can be postponed, but those bride price should be returned first. Not only were those bride price worth a lot, one of them was his mother Guyan's dowry, which was to be passed on to her daughter-in-law. Now that Ji Ruxue had lost that status, it was only right that those bride price be returned as well. Aha, that's for sure. I'll go back and ask my sister for it. These two things were agreed upon, and a smile returned to Ji Ruyan's face. Ji Ruyan and Fanny Ba chatted for a long time, and finally had lunch together before reluctantly leaving. Chapter 46, Ji Ruxue is angered. Ji Ruyan's arrival made Fanny Ba and the Ji family the center of gossip again. Many people guessed that Ji Ruyan would marry into the Fan family in place of Ji Ruxue, and this rumor quickly spread under the Ji family's manipulation. Some people believe it to be true, and then again to flatter up. Ji family villa. Ji Ruyan brought this good news home. The entire Ji family breathed a sigh of relief. But Ji Shangnan was actually still a little dissatisfied. Fanny Ba really has changed. Just more than $8 billion, but also need me to use the assets to mortgage. This is not to believe in my wife's behavior. Ji Ruyan of course had to put in a good word for Fanny Ba. Grandma, just be content. This money was originally someone else's. When we turn around, we'll just return the money. Ji Shangnan was still unsatisfied. I asked you to go over there. Was I asking you to return the money? I'm asking you to take Fanny Ba down, and as long as you become his fiancé, this money doesn't need to be paid back. Ji Ruyan was so infuriated that she couldn't even speak. She had only just returned to China and met with Fanny Ba. How could she possibly talk about marriage? There was also Grandma's face that saw money in her eyes. What cared about her marriage was a lie. Keeping this huge sum of money was the real thing. But before she could retort, Ji Ruxue rushed down from upstairs. Ji Ruxue was grounded for several days, and until now she couldn't go out. The main reason is that this session of netizens has an amazing memory. After so long they still miss her, and there are always people paying attention to the follow-up of her withdrawal. Ji Shangnan really didn't dare to let her go out, in case her meeting with Yifan was photographed again. She was afraid that she would be scolded on the hot search again. She has also been paying attention to Fanny Ba's news in the past few days, but unfortunately her cell phone was confiscated, and it was hard to borrow the nanny's cell phone. But it turned out that Fanny Ba didn't answer the phone at all, and she was so angry that she almost smashed the phone. Just now she had been eavesdropping upstairs, and knowing that Fanny Ba was willing to meet Ji Ruyan, and that it was because of Ji Ruxue that he had agreed to help the Ji family through their difficulties. She went crazy with jealousy, until grandma wanted to pledge her sister to Fanny Ba. She couldn't hold back any longer. Ji Ruxue was furious. Fanny Ba is mine. You guys don't want him to marry anyone else, not even my sister. I said so. Ji Ruxue didn't spoil her. Sister, it's not like you're saying no now. Even if it's not me, there will be someone else who will marry Brother Ba. As for you, you made your own choice. Don't regret it if you miss it, lest people look down on you. The two sisters were going to be at each other's throats again. Ji Ruxue was still angry because she was beaten last time. She went up and pulled with Ji Ruxue, muttering, "What do you know? When did I choose? There's only one I love, and that's Fanny Ba." Ji Ruxue blocked and disliked back. What about Yi Fan? You've always had your heart set on him. Don't you love him? You value him more than anyone else. Obviously you don't know how to do anything, but you still called him into the company to be your assistant. Do you know what people say about you? The female president of the Ji family has raised herself a male honey by her side, seeing him during the day and playing with him at night, just for the sake of having fun. You've done this. Why are you still holding on to Brother Yibo and not letting go? Why are you insulting him like this? He obviously loves you so much. Ji Ruxue was irritated by her sister's words. I didn't. Yi Fan and I are innocent. Ji Ruxue sneered. Innocent? You have two mouths up and down, and you're still clean there. You've been to Yi Fan's house to spend the night, and he's been to your house. Shut the door and pretend everyone can't see anything? Ji Ruxue fell to the ground. She held her head and cried bitterly. How come everyone didn't believe her? Even her own sister didn't believe her. She really didn't have anything with Yi Fan, although she thought that Yi Fan would sometimes have no regard for Fanny Ba, but she felt that her heart was still on Fanny Ba. Yi Fan was so poor and had nothing, and Fanny Ba was a rich son. He could easily get whatever he wanted. She was just a little bit biased. Why did they all think she was wrong? She was so angry that she had angina. Her whole face turned white, and finally her body went soft and fainted on the ground. Sis, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Schwerer, quickly send to the hospital. After Ji Ruxue fainted, Ji Ruxue and Ji Shangnan were in a big mess and hurriedly called for someone to arrange a car to send Ji Ruxue to the hospital. Fanny Ba did not know that Ji Ruxue went back and Ji Ruxue had a big fight, and in the end, Ji Ruxue was still angry and fainted. In fact, even if Fanny Ba knew about it, he didn't care and even scoffed. This time, he was on the phone with Song Yunxian. There was a crucial land auction tonight and they had to maintain a united front. This would be near the end of the call. Fanny Ba promised, "Ms. Song, don't worry, I definitely trust your vision. Otherwise I wouldn't have cooperated with you to start a company. Don't worry, I will definitely cooperate with you tonight." With Fanny Ba's promise, Song Yunxian felt much more at ease. Mr. Fan, let's make a deal then. I'll see you tonight. Fanny Ba's business battle after his rebirth was tonight, as long as he took those plots in the old city center. When the city government's demolition plan was announced, the price of the land in his hands would go up by at least a few %. At that time, even if he didn't build a neighborhood and sold the land directly, he was making money. 7 p.m., Hangzhou International Hotel. In the parlor on the first floor, the VIPs were gathered. At this moment, the crowd was clearly divided into several factions. The local faction led by the 5 major families of Hangzhou City had the largest number of people. Then there were the foreign forces, which were further divided into several teams. As the capital city of Zhejiang province and the new first-tier city of China, Hangzhou was the leading big city. The potential of Hangchang was obvious to all, and with this wind of the ZF building demolition, many people thought that the housing prices in the southern new city would definitely usher in a round of soaring, and the land bought now was gold. Mr. Liu, Yu Hangda Group, how many pieces of land do you plan to take this time? Alas, Mr. Li, in this case, it's good enough for us to get one piece. How many more? Mr. Liu finished looking around with his eyes. The top real estate groups in the country, almost all of them came today, and all of them are aiming at the land in the southern new city. Although there are more than a dozen pieces of land taken out for auction, but there are only 3 pieces of land that are listed as the core. These 3 pieces of land are closely surrounded by the soon-to-be-completed ZF building, and in accordance with municipal planning, this area will be built near the supporting first-class primary and secondary schools, large-scale superstores. It was the first time for Fanny Ba to attend such an auction, and before he came here, he even asked Xia Shanshan to refresh himself on the relevant procedures. But although he was a newcomer to the industry, he was full of confidence in this auction, who let him know the development trend in the next 10 years. Soon after, Song Yunxian entered the venue with her assistant, and she was accompanied by a representative of the Wang family. Song Yunxian quickly came over after seeing Fanny Ba. She introduced, Mr. Fan, this is Wang Min from the Wang family and the vice president of our newly established company. Fanny Ba greeted politely. Hello, Mr. Wang. Wang Min didn't seem to be too fond of Fanny Ba. He nodded his head very indifferently and then walked away. Wang Min was just coming over today to go through the motions. After all, the Wang family wouldn't actually participate in the auction. After Wang Min left, Fanny Ba looked at his back in confusion. He didn't know how he had offended him. Song Yunxian was apologetic as she explained. Fan Xiao, I'm sorry I didn't make things clear. This time, the Wang family actually preferred to find the Jin family to cooperate with, and it was our Song family who argued for the Fan family. In the end, the Wang family had some complaints about the split ratio. They seem to be putting the blame on you, but don't worry, we'll take care of the Wang family's side and it won't affect our cooperation. Chapter 47, Enemies Everywhere. It dawned on Fanny Ba that of the 5 great families in Hangzhou, the Fan family was dominant, and before, the Fan family was cooperating with the Ji family. Then the other 3 big families naturally embraced the group, and they worked together a bit more closely. However, these 3 big families were not ironclad. Among them, the Song family and the Wang family had a much closer relationship, and the 2 families had been linked by marriage from time to time. It was rumored that the youngest master of the Song family would be engaged to the Wang family's daughter once he returned home. The Song family and the Jin family overlapped in many businesses, and the Song family wanted to surpass the Jin family and become the second largest family in Hangzhou, which the Jin family naturally refused to do, and there were frictions between the 2 families from time to time. The Song and Jin families did not get along, plus the Song family wanted to recruit Fanny Ba as a son-in-law, which led to the Song family to lead Fan, Song and Wang 3 families to cooperate. However, Fanny Ba did not know beforehand that the Wang family was not happy about this matter. His remaining light looked at Xia Shanshan, who quietly nodded. It looked like Xia Shanshan was aware of this matter. Fanny Ba, it's fine. As long as it doesn't affect the cooperation, anything is fine. Seeing that Fanny Ba wasn't angry, Song Yunxian finished her smile at Fanny Ba. Then thank you for being magnanimous, Mr. Fan. Fanny Ba wouldn't be afraid of the Wang family, even without the internal information provided by the Wang family. He knew that those land parcels were the focus of this auction. Xia Shanshan suddenly looked towards the entrance of the venue, only to see that the Jin family actually came together with the Ji family. The Jin family's leader was the Jin family's youngest master, Jin Yucheng. The Ji family representative was actually Qin Hai. Moreover, Fanny Ba also saw Yi Fan behind Qin Hai. The moment he saw Yi Fanny Ba, an anger rose up in his heart, but it was suppressed by him in an instant. Xia Shanshan said in Fanny Ba's ear, strange, how come the Ji family and the Jin family got together? Who knows? Fanny Ba had a disinterested look on his face. Song Yunxian followed and looked backwards. Yeah, how come Qin Hai is attending on behalf of the Ji family? It was well known that Qin Hai was the Ji family's son-in-law. Qin Hai was not valued in the Ji family and was not qualified to participate in such an important event. But today, Qin Hai actually became the representative of the Ji family. This caused many people to talk. How is this Qin Hai qualified to represent the Ji family anymore? Where is the Ji family head and Ji Ruxue? How can Ji Ruxue have the face to show up? Her reputation is all stinky right now, usually pretending to be like an ice-clear fairy, but ended up supporting her own assistant behind her fiancé's back. A woman who is shameless like this, how can she still be released? Doesn't seem to be the case. This Yi Fan is the adopted foster son of the Ji family. It's the same thing as the Fan family's Xia Shallow. Who believes early not adopt late not adopt. Wait for Ji Ruxue's matter to be exposed before releasing the news. The clear detail is here is no silver 302. Just as the crowd was discussing, the people from the Ji family and the Jin family walked straight up to Fanny Ba. Jin Yucheng was very enthusiastic. He came up and took Fanny Ba's hand. Fan Xiao, it's been a long time. I didn't expect that you would personally come out for this auction. Is it because you're uneasy about Miss Xia? He came up with a move to sow discord. The Fan family's business was basically run by Xia Shanshan. Fanny Ba's sudden participation in the auction would indeed make people mistakenly think that he was going to take over the power and Xia Shanshan was going to be benched. Fanny Ba knew that he wouldn't really be so enthusiastic. The Fan family and the Jin family had been at odds since the previous generation. Decades ago, the Jin family started off by the shipping docks and raised a lot of thugs under their hands, who would do anything to achieve their goals. When the Jin family gained a certain amount of capital accumulation, washed ashore, this time want to find the Fan family cooperation. The Fan family clean natural do not want to be involved with the Jin family. This will provoke the Jin family dissatisfaction. The two families on this bad, fighting for decades, but the Fan family has been steadily pressed the Jin family ahead. Fanny Ba face indifference of the hand from the hands of Jin Yucheng. He also took out a handkerchief with great disgust to wipe the hand he was holding clean, and then directly threw the handkerchief away. Am I familiar with you? Come up here and pull at me. Fanny Boo wouldn't play any secret wars. He always said what he had to say, especially after being reborn. Being so disliked by Fanny Ba, Jin Yucheng's face changed greatly. He didn't expect Fanny Ba to actually not follow the routine. Xia Shanshan and Song Yunxian were happy in their hearts. Both of them disliked Jin Yucheng, mainly because this person was too philandering. He loved one when he saw one. As long as he saw that the female was pretty, he would go for it. He never cared whether the female likes him or not. Up to express love, often with expensive jewelry to smash open the girl's thighs, tired of playing on the abandonment. If the woman refuses, he stalks her. Xia Shanshan and Song Yunxian were both targets of his harassment. Jin Yucheng rarely had such a humiliating moment. His gaze was gloomy, but he quickly changed back to a smiling face. Such a belly made even Fanny Bo feel inferior. Jin Yucheng said, "Egu, I had known that the Fan family's young master was guarding his body for the Ji family's Qin and not getting close to women. I didn't realize that even men couldn't get close. Uncle Qin, you can't even find a second good son-in-law like this." Jin Yucheng finished speaking and glanced at Qin Hai obliquely. Qin Hai pretended to be dissatisfied and continued, "Yibo, why are you so rude? You've been harboring at home for so many years and haven't gone out. Young Master Jin kindly communicated with you, and you still don't appreciate it. Quickly apologize to young Master Jin." Fanny Ba didn't know where Qin Hai got the courage to talk to him like this. Could it be that he was too lenient with the Ji family? His gaze chilled as he said indifferently, "Mr. Qin, please be careful with your words. It's not your turn to command how I do things." Fanny Ba's words caused Qin Hai's face to collapse. The reason why Qin Hai spoke like this was because he was receiving wrong signals. Ji Ruxue brought good news when she returned from Fanny Ba's company. Qin Hai mistakenly thought that Fanny Ba was interested in Ji Ruxue. Otherwise, why would he have spared the Ji family and switched the project back? Regardless of whether Fanny Ba likes Ji Ruxue or Ji Ruxue, it is his daughter, and he is ultimately Fanny Ba's old man. Therefore, he felt that his moment of glory had returned. Originally, he wasn't qualified to come to the auction at all. But Ji Shengnan and Ji Ruxue both accompanied Ji Ruxue to the hospital. He also made a great achievement in handling Ji Ruxue's matter, and his performance was outstanding. So Ji Shengnan let Qin Hai go out and participate in the auction. It is estimated that Ji Shengnan did not even think that Qin Hai came and got so close to the Jin family after he came, and also offended Fanny Ba again. I don't know what's going on, but the people of the Ji family are bloated one by two. Qin Hai this was disliked to the point of being speechless and didn't dare to say anything, but as a result, Yi Fan wasn't afraid to die and stood out again. Yi Fan squeezed in from the back of the crowd. He came up and belittled Fanny Bu. "Young Master Fan, you're too realistic. You dumped Shuer in 1 foot, and then came together with the Song family's eldest miss in the next. I'm ashamed of myself for your seamless speed. It's scum like you that should be scorned. Shuer and I are innocent, but as a result, we were framed by you." Yi Fan still wanted to speak, only for Song Yunxian to directly help him close the mic. Because of Yi Fan's words, it attracted many people's attention. This time, the local businessmen were explaining the feud between the Fan and Ji families to the foreign businessmen, and some of them had already included the Song family. Song Yunxian didn't expect that she would be involved in Fanny Ba's relationship, although their Song family had this idea of letting her marry into the Fan family, but definitely not as a third-party interloper. If Yi Fan's words were spread maliciously, it was not likely that the Song family would follow in the footsteps of the Ji family. Therefore, Song Yunxian directly turned up the heat. Where did the wild dog come from that dares to growl in this place? Come on, blast him out of here. The reason why Song Yunxian dared to be like this was because the Hangzhou International Hotel was the property of the Song family, which was itself engaged in the real estate and hotel tourism industries. Soon, the hotel security rushed over. Yi Fan didn't know what fear was. He was still clamoring loudly. "Fanny Ba, if you have the guts to come out and confront me, what kind of man is hiding behind a woman?" Fanny Ba smiled coldly. "Whether I'm a man or not, just go ask Ji Ruxue. Why bother asking me here? Besides, today everyone is here to buy land. They are not in the mood to listen to you chatting about your relationship history. You are jumping up and down like a monkey here. Could it be that when you were adopted by the Ji family, didn't they teach you what manners are?" Fanny Ba's words reduced the Ji family to a laughingstock once again. Qin Hai's face became even more ugly as he pulled Yi Fan to stop him from continuing to speak. "Assistant Yi, pay attention to your status. If you still want to stay here, shut up." Yi Fan was chastised by Qin Hai and he was really much more honest. He didn't dare to disobey Qin Hai's words. He was still dreaming. Right now, Fanny Ba and Ji Ruxue withdrew from the marriage. As long as he put in more effort, he could very well become the son-in-law of the Ji family. Even if it was a door-to-door son-in-law he was willing to awe. Qin Hai pressed Yi Fan before apologizing with the crowd. In the end, Qin Hai glared viciously at Fanny Ba before walking to the side with Jin Yucheng and the others. As for Song Yunxian, she then removed the security, and she said with a bitter smile, "Young Fan, why are you so capable of causing trouble? There are your enemies everywhere." Fanny Ba was also puzzled as to how he could cause so many enemies. Of the 5 major families in Hangzhou, right now there were already 3 that were at odds with him. Chapter 48, the auction officially begins. At 7:30 p.m., the auction officially began. Today's land auction was the biggest auction in Hangzhou City in recent years. A deputy mayor of Hangzhou City who was in charge of urban construction attended this auction. After a brief introductory speech, the auctioneer came on stage. A map of Hangzhou appeared behind the auctioneer, and the 13 pieces of land to be auctioned were labeled, all of which were used for residential purposes. Among them, there are 9 in the south of the city and 4 in the old urban area in the north of the city. The map is clearly labeled with the use on each piece of land. Obviously, the 9 pieces of land in the south of the city are wasteland with very few houses on the ground. This was not the case with the 4 pieces of land in the north of the city. Although the downtown area, to which all 4 pieces of land were adjacent, was very lively in the surrounding area. However, the buildings on the ground are densely packed, and they are all urban villages formed by some self-built houses. These urban villages, the village buildings are dense, narrow alleys, messy streets, dimly lit apartments, and the surrounding modern, clean urban style in stark contrast. Some people looked at the land in the north of the city and lamented. The surrounding area of these 4 pieces of land is prosperous, and if they are built into residential buildings, the sales will definitely be good. It's a pity that we have to bear the demolition costs. Hey, the demolition cost is not scary. The scary thing is the nail households. In case someone obstructs the demolition, once the construction period is delayed, our loss is big. That's right. Right now the nation's real estate business is booming. Housing prices are rising every day. There are wasteland not to take. Who will go to gnaw on this piece of bone of the urban village? Not only real estate developers think like this, the deputy mayor of the fall is also very worried about whether the 4 pieces of land in the north of the city will end up in the auction. He chatted with the other leaders of the urban construction units. Bureau Wang, is there a consignment plan for these 4 pieces of land in the north of the city? Bureau Wang cleared his throat and returned solemnly. Don't worry, Mayor, we have contacted several companies. Even if no one bids in the end, our city-owned urban construction company will auction it off on its own. The vice mayor nodded. As long as the auction didn't go sour, it was fine. He was attending to watch the fun, not the jokes. At this time, the auctioneer had already finished warming up, and the auction of the first piece of land in the south of the city officially began. This piece of land, with a land area of 60,000 square meters, the starting price of 2 billion, the requirements of the total floor area above ground is not greater than 130,000 square meters, and each increase in price is not less than 10 million. In the land parcels offered for sale, it is considered medium. However, the competition is very fierce. A bunch of real estate companies scrambled to be the first to offer. Soon, the price was raised to 2.5 billion, and with the price here, many companies gave up. Only the Jin family, a local force in Hangzhou, and a few national real estate companies were left to compete. In the end, the land was taken by the Jin family at a price of $2.65 billion. Then, the second piece of land went up for auction, with a land area of 80,000 square meters. The starting price was $2.5 billion, and the requirement was that the total floor area above ground should not be greater than 170,000 square meters. Once this piece of land came out, the competition became even more intense. It was finally taken by Wanda Group at $3.2 billion. The third block, Hantak Group. The fourth block, Fortune Real Estate. The first 4 pieces of land were all in the south of the city, and the competition was very fierce, except for the very beginning when the Jin family got the first piece of land. After that, the local real estate companies in Hangzhou didn't win the bidding once, and all of them were taken by foreign real estate bigwigs. During this period, the Fan family, where Fanny Ba is from, didn't make any offer at all, and only the Song family made several fake bids. Finally, the 5th piece of land, the urban village in the north of the city appeared. This was the main event that Fanny Ba and the others valued. The auctioneer informed the detailed data of this land, the 5th piece of land. The project covers an area of about 120,000 square meters, involving the demolition of nearly 500 original villagers, more than 300 non-villagers, the relocation of about 10,000 residents and the demolition of more than 800 houses. With this data alone reported, many real estate developers are already shaking their heads. Who would move this project? It is simply a thankless task. The project also requires that the winning companies bear their own demolition costs. How long does it take to demolish 800 houses? How much does it cost? I can't just buy barren land and build a house. I can't. I'm not going to bid until I'm brain dead. Who loves to love to love? Anyway, I Green Bottom will not bid. The auctioneer was embarrassed. This kind of urban village project is usually directly to the state-owned real estate development. I didn't expect it to be taken out for auction this time. However, his professionalism was high, and he remained enthusiastic despite the coldness of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the fifth piece of land, with a starting price of $2.5 billion, the bidding begins. As expected, the stage was surprisingly quiet. More than 10 seconds passed, and still no one bid. It's definitely going to be aborted. No one will bid on such a project. All the real estate agents were singing the praises, but the smack in the face came quickly. In the corner, a small realtor was the first to offer $2.5 billion. Immediately after that, two more realtors quoted. These were small, unheard of companies, and it was not certain if they could come up with the money. Ji Ruxue seemed to have seen through everything. They are all trusts. In the end, it will definitely be a state-owned company that wins the bid. This is just going through the process. Many people think so. Some people couldn't sit still anymore. Hurry up and announce it. Go straight to the next project. That's it. Stop acting. Hurry up. We can't wait. The deputy mayor was furious on the stage and blackened his face. These real estate companies, they only know how to eat fat meat, and are not willing to touch a bit of bone crumbs. They made a lot of money, but they refused to contribute at all to Hangzhou City. Just as the city construction leaders signaled for the state capital to step in and make an offer, another real estate company made a bid. $2.5 billion. The real estate developer thought it was a trustee arranged by the ZF, but the leader on the stage wondered. It was not arranged by them. The state capital to see other companies out of the head. They also shrink back. Cannot be the wrongdoer. Of course they are happy. This company, it is Fannyba and Song Yunshan, their newly established real estate group, with 60 billion cash large real estate companies. In order not to attract the attention of other families, Song Yunshan had specifically found unfamiliar faces to quote. First offer, $2.55 billion. Is there any price higher than that? Second time. Third time, $2.55 million. The offer is successful. The 120,000 square meters of land was sold for $2.5 billion. Compared to the previous barren land, that was much cheaper. Although this was an urban village and the demolition and relocation work was very tedious, once the place was built with residences and shopping centers, and it was tied with the surrounding bustling Hangzhou city center, the price of the house would directly skyrocket. Besides, the ZF building will not be relocated to the southern new town at all. The future political, economic and cultural center is still in the old town. After the successful auction of the first piece of land in the old city, the three pieces of land that followed were all old city renovation projects. These three pieces of land, but also by Fannyba they took, in the end, a total of 4 old city projects, close to 600,000 square meters of land, costing $13 billion were pocketed by Fannyba. The other real estate companies thought that this was a trust arranged by the ZF, but the ZF people also checked the origin of this company. Chapter 49, Xinhai huge dumping 3 billion. An hour had passed and it was already the 11th piece of land. In order to keep people from being suspicious, Fannybu followed the bidding at this time, but every time he made a bid, the Jin family followed and raised the price. The Jin family's idea was obvious. It was to fight with Fannyba. The Jin family had already gotten a piece of land, and they would make money if they got another piece. And if the Fan family was disgusted by him and ended up not being able to get it, or overpaying for the land was what the Jin family wanted to see the most. The price was quickly raised to $3 billion and there were still a lot of people involved. Fannyba's side just bid $1 billion. Ji Ruxue followed with his offer. $15 billion. The 70,000 square meters of land had a starting price of $2.5 billion. Quoting $3 billion would already be considered a high price, but there was still profit. But above $2 billion, the profit was thin. At this time, Fannyba showed hesitation, but he still raised his card and quoted $2 billion. After Fannyba finished his offer, Xia Shanshan was very nervous. According to the original plan, the Fan family was just a trustee and would not take the land at all. The one who really made the offer was the person arranged by Song Yunshan. Right now, Fannyba and Ji Ruxue were fighting, and in case Fannyba ended up taking over, with their inside information, the Southern New City project was destined to lose money. But Fannyba gave Xia Shanshan a reassuring look. Fannyba knows clearly that everyone in this period is optimistic about the real estate industry in China. Borrowing several $1 trillion of bailout funds, east wind, infrastructure, real estate industry, explosive growth. All the companies borrowed debt to hoard land. Even if they didn't build buildings, these plots of land would appreciate several times in a few years. So, the Jin family will definitely follow. Sure enough, Ji Ruxue didn't hesitate and directly quoted $210 million. At this time, Fanny Ba didn't follow again. But just because he didn't follow, it didn't mean that other companies didn't follow. Several foreign real estate companies quoted one after another, directly raising the price to 3 billion. Jin Yucheng hesitated and did not make another offer, but unexpectedly, Qin Hai suddenly quoted at this time. He added another 10 million. The auctioneer cried out in exhilaration. 3 billion, 10 million. For the first time, anyone else who wants to make an offer. This is already the third last piece of land. There aren't many of them. This is the only chance. Second offer. Third time. Ping. Bidding is successful. Congratulations to this gentleman for bidding successfully. No one had expected that Qin Hai would have such great courage to take a piece of land for $3 billion. Several company heads were already congratulating Qin Hai, although the price of that land was a bit higher. But with the current trend, housing prices would definitely go up. There was still a profit to be made. However, no one knows that this is actually the result of Qin Hai's self-assertion. The Ji family does not want to develop real estate projects at all. Real estate was not originally the main business of the Ji family. Before he came, Ji Shengnan had instructed him that for this auction, the Ji family only needed to accompany the runners, brush up their presence, and did not need to take the land. Because the Ji family really does not have much money now. Even if they get the land, they do not have the money to develop. Even if they get the land, they don't have the money to develop it. Even if they get the land, they don't have the money to develop it. 2 years ago, the Ji family, because of the cross-border investment in car-making enterprises, with the Ji family shares, looking for bank loans 15 billion. As a result, tens of billions of dollars invested. The new car is no shadow at all. Look at the repayment deadline is coming. Ji family car enterprise new car has not been delivered. By the time there is no money back to the bank, the company's shares have to be lost. With the current situation of the Ji family, the bank is very difficult to give the Ji family loans. That's why the Ji family didn't dare to take the land at all. They were still in a hurry to get their money back and fill the holes, lest their company shares be taken away. Qin Hai didn't care about this at all. He was still smug and proud of himself for taking a piece of land. Xia Shanshan knows quite a lot about the Ji family. She said to Fanny Ba, "This is definitely Qin Hai asserting himself. The Ji family simply doesn't have so much cash flow right now. The tram project has already made the Ji family burnt out, and won't wade into the muddy waters of real estate." Xia Shanshan guessed well. This will still be in the hospital. Ji Shengnan already know Qin Hai bidding things. She instantly dropped the phone. She directly cursed, "Qin Hai, this waste really is not enough to make things happen, but more than enough to make things happen. I've already warned him to keep a low profile and not to take the land, but it turns out that he actually spent $3 billion. Where does our Ji family have that much cash at the moment?" The $2 to $3 billion of cash that the Ji family had in their account right now was still the dowry money that Fanny Ba had given to Ji Ruxue in the beginning. Although Fanny Ba promised Ji Ruxue that she could defer repayment, this was the result of mortgaging the Ji family's shares. In the end, this money still has to be paid back. Ji Ruxue was lying on the hospital bed. Her beautiful face became white, and the corners of her eyes still had tears in them, a kind of sickly poignancy. She wasn't surprised at all when she heard her grandmother yell at her father. If she hadn't been grounded, how could she have let Qin Hai go to tonight's auction? She lamented in her heart that this was the result of not having a male child in the family. If Yi Fan was really her real brother, she would have cultivated him properly, and when Yi Fan took over the business, she could wholeheartedly marry and have children with Fanny Ba. Until now, she still felt that she was right. She only had sibling affection for Yi Fan. Ji Shengnan would have no way to stay in the hospital this time. "Ruyan, you stay here and take good care of your sister. I'm going to deal with the mess made by Qin Hai." Ji Ruyan nodded. She comforted, "Grandma, don't be angry. I think Dad must not know about the financial situation. Things can definitely be resolved." Ji Shengnan didn't say anything as she left the ward on her crutches. In fact, she already had an idea in her heart. Originally she didn't intend to buy land and build a house, but since she had already bid on it, even for the sake of this name of the Ji family, she had to smash the pot to pay the subsequent money. Besides, there is not Fanny Ba. Ji Ruxue cannot. There is also Ji Ruyan. There is always a Fanny Ba like. Ji Shengnan left. The sisters who did not speak. Think about it is also quite funny. Hall of 2 Ji family daughter. They too actually will be for a man turned face. Not long after, Ji Ruyan received a phone call from her old classmate. She turned around and went out. And shortly after Ji Ruyan went out, Ji Ruxue quickly got out of bed, put on her own clothes and hurriedly left the ward. Inside Hangzhou International, the auction is nearing its end. After the auctioneer finished explaining the details of the last piece of land, the group of real estate agents under the stage went kill crazy. The last piece of land, with a total area of nearly 200,000 square meters, was the largest piece of land in this auction, and the starting price is even higher. 5 billion. Now it has been quoted at 7.4 billion, and the price is still climbing. This is a price that discourages many real estate companies, but there are still a lot of companies to squeeze the scalp to offer such a large piece of land in the hands, and so the price rises. Turn around and buy is a few billion to the account. Fanny Ba looked faintly at these crazy real estate developers. A lot of people here. In a few years after the mine, those who ran and those who caught. Not many had a good ending. In the end, the land was taken by Hantech Group at a price of $7.6 billion. Generally, the cost of land accounts for 40% to 50% of the total cost, that is to say, the complete development of this neighborhood, but also need at least 8 billion. Fanny Ba somewhat understand why Hantech was the first to be thunderstorm. Crazy land acquisition, then loans, pre-sale. A lot of projects are started at the same time, regardless of the sequence. Live and play themselves to death. At 8 p.m., the land auction ended. In the end, all 13 pieces of land were successfully bid on, and the auction amounted to more than $40 billion. Many people thought that this money will be spent to the southern new city, to create a livable new city. Only Fanny Ba knew that the government had no such plans at all, and most of this money was still spent in the north of the city. Hangzhou is a big tourist city. Many scenic attractions are in the north of the city. The new government has long intended to use this money to repair the old city, to give tourists a better experience. This is one of the reasons why the southern new town ended up being lukewarm. After the auction, Fanny Ba brought Xia Shanshan and Song Yunxian to meet up. They opened a private room at Hangzhou International nearby. Song Yunxian raised her wineglass in happy celebration. Come, cheers to our first step to victory. The fact that they were able to successfully take down 4 old city plots today was a good start for their future plans. Fanny Ba smiled faintly and raised his glass to gently clink with her. But he wasn't as optimistic as Song Yunxian. Don't be too happy too soon. We got the land and there's no shortage of funds. But demolition is a troublesome matter. In case we encounter nail households, our construction period will drag on. Song Yunxian was unconcerned. It's fine. With the Wang family's ZF connections, when the time comes, the demolition will have people from the government offices step in. Things will be much easier. Having the ZF go out would of course solve a large portion of the trouble, but the rest of the things that even the government couldn't solve were the real trouble. He could see that Song Yunxian was on a roll at this point, so he couldn't afford to pour cold water on it. After chatting for a few moments, Song Yunxian took the initiative to invite Fan Xiao. I don't know if you're free tomorrow night. Grandpa would like to meet you, and he's hosting a banquet at home to invite you over for a casual dinner. When Elder Song invited him, of course Fanny Ba had to go, and he readily agreed. Even if I don't have the time, I'll still make time. I've long wanted to pay a visit at home, so I'll be there on time tomorrow night. Chapter 50, Ji Ruxue delivers to the door. In the car, Fanny Ba and Xia Shanshan sat on the back row. Xia Shanshan looked uninterested, and Fanny Ba asked in surprise, "Sister, what's wrong with you? As soon as I got in the car, I saw you moping." Xia Shanshan gently stroked her forehead with her hand. Fanny Ba thought she was tired and took the initiative to help her massage her temples. When the warm fingers touched Xia Shanshan's snow-white smooth skin, Fanny Ba felt her body obviously trembled. Fanny Ba asked while massaging, "Sister, is it too tired? Or you can rest for a while." Xia Shanshan was really tired. The huge company was basically all she was worried about. Fanny Ba was a shirker. Xia Shanshan threw out a blank stare, but still enjoys Fanny Ba's weight. She leans lazily in Fanny Ba's arms, softly said, "I can cope with things in the company. You don't have to worry. I am now worried about your marriage." "My marriage? What's there to worry about? I'm not even in a hurry. Besides, I don't want to get married now that I have you with me. Otherwise, why don't you marry me?" Fanny Ba asked in a half-true, half-false statement. If Xia Shanshan really agrees, Fanny Ba plans to go and get a license with her tomorrow. Instead of being hurt again, it would be better to marry Xia Shanshan who loves him deeply. Unfortunately, Xia Shanshan loved him, but didn't want to marry him. She didn't think she was worthy. She shook her head and said, "I don't want to marry you. You philandering young man." "Me, a philandering young man? Sister, how can you wrong me like this? Where am I a philanderer?" Xia Shanshan opened his hand and sat up straight. "You're still not a philanderer? Today Ji Ruxue went to look for you." "Right, you two were in the office for half a day, and at noon you even went to have dinner together. Don't think I don't know." Fanny Ba screamed, "Sister, this is where things are. How could I get together with Ji Ruxue? I still have to call Ji Ruxue my sister when I see her in the future, and call Yi Fan my brother-in-law. Thinking about it makes me feel bad." "You don't like her? Then why did you resume cooperation with the Ji family and extend the time to return the $8 billion dowry?" Xia Shanshan was angry at the mention of this. Fanny Ba's change of direction had a particularly large impact on the company. Many projects had already removed people, and with a word from Fanny Ba, these people were arranged to go over again. In the afternoon, she received a lot of complaints from project team members. Fanny Ba couldn't explain this. Did he tell Xia Shanshan that it was because Ji Ruxue had helped him in his previous life when he became a vegetable? He could only playfully move towards Xia Shanshan's side, but every time he was driven away by Xia Shanshan. Don't come this way. I'm not going to fall for your beautiful man trick. You'd better save your energy and go find your MS. Song. Fanny Ba's body lurched. Miss Song? Song Yunxian. Sis, why are you even jealous of her? I definitely don't have any relationship with her. I don't even communicate with her in private. Don't worry about this. I'm not someone who sees one and loves another. Xia Shallow shyly hit Fanny Ba. Who said I'm jealous? Such a strong smell of vinegar. You can even fry a plate of Westlake vinegar fish. And you still say you're not jealous? I'm serious. Song Yunxian and I definitely don't have a male-female relationship. Xia Shanshan caught the loophole in his words. In that case, then you have a relationship with Ji Ruxue. At the mention of Ji Ruxue, Fanny Ba became mute again. Xia Shanshan didn't care about him. Said to himself, the Song family obviously has thoughts about you. That old man will see you tomorrow is definitely planning to betroth his granddaughter to you. You pay more attention to yourself. Ever since he and Ji Ruxue backed out of their marriage, quite a few families had this idea. The Song family obviously too. It's just that their family's actions were one step faster than others. After sending Xia Shanshan back to the Fan family's old mansion, Fanny Ba drove himself home. Compared to the old mansion, he was already used to his own house. As soon as Fanny Ba entered the house, he noticed that something was wrong. There was an extra pair of white high heels at the door. Many of the ornaments in the house had been moved. Especially the ducks he had raised actually didn't come out to greet him. Looking at this situation, Fanny Ba probably guessed who came in. This pair of high heels he recognized. It was the one he gave to Ji Ruxue some time ago. Hundreds of thousands of dollars a pair of top luxury goods. On the day of the engagement banquet, she wore these shoes and ran to meet Ji Fan. I didn't expect to actually wear them here today. As expected, the bedroom door was opened, and Ji Ruxue slowly walked out from the house holding the rice bowl. Her whole body was only wearing a white shirt. The shirt could only cover up to the root of her thighs. Ji Ruxue's white and slender jade legs were exposed in the air. Those thighs were white and slender, without a single blemish, perfectly interpreting what is called slender jade legs and icy skin. Ji Ruxue this body shape, with her charming looks, charming charm boundless. Fanny Ba, who has already tasted the sweetness of male and female love, was almost seduced to the point of breaking. But fortunately, the things Ji Ruxue had done surfaced one by one in front of Fanny Ba's eyes, and anger instantly suppressed desire. He asked in a cold voice, who let you in? Get out. You are not welcome here. Ji Ruxue didn't expect Fanny Ba to actually be able to hold back. She put the duck in her arms down and raised her hand to unbutton her chest. I know you won't believe anything I say now, so I'll prove my innocence with the facts. When she undid the first button, Fanny Ba rushed to her and grabbed her hand and chided, don't pollute my eyes. Hurry up and change your clothes back and get out of here. Fanny Ba's tone was filled with disgust. The man who had once filled his eyes with Ji Ruxue was no longer there. Now, all of Ji Ruxue's courage that she had managed to muster up dispersed. She didn't expect that even after she had made it this far, Fanny Ba still didn't believe her and wasn't even willing to touch her. Why? Why don't you even give me a chance to prove my innocence? After Ji Ruxue finished speaking, her entire body broke down and she couldn't stop the tears from slipping from the corners of her eyes. These days, she had cried quite a few times, and her entire person had emaciated quite a bit. A few days ago, she was still a cold and beautiful female president, but this time, she actually looked like a disgruntled woman who had been abandoned. Fanny Ba looked a little heartbroken. How he wanted to hold Ji Ruxue in his arms and comfort her. After all, Ji Ruxue was the woman he had loved for decades. But when he thought that Ji Ruxue had beaten him into a vegetable to save Yi Fan and betrayed him, Fanny Bu hated to kill her. You go away. Don't come back. Whether you are innocent or not has nothing to do with me. Are you doing this to stand up to Yi Fan? Fanny Ba's words were like a knife smashing into Ji Ruxue's heart. She painfully hugged Fanny Ba and begged bitterly, Yi Ba, don't be like this. I love you. From the beginning to the end I've only ever loved you. Why don't you believe me? Fanny Ba smiled coldly. You love me? He pointed at the house and continued. I've bought this house for a year. This is the first time you've come in, right? I know you bought it in this neighborhood, and specifically bought it upstairs from you, because I wanted the two of us to be closer. I invited you many times, but you never came. Ji Ruxue's body trembled as she explained. Yibo, I wanted to come up here to find you, but as you know, I've been very busy, and I'm the one who manages the entire Ji family. There's also the fact that, I'm afraid that if I come up here, you'll bully me. Saying this, she became gulping, her face blushing. Fanny Ba's heart was even colder. He had this idea of wanting Ji Ruxue's body before marriage, but Ji Ruxue had been rejecting him. After so many years together, the two of them rarely even kissed. Perhaps this was all cheap for Yifan. You are busy. You are busy enough to be free to date Yifan. You have time to go to his house and cook for him. After so many years together, I actually didn't know that you could cook. Did you learn it specifically for him? You don't have time to come to my place. You don't have time for me. You stood me up time and time again to find Yifan. This is what you call busy? I don't think you're busy at all. You're busy falling in love with him. What part of me is not as good as Yifan? You would actually abandon me because of him. If you don't love me, you should have told me earlier. Why are you still hanging on to me while getting involved with him? That room downstairs, I haven't even taken a step in it. But what about Yifan? He actually even has the key. And you still dare to tell me that you love me? Fanny Ba grabbed Ji Ruxue's shoulder and asked fiercely. He had long wanted to ask Ji Ruxue why she betrayed him. He didn't have the chance in his last life. He must clarify this matter in this life. Chapter 51, Fanny Ba and Ji Ruxue's Confession Bureau. Fanny Ba walked to the bar. He took out a bottle of wine from the liquor cabinet and poured a glass for himself and Ji Ruxue. He put the glass in front of Ji Ruxue and didn't invite her. Drinking alone, Fanny Ba said in a low voice, incomparably despondent. I am a man, and still the most powerful man in the entire Hang City. My fiancé is screwing another man. Have you ever thought about how outsiders will look at me? Ji Ruxue shed silent tears as she suddenly realized that she really cared very little about Fanny Ba's feelings. No matter what Fanny Ba did, she took it for granted. And no matter what she did wrong, Fanny Ba would forgive her. So much so that she thought Fanny Ba's love was selfless and endless. But she didn't realize that love would also be exhausted one day. She seemed to understand why Fanny Ba wouldn't forgive her. Now everyone thought that she had cheated on her husband, even if she really didn't. Who would believe that fact, especially since it was a fact that she had no way to explain? I'm sorry, Ji Ruxue said despondently. She picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it all in one gulp. I swear, Yifan and I really don't have a male-female relationship. It's me who was overwhelmed by my obsession. But I'm not the kind of woman who is a watery woman. And Yifan is not a man I like at all. So how could I commit myself to a man who is inferior to you in every way? These words were considered to be Ji Ruxue's words of truth after drinking. Fanny Ba may believe. He believes that at this time Ji Ruxue and Yifan really have nothing. Maybe that film is still there. After all, in their last life, after the two got married, there was still a honeymoon time. But it was just very short, because Yifan chased after him. The honeymoon of two people turned into three. In the end, Fanny Ba turned into that obtrusive light bulb. Fanny Ba, maybe I never came into your heart. Otherwise why would you fight the panic of intimacy and engage in ambiguity with a man? Ji Ruxue, I didn't. I really didn't. In the beginning, I did it to return the favor. You know I'm claustrophobic. That time it was Yifan who comforted me. Fanny Ba knew that elevator accident. Yifan and Ji Ruxue were coincidentally trapped in the elevator. Fanny Ba asked, he was hugging and comforting you? Yes. At this time, Ji Ruxue no longer hid. Do you mind all this? No, if it was purely to save you, I definitely wouldn't mind. There's no way I'd watch you die just because I wouldn't let another man touch you. Fanny Ba was honest. He wasn't the kind of person who was petty to that extent. But, I have a feeling that he has ulterior motives. Have you ever wondered if he's approaching you on purpose? Ji Ruxue instinctively exonerated Yifan. No way. Yifan is just a bit naughty. He's really simple. You'll know if you've come into contact with him. He sometimes talks without thinking, like a child. Fanny Ba was speechless. He could see the weight of Yifan in Ji Ruxue's heart. He was ashamed of himself. He poured another full glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Cough cough. Fanny Ba choked. Ji Ruxue hurriedly patted him on the back. Don't drink so fast. Whatever you want to ask or do tonight, I'll follow you. Ji Ruxue knew that this was her last chance. If she still didn't impress Fanny Ba's heart tonight, from now on, the two would never be able to do so again. Fanny Ba slowed down. He slowly asked, you said that you love me? Then why is it that every time you encountered a choice of two, you would choose Yifan without hesitation? The two of you are not related by blood. Have you ever thought of falling in love over time? Ji Ruxue shook her head fiercely. No, I truly treat him as my younger brother, and would never fall in love with him. As for why I chose Yifan, I can't say. It seems like a voice in my head is guiding me to take this step. For such an explanation, of course Fanny Ba would not believe it. You dare to guarantee it? Then does Yifan dare to guarantee it? Who would believe that a man and a woman who are not related by blood would have a pure sibling relationship, let alone a beautiful woman like you? Wouldn't Yifan have the urge? Fanny Ba's words made Ji Ruxue fall into reminiscence, and she realized that Fanny Ba was right. There were times when Yifan behaved very strangely, and she thought of a time when Yifan said he was sick. She quit her job and specifically went to Yifan's house to visit him. As a result, Yifan was actually pounced on the sofa, and if she hadn't refused sternly, It was estimated that she would have been eaten clean by Yifan that time. Fanny Ba saw Ji Ruxue's eyes flickering and even showing panic. He knew that he had guessed right. Yifan had definitely struck out at Ji Ruxue, only that Ji Ruxue had actually forgiven him. Looks like I was right. You had something with Yifan. Ji Ruxue came back to her senses. She hurriedly explained. No, nothing happened to us. He was trying to sleep with me, but I rejected him. Nothing happened to us. Fanny Ba asked quickly, not giving Ji Ruxue time to think at all. He wanted to sleep with you? Did he ask you with his mouth? Your relationship has gotten so close that you can discuss about getting laid or not. No, we didn't go this far. It was him who pushed me down. Oh, so he was attempted rape. Then why didn't you call the police? You were the one who acquiesced, but you backed out in the middle of it, didn't you? Not really. I never thought of it that way. He pushed me down on the couch, and I pushed him straight away and scolded him severely. He apologized in shame. Unconsciously, Ji Ruxue's heartfelt words were all set out by Fanny Ba. He wanted to force himself on you, and you forgave him with an apology. Ha 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 ha. Fanny Bu thought of the time when he just moved to ask if he could go further, and as a result, he was scolded by Ji Ruxue and ignored him for a whole month. Fanny Bu was even more despondent. Sure enough, love and no love is very obvious. Ji Ruxue Ming also thought of that incident. Her brain was like an explosion, holding her head and screaming in pain. She also didn't understand what was wrong. Why would she do this to Fanny Ba? Obviously he was her fiancé, but she was always hurting him. She was more tolerant towards Yifan. With this chat, Ji Ruxue also couldn't understand her own heart. Her subconscious mind told her that she loved Fanny Ba, but every single thing she did was hurting him. As if she was really in love with Yifan. Fanny Ba said, "Go away. It looks like we've made it clear." Ji Ruxue looked at Fanny Ba blankly, and this time, she didn't make a fuss. There were some things that she couldn't figure out anymore, and she had to find time to ask her heart what was going on with all of this. Ji Ruxue changed her clothes and re-entered the living room. She was incredibly attached to this house. This was the first time she had come in, and perhaps the last. There should have been a shadow of her here, but no matter how much she looked, there was no trace of her. She thought again that this was how she would end up with Fanny Ba after tonight, and she was so distraught that it hurt so much that she couldn't breathe. With a trembling voice, she asked, "Ba, can you not refuse to answer my calls in the future? Can we still be friends?" Fanny Ba didn't feel good either. Although he hated Ji Ruxue, but he also loved her. "Yes, but you have to return the 8 pieces of bride price I sent you." Those 8 pieces of bride price were nothing, but one of them is my mother's relics. Ji Ruxue knew that it was the imperial purple jade bracelet. The bracelet itself was worth a lot, and was the most expensive of all the bride price pieces, carved from purple jade throughout. It was one of the finest of Chalcedony, one of the rare treasures, plus it was Gu Yan's relic, so Fanny Ba definitely wanted it back. It was a symbol of the Fan family's mistress. Ji Ruxue was of course clear about all this. She had been excited for many days when she got the purple jade bracelet, not realizing that there would be a time when she would have to return it. She nodded with a bitter smile. "The bracelet is downstairs. I'll go get it for you now." Fanny Ba looked at Ji Ruxue, who was in a trance. She also drank a lot of wine tonight. "No need to be so troublesome. I'll accompany you downstairs to get it," Fanny Ba said. "Good." Chapter 52, The Disappearing Bride Price. After going downstairs, Ji Ruxue opened the door to her room and took the lead to walk in, and Fanny Ba stood at the door, not moving. "Ji Ruxue, you come in?" Fanny Ba, "No. I'll just wait for you at the door. It was like this before, and it will be like this in the future." This sentence instantly let Ji Ruxue break defense. She covered her mouth and ran into the house crying. She couldn't help but ask herself, what had she ever done? What kind of fiancé was she? How could there be a reason to turn away her fiancé and lead another man into the house? Now this bitter fruit only she tasted herself. Ji Ruxue felt that those 8 pieces of bride price were very hot. She hurriedly took them out from the safe. How could there be none? She searched and searched in the safe, but she was always missing one piece. The purple jade bracelet that Fanny Ba had emphasized over and over again. She searched the house again for a long time, but she still found nothing. How can this be? I remember it was clearly in the house. I didn't take it out? 8 pieces of bride price. Just this one is not there. Then it's not someone stealing from the door. Fanny Ba heard the commotion at the door. What's wrong? Ji Ruxue didn't know how to explain to him, but she simply couldn't escape. She walked out stiffly. Ba, I didn't do it on purpose, but I just can't find that bracelet. How can that be? Is it that you brought it to Ji's house? No, I was just afraid that it wasn't safe to leave it at Ji's house. That's why I took the bride price home. It's impossible to bring it back. Ji Ruxue shook her head. She was in a hurry. This was Fanny Ba's last request, and she didn't think that she couldn't even do this. Think about it. Could it be somewhere else in the house? Fanny Ba didn't rush her either and said softly, I've searched for it all. It's still not there. Ji Ruxue felt guilty. At this time, Fanny Ba suddenly thought of someone, and he said tentatively, after you got the bride price back, have you told anyone else about it or seen it? A thunderbolt exploded in Ji Ruxue's mind. No, it can't be him. That's right, only Yifan knew about this matter. Not long after she got the bride price, Yifan received a message that he found Ji Ruxue and wanted to take a look at these precious ancient treasures. Ji Ruxue agreed without even thinking and brought Yifan into her home that day. Who are you talking about? Fanny Ba knew it was Yifan, but he didn't say it outright. Ji Ruxue looked up. She didn't dare to look at Fanny Ba's eyes. No one. I'm talking nonsense. You give me a day. I will definitely find the bracelet. Good. Then I'll go back first. Fanny Ba agreed and he left with the other 7 pieces of bride price. Ji Ruxue reluctantly sent to the elevator entrance, and she didn't turn around until the elevator doors closed. After returning to her room, Ji Ruxue hurriedly took her spare cell phone and called Yifan. The first call was not answered. Ji Ruxue felt sure that because of the unfamiliar call, Yifan did not answer. Ji Ruxue did not die. Called again. This time the phone connected, but the phone side is not Yifan, but a woman's voice. She was extremely impatient, complained, Hua, not sleeping in the middle of the night. Noisy. Ji Ruxue froze. It was so late. Why would a woman answer the phone? Didn't Yifan have no relatives or friends in Hangzhou? Who the hell are you? Why don't you say anything? Annoying. Yifan, get up and answer the phone. Look who it is. Yifan seemed to have fallen asleep. The woman called him several times before he came to his senses. Yifan muttered and asked, Hello? Who is this? His voice sounded very tired, as if his sage state after a big job had been interrupted, and there was some dissatisfaction in his tone. Ji Ruxue didn't say anything. She didn't know what to say. She and Yifan did not have any relationship in the first place, and she could not care even if Yifan really looked for a woman. However, her heart hurt so much, a pain that pierced her heart and bones. She had lost her reputation because of Yifan, and had cancelled her engagement with Fanny Ba. Nothing was left, just because of Yifan, but he was now embracing another woman in his arms. She felt especially stupid, so stupid that she was hopeless. She didn't say a word, not to mention that she didn't know when Yifan hung up the phone. At this time, the Ji family was in an uproar. One of the reasons was because Ji Ruxue ran away from the hospital, but Ji Ruxue's matter was not important. The most troublesome thing was the piece of land that Qin Hai had bid on, and in 3 days' time, the Ji family had to come up with $3 billion. Otherwise, the 10 million deposit paid before would be confiscated. The Ji family villa was terribly quiet. Ji Shengnan sat on the sofa with her crutches. Qin Hai was kneeling in front of her. Qin Hai had been kneeling for a long time. He didn't understand that he had made a great contribution to the Ji family, and Ji Shengnan didn't thank him and insulted him like this. Ji Shengnan coldly glanced at him. What? You still think you're right and I've wronged you? Qin Hai lowered his head and held back his resentment. I don't dare. You said I'm wrong. Of course I'm wrong. Ji Shengnan slammed her cane down hard on the ground. Humph, you dare to be stubborn. Did I tell you not to bid? Don't bid on the auction. Why don't you listen to me and treat my words as if they fell on deaf ears? Qin Hai was tempted to top it off by saying, you didn't end up signing over the land happily, but he didn't dare. His wings weren't hardened to that extent yet. These words could only be thought in his heart. Ji Ruyan was standing right behind Qin Hai. She wanted to go and help her father up, but due to her grandmother's majesty, she was too intimidated to speak on the side, and could only look at her father with heartache. 3 billion selling you wouldn't get you this much money. Ji Shengnan was not angry because of anything else, but mainly because of this price. 3 billion 10 million On average, this piece of land of the Ji family was considered the most expensive. Ji Ruyan see Ji Shengnan angry not light, hurriedly trotted over to comfort. Grandma, although the cost of land is expensive, but now the price of housing is still rising. In the end, certainly can make money. You calm down. This time, just take it as spending money to buy a lesson. You'll spare Dad. Ji Shengnan picked up the teacup on the coffee table and gently took a sip. Get up. Don't make a fool of yourself in the future. The result she wanted had already been achieved, knocking Qin Hai around from time to time, so that he wouldn't dare to raise a rebellious mind. The Ji family did not have any male children, including Ji Shengnan. All of them were looking for door-to-door son-in-laws. Although door-to-door son-in-laws have a low status, once they gain power, they can instantly change the dynasty, and a lot of online son-in-law novels are written in this way, and Ji Shengnan had already suffered such a loss once. Therefore, she often suppressed this son-in-law that she personally recruited. Okay, Mom, I understand. Thank you, Mom, for being magnanimous. Qin Hai's legs were numb from kneeling. The anger in his heart reached its peak. A person who was already over 50 years old, still wanted to kneel for punishment like a child, especially in front of his daughter, as a man's dignity has been completely trampled. But he was stoic enough. Xinhai's face didn't change. Mom, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Xinhai didn't live in the Ji family villa. Only when there was something going on, Ji Shengnan would let him come back. Usually he lived outside. Ji Shengnan looked disgusted. You hurry up and leave. Dad, I'll see you off. Ji Ruyan hurriedly helped Xinhai and assisted him to leave the living room. Outside the house, Ji Ruyan asked heartbrokenly, Dad, how are you doing? Are you feeling better? Don't blame Grandma for punishing you. She's also doing it for your own good. For my good? Oh, maybe. Xinhai grimaced, his face full of resentment. Ji Ruyan wanted to say more, but Xinhai didn't give her a chance. I'm fine, so hurry back to the house. If you're late, your grandmother will be worried again. Alright then, you go back to rest early. Ji Ruyan shook her head helplessly and turned around to go back to the house, while Xinhai walked outside the villa's gate. He lit a cigarette and looked straight at the house, his eyes filled with endless hatred. Dead old woman, wait for me, you're next. Chapter 53. Ji Ruxue was actually reborn as well. The time was already 2 or 3 in the morning. Ji Ruxue hadn't slept. Her eyes were bloodshot and her tears were dry from crying. She felt like she had been abandoned by the whole world. Fanny Ba disliked her, and Yifan didn't have her in his heart at all. She couldn't figure out why she had gone to hurt Fanny Ba because of Yifan and ended up losing a man who only had her in his eyes and heart. Now, it was too late to say anything. In just over a year's time, because of Yifan's appearance, she had lost her reputation. But Yifan was still dashing around, fooling around with other women. She was glad that she called Yifan on her spare phone today, otherwise she would have never known that Yifan still had such a side. Yifan, why did you appear in my life? It's all you. You ruined my life. No, if I don't feel good, I definitely won't let you live comfortably either. Ji Ruxue picked up the car keys and went directly to Yifan's house. Yifan, you open the door. Yifan. Unfortunately, she pounced. She knocked on the door at Yifan's house for a few minutes and no one answered. This asshole. Ji Ruxue had nowhere to vent her anger, and she couldn't directly call and ask where Yifan was. If she asked directly, Yifan would definitely deny it. Catching an adulterer in the act and only catching Yifan alone was no use at all. She crouched helplessly in the corner and cried. Half an hour later, Ji Ruxue drove to the wedding house. She didn't know why she went to the wedding house. Opening the house, the mess that was once there had already been cleaned up. Ji Ruxue had specifically found someone to redecorate the wedding room, and her and Fanny Ba's wedding photos had been rehung. All the decorations were redecorated according to Fanny Ba's previous design, and it felt like the place had never been damaged. There was just one place that Ji Ruxue didn't change. That was the place where Fanny Ba vomited blood, and the original bright red bloodstains had become dark. Ji Ruxue was sitting right next to the bloodstain. She was holding a wineglass in her hand, and as she drank, she said, Yibo, remember? This is where you proposed to me. Although my face was cold and I just nodded, I was actually incredibly excited in my heart. I've wanted to marry you for a long time, but I've been under too much pressure. The Ji family has not been able to get off the ground in my hands, and it's all thanks to your help that I can barely manage. I didn't dare to see you because I felt so sorry for you. Every time you gave me a gift, I was so happy and excited that I wanted to jump into your arms, but I'm too proud, and the presidential frame on me makes me afraid to act like a little girl. Ji Ruxue said all the words buried in her heart for many years. Taking advantage of the strength of the wine, she boldly confessed, but unfortunately, she was the only one here, and she was doomed to not be able to let go of her frame. She didn't know how much she drank and how much she said from her heart. Until really cannot drink, feel the last mouthful of wine is still in the throat. How can not swallow? At this time, her face looked a little pale due to the erosion of alcohol, and her eyes flashed with a disoriented light. Her hand was holding the empty wine glass tightly, as if she was still immersed in that moment of drunkenness. Suddenly, she covered her mouth, a pained expression on her face. She struggled to her feet and tried to call for help, but her body was already shaking uncontrollably. Her face became paler, cold sweat seeped from her forehead, and her hands helplessly grabbed the clothes on her chest. Ji Ruxue looked at the undialed phone and cried out silently, Yibo, save me. Her breathing became more rapid, but the foreign substance stuck in her throat blocked the entry of fresh air. After 10 seconds or so, she feebly let go of the cell phone, and in the end the call didn't go out. Ji Ruxue's bright eyes slowly closed, and her life seemed to be forever frozen in this night. Early morning sunlight shines through the curtains and shines into the house. Ji Ruxue, who was lying on the carpet, was awakened by the blinding sunlight. She got up violently as she opened her eyes, a trace of confusion flashing in the corner of her eyes. She looked around as if she had suddenly awakened from a dream, and she realized that she was in a familiar yet unfamiliar environment. Everything around her made her feel confused. but when she saw the date on her cell phone, she instantly froze. Ji Ruxue's heart pounded violently as she realized that she had actually been reborn. I've been reborn. This is my wedding room with Fanny Ba. I was actually reborn back 10 years ago, and Fanny Ba is still alive. I didn't seriously injure him. It's not too late. Everything is still in time. Ji Ruxue clasped her hands tightly around her knees as tears slid silently down her face. She felt endless regret and frustration, as if she was weighed down by a heavy force. Her heart was filled with guilt and self-blame as she recalled the past 10 years. Ji Ruxue suddenly raised her head and stared, a mouthful of silver teeth on the verge of being clenched. Yi Fan, Qin Hai, and the Jin family, you guys wait for me? You actually dare to count on me? Ji Ruxue had actually died, and twice, once last night, and once 10 years later. Ji Ruxue finally realized how many stupid things she had done, and that Fanny Ba was actually killed by her. She was the real culprit who killed Fanny Ba. Ji Ruxue took quick steps backward with a horrified look on her face, moving away from the sofa. She remembered that it was here that Yi Fan pressed her onto the sofa and kissed her madly, only to be seen by Fanny Ba, who had returned home. The enraged Fanny Ba and Yi Fan wrestled together, and she, in fact, picked up the vase and ruthlessly smashed it into the back of Fanny Ba's head. Impossible. That's not me. Ji Ruxue collapsed. The memories of the past 10 years were like bayonets stabbing into her heart at once. It turned out that Fanny Ba didn't lie. She really fell in love with Yi Fan 10 years later, just a few years after their marriage. She was incomparably disgusted with Fanny Ba and deeply in love with Yi Fan. How could I be so cheap? It's not my fault. It's all because of Yi Fan and the Jin family. It's them who harmed. Yi Fan, I want you to die without a burial place. You actually lied to me. Ji Ruxue was so angry that she directly bit her lips. Bright red blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, the pain she was blissfully unaware of. Ji Ruxue's memory. After Yi Fan was beaten into a vegetable by Xia Shallow, the powerful Ji Ruxue directly grabbed Xia Shallow and broke her legs in front of Yi Fan. In the end, Xia Shallow was rewarded by her as a bodyguard. Xia Shanshan was dying and committed suicide, and Ji Ruxue vented her anger on Fanny Ba. The few caregivers who were assigned to take care of Fanny Ba were driven away by her, and she left Fanny Ba to fend for himself, and she took Yi Fan far overseas, spending countless amounts of money to finally cure him. When she returned home, she found that Fanny Ba was actually still alive, and he was being carefully taken care of by the old housekeeper of the Fan family. In the end, she drove out the old housekeeper in her capacity as the Fan family's mistress, and also sent Fanny Ba to a nursing home. From then on, she and Yi Fan lived in the Fan family's old mansion, and Fanny Ba gave everything, but no one asked for it, and died of illness on the bed of the nursing home. All of the $100 billion family fortune was taken away by Ji Ruxue and Yi Fan. Chapter 54, Ji Ruxue's Nightmare. If this was the case, it would be nothing more than a turtle dove story. Yi Fan and Ji Ruxue would live happily ever after. But things were not that simple. Not long after Fanny Ba's death, Ji Ruxue and Yi Fan had just gotten their marriage license. The marriage between the two had also just been announced. Yi Fan suddenly flipped. Ji Ruxue was actually imprisoned by Yi Fan, and together with the imprisoned, there is actually her dead more than 10 years of her mother, Ji Ruxue, as well as far overseas sister Ji Ruyen, in addition to her grandmother, Ji Shangnan, who had already died of illness. The entire Ji family was wiped out. When Yi Fan and Qin Hai appeared together, Ji Ruxue realized that this is actually a layout of more than 10 years of deception. 10 years later, in the secret room, Ji Ruxue and Ji Ruyen, the two sisters hugged their mother and cried bitterly, and Ji Ruxue was already demented at this time. Like a walking corpse, Ji Ruxue loudly questioned Qin Hai. Qin Hai, you're our father. How could you do this to us? Qin Hai laughed indulgently. I'm your father? Who told you that? Ji Ruxue was dumbfounded by Qin Hai's words. Ji Ruyen cried. Sis, don't ask him. He's just a. Ji Ruxue asked in confusion. Sister, why are you here? Originally, Ji Ruyen was driven back to Europe by Ji Ruxue after Fanny Ba and Ji Ruxue flipped out. The sister's feelings dropped to the bottom, and Ji Ruxue thought that her sister had left the country. In fact, not at all. She was halfway here by Qin Hai tricked, and finally fell into slavery, become Qin Hai's plaything. Ji Ruxue completely broke down after learning about it. You are our father. How could you do this to us? Qin Hai said disdainfully. I don't have stupid daughters like you. What? Ji Ruxue looked at him incredulously. It wasn't until Ji Ruyen told her. Sister, he's not our father at all. No wonder you were never close to us sisters, so you weren't our father at all. Ji Ruxue came to a sudden realization. For as long as she could remember, Qin Hai had disliked her, especially after her sister was born, and she thought it was because both she and her sister were daughters. She knew that the Ji family had dreamed of wanting boys, and while Qin Hai had been scolded quite a bit by Ji Shangnan for not bringing male offspring to the Ji family, Qin Hai was the biggest victim, because these two children were not his seed at all. He had to endure contempt and ridicule. Ji Ruxue asked, "Then who is our father?" Ji Ruxue shook her head. Although she had been imprisoned for many years, she wasn't sure. Qin Hai hadn't told her. The mother who knew the truth had already been tempered into a little cutie by Qin Hai. The reason why Ji Ruxue was still living in humiliation was because she wanted to protect her mother and make him less humiliated. Qin Hai, what? Still thinking of recognizing your ancestors? Ha 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 ha. These two little cuties. But the most stupid one is still Fanny Ba. The Fan family's huge family business. All of it was given to you, and you betrayed him. You are the same as that mother. Both are cheap. There are men who love you who don't want to, but prefer to go to find wild men. Yi Fan said with dissatisfaction. You can just scold her. Why do you still need to bring me along? Okay, I've brought the person to you. Play however you want. But, Mr. Jean asked me to remind you that these three women can't be left alive. They must die. If people know that we ate the Ji family and Fan family's extinct family, no one will have a good time. Yi Fan left the secret room without looking back after he finished speaking. He did not look at Ji Ruxue for a second. At this time, Ji Ruxue finally understood that it was all a trick. Yi Fan was deliberately sent to her by the Jin family, and all of Yi Fan's actions were staged just to win her heart. Although Yi Fan is a college student, he has another identity, nightclub cowboy. For the sake of money, Yi Fan went to sea early to brush the wire ball. He practiced in the nightclub to please the rich women. For different types of rich women, he will have a set of special plan to please. Yi Fan has a soft look and high face value, exactly the image of a little milk dog that his sisters like. The Jin family finds Yi Fan and pulls in Qin Hai, who holds a grudge. They get Ji Ruxue and Fanny Ba married and get Yi Fan involved in their marriage. When Ji Ruxue got all the family assets of the Fan family, they originally intended to kill Fanny Ba, but Fanny Ba had many bodyguards around him, so they were never able to do it. No one expected that in the end. It was actually Ji Ruxue herself who killed Fanny Ba, although the process became a little longer, but the ending was more perfect, because Ji Ruxue not only forced Xia Shanshan to die, but also drove away the most powerful figure in the Fan family, the housekeeper Uncle Lai. When Qin Hai died, when Qin Hai tore her clothes, Ji Ruxue suddenly went crazy and she stabbed Qin Hai to death with a torture device. Ji Ruxue was driven crazy by Qin Hai. More than 10 years ago, Ji Ruxue was captured by Qin Hai. The one who died in the car accident was just a double arranged by Qin Hai, and since the accident was very serious, the whole person was burnt. No one thought it was a man-made accident. As soon as Qin Hai died, Ji Ruxue's entire body went slack, and she suddenly came to her senses. She took the hands of her two daughters and said in a weak tone, Ruxue, Ruyan, it's me who harmed you. This is all my sin. She confessed the life of the two Ji Ruyan siblings, including the grudge with Qin Hai. Originally, Ji Ruxue did not love Qin Hai at all. She has always had a first love boyfriend. This first love boyfriend family is also not ordinary. Is the Magic City's rich family? The two people in the ball to recognize. Ji family only Ji Lanyu, this one only daughter, certainly will not let Ji Lanyu married out. But Ji Shangnan, for the continuation of the Ji family, beating the lovebirds, forcibly broke up the two of them, and found Qin Hai this door's son-in-law. But Ji Lanyu did not obey Ji Shingnan's arrangement, although she and Qin Hai married, but she never let Qin Hai touch her. 2 consecutive children, both born to her and her ex-boyfriend, and Qin Hai knew everything. He was also asked by Ji Ruxue to shut up and not to say anything. His dignity was trampled to the ground. Ji Ruxue has always thought that Qin Hai is a weak and incompetent coward. I didn't realize that he had actually held back until Qin Hai had built up enough strength to create a car accident to take her captive. After Qin Hai captured her, he had been abusing her and injecting her with drugs to make her obey Qin Hai's orders. When Ji Ruxue asked about the identity of their biological father, Ji Ruxue died of organ failure before she could say anything. In the end, Ji Ruyan and Ji Ruxue died of starvation alive inside because they couldn't find a way out of the secret room. There is a time for good and evil. Ji Ruxue paid the price for her infidelity for more than 10 years. Worse than a pig or a dog, Ji Ruxue was obsessed and acted arbitrarily, not only killing herself but also taking her sister's life. If she stays true to her heart and loves Fanny Ba with all her heart, who can harm her and her sister? Ji Ruxue hurriedly terminated this humiliating memory. She didn't dare to open her eyes out of fear. Her fingers turned white from too much force. The face of the city and the country was filled with remorse. A pair of willow eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and a spark of vengeance flickered in Shinger's eyes. In her last life, her stupidity had harmed Fanny Ba and herself. It seemed like the heavens couldn't look away and gave her this chance to be reborn. She wanted to win back Fanny Ba's love, and more importantly, she wanted to avenge herself and the Ji family. But the most important thing right now is to rescue Ji Ruxue, who has been locked up for 3 years and doesn't know how far the drug dependency has gotten. I can't scare the snakes. Qin Hai buried it so deeply and fooled everyone. Once he realizes that his secret is exposed, he will definitely kill to silence him. Although Ji Ruxue was reborn, she could only secretly collect evidence of Qin Hai's crimes. Ji Ruxue was afraid that Qin Hai would directly murder her mother if he was cornered. After coming back from Rebirth and experiencing the first panic, Ji Ruxue had already accepted this fact. She so wanted to go apologize to Fanny Ba now and beg for his forgiveness, but she was afraid that Fanny Ba would expose the secret. For a deeper reason, she realized that in this life, after the engagement party, Fanny Ba hadn't followed the time trajectory of his previous life. Ji Ruxue suddenly thought of something. Could it be that Yibo was also reborn? It's possible. He was reborn and still carries the memories of his last life. That's why he's changed so much. He definitely hates me to the bone. Ji Ruxue seeped a wave of fear from her bones. If Fanny Ba was really reborn, was it still possible for her and Fanny Ba to get married? After all, in Fanny Ba's awareness, Ji Ruxue had already betrayed him, mutilated his loved ones, and killed him with her own hands. She had taken everything from the Fan family and given it to Yi Fan. This was a great humiliation for a man, and Fanny Ba's hatred for her was no less than her hatred for Yi Fan and the others. I'm finished. Yibo will never forgive me. I treated him so badly, caused him to become a vegetable, didn't save him and left him to fend for himself. I'm simply not human. Ji Ruxue fell to the ground in despair and cried. Even though the heavens had given her a chance to start over, the distance between her and Fanny Ba seemed to have gotten even further. Even though the sun shone on her, she still felt incredibly cold. The piercing cold was about to freeze her. Chapter 55, Lu Mengyao is also regretting. Lu Mengyao had been in Mountain City for almost 2 weeks. The company had never urged her to go back to work, something that was completely impossible before. Actors were the money printing machine of the movie and television company. There was no reason to rest. In the last few days, Lu Mengyao had slowly come back to her senses. There are so many coincidences. The 50 million donations for the orphanage was Fan Gang. She had no place to live was Fan Gang who helped her find a house. The miracle doctor for her grandmother was also Fan Gang. The company suddenly changed to a new leader and also raised her treatment. No need to think. This must also be Fan Gang's handiwork. Lu Mengyao's intestines were almost green with remorse. How could I doubt him? He obviously helped me so much. She kept calling Fanny Ba, but the phone couldn't get through. It was always prompted to be turned off. Lu Mengyao knew that Fanny Ba was trying to completely cut off contact with her. She had long wanted to go back to Magic City for a visit. She wanted to know if Fanny Ba would still live there. That home was the only connection between the two of them now. But she couldn't let go of her grandmother, who was still hospitalized. Early this morning, Ms. Lee came over to inform her that the orphanage was going to be renovated. Everyone was packing up their things, and she was also told to go back and see if there were any objects she wanted to leave behind. This was the first time Lu Mengyao had come to the orphanage since her return. She grew up here, and the small courtyard building was filled with her childhood memories. There were a lot of people they grew up with when they were young, but there were very few people who were still in contact with them now, and there were a lot of partners who never returned to the orphanage after they grew up. Sometimes she even felt unworthy for the head grandmother, paying so much and raising so many white-eyed wolves. When Lu Mengyao walked into the orphanage, she found that the usually cold and quiet orphanage was bustling with activity today. Lu Mengyao saw many familiar faces in the crowd. Many people who had walked out of the orphanage and hadn't been seen for so many years showed up today. Lu Mengyao didn't need to think about it to know that they were the same as Wang Hao, knowing that the orphanage had $50 million, so they came back to fight the fall wind again. When they saw Lu Mengyao come back, they acted more positively. Some of them directly went up to greet her. Isn't this the big star that went out from our institution? She's so pretty. Yao Yao has been pretty since she was a child. Being a big star is definitely more than enough. That's right. What's a big star? Yao Yao will marry into a rich family sooner or later, and become a rich wife. Everyone was complimenting Lu Mengyao. She felt particularly amused. Before, when she was unknown, these people never contacted her, let alone supported her. And now, once she gained power, everyone turned into good people, gracious as hell. Lu Mengyao didn't have time to deal with these people. She nodded coldly and turned around to go upstairs to her room. When she left, these people changed their faces again. You guys look at her, complimenting her a few times, and she's still tucking her tail. What's the point of tugging? You don't even say hello when you see us. She's a big star now, so she doesn't remember us, her brothers and sisters in the orphanage. She wants to get rid of us now. Bull asterisk 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 big star? She's still not pretty and has been adopted. If she didn't have a gold master behind her to promote her, she would be able to have today. Brother Wang is right. She can't be arrogant for more than a few years. Sooner or later she will be abandoned. Lu Mengyao didn't hear these comments behind her back. In fact, even if she did, she probably would have disdained them. She concentrated on packing up her things. At this time, A little girl quietly walked into her room. She stood behind Lu Mengyao and asked crisply, "Sister, where is that big brother?" "Big brother? You're asking about that big brother?" Lu Mengyao didn't react for a moment. She didn't know who her little sister was asking about. "It's that big brother who went to the hospital with you. He also bought us a lot of snacks. Where is he? How come he didn't come back with you?" Now, Lu Mengyao knew who was being asked. Fanny Ba. It was Fanny Ba who came back with him. They had met in the hospital. It was also only Fanny Ba who had people send a lot of food and playthings to the orphanage. And he still remembered that time. Fanny Ba said that this was a meeting gift for him and his siblings. He was always so thoughtful. When he thought of Fanny Ba, Lu Mengyao's mood became much lower. He was a little curious as to why his little sister would want to meet him when Fanny Ba had only met her once. "Sister, how could you think of that brother?" the little sister said with a serious face. "Because a few nights ago, I saw him standing in front of the orphanage, standing alone for a long time," Lu Mengyao said in surprise. "What? He came to the orphanage by himself?" the little sister continued. "Yes, don't you know, Sister Yao Yao? He stood at the door for a long time, but he looked very unhappy and almost fainted in the end. I just wanted to go over to him and he was taken away." "Sister Yao Yao, are you listening to me?" Knowing all this, Lu Mengyao felt like her soul had been stabbed. It was as if she saw Fanny Ba standing alone in the doorway, looking at the orphanage with a desperate face. Lu Mengyao remembered that she was the one who invited Fanny Ba to the orphanage to visit the place she grew up in together, but she eventually reneged on her promise. But Fanny Ba didn't forget. He came by himself. Lu Mengyao choked and said, "Yes, sister is listening. Sister, can you go out for a bit first? Sister is a bit uncomfortable and needs to take a rest." "Okay, right. Then sister, you have a good rest." The little sister reluctantly left Lu Mengyao's room. The moment the door closed, Lu Mengyao couldn't hold back any longer. She flung herself onto the bed and cried in remorse. "Fan gang, come back. I really know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have questioned you. You've done so much for me. I actually hurt you like this." Lu Mengyao didn't dare to think how disappointed Fanny Ba was at that time. He had paid so much, and had not traveled thousands of miles to return to Mountain City with her. Instead of entertaining him properly, she let him go back with all his injuries. "No, I'm going to find him. I must find him and apologize to him face to face. Even if I kneel in front of him, I'll ask for his forgiveness." When Lu Mengyao made up her mind, she was already preparing to return to Magic City. Right now, there were no more problems on the orphanage side, and the grandmother of the dean was also sent to the city to get the best medical treatment. After she explained some things, she would return to Magic City with peace of mind. Lu Mengyao returned to Magic City's Riverside neighborhood. She opened the door of her room with apprehension and anticipation, and was greeted by only endless silence. Tears slid down again. "Do you really have to be so heartless? Not even leaving me with the last bit of opportunity." The once cozy home was left with only Lu Mengyao herself. But when she saw that the original study room had been transformed into a dance practice room, one wall had been turned into a mirror, and the house was neatly decorated with expensive musical instruments, her heart was moved to melt right away. "Do I deserve you to treat me like this? I clearly hurt you, and yet you remember every promise you made." At first, she had only mentioned it, but she didn't expect Fanny Ba to remember it in her heart. When she had heard Fanny Ba in Mountain City, he had gotten someone to decorate the place as a dance practice room, and even prepared musical instruments for her. Lu Mengyao's eyes glittered with crystal tears. It wasn't sadness, but happiness of being deeply touched. The corner of her mouth hooked up a sweet smile. It was the firmness of love. Lu Mengyao recalled that she and Fanny Ba lived here sweetly for several days. Fanny Ba carried her to the recliner in front of the floor-to-ceiling window every day, and took care of her in every way. Lu Mengyao could also recall going to Fanny Ba's busy figure in the kitchen, but all of this was like a flower in water, broken at the touch of a button. "Fan gang, I miss you so much. Can you come back?" Lu Mengyao helplessly relied on the side of the kitchen door and prayed. At this time, she suddenly remembered the new old boss in the company, Chen Dongsheng. He must know Fan gang. I'll ask him for his phone number. Chapter 56, Young Master asked me to tell you that everything is as it should be. Lu Mengyao couldn't wait to call Chen Dongsheng. "Hello, Mr. Chen. This is Lu Mengyao." Chen Dongsheng. "Oh, MS. Lu, have you finished your business in Mountain City?" Chen Dongsheng's tone was not as enthusiastic as when they first met. A businesslike appearance. Lu Mengyao calmed down. "Mr. Chen, I want to find you to inquire about a matter." Chen Dongsheng didn't even listen to what she had to say and rejected it outright. Miss Lu, if there is something, you can directly contact your agent. She will do it for you." Lu Mengyao thought that Chen Dongsheng's transformation must be because he knew something. She directly opened the door. "Mr. Chen, do you know Fan gang? I want to see him. Can you please give me his contact information?" "Miss Lu, I don't know any Fan gang you're talking about. if there's nothing else, that's all for now. Chen Dongxing was about to hang up the phone after saying that, but Lu Mengyao pursued. You're lying. How could you not recognize him? I clearly introduced him a few days ago and you guys even met. Mr. Chen, I beg you, please tell me his phone number. I really have something to find him. I want to explain to him face to face. At this time, Chen Dongxing knew that he was exposed. In fact, he really didn't know Fan Gang. He only knew Fanny Ba. Chen Dongxing was a vice president of Fan Group, Magic City branch. 2 weeks ago, he received a directive from the boss of the branch, acquire an unknown brokerage company and go on to become the general manager. His only task is to serve Lu Mengyao well and spare no effort to make her famous. Chen Dongsheng, who had been in the workplace for decades, instantly understood that Lu Mengyao had been hit by a big gold master. This company was equivalent to opening for Lu Mengyao. When he went to Lu Mengyao's house to sign the contract and saw Fanny Ba, his eyes were still low. This wasn't Lu Mengyao finding a gold master, but a mountain of gold. She was actually hidden in a golden house by the Fan family's young master after hiding her identity. This looking pretty really is having money. He made up his mind to serve Lu Mengyao well. Maybe she will be corrected in the future and married into the Fan family. As long as Lu Mengyao still think of his original help. As long as a little carry him a little bit. The rise of the world since in front of us. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before he received news. The young master and Lu Mengyao had fallen out, and he couldn't figure out what was going on here. However, he understood that Lu Mengyao's esteemed position might not be guaranteed. But, he had not received instructions to snowball Lu Mengyao until this call from Lu Mengyao came over. Chen Dongsheng planned to take a gamble that he would help Lu Mengyao. Miss Lu, I'll be honest with you. I do know young master Fan, but his name is not Fan Gang. Lu Mengyao just breathed a sigh of relief and then frowned tightly. His name is not Fan Gang? Then who is he? Mr. Chen, I beg you, just tell me. Hey, I really don't dare to tell you this. I don't have his young master Fan's phone number in my hand either, but I can go and ask for instructions to see if the young master is willing to contact you. Lu Mengyao was overjoyed. She quickly thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Don't thank me yet either. This matter may not always go as you wish. As far as I understand, after young master came back from the mountain city, his whole temperament has changed drastically. He's irritable. He's definitely still angry. Lu Mengyao was not discouraged after hearing this. She said firmly, it's fine. Please tell him that even if he wants my life, I'm willing to give it to him. Alright. Chen Dongxing turned his hand and called his old superior, the general manager of Magic City Company, Su Mingjiang. Chen Dongsheng was brought up by Su Mingjiang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given such a good opportunity to Chen Dongsheng. Therefore, Su Mingjiang was willing to help, and he contacted Fanny Ba directly. Unfortunately, the end result was unsatisfactory. When Chen Dongsheng got the latest instructions, he contacted Lu Mengyao. Lu Mengyao, I'm very sorry, the young master doesn't want to see you. After an hour of tense waiting, the result was this. Lu Mengyao's heart was broken. She looked like she had lost her soul. Okay, thanks. Lu Mengyao's soul had been shattered. She was walking like a corpse, not knowing what else she could do. Chen Dongsheng continued. MS. Lu, don't be sad for now. I still have things to say. Young master asked me to tell you that everything is as it should be. Lu Mengyao's eyes returned some vigor. What? She didn't understand what Fanny Ba meant by this. Miss Lu, I think you still have a chance. To be honest, you are one of the few pure beauties among the actresses I've seen. With your looks, it's more than enough to impress our young master's heart. But a pretty face will age one day. And besides, our young master really doesn't have a shortage of stunning beauties around him. If you want to win back the young master's heart, you must add weight to yourself. Chen Dongsheng misunderstood the relationship between Lu Mengyao and Fanny Ba. He still thought that Lu Mengyao was one of Fanny Ba's adopted lovers. Only now Lu Mengyao was out of favor because of something. Lu Mengyao understood what Chen Dongsheng meant, but she was now even more curious about Fanny Ba's identity. You called him young master. Can you tell his real identity? Well, Chen Dongsheng was a bit hesitant. Mr. Chen, don't worry, even if I know who he is, I will never bother him. Lu Mengyao swore over the phone. Chen Dongsheng wouldn't believe that who wouldn't be moved by a super single nobleman with a few $100 billion of family fortune. However, Chen Dongsheng still told Lu Mengyao. Knowing the real identity of Fanny Ba, Lu Mengyao was stunned. Hangzhou Fan family? Fanny Ba? You should know that some time ago, the fiancé's husband dumping incident in Hangzhou that was spreading like wildfire. Our young master was the fiancé who was dumped. Lu Mengyao's brain felt like it had been knocked hard. She now understood why Fanny Ba was unwilling to see her. It turned out that he had just been abandoned once. She, on the other hand, had actually stabbed another knife into Fanny Ba's bruised body. Her behavior was no different from Fanny Ba's fiancé. She also went about misunderstanding and questioning Fanny Ba because of another man, and even slapped him. Lu Mengyao muttered, No wonder he's so angry. He's a little desperate, isn't he? Always meeting such stupid women. Chen Dongsheng did not understand. What? Miss Lu, what are you talking about? Nothing, Mr. Chen. You continue. What do I have to do to gain his forgiveness? Lu Mangyao swore in her heart. Fanny Ba, once I apologize to you, but not in the future. In the future, I will only live for you and spend my whole life to redeem myself. MS. Lu, I suggest that you go by the book and make a name for yourself in the entertainment industry. When all the screens are your appearance, do you think the young master will still turn a blind eye? Lu Mengyao understood. Chen Dongxing was telling her to work her way up and become the top stream in the entertainment industry. At that time, Fanny Ba would see her look no matter where she was, and one day he would come around. What's more, to be worthy of Fanny Ba, she had to work hard to improve herself. Becoming a superstar in China and having the power of speech was the only way she could come together with Fanny Ba. Lu Mengyao, good. At this moment, an international superstar rose. When many years later, someone interviewed Lu Mengyao about why she worked so hard to become an international superstar. She looked to the east, and a mesmerizing smile spread across her stunning face. Because of a man. Chapter 57 Ning Na's Throwdown. Today, all the males in the first fight building went crazy, because they saw a seductive ancient Greek goddess walk into the building. Wherever she went, she instantly caused a sensation. Her tall stature was like an elegant sculpture, radiating a charming luster under the light. Her long golden hair poured down like a waterfall, gently fluttering with the wind, each strand seeming to tell the mysterious legend of a distant land. Her face was delicate and picturesque, with a high nose, red lips, and slightly upturned corners of her mouth outlining a charming smile. Her skin was as white as jade, as if gently touched by the moonlight, radiating a faint luster. Her dress was even more striking, a long red dress that burned like a flame, the hem of the dress swaying gently with her steps like a blooming flower. When she walked into the crowd, everything around her seemed to pale in comparison. Her appearance was like a visual feast that left people in awe. The people around her were immediately attracted by her exotic beauty. Their reactions varied, yet they were all filled with awe and appreciation. Men stopped in their tracks, their eyes involuntarily drawn to her, their eyes showing appreciation and admiration. The women, on the other hand, mostly wore looks of envy and admiration, and more often than not, they were jealous of their own shame. When she knocked on the door of the chairman's office, the men heard their hearts break. How come all the good-looking girls are here for the chairman? That's right, a few days ago there was Ji family sister Flower, and a Song family Missy, and now a Greek goddess. Our chairman's amorous fortune is too much. Can't he share a little with us? Oh, you're still missing one. Our goddess president, Xia Shallow. No way. I'm going to find the chairman of the board of directors to have a duel. Why is the goddess all his? Of course, Fanny Ba didn't know that the outside had already made a scene. During this recent period of time, he had almost forgotten about Ning Na's business. It was only when Ning Na came looking for him that he remembered this idle chess piece he had laid down in Magic City in the first place. Fanny Ba looked at the time and asked with a frown. MS. Ning Na, it's not even a month yet. Why are you looking for me? Half a month ago, Fanny Ba asked Ning Na to set up a strategic investment department and gave her 1 billion to invest, with a return of 15% within a month. It was only half a month ago now, and Fanny Ba didn't know the reason why Ning Na came to Hangzhou now. Ning Na folded her legs and sat across from Fanny Ba, a pair of snow-white slender jade legs swaying right in front of him, nearly shaking Fanny Ba's nosebleed out. He couldn't help but sneak a look at Ning Na's hot body, and that Greek goddess-like appearance, and countless thoughts popped up in his mind. Ning Na's expression was very pleased with herself. Looking like you're about to praise me. She didn't care at all about Fanny Ba's lustful eyes, or had gotten used to men looking at her like this. Noticing his own dissimilarity, Fanny Ba hurriedly cleared his brain of yellow waste and sat upright. Ning Na, you can speak directly. What exactly is it? Ning Na opened her delicate mouth and said excitedly. Boss, I did it. Fanny Ba asked in confusion. What? The pitch? A 15% investment return in a month. I accomplished it in half a month. How about it? Am I an investment genius? You quickly praise me. Western expression, direct and dry, never euphemistic. If we were to change the country, they will only say in front of the leader, under your wise command, our team successfully completed the task. This is all your merit. Fanny Ba didn't expect Ning Na to actually do it. 15% of 1 billion, that's 150 million, and she only used half a month. Ning Na had proven his strength with facts. Now, Fanny Ba was completely relieved to hand over his future career in financial and stock investments to Ning Na. Fanny Ba got up and personally brewed a cup of coffee for Ning Na, and brought it to Ning Na with both hands. You really are a great general. Very good. The 20% commission I promised you. At the mention of money, Ning Na was a bit nervous. Boss, you're not going to back out, are you? 20% of $150 million. $30 million, making $30 million in half a month. This was something Ning Na didn't dare to think about, and she also guessed that Fanny Ba would back out. After all, every boss was Joe Pippy. Squeezing his employees was a good hand. Letting him pay out was better than letting him cut his meat. But she was already mentally prepared. As long as Fanny Ba left her 10% commission, she would be satisfied. Who knew that Fanny Ba would give her a big surprise? What are you worrying about? I won't go back on my word on what I promised you. I want to tell you that your commission goes from 20% to 30%. This big golden egg came so suddenly that Ning Na was stoned. It had actually gone up by 10%. $45 million. She could buy a large flat by the river in Magic City. And when the time came, she would pick up her mom and live with her. Ah, boss, I love you so much. Ning Na suddenly screamed like crazy and directly jumped onto Fanny Ba. Ning Na's long, snow-white jade legs were tightly clamped onto Fanny Ba's waist. She kissed Fanny Ba's cheeks regardless of her image. 45 million. I'm going to be rich. Fanny Ba was stunned by Ning Na's actions, and he instinctively held Ning Na's round and plump buttocks in his big hands. Just as the two were hugging each other tightly, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Chairman, are you alright? Fanny Ba's little secretary rushed in, and when she saw the two people in the room in the same position, she clearly misunderstood. The little secretary covered her blushing face and quickly closed the door behind her. I'm sorry, Chairman, I didn't see anything. You continue. Fanny Ba froze. Continue what? How to continue? The little secretary was attracted in by Ning Na's shouts. She originally thought that there was some kind of accident in the room. Who knew that it was the chairman's bestiality that had erupted, that he couldn't help himself so quickly and was about to lay his hands on the goddess in the office, disturbing the chairman's pleasure. Will I be fired? The little secretary cried out, showing an innocent expression. Come down, hurry down. Interrupted by the little secretary, Fanny Ba finally came to his senses as he slapped Ning Na's buttocks, making her loosen her legs. When Fanny Ba's palm fell, Ning Na then woke up. Although Fanny Ba didn't exert any force, she still felt a numbness on her buttocks, as if she had been electrocuted, and her white skin turned a pinkish color. Fanny Ba arched his back and returned to his boss chair. Ning Na didn't feel good either. Her face was scarlet. However, Ning Na was even more daring and open. She actually flirted with Fanny Ba. Boss, it looks like you have a lot of energy. Is it because the boss's wife can't satisfy you? Fanny Ba turned red at her few words. He had a King boss's wife. The only woman he ever had was Lu Mengyao, and she only touched him once, and she was still a passive recipient of the squeeze. But now, this woman also ran away. Fanny Ba covered his mouth and pretended to cough a few times. Cough cough cough. Ning Na, I didn't think that you, such a pretty girl, would actually make such a joke. Humph, what is this? What haven't I seen in the West? Talking about this, she was still very proud. Western countries did look at such things a bit more openly. Oh, in that case, you have a lot of experience? When will you teach me some experience? Fanny Ba couldn't help but follow suit and flirt. Now, it was Ning Na's turn to feel bad. She really didn't have any experience. She was in her 20s and didn't have a boyfriend, but she wouldn't tell the truth. She pretended that she knew what she was doing. No problem, boss, when do you have time? I'll personally go on and teach you hand in hand. Don't you guys have a saying about learning English in China? When the time comes, I'll find a private place and teach you English properly. Fanny Ba is considered to be completely defeated. He no longer dares to fight against Ning Na, purely nothing to do. More difficult. Alright, no more jokes. Since you've proved yourself, I'll tell you the next plan now. Fanny Ba got back to business. Chapter 58, $35 billion swept through the financial market of the beautiful country. Fanny Ba opened his computer. Ning Na, come here. Ning Na walked in front of Fanny Ba, bent down and looked at Fanny Ba's computer screen, her gaze fixed on it. As Ning Na approached, Fanny Ba smelled a dark fragrance, like an orchid in an empty valley, and like the scent of violets under the sun. This unique virginal fragrance of a young girl was refreshing, enticing Fanny Ba to unconsciously turn his head to look at Ning Na beside him. As far as the eye could see, her white luster was exactly like a snow-white full moon, making people want to kiss her. So white. After just a single glance, Fanny Ba blurted out. He finally understood why Ning Na had said earlier that there was always someone trying to subvert her. Ning Na had no idea about this, and she asked in surprise, Boss, what are you talking about? Ahem. No, nothing. Ning Na pointed at the stock price graph on the computer and asked, Boss, why are you making me look at Huachi Bank stock? Could it be that you want me to buy their stock? Fanny Ba shook his head. No, I want you to short it. What? Ning Na had an incredulous look on her face. Shorting Huachi Bank stock? That's impossible. Huachi Bank's stock price has been rising. They are a global international financial institution. Its market capitalization is now as high as $2 trillion. It's a giant of giants. How is it possible to short it? Even if you smash your entire fortune into it, it's impossible to make a splash. Ning Na couldn't understand Fanny Ba's thoughts at all. Even if she disliked Huachi Bank, she couldn't give away money for nothing. You think I'm a little cutie, do you? I would let you do something that I know is impossible? This matter is not a discussion with you. It's an order. You just need to go and carry it out. After it's done, I'll give you 2 options. 1. I'll give you 30% of the total revenue gain. 2. Give you $300 million for your hard work. Ning Na, what do you choose? Fanny Ba wouldn't even try to explain. There was no way to explain this matter. A worldwide economic crisis was coming soon. The entire beautiful country would be in trouble. And Huachi Bank wasn't even the worst bank in this stock market crash. Although his stock price dropped from a high of $550 to $50, he still survived the disaster. The trigger of the incident was the beautiful country's Federal Reserve's interest rate hike, leading banks to deleverage and triggering the subprime crisis, together with the launch of a large number of financial derivative products by Huachi Bank, which resulted in hundreds of billions of dollars being trapped. The subprime mortgage crisis started to fall, the default and non-performing rate rose, and the bank's assets were damaged. In less than a year's time, the stock price of Huachi Bank plummeted by 90%, and the trillion-dollar stock market collapsed instantly. And the Fed raised interest rates again just half a month later. Fanny Ba had to get ready in this half month. I'll allocate $5 billion. You bring it to the beautiful country and find institutions to short Huachi Bank stock. I don't look at the process, only the results. Ning Na was stunned by Fanny Ba's largesse. What? $5 billion? Yes, and you have to add at least 10 times leverage. How much money you can make back depends on your means. I'll only tell you one thing. Huachi Bank stock will drop from the current $550 per share to below $100 per share in just half a year. Fanny Ba didn't dare to tell her that the actual situation would drop to $50 per share, because no one would believe it. I don't need you to buy directly to $100. You choose to be around $200 per share. Fanny Ba didn't dare to let Ning Na buy directly to the end, nor did he dare to invest too much money. One reason was because it was too ugly to eat, and the money wouldn't necessarily be able to be smoothly transferred out of the beautiful country. The other was that a $5 billion principal, 10 times leverage, and a $50 billion entry would most likely make those capital predators in beautiful country take notice. In case they blocked him regardless, the money would be wasted. However, he believed that his concern was superfluous. The financial tsunami triggered by the economic crisis was definitely not something that could be overturned by human power. He was sure to eat the meat of the Huachi Bank. After deducting other expenses, Fanny Ba would be able to earn at least tens of billions of dollars back by then. Besides, in addition to shorting Huachi Bank, Fanny Ba had other plans. With this financial crisis in the beautiful country, the stock prices of many technology companies had plummeted, especially internet companies. Fanny Ba now had a large number of dollars in his hand. Rather than putting them in the bank to eat the interest, it would be better to invest in the stock market. He has the memory of the next 10 years. And he remembers the world development trend and the fluctuation of the stock prices of some large companies, taking a few tens of billions of dollars, buying and selling in the beautiful country. A few S down the line, he is the next Baffert. Now is the best time for him to eat meat and eat the turkey that is beautiful country, then return home with dollars and invest in construction. There are opportunities for profiteering in the stock market. So does the futures market. Gold has taken one price dive after another. Big time. He planned to take $30 billion down and sweep the financial market of pretty country. Ning Na was stunned. She didn't expect her boss to be such a lunatic. She reconfirmed, "Boss, are you sure? To take $35 billion to make a big bet?" "Yes, I'm 1,000,000% sure. Not just this $35 billion. If there are still bullish opportunities, I will invest additional money." Ning Na nodded dumbfoundedly. Her head was a bit confused at this point. Before, just 1 billion Chinese dollars and a 30% commission had already made her crazy. Now that she was actually taking a huge gamble with $35 billion, as long as there was a 10% return, she would be able to make $5 billion, and a 30% commission would be more than $10 billion. What if the return is more than 10%? People always have a dream. No dream that is not a salted fish. The adventure gene in Ning Na's bones was activated, and she was full of energy and vigor. She cried out loudly, "Boss, I'll do it. Come on." Fanny Ba was shocked and coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. This is not called dry. No, it can also be called dry. Hey, forget it. Whatever. Just do it. Fanny Ba had wanted to correct Ning Na's wording, but after he thought about it, it seemed like Ning Na hadn't used it incorrectly. Knowing that Ning Na agreed to go to beautiful country to operate, Fanny Ba breathed a sigh of relief. He continued, you haven't told me your choice yet? Fanny Ba was more curious as to whether Ning Na would choose to take the money directly, or whether she would take a share of the final proceeds. If Ning Na was willing to go along and gamble once, then when she came back from the beautiful country this time, it was estimated that her personal worth would exceed that of the Ning family in Magic City. The Ning family had been in a lot of trouble lately, and was short on funds. If they knew that Ning Na had turned into a capital predator, they wouldn't be begging her to recognize her ancestor, and Ning Na's mother would be able to return to her long-lost home. That's right, Fanny Ba had already checked Ning Na's bottom line cleanly, including her personal ability. From her studies to her work, Ning Na's performance was not blowing up, comparable to her face value, both at the top level of the world. For Ning Na's character and family, Fanny Ba also found someone to feel out the bottom, and also sent someone to the beautiful country. After all, he was going to hand over $30 billion to Ning Na to manipulate. In case she wanted to harm Fanny Ba, the money would disappear unnoticed into Fanny Ba's account. Ning Na was completely unaware that her privacy had been checked cleanly by Fanny Ba, and she had no privacy to speak of in front of Fanny Ba. Chapter 59, The Song family goes to a banquet. Ning Na quickly left. She was going to kill the beautiful country with a huge sum of $35 billion. In the end, Ning Na chose the first condition. The 30% commission was too tempting. In case Fanny Ba guessed correctly, even if she lost, she didn't lose anything. In addition, Fanny Ba configured her with a luxurious team of 50 people, half of whom were bodyguards, both for protection and supervision. As long as the time came, all the investments were commanded by Fanny Ba remotely, and Ning Na only had to operate on command. As the sun nears dusk and the night is not yet cold, Fanny Ba arrives at the Song family with a gift carefully prepared by Xia Shanshan. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw the Song family's old man, Song Guoliang, personally greeting him outside the gate. Fanny Ba was flattered. He hurriedly went forward to greet Grandpa Song. Why did you personally come out? It's windy outside. You can quickly go inside. After he finished, he went to help Song Guoliang. Song Guoliang leaned on his crutches and smiled boldly. He took Fanny Ba's hand and said cordially, after so many years, this is the first time you have come to the door. Of course I have to be prepared with all the courtesies. Otherwise, when I go down in a few years, your parents won't blame me for not entertaining you properly. Song Guoliang, who was standing on one side of Song Yunxian, chided with petulance. Grandpa, you're sure to live a long life. Quickly ba 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 ba. Today's Song Yunxian was dressed very homely, and although she wasn't ostentatious, she exuded a beauty that couldn't be ignored. She was wearing a light and elegant dress, the hemline of which swayed gently like a willow branch swaying in the early spring breeze. The color of the dress is light and gentle, like a budding peach blossom, both subtle and full of vitality. The texture of the dress was light and gentle, as soft as a cloud, fitting her figure and outlining her delicate curves. Her hair was casually draped over her shoulders, flowing like a black waterfall. Her face was delicate and picturesque, not powdered but still dainty. Although Song Yunchuan's figure wasn't as tall as Xia Shanshan and Ning Na's, who were over 170, her height of 165 emphasized the Jiangnan woman's delicate and exquisite beauty even more. Ha ha ha, well, I'm sure I'll live a long life, and I'll have to watch your children grow up. Song Guoliang doted on Song Yunxian very much, and obeyed Song Yunchuan's words. Fanny Ba looked very envious. He grew up without grandparents and his parents died when he was just an adult. Although he was left with a large family business, he rarely felt the warmth of family. Later, he was united in marriage with the Ji family and often went to the Ji family to dine. It was to obtain a trace of care from his relatives, but he felt more indifference in the Ji family. Ji Shengnan had a kind of obsession with interests that was engraved in his bones. Ji Ruxue is even colder than ice. No matter how he covers, cannot cover the heart wrapped in ice. Along with that, his heart was also frozen into ice. In this environment, the Ji family's family atmosphere was very serious and cold. Compared to the Song family, it was like a heaven and a hell. Fanny Ba was somewhat looking forward to staying in the Song family. Fanny Ba took the initiative and said, Grandpa, I'll help you into the house. Fanny Ba and Song Yunxian each held one side of Song Guoliang's arm, and the two of them worked well together. Like newlyweds, Song Guoliang looked extraordinarily pleased, and the smile at the corner of his mouth didn't stop. After entering the house, Fanny Ba opened the gift he brought. Grandpa Song, I brought you a famous painting. Do you want to take a look at it first? Who knows that Song Guoliang was not interested at all. He pointed to another bag behind Fanny Ba and said, Don't. I'm not a cultured person. I'm just a big old man. The bag behind you looks familiar to me. Bring it to me. Fanny Ba was a bit hesitant, and he quietly glanced at Song Yunxian. Song Guoliang was a bit anxious. What are you looking at her for? You two aren't together yet. She can't control you. Bring it over. Grandpa, what are you babbling about again? I'm ignoring you. You two chat. I'll go see if the dishes are ready. Song Yunchuan's face turned red with shame. Embarrassed and at a loss for words, she glared at Fanny Ba before leaving the living room straight away. Fanny Ba saw Song Yunxian leave before he carefully took out the contents of the bag. Grandpa Song, I know you're good at this, but you mustn't drink too much of it. Fanny Ba gave 1,000 instructions until Song Guoliang assured him, and only then did he hand him the gift. This was a gift that Fanny Ba had gone to the old mansion to personally pick out. A bottle of bamboo leaf green that had been sealed 60 years ago. It was still a batch of wine that Fanny Ba's grandfather had swallowed when his dad was born, put into the cellar for more than 60 years, and had been sealed. Now, the entire country of China is probably hard to buy such bamboo leaf green. If this bottle was put up for auction, those gourmets who were addicted to wine would still grab it like crazy. Song Guoliang took the bottle and fondled it lovingly, salivating at the agar jelly inside. Ha ha ha, you actually knew that I'm good at this? I felt familiar just by looking at the packaging, so it's really bamboo leaf green. 3 springs of bamboo leaf wine, 1 song of Koan G strings. Your father, this bad boy, kept lying to me that this wine was finished. Still you are filial. How many years have I missed this sip? I'll drink it today. I can't wait a moment. Although bamboo leaf green wasn't a top quality wine, it was Elder Song's favorite, especially since this bottle had still been sealed for 60 years. The taste didn't know how sticky and honeyed it was. At the dinner table, a table of dishes, only Fanny Ba 3 people on the table. The Song family wasn't exactly prosperous. Song Yunchuan's father had died of illness some years ago, and her mother had become a nun. She also had a younger brother who studied abroad and rarely returned. It was rumored that he had already started his own business abroad during his college years, and was currently doing quite well. At this moment, the atmosphere at the table was a bit strange. Song Guoliang was looking at Song Yunxian with bated breath, because Song Yunxian had snatched the bamboo leaf green. Song Yunxian was looking at Fanny Nan with a murderous look in her eyes, scaring Fanny Ba so much that she didn't dare to move her chopsticks. The scene was frozen like this, and in the end, it was Song Yunxian who took a step back. Grandpa, your body can't drink anymore. I can only pour you a penny. No, pour a full cup. That cup wasn't big, and there was only 3 coins of wine in a cup. Finally bargaining, Song Yunxian poured him half a cup. Just as Song Yunxian poured the wine, she took the bottle and went upstairs. She wanted to hide the wine. When Song Yunxian left, the old man patted Fanny Ba's shoulder. Hey, Yibo, don't take offense. This girl was spoiled by me. She didn't mean to be angry with you. Fanny Ba, Grandpa Song, of course I won't. I'm to blame for this. I forgot that you can't drink. The old man retorted. Why can't I drink? I can drink. It's all because this girl is making a big deal out of it. There's nothing wrong with my body at all. Right. You are in good health. In terms of drinking capacity, I am definitely inferior to myself. Fanny Ba's horses came with his mouth. The old man was coaxed into extraordinarily cheerfulness. Song Guoliang, Yibo, calling you over today. There is actually something I want to ask you about. He was still a little nervous when he spoke. A 70 to 80-year-old man who hadn't been drinking and still had a red face. Fanny Ba thought it was a company matter. He agreed in one breath. Grandpa Song, you say, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. When Song Guoliang heard this, he was happy. You said it, don't go back on your word. Fanny Ba nodded with a serious look. Aha, what do you think of my granddaughter? Otherwise, you two can make a pair. Cough cough cough. What did you say? Fanny Ba didn't raise his breath. He felt like he hadn't heard it wrong. He didn't expect that Song Guoliang would actually personally pull the red thread for his granddaughter. Actually, I've long been attracted to you, but at that time, Yun Xian her father had just passed away, and the matter of the marriage was put on hold. I didn't expect to be preempted by that old woman Ji Shengnan and have you engaged to that girl doll from the Ji family, but it's not too late now. That doll doesn't have this fortune. Our Yun Xian does. You see, Yun Xian's looks are no worse than Ji Ruxue's, and she doesn't have so many problems. After you guys get married, she'll definitely have her heart set on you, so why don't you two give it a try? Fanny Ba had never seen such a scene before, and the old man had spoken to this point. Could he refuse on the spot? If he dares to say no, it is estimated that from now on, the Fan family will be alone in Hangzhou. Fanny Ba, Ms. Song is a beautiful woman. One more look at her is a rare blessing. She's even a famous lady in Hangzhou. Her behavior is dignified and elegant. I'm afraid I'm not good enough for her. Song Yunxian, as one of the 4 beauties of Hangzhou, was a beautiful woman with a beautiful face, and there were countless people who pursued her, but there was no scandal for so many years, which was rare. Compared to Ji Ruxue, Song Yunxian was indeed a good match. Fanny Ba would be lying if he said his heart wasn't moved, but he didn't want to experience another betrayal. He preferred to pursue the girl through free love rather than a marriage between 2 big families like this. Marriage is not to drill wood for fire. Only want a moment of speed. That kind of marriage will eventually have burned out time. Love needs lubricant. Marriage is not a child's play. No love marriage sooner or later because of boring and break up. Chapter 60, I'm willing to try dating. Fanny Ba didn't know that Song Yunxian had already descended the stairs while he was talking and was standing right behind him. Song Yunxian listened to Fanny Ba's unadorned praise, and was quite flattered in her heart. Although she hadn't had much contact with Fanny Ba, all of the golden girls in her circle had discussed this infatuated man of the Fan family. The love that Fanny Ba had shown Ji Ruxue before was obvious to everyone, and Fanny Ba's dedication was unrivaled. Unfortunately, it was surprising that Ji Ruxue would actually betray Fanny Ba. The noble son of a powerful Hangzhou family would actually wear a green hat. Song Yunxian didn't even dare to think that such a thing would happen, and on the day of the engagement banquet, in the face of such humiliation, Fanny Ba was actually able to deal with it in a calm and collected manner. Not only did he generously forgive Ji Ruxue, he didn't launch any retaliation against the Ji family. Men might look down on Fanny Ba, thinking that he was too cowardly and had no bloodlust, but Song Yunxian admired this man from the bottom of her heart, dared to love and hate, and never broke the lotus root. Although the two of them did not have a spark of love, and Song Yunxian was forced by the old man to get in touch with Fanny Ba, she actually did not reject the idea of going out with Fanny Ba. When Song Guoliang saw Song Yunxian coming downstairs, he said, Ba, don't flatter yourself. I think you and Yunxian are very suitable, and Yunxian is willing, so if you don't believe me, ask her. Song Guoliang signaled Fanny Ba to look back. At this point, Song Yunxian couldn't pretend she couldn't hear. She quickly stepped back to the table, pulled on the old man's arm, and pouted. Grandpa, you haven't even had a drink yet. Why are you starting to talk nonsense? Song Yunxian's pretty face carried a few hints of shyness and a few hints of annoyance. Cute and mischievous. Ha ha ha. Grandpa, I'm not in a hurry. When you two are free to develop, I won't be able to hold my great-grandchildren until the year of the monkey. Both of them didn't expect that the old man's span of thinking would be so big. The marriage hadn't even been made clear yet, and this was a direct conversation about having children. Song Guoliang, Yunxian Yibo has already made his stance known. He's in love with you. What about you? Are you willing? Give Grandpa a yes. Song Yunxian's face turned even redder, her crystal-clear earlobes becoming scarlet, just as bright and moving as the evening sun. Seeing that his granddaughter was just shy and didn't answer, the old man urged, say it quickly. Are you willing? Song Yunxian wanted to ask, whose side is this grandfather on? Why was he in such a hurry to marry her off? Forced to do so, Song Yunxian could only lower her head and say, I'm willing to try dating. Ha 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 ha, how about a fight? I told you she's willing. Then the marriage between the two of you is finalized. We'll hold an engagement banquet on another day, and in a few days you two will go and get the marriage license first. Song Guoliang was afraid of a long night's sleep. He couldn't wait to let Song Yunxian and Fanny Ba have their wedding night tonight. He wanted Song Yunxian and Fanny Ba to have their wedding night tonight. Fanny Ba could see that Song Yunxian was actually a bit hesitant, and that there were no feelings between them. She was also forced. Grandpa Song, I don't think there's any rush on this engagement thing yet. After all, I've just withdrawn from my marriage with the Ji family, and I'm joining forces with your Song family on the back foot. There will definitely be some misunderstandings when I say it out. It doesn't matter to my Fan family. After all, I'm the only one who's alone. I'm just afraid that some unknown people will attack the Song family and affect Miss Song's reputation. Fanny Ba narrated his concerns. Song Guoliang stroked his beard and thought seriously. You're right. I'm to blame for being too hasty. This matter indeed cannot be rushed. As long as both of you agree to be together, it will be considered fulfilling a wish of my heart. Even if I die, I am satisfied. Grandpa, why are you always talking nonsense today? Song Yunxian said in dissatisfaction. Fine. My granddaughter is angry. I won't talk anymore. Let's eat and eat. This dinner was extraordinarily long, mainly because the old man kept asking questions. He also asked Song Yunxian to give Fanny Ba dishes from time to time, making both of them extraordinarily uncomfortable. At 8 p.m., Song Guoliang, who had only had half a glass of wine, said he was drunk. He left the two young men in the living room and went upstairs to rest himself. On the sofa, the maid brought Fanny Ba a cup of sobering tea. During dinner, he accompanied and drank a lot of wine. Basically, when the old man took a sip, he had to drink half a cup. Even if he had a good capacity for alcohol, he would still be a bit dizzy this time. Song Yunxian asked worriedly, Young Master Fan, are you alright? Fanny Ba waved his hand. It's fine, MS. Song doesn't need to worry. I'll just rest. Even though both of them had verbally agreed to date, the name calling was still rusty. Otherwise, I'll have Auntie pack up a guest room and you can go up and rest. Song Yunxian looked at Fanny Ba sitting on the sofa and was afraid that he wouldn't rest comfortably, so she got up and arranged for the maid to go pack up a room. Fanny Ba hurriedly got up after him and stopped Song Yunxian. No, it's too much trouble. I'd better go back and rest. After he finished speaking, he stumbled and was about to head out. Seeing that he was about to fall, Song Yunxian immediately stepped forward to hold his arm. If you insist on leaving, then I'll see you off. Song Yunxian didn't stay any longer, so she headed out of the house. Lu Hong had already driven the car to the front door of the Song family. He opened the door and waited for Fanny Ba to get on the car. Just before getting into the car, Fanny Ba paused, turned around and said to Song Yunxian, "Ms. Song, I can tell that you're actually not satisfied with the marriage either, and just now you agreed to it because of the old man's pressure. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of people's danger. If you want to play along, I'll be there anytime. If you want to terminate, just let me know and I'll make it clear to the old master." Song Yunxian looked at him with an expressionless face, curious as to how Fanny Ba would explain to the old man. She slowly asked, "What would you say?" "Just say that I already have someone I like, and I really can't delay your youth." Song Yunxian didn't think that Fanny Ba was actually really uninterested in her. She was at least a great beauty on the same level as Ji Ruxue, and Fanny Ba was actually unperturbed. She couldn't help but be a bit irritated. What? Young master fans still can't get enough of Ji Ruxue? Ji Ruxue? How could you think of her? Fanny Ba's eyes were filled with disgust at the mention of Ji Ruxue. Even his tone was a bit aggravated. Song Yunxian heard that Fanny Ba's tone was somewhat dissatisfied, and she pursued, "Could it be that the person you like isn't her?" Fanny Ba was a bit speechless. "I'm just saying, it's an excuse. I'm stupid, being hurt so badly by her. I still can't get over her." For some reason, hearing Fanny Ba personally say that he no longer liked Ji Ruxue, Song Yunxian actually felt some dark joy in her heart. "Then why don't you try it with me since you don't have a favorite anymore?" Song Yunxuan's face reddened just as her words went out. She had uttered the words completely subconsciously, and she regretted it right after she said it. She hadn't even thought that she would be so proactive. Fanny Ba felt like he was drinking fake wine today. His brain was dizzy, and he was even hallucinating. Just now, Song Yunxian was planning to actually go out with him? He couldn't believe it and reconfirmed. "Ms. Song, what were you saying just now? I didn't hear you clearly, can you say it again?" Song Yunxian didn't have the courage to say it again. Her pair of deer eyes stared at Fanny Ba, forcibly suppressing the deer in her heart. She ran towards the house with a shy face. "Ms. Song, why did you leave? I really didn't hear you." Fanny Ba looked at Song Yunxuan's back and asked loudly. Song Yunxian didn't say the same thing again after all. However, she expressed it in a different way. "Idiot, didn't hear it clearly counts. Pick me up from work at the company tomorrow." Fanny Ba stood dumbfounded. Song Yunxuan's clear words coming from his ears, and this time he heard them clearly. Chapter 61. Fanny Ba is the right match for you. Just forget about him. It was a quiet night and the moon stars were sparse. Outside the Song family's front door, Fanny Ba waited until Song Yunxuan's marvelous silhouette disappeared into the depths of the garden before he came back to his senses. He asked Lu Hong, who was beside him, in a daze, "Old Lu, am I right? Ms. Song wants to go out with me?" Lu Hong said with certainty. "Yes, young master, you're not mistaken. I think Miss Song has her eye on you." Even though Lu Hong confirmed it for him, Fanny Ba was still a bit surprised. One must know that this was Song Yunxian, one of the most beautiful women in Hangzhou, the goddess that many people dreamed of. Who would have thought that she would take the initiative to date Fanny Ba? He had thought that Song Yunxian was just coaxing the old man to be happy before agreeing, and he was ready for the two of them to put on a show. Fanny Ba didn't have a trace of excitement on his face for holding a beautiful woman. Recently his peach blossom luck was strong, but he also had a lot of peach blossom disasters, a double blessing and a double curse. After he got on the car, he just faintly said, "I hope it won't be another peach blossom robbery." After saying this, he looked out the car window with a forlorn face. Hearing this, Lu Hong in the front row followed suit and lowered his eyes flashing with anger. He was being indignant for Fanny Ba. First, he encountered a Ji Ruxue, who cuckolded the young master because of her bull ***** brother. Then a Lu Mengyao appeared, hurting him once again because of white moonlight, twice before and after. It had severely hurt Fanny Ba's heart. He was angry just thinking about it. If he was Fanny Ba, he didn't know how he would fix these two women. Let's hope that Miss Song is a bit more normal this time. Song family living room. When Song Yunxian returned home, she saw that her grandfather was not drunk at all, sitting quietly on the sofa drinking tea, and the servants in the house had all been kicked out. She obediently walked over to Song Guoliang's side and reached out to massage his shoulders. "Song Guoliang, granddaughter, you won't blame grandpa, right?" Song Yunxuan's hand movements lurched, her soft eyes becoming slightly indignant, but it quickly disappeared. She had already resigned herself to her fate. Weren't the women of the big families just for marriage? She said faintly, "Grandpa, what are you thinking? How could I blame you?" Song Guoliang was a bit hesitant, and in the end he reminded, "Hey, if you really think like this then it's good. I know you still can't forget him, still blaming Grandpa for beating up the lovebirds back then. Maybe time will prove everything. I'm not blind. Grandfather is not a person who dislikes the poor and loves the rich. He really is not a good match for you. That person is ill-intentioned and has an evil spirit in his bones. Song Yunchuan's tone suddenly turned cold. Alright, I understand what you mean. I've already been with Fanny Ba as you instructed. He's also been forced out of the country by you. What more do you want from me? Do you want me to dig out my heart and show it to you to prove that I don't love him anymore? Song Yunxian wasn't massaging the old man either. She went straight upstairs. Song Guoliang said behind her, Granddaughter, trust me one more time. Fanny Ba is the right match for you. Just forget about him. Song Yunxian didn't listen at all, ignoring her and continuing back to the house. That was until Song Guoliang gave his harsh words. I know he's back in China. If you dare to go see him, don't blame me for killing you. Song Yunchuan's body lurched, her hands gripping the stair railing so hard that her alabaster-like nails were deformed from the exertion. Her back couldn't stop trembling. Desperately suppressing the anger in her heart, she replied in a chilling voice, Grandpa, I won't see him again. Don't worry, I will obediently marry into the Fan family, and use this body of mine to give the Song family enough benefits to wait for Song Yunxiao to come back and take over. She didn't wait for Song Guoliang to speak. She went straight back to the house and slammed the door shut. Touch. In the living room, Song Guoliang let out a helpless sigh. After Song Yunxian returned to her room, she took out a photo album from the drawer and hugged it tightly in her arms, tears sliding down her cheeks and dripping onto the album. When Song Yunxian saw this, she hurriedly dried her tears. She flipped open the album, and a young man and woman appeared inside. The girl looked like she had just reached adulthood. Her eyes were clear and bright, her smile was sweet and pure, and her appearance was even more attractive. The boy is not bad. Sword eyebrow star eyes, tall and handsome. What a handsome pair. Ah Nan, are you okay? Song Yunxian gently stroked the boy's cheek with her fingers, her eyes revealing endless longing. Ah Nan was the boyfriend Song Yunxian dated during her college days, and was also her first love. Xiao Nan was his full name. The two were in the same class, and Xiao Nan had been pursuing Song Yunxian for 3 whole years. The whole school knew that Xiao Nan had been in love with Song Yunxian. Xiao Nan, a grassroots student, had been quietly paying his dues until his senior year in college, when he was able to win over Song Yunxian, the daughter of a wealthy family. This is the love story of the school beauty and the school bully. They thought they were not destined to be together, but when they were about to part, Song Yunxian was molested by hooligans. It was Xiao Nan who appeared and saved her, and Xiao Nan was seriously injured for that. Now, Song Yunxian was finally impressed by Xiao Nan, and the two officially dated together. Unfortunately, Song Guoliang soon found out about the affair and took Song Yunxian back to Hangzhou, where Xiao Nan went abroad to further her studies and the two broke up. Song Yunchuan's first relationship ended without a trace. She never thought that after a few years, she would not be able to forget Xiao Nan. She had thought that she had missed out on this life, but she didn't realize that Xiao Nan had actually come back. Moreover, Grandpa was still paying attention to him. Nan, why did you come back? What should I do? Song Yunxian cried helplessly. She had just made up her mind to be with Fanny Ba when her first love returned to China. Never in a million years did she think that she would be faced with the same choice as Ji Ruxue. At 9 o'clock in the night, Ji Ruxue also wedding room. She spent a long time to sort out what was going to happen after that. Against Yi Fan and Qin Hai's plot, she was ready to fight back. And the black hand behind the Jin family. She was still not clear whether it was the entire Jin family involved in this matter, or one of the powerful sons. Yi Fan had revealed limited information before he left. Ji Ruxue was burning with rage. Her anger could even ignite the room. Since it's like this, then the entire Jin family will be destroyed along with it. She hadn't eaten all day, and after relaxing, hunger instantly surged out of her stomach. Putting it before, this was impossible. It was because Fanny Ba would worry about her diet no matter what she was doing, reminding her to eat on time. But now, Fanny Ba had already left her, and all that she thought about was a luxury. Ji Ruxue smiled bitterly and said, if the two of us had successfully gotten engaged, by now you would have made me a hot bowl of Yangchun noodles, right? I'm so stupid. I actually fell in love with a nightclub cowboy. Ha ha ha. Pa, I'm so cheap, she said and slapped herself. A 5-finger print instantly appeared on the pink skin. I'm going to go and clean myself up. I haven't let Ji Fan touch me in this life. As long as I wash the smell off of him, I'm still me and Yibo will forgive me. She just wanted to get up and walk towards the bathroom. Due to not eating for a long time, she had some hypoglycemia. She was dizzy after getting up violently, and at this time, her cell phone rang. Ji Ruxue picked up the phone and answered. Hello, who is it? Her voice was very weak, and her breath was extremely unstable, like she was very sick. Today, her great aunt suddenly came, and she was already very weak herself, and after not eating for a day and a night, her body felt like it was deflated. The phone call was actually from Fanny Ba, who wanted to ask about the bracelet. Yesterday, he said that he would give Ji Ruxue a day, but as a result, a day had passed, and Fanny Ba had not seen the bracelet, so he was anxious. Fanny Ba, it's me, Fanny Ba. I want to ask if you found the bracelet. I am now at your door. If you found it, please open the door and bring it to me. Ji Ruxue's heart fluttered when she heard it was Fanny Ba's voice. Reborn back. The person she wanted to see the most was Fanny Ba. She wanted to speak to him in person. Sorry. Chapter 62. Fanny Ba goes to the wedding room to take care of Ji Ruxue. Fanny Ba, hey, are you listening? Ji Ruxue had long forgotten about the bracelet. Her mind was filled with revenge plans and trying to find a way to rescue her imprisoned mother. She was so weak that she felt drained after just a few words, and she couldn't even open her mouth if she wanted to talk this time. She hesitated to answer Fanny Ba, and Fanny Ba thought that she was evading and was too weak to answer, because he knew that the bracelet was in Yi Fan's hands. In his last life, Fanny Ba knew that Yi Fan took away the bride price he gave to Ji Ruxue, because Yi Fan was very cheap. He often took these things to show off in front of Fanny Ba. Whenever Fanny Ba went to confront Ji Ruxue always took Yi Fan's side, breaking Fanny Ba's heart. Other things didn't matter, but this bracelet was his late mother's relic, and he was bound to get it back. Fanny Ba's tone became even colder. Are you planning to not return the bracelet to me? But Ji Ruxue's focus suddenly changed. How did you know to call me on this number? What? Fanny Ba didn't expect Ji Ruxue to suddenly ask this. He said with a calm face, your previous cell phone was turned off, so I guessed that you would use a backup phone, so I called to try. Fanny Ba knew about Ji Ruxue being grounded, and her cell phone was also confiscated at that time. Fanny Ba also made this call with the intention of trying, not expecting Ji Ruxue to actually use this spare phone. This spare phone is actually Fanny Ba gave Ji Ruxue, originally a pair, a black and a white, including the cell phone number is also a couple number. Unfortunately, Fanny Ba was the only one who used it, and Ji Ruxue put it in the drawer when she got it. Fanny Ba did a lot for Ji Ruxue, but Ji Ruxue didn't appreciate it at all. Maybe this is the one that is favored to be emboldened. Why the goddess will not be with the licking dog, but will hang on to him, because licking dog will not give her a sense of urgency. Desire this thing everyone has, the goddess is no exception. The more submissive you are, the more senseless she is. Instead, those men who refrain from striking her, she will develop a sense of curiosity and freshness. Fanny Ba is too spoiled. Ji Ruxue, turning himself into a licking dog. Ji Ruxue is more and more reckless. Ji Ruxue didn't think that Fanny Ba would understand her so well, even guessing that she would use that cell phone. She really wanted to return to Fanny Ba. Unfortunately, she felt that this might be a luxury. Fanny Ba must have been reborn as well, and he wouldn't want her, a woman who had been played with. Ji Ruxue was a bit desperate. She didn't want to live like this, without Fanny Ba. What was the point of her living? Fanny Ba impatiently questioned. I've already told you. Are you going to tell me when you're going to return the bracelet to me as well? Bo, right. I'm sorry, Ji Ruxue said weakly on the other side of the phone. What's wrong with you? Where are you? Fanny Ba's urgent follow-up voice came from Ji Ruxue's ears, but she was no longer able to answer. After an unknown amount of time, Ji Ruxue felt a familiar voice appear beside her. She was picked up and placed on the bed. Her eyelids felt like they were sewn shut, and she couldn't open them. Her consciousness fell into chaos and was so muddled that she felt someone feeding her kanji again, and when she smelled the food, she couldn't wait to inhale it. After eating her fill, she fell asleep again. When Ji Ruxue woke up again, it was already the next morning. Why am I in bed? Didn't I die? After waking up, her body, though still weak, had recovered quite a bit, and she realized that she was lying on her marriage bed. So last night wasn't a dream. Who could it be that came to save me? Ji Ruxue suddenly remembered, and while she was in a daze, someone came in. Is it Fanny Ba? She suspected it was him because she knew that the last person to call her was Fanny Ba, and since Fanny Ba had the key to the place, he was the most likely person to come in. Ba, are you there? She shouted. Yibo, isn't it you who's back? Ji Ruxue didn't care about her discomfort and searched all over the villa, but unfortunately she still couldn't find Fanny Ba. But she was in the kitchen and found the breakfast that Fanny Ba had made for her. Ji Ruxue looked at the skin egg and thin meat porridge that was still warm on the table, as well as the brown sugar water, and was moved to tears once again gushed out. She was now certain that the person who came last night was definitely Fanny Ba, because no one knew that the renowned cold goddess of Hangzhou would actually eat something like skinny eggs. Only Fanny Ba knew that skinny porridge with eggs was her favorite, and the brown sugar water was also the flavor that Fanny Ba made. Ji Ruxue couldn't hold back her excitement, and she immediately called Fanny Ba on the phone. Ji Ruxue, Ba, it was you who came over yesterday, right? On the other side of the phone, Fanny Ba was a bit tired, like he had just fallen asleep. Well, it was me. but don't get me wrong. I just haven't gotten my bracelet back yet and don't want to see you starve to death like this. Fanny Ba would never admit that it was his heart that had gone soft. After Ji Ruxue passed out last night, Fanny Ba was anxious on the other side of the phone. No matter what he said, Ji Ruxue didn't answer him. He thought Ji Ruxue had slit her wrists and committed suicide. Immediately, he sent someone to find Ji Ruxue, and learned that Ji Ruxue had gone to the wedding room. He rushed to the wedding room without stopping, and saw Ji Ruxue fainted on the sofa. Ji Ruxue had tears in her eyes. I don't believe it. You must still love me. Or else why would you rush to my rescue and make me congee in brown sugar water? Fanny Ba, believe it or not, I've expressed myself clearly anyway. I'll give you one more day. Forget it, I'll give you 3 days. I want to see the bracelet after 3 days. Otherwise, I'll personally go to Yifan to get it, and when that time comes, don't blame me for suing him for stealing. That bracelet was worth over $100 million, and if Yifan was really caught, it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to get out of jail for the rest of his life. When Ji Ruxue heard this, she was anxious. No way, you can't arrest him. Fanny Ba didn't expect that Ji Ruxue would react this way. It's true that a dog can't change its ways. I'll only give you 1 day. Fanny Ba didn't want to say a word more and hung up the phone instantly. No, Yibo, listen to my explanation. Don't hang up. When Ji Ruxue tried to explain, Fanny Ba had already hung up. Ji Ruxue dialed again, and there was always no answer. Ji Ruxue held her cell phone and wept in pain. She had once again let Fanny Ba misunderstand her. Yibo, I don't mean this. Ji Ruxue wasn't worried about Yifan being caught. She was afraid of breaking the lead that was Yifan. Now that she was in the dark and Yifan was in the light, as long as she followed Yifan and followed the trail, sooner or later, she would catch the mastermind behind Yifan. Fanny Ba was infuriated. He took care of Ji Ruxue all night yesterday, and also cooked congee in boiled brown sugar water for her early in the morning. But as a result, Ji Ruxue was still thinking about Yifan. He felt as disgusting as eating a fly. Serves you right for being fooled. People just call your name a few times in your dreams and you hate to lasso your heart to her. Fanny Ba was so angry that he couldn't sleep. When he rushed to the wedding room last night, Ji Ruxue was already unconscious. When he walked to Ji Ruxue's side, it turned out that Ji Ruxue instinctively reached out and grabbed his arm. Her mouth kept chanting his name, and she was dreaming of apologizing to him. A fight. I'm sorry. Just like that, Fanny Boo's heart softened and took care of him for the night. He swore that he would never take the initiative to contact Ji Ruxue again, or he would be a cheap bastard. Of course, Ji Ruxue didn't know about these things. If she knew that Fanny Boo had once softened his heart because of a few dreamy words from her, and could possibly re-accept her, she didn't know how much she would have to regret it. Chapter 63, Are you okay? After 5 p.m., Fanny Ba appeared downstairs of Song Yunxuan's company with flowers in his hands. Today, he didn't let Lu Hong drive him. Even his personal bodyguard was driven away. He drove a tens of millions of dollars sports car, showing off his wealth with a very explosive effect. The moment he got out of the car, he was like a bright star, glittering and eye-catching. His figure was tall and straight, like a straight pine tree. The face was handsome and angular, like a work of art that had been carefully carved by the years. A pair of deep eyes were particularly evocative. After he appeared, the gazes of the people around him were involuntarily attracted to him. The surrounding employees secretly discussed. Who is this? Holding flowers in his hand. He's here to pursue our president again, right? Handsome and multi-gold. Do you guys guess if this high-quality male has any chance? I think it's difficult. After all, it's not like there aren't any rich and handsome men who have pursued President Song, and those people were still rejected all the same. Several other co-workers thought deeply. Sometimes they wondered if their own boss was and didn't like men, preferring women, because they had never seen Song Yunxian get close to that man, much less any gossip about her, and had always had a clean image. Fanny Ba didn't know that these people were discussing him. He was actually trying to make Ji Ruxue die today by being so high profile. He believed that it wouldn't take long for his pursuit of Song Yunxian to reach her ears. By then, Ji Ruxue would realize that it was no longer possible between them. Song Yunxian didn't keep Fanny Ba waiting for too long, and in less than 5 minutes before and after, she walked out of the office building. She was wearing a light blue slim-fitting long dress today. Her waist was too big to hold. Her long black and beautiful hair was scattered over her shoulders, and her whole person looked extraordinarily refined and elegant. She wore high heels and walked quickly to Fanny Ba's side, a brilliant smile on her stunningly beautiful face. Song Yunxian received the flowers from Fanny Ba's hands with a shy look. Thank you, young master fan, for the flowers. Song Yunxian seemed even prettier today, as if she had dressed up specially for tonight's date. Fanny Ba admitted that he was a bit moved, and he couldn't help but praise. You're so pretty today. This bouquet of flowers pales in comparison to you. I feel like I'm being a bit redundant, with such a beautiful flower in front of you. Why would I buy flowers? Song Yunxian was coaxed by Fanny Ba to cover her mouth and smile sweetly. This scene left the onlookers stunned. Am I reading this right? Is this really our president who ignores men? Yes, you didn't see wrong. That's our president. She seems to be in love. Oh, my heart is broken. The goddess of my dreams has abandoned me. She actually dares to fall in love. I'm quitting. I'm leaving my job. At dusk, the blazing sun set in the west. Fanny Ba and Song Yunxian had dinner at the Shidi restaurant. Fanny Ba pulled out a chair for Song Yunxian and waited for her to sit down before Fanny Ba returned to a seat. He then handed her the menu again. Ms. Song, take a look and see what you like to eat. The steak in this restaurant is good. You can try it. Song Yunxian smiled and said, Ba, is it okay if I call you that? You shouldn't call me Ms. Song either. Just call me by my name. Fanny Ba, good. It's time to change your name. Yunxian. Now that the two were considered to be in an official relationship, if they were still so polite in their address, who would still believe that the two of them were a couple? A quarter of an hour later, the dishes were served one after another, and Fanny Ba also asked for a bottle of red wine. The two people clink glasses, eat and chat. The atmosphere is very cordial. Although the two hadn't known each other for long, they were like old friends who had known each other for a long time. Once they talked about many topics, they realized that everyone was interested, and the more they talked, the more they got involved. Song Yunxian, I didn't realize you like traveling too. Then let's go on a driving trip together someday. I've long wanted to go to the Inner Mongolia desert, but I've never had the chance. Fanny Ba took a sip of red wine and said with a smile, sure, I'll make the arrangements. When the time comes, we'll take a plane there first, and drive when we get to the local area. The two of them chatted about traveling and were interested when Song Yunxuan's phone rang. Song Yunxuan's face was still smiling when she first took out her cell phone, but when she saw the phone number, her smile instantly disappeared, and her face became a little tense, looking extremely unnatural. Fanny Ba asked curiously, what's wrong? Why aren't you answering the phone? Song Yunxian directly hung up the phone, and she put her phone on mute. Nothing. Harassing call. Where were we talking just now? Half an hour later, Song Yunxian got up. Yibo, I'm going to wash my hands, so take your time eating by yourself. I'll walk you there. Fanny Ba followed and got up. No, it's just a few steps. You eat first. Song Yunxian turned around the restaurant. In the bathroom, Song Yunxuan's agitated hands and trembling heart hesitated and returned the call that she had just refused to answer. After connecting, a young man's voice came from the other side of the phone. Yunxian, are you okay? I'm back. When Song Yunxian returned to the restaurant, she told Fanny Ba that she wasn't feeling too well. Fanny Ba, I'll send you home then. It's indeed been a hard day at work. Song Yunxian smiled and nodded. Fanny Ba sent the person to the door of his house. Song Yunxian said politely, thank you, Ba. We had a nice chat today. Very much looking forward to traveling together. Oh, me too. We'll go on a trip when you make time. Good. Then do you want to come in and have a seat? Song Yunxian invited. No need. Your grandfather is probably resting by now, so I won't bother. Bye. After the two of them said their goodbyes, Fanny Ba drove away from the Song family, but Song Yunxian didn't enter the house. She waited outside the house for a few minutes before a black sedan drove up to her and she didn't hesitate to get into it. Over the next few days, Fanny Ba and Song Yunxian met often. Fanny Ba prepared an elaborate gift every time they met, and it seemed to everyone that he was running the relationship with all his heart. When Song Guoliang found out, he was doubly pleased, as if he could see Song Yunxian marrying Fanny Ba, getting married and having children. He was incredibly looking forward to this day coming sooner. Ever since Ji Ruxue fainted, Ji Shangnan didn't ground her anymore. After all, the company couldn't do without her. Ji Shangnan had thought about letting Qin Hai take over, but Qin Hai was really unsuitable, and in just a few days, he had made a mess of the company. Qin Hai actually recruited those relatives who were dismissed by Fanny Ba to the Ji family's company. In the end, Ji Ruxue back to the company to preside over the situation. That morning, as soon as Ji Ruxue arrived at the company, Yi Fan pushed the door and walked in. He was an assistant in the president's office, never knocked on the door, and entered when he wanted to. Previously, Ji Ruxue still found his maverick way charming, but now she wanted to vomit when she saw Yi Fan, especially when she thought that she had once slept with him. She had goosebumps all over her body and her stomach was nauseous. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Fan was still somewhat useful, she couldn't wait to throw him down the stairs right now. Yi Fan brewed a cup of coffee for Ji Ruxue and brought it to her like a treasure. He said with a flattering face, Sister, do you know about Fanny Ba pursuing Song Yunxian? He's really not a thing. In front of him, he was pointing out that the two of us are not getting along. But what about him? He turned around and got involved with someone else's woman. So shameless. Of course Ji Ruxue knew, but what was the use of knowing? She was no longer qualified to blame Fanny Ba. The culprit of all this was Yi Fan by her side. Ji Ruxue acted very calmly. I know, did you come in just to talk to me about this? Yi Fan felt very strange how Ji Ruxue didn't get angry. Previously, as soon as she heard that Fanny Ba was getting closer to that girl, Ji Ruxue indiscriminately called Fanny Ba directly and scolded him. Sister, aren't you angry? Yi Fan asked suspiciously. We've already withdrawn from the marriage. Which girl he wants to be with, I can't care at all. Ji Ruxue said rightfully. Yi Fan still wanted to argue, but Ji Ruxue directly interrupted him. Well, what he Fanny Ba wants has nothing to do with me. Isn't it better that he has a new love? This way no one will care about the two of us anymore. Aren't you looking forward to it? Chapter 64, Forget about us two being together. What was Yi Fan looking forward to? Of course he was looking forward to putting Ji Ruxue to sleep, one of the 4 golden flowers of Hangzhou. Although her reputation was now infamous, her face value and temperament were still online, especially today. Ji Ruxue, who was specially dressed up, changed her previous iceberg goddess image. Black silk short skirt, red bottom high heels, tassel earrings, and her hair was carefully combed into a high ponytail, making her look both competent and spirited. A few strands of hair fell gently in front of her forehead, fluttering gently with the wind, adding a bit of charm. Her makeup was delicate and intense red lips were dainty, as if a ripe cherry, so people couldn't help but want to have a kiss. Her waist was tied with a thin golden belt, which not only emphasized her waist, but also added a few points of magnificence to the overall look. To be able to spring with such a beautiful woman, Yi Fan felt willing to die. Ji Ruxue's words, spoken in an incomparably ambiguous manner, made Yi Fan instantly begin to reverie. He asked incredulously, Sister, what do you mean by that? What do you think I mean? I abandoned my fiancé for you, and now the whole world thinks that the person I like is you. Do you think I can still marry someone else? Ji Ruxue's words made Yi Fan instantly go to his head, although he had had this idea before, and even boldly tried it. But that time when he made a move on Ji Ruxue, the consequences were so severe that he was almost kicked out of the Ji family company. But this time was different. Ji Ruxue actually took the initiative to confess to him. He swallowed saliva madly in excitement, his face full of lewd smiles. When Ji Ruxue looked at Yi Fan like this, her heart was extremely disgusted and repulsed, but in order to confuse Yi Fan, she could only continue to endure. Yi Fan forced himself to endure the excitement within his heart and asked with a trembling voice, Sister, is what you said true? Ji Ruxue smiled delicately. Yes, let's both be together and forget about it. We don't have a blood relationship anyway. Yi Fan jumped up in excitement. He danced happily in his office. Ah, Schwerer, I love you so much. You are finally willing to be with me. Yi Fan actually tried to embrace Ji Ruxue, but she dodged with a dodge. Ji Ruxue pushed Yi Fan away and said shyly, Take it easy. What do you want to do with your hairy hands? My good sister, you have promised to be with me. Let me kiss it. A big man, actually will still be pampered. Ji Ruxue turned around, not letting him see her abhorrent expression. In her heart, she thought, it's true that he's a duck who hangs out in a nightclub. He has no face and no skin, just like a male dog. He can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. No matter how much she loathed it, she had to endure it now. Ji Ruxue, want to kiss me? Then you'll have to marry me for that. Ha? Marry you? Yi Fan didn't expect Ji Ruxue to be serious. What? You're not willing? Ji Ruxue instantly changed her face, and Yi Fan hurriedly changed his words. How could I? I dream of marrying you as my wife. I marry. Tomorrow we'll go get a license. Wait, you're just going to marry me like this? Yi Fan was embarrassed. Sis, you know I don't have much, just this one person. Otherwise, I'll come to the door and be a son-in-law for your family. Door son-in-law, really can think out. I've read too many son-in-law novels, but I still think that their Ji family was born with the life of a son-in-law. Ji Ruxue said with slight anger. Come on, why do you have no ambition at all, but also want to be a door-to-door son-in-law? Marry me openly and honestly cannot. Hey, sis, I'm called to have self-awareness, which I have. What ability? After marriage, my only thing is to please you, as long as you coax you well, more important than anything else. When the time comes, you'll be the main outside and I'll be the main inside. Yi Fan was just rotten, and Ji Ruxue hated it. She couldn't believe more and more that in her last life, what kind of water was in her brain that she would look at a rotten person like Yi Fan. Thinking about her last life, she used to look at Yi Fan as her younger brother, but after a few years, she didn't know why her feelings with Yi Fan became soaring. She didn't even exclude doing some intimate actions with him, cuddling and making love. When Ji Ruxue thought about this, her body had goosebumps. She even wanted to skin herself. She felt dirty. Ji Ruxue wouldn't give Yi Fan a chance to lie down. You think it's that simple for the two of us to get married? Even if I agree, Will my grandmother be willing? If she gets angry and removes me from my position and freezes my credit cards, where will we both go to drink the northwest wind? Yi Fan nodded his head. He thought things were too simple. That's also a problem. So what should we do? The actual controller of the Ji family group of companies was Ji Shangnan, and Ji Ruxue was only the nominal president. If it made Ji Shangnan unhappy, she was completely capable of driving Ji Ruxue out of power and replacing her with Ji Ruxue. Yi Fan wants to hold a beautiful woman, but also wants to get monstrous wealth. If not greedy for money and sex, why he went to the nightclub as a male model? Ji Ruxue watched him on the set, revealing a satisfied smile. You need to change your mindset now. Learn to package yourself and bring actual and effective revenue to the company. Yi Fan seemed to understand, nodded his head. He probably understood Ji Ruxue's meaning, but where did he go to find projects to make money for the company? He said with some difficulty, Schwerer, you know me. I'm just an ordinary person. What projects can I develop? Or you can help me and give me 2 projects. Ji Ruxue thought, this is still a man. Really shameless. Such words also have the nerve to speak out. He knows that he can rely on women to eat, and he has carved this skill into his bones. She sighed deeply and held back the anger that was about to erupt. Do you think my grandmother is a little cutie? Or blind? She would not know the source of the project. She'll only loathe you more if I dare to do so. Then what should I do? Sister, I want to marry you. Yi Fan didn't bother to think of a solution and pouted in front of Ji Ruxue again. Ji Ruxue almost wanted to directly tell him to go find that black hand behind the Jin family. If you want to marry me, go and think of a way. I'll tell you the truth. Right now the Ji family isn't having a good time and is under a lot of financial pressure. My grandmother is still planning to marry the Fan family, planning to have my sister, Ji Ruxue, marry instead of me, and I am destined to find a son-in-law to save a seat for the Ji family. I am in love with you. It depends on whether you have the skill to make my grandmother nod. Ji Ruxue spoke half-truths. The 2 sisters of the Ji family, one was destined to marry out and bring bountiful benefits to the Ji family, and the other was about to recruit a door-to-door son-in-law. This is something that was set in stone a long time ago, except that at that time it was for Ji Ruxue to marry out Fanny Bu. Ji Ruxue recruited a son-in-law, so that the Ji surname could be passed on. Ji Ruxue didn't even fancy Yi Fan. She hated to kill him. How could she still marry him? Ji Ruxue did want to succeed her and marry Fanny Ba, but unfortunately this was only a unilateral idea of the Ji family. Fanny Ba is now far away from the Ji family women. Even if he gives face to Ji Ruxue, it is also out of gratitude, and will never marry her. But these Yi Fan did not know. He believed in it. I understand. Schwerer, don't worry. I will definitely not fail your high hopes. You wait for me. I will go and think of a way now, and definitely make you and grandma satisfied. He walked out with gusto, unable to stop the smile on his face. It felt like he had already fantasized about the future of sitting on $100 billion family fortune, countless beauties in his arms, at his disposal. He had to hurry to contact young Master Jin and discuss with him how to work together to bring him to the top. As long as he marries Ji Ruxue, the Ji family's industry will be at his fingertips, and then he will take Ji Ruxue into his harem. At this time, Ji Ruxue suddenly interrupted his dream. Wait, what are you in a hurry for? I still have something to ask you. Hearing Ji Ruxue's call, Yi Fan ran back to Ji Ruxue's side again like a licking dog. Schwerer, what else do you command? Ji Ruxue directly asked. A while ago, did you take a purple jade bracelet from my side? You hurry up and give it back. Yi Fan didn't expect Ji Ruxue was looking for something from him. He lied without changing his face. No, I didn't take it. The thing was indeed stolen by him, and he had already given it away. Ji Ruxue didn't believe him. You dare to lie. That was the bride price given by Fanny Ba. I only showed it to you and only you knew I put it at home. If you give it back now, I'll take it as a curiosity and take a look. If you don't give it back to me, then there's no need to discuss the marriage matter. Ji Ruxue spoke with a firm resolve, and Yi Fan instantly wimped out. He looked like he suddenly realized. Sister, you said it's that bracelet. I know. I took it away. If you took it, hurry up and give it back to me. Fanny Ba has been rushing me. Yi Fan asked with a disdainful face. How can Fanny Ba be like this? He sent it to you and actually wants to return it. Sister, we won't return it. See what he can do to you. Sent, all sent. This bracelet will be your emotional compensation for so many years with him. Rich second generation to play women. After the breakup, which does not give $1 million or $800,000 as a breakup fee. If you're such an excellent person, it's only right to give $1 million or $8 billion. How can we let Fanny Ba play for nothing for so many years? Yi Fan actually thought of such an idea for Ji Ruxue. Ji Ruxue raised her hand and slapped her. Splat! Her anger went straight to the sky and she couldn't hold it back any longer. Yi Fan, what do you take me for? A mistress who is being kept by Fanny Ba? You still want $8 or $10 billion? You have to have this face too. Sis, I'm sorry. I spoke nonsense again. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Yi Fan instantly knew that he had said the wrong thing. With a stoop, he snapped and knelt on the ground. This action was skillful and heartbreaking. It looked like he hadn't knelt much. His waist was soft. His legs were also soft. He didn't know what to use to please the rich woman. Chapter 65. We're not going to go bankrupt. Ji Ruxue used all her strength, so much so that her hands were numb from the shock. Yi Fan was so dumbfounded by the blow that his brain wouldn't even turn. Stumbling and not knowing what to say, Ji Ruxue shook her hand. Don't understand, do you? Yi Fan shook his head. Not understanding. Ji Ruxue took the bracelet to Yi Fan. Smell it. What's the smell? Yi Fan honestly sniffed with his nose. Well, there is a scent. Ji Ruxue's face was full of cold ice. Yes, and it's the perfume flavor of a woman's body. You tell me, why is there a woman's fragrance on the bracelet? Still don't honestly explain. Who did you give the bracelet to? Yi Fan did not expect Ji Ruxue's observation to be so careful. Others were dumbfounded. Ji Ruxue, what? Want to make up a reason to continue to lie to me? Yi Fan skillfully knelt down and kowtowed to admit his mistake. Swear, I didn't do it on purpose. No, I didn't mean to lie to you. Come on. I'm not too lazy to care about all that crap you did before. Anyway, it's not like the two of us have any relationship. Do whatever you like. Ji Ruxue feigned jealousy and anger, turning her back to Yi Fan. Having mixed in women for a long time, how could Yi Fan not understand what she meant? Swear, don't worry, it was me who was confused before. I've already made a clean break with that woman. From now on, my heart only belongs to you, single-mindedly for you and the Ji family. Ji Ruxue snorted coldly. Get out. Remember what you said. Yi Fan nodded his head in a hurry. Okay, I'll leave now. Don't be angry. Swear. He didn't dare to stay here for a moment, afraid that Ji Ruxue would flip out. Don't forget that you promised me to create benefits for the Ji family. Otherwise our marriage is hopeless. Ji Ruxue reminded him once more before he left the door. Okay, I'll go and think of a way. Swear. Wait for me. Yi Fan had already thought about it, and in a moment, he would go and contact young Master Jean to get a few projects out of the Jean family's hands. Hey, Yibo, I got the bracelet. Is it okay if I go to you now? As soon as Yi Fan left, Ji Ruxue hurriedly contacted Fannyba. No, I'll go to your house at night to get it. Okay, I'll wait for you at night. Although Fannyba was as cold as ever, Ji Ruxue was still very happy. She was already satisfied to be able to do what Fannyba asked for, and she was too afraid to see Fannyba's disappointed expression. At the same time, the government released a piece of news on their official website. Inside was exactly the relocation plan for the government building. The government building established in the southern new town served as office space for several functional departments. The core of the provincial and municipal party committees were still working in the old city building. When this news came out, all the real estate businessmen collectively broke their defenses. Plus, the government will invest $30 billion in special funds to repair the old city's greening and road traffic to create the most beautiful ancient Hangzhou city. Their investment was destined to lose money because the infrastructure allocation for the southern new town was sharply reduced. Even if their houses are built, with no infrastructure repairs in place and no improvement in the environment, not many people will go to buy their new houses. Besides, after the old city was remodeled, the environment became more beautiful. More people come to travel. The old city is more lively. More opportunities to make money. The price of housing will certainly follow the rise. Chinese people are all bullish but not bearish. The first choice to buy a house in the future is the old city center. At this time, the entire Hangzhou real estate circle exploded. How can this be? We spent billions of dollars to buy the land, and now we're just waiting for the end? Who says it isn't? I'm all set to start construction. The drawings are all drawn up, and then I'm told this. Damn. I should have known that I would also buy those few urban villages, and now they're the ones who have earned it, and it's a big profit. They don't have to do anything. The land has doubled. Someone seems to have discovered something. He asked weakly in the group, do you know who is behind this company? Will there be shady practices? If they didn't get wind of it in advance, how can they buy it in one go? In fact, everyone was skeptical, but they had nothing to say. This was the national condition of China. Relationships were also part of strength. Who didn't have a background? Whoever dares to do business in China without background, even if they get rich, they will be earning for others, and sooner or later, they will be divided up. This time, the Ji family is in a state of turmoil. Ji Shangnan also received the news that the land they bought, although it will not become worthless, but also a serious loss. Ji Shangnan put all the blame on Qin Hai. You sweeper, you victimized our Ji family. What little I managed to save up for the family, I lost it all. I really want to kill you. This punk. Ji Shangnan had saved a lot of money over the years. None of it was placed on the Ji family's public accounts. It was secretly stored in her bank account abroad. Like the Fan family, a cunning rabbit with 3 holes, the Ji family also had their own reserves, which they would never take out under normal circumstances. That was the money they kept as a life-saving capital. However, the Ji family was not as wealthy as the Fan family. They only had a few billion in total. And this time, Ji Shangnan had taken it all out. The more than $3 billion to buy the land, and the money for future construction was that money. Qin Hai knelt on the ground again and again. This time, he didn't even dare to say much, although the responsibility wasn't all on him, but he took it upon himself to participate in the bidding. You speak dumb. You don't even dare to let out a single fart. Not useful at all. You might as well be dead. Pity that daughter of mine. How come you're not the one who died? If she was still alive, there'd still be something for you to do. Ji Shangnan cursed Qin Hai. She still didn't know that her daughter wasn't actually dead, but had been imprisoned by Qin Hai. Every time Ji Shangnan cursed Qin Hai would go back and return it to Ji Huanyu in a worse way. Mom, this matter, it's actually not my fault. It's all Fanny Ba's fault. Qin Hai actually put the blame on Fanny Ba. Ji Shangnan, tell me, what does this matter have to do with him? Mom, as far as I know, the Fan family didn't get a single piece of land auctioned this time. As per usual experience, how is this possible? The Fan family is the richest in Hangzhou. They have a huge cash flow. It's not like they didn't get a single piece of land. They must have received the news in advance, intentionally didn't win the auction, and then secretly used the new company to take the 4 pieces of land in the old city. Unexpectedly, Qin Hai still had a few real skills, and he had pretty much guessed the truth. Only, Fanny Ba wasn't relying on inside information, and the Fan family wasn't the only one to take down the 4 pieces of land in the old city center. Ji Shangnan actually believed Qin Hai's judgment. Thanks to me wanting to marry Ruyan to him. He didn't tell us when he had inside information and caused us to lose so much. I'll go find him tomorrow. I want him to give me a statement. Otherwise I definitely won't marry Ruyan to him. Ji Shangnan was still here dreaming. She thought that Fanny Ba was still the same infatuated man who favored her Ji family's daughter.